I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Implantation. The streets were bustling with life, starkly contrasted by the sorrowful cries of a young girl. The bystanders dissipated quickly, death something they'd seen all too often in the desert. They were all in a hurry to strike it rich, so who would care for something like this? A few thugs even eyed the coin pouch in front of the girl. They were also looking at her person. Even though she was very young, beauty shone through her crying face. There would probably be many people who'd want someone like her. Selling her to child traffickers would be profitable. Interesting, how will things progress from here? Leylin watched on with his arms in front of his chest, apathetic like a god up above. He wouldn't be moved by the lives of these individuals. His focus suddenly shifted in another direction, at a monk that headed over slowly. He had a pugilistic aura, with short brown hair, thick eyebrows and a weak-looking gaze. He only wore coarse sack clothing, with patches all over it making it look tattered. He only wore one shoe. The monk even had a putrid smile, causing the crowd to distance themselves from him. A monk. A trace of fear shone in Leylin's eyes. This person was powerful, already at the legendary realm. Monks were people devils did not want to meet at all. They rejected the pleasures of life, their staunch souls not corroded by anything. Meeting a legendary monk was like hitting a jackpot. There's a monk here at this time, does it have anything to do with the floating city? Leylin frowned. That adventuring team with near-legendary strength wasn't worthy of his attention, but he'd have to focus on this monk's actions. Were their targets the same, another variable would be added to his plan. Let me try. The monk approached the crying girl and spoke with a hoarse voice, as if he had not drunk water in a long time. Boo-hoo, it's not use. The mercenary just now already said that unless you're a high-ranked priest. Vivian wept, but still passed the coin pouch filled with copper to him, evidently treating him as a beggar. Thank you, kind-hearted young lady, but I can't accept any gifts or money. He smiled gently, and then moved closer to the unconscious adventurer. It's the hellthorn flower, a common and very poisonous flower seen at the edges of the desert. But it's already mutated a few times, this will be difficult. A bundle of warm light emanated from the monk, and seeped into the body of the adventurer on the ground. The healing light caused the adventurer to improve visibly. The spell naturally attracted the attention of bystanders, and someone with good eyesight soon exclaimed, "Poison removal." No, that's true resurrection. A rank 9 divine spell that one has to be rank 19 to cast. Everyone froze, their eyes trained on the monk with reverence. It was a respect for strength. Seeing the situation changing, the thugs disappeared into the corners of the streets, leaving in the blink of an eye. The bruising on the adventurer's lips dissipated, and he blinked before opening his eyes completely. He looked at the little lady in front of him. What's wrong, Vivian? Where am I now? Uncle, you're awake. Teardrops sparkled on Vivian's face as she threw herself into his embrace. Uncle, you fainted on the road. It scared me so much. This grandpa saved you, Vivian said as she pointed to the monk. Thank you very much, Grandmaster. The adventurer knew his adventures much better than the girl did, and therefore understood the strength and abilities of the person who had healed him. Upon hearing this, he immediately got up to thank the monk, and then reached for his coin pouch. Priests required a fee to cast spells on their believers. A high-ranked divine spell was very expensive. There's no need for that, we clerics are duty-bound to help the injured and dead. The monk shook his head and rejected the man with a smile, and then swaggered into the market. However, nobody dared to underestimate him this time. As he left, the monk's dark eyes scanned the area Leylin had been in. Seeing nobody there, he looked puzzled. Only after the monk's figure disappeared from the streets did the adventurer leave with the girl. It was then that Leylin walked out from the shadows. Tisk tisk, as expected of a legendary. His senses are better than that swordsman, Leylin sighed, heart heavy. If this man was also here to contest for the floating city, things would be very troublesome for him. And his instincts told him that this was almost certainly the case. It seems like more than one organization knows about the appearance of the floating city. Leylin looked grim. Looks like I'll need to make my move as soon as possible. Night soon fell. Lights and fire emerged everywhere in the market, illuminating the dark area. The market bustled with activity even at night. However, once the moon crawled halfway across the sky, the shops that had been boisterous before turned completely silent. The merchants and the rest entered their dreams after a long day. Dreamscape view. Leylin currently stood at the top of a tower, eyes flickering with strange red lights as a red crack appeared on his forehead. Scattered spots appeared all over the town in his vision, twinkling like the stars in the sky. These various star-like spots were actually the dreams of different people. Those that were whitish in color belonged to the weakest commoners. Professionals were much more dazzling, while high-ranked ones were bright as torches. The legendaries were like pillars of light reaching into the skies, obvious in an instant. The dreams of regular humans are far too weak. If I'm not careful, I could kill a whole bunch. These dreams showed Leylin things that hadn't been revealed in the day. First is Jafar. That beast hide was something you picked up by accident. No wonder you didn't know its true value. Shifting his attention from a dim speck, Leylin glanced towards the west, looking serious. As expected of a legendary monk, I can't see through him, nor his dreams, not like I intend to deal with him anyway. Dream Eater is a trump card, and I'd be foolish to cast it even before I see the floating city. Without alarming him, Leylin found his main target. There were dazzling dreams in the inn, like pillars of light. Leylin could see them through Dreamscape, and almost visualize a young man who'd been practicing his sword skills from a young age. Here you are, Leylin smiled slightly, launching dark red dream force that formed a winged eyeball. Go. With Leylin's command, the eyeball flapped its wings and flew into one of the dreams. With the nightmare-absorbing physique, Leylin's grasp of Dreamforce had reached great heights. With the different system of power being applied on him, the target didn't even notice the eyeball. Many merchants aimed to make use of the cool weather in the morning, walking the path of hopes and dreams. The high-ranked professionals began their journey as well. What's wrong, Allery? The white-robed swordsman asked the wizard journeying with them, puzzled. It's nothing much. I just recalled my dream last night, and it was a little disgusting. The wizard had a terrible look on her face, and she retched. There were dark circles under her eyes, as if she hadn't had a good rest. The whole night. Dream. Disgusting. The swordsman was startled, but he didn't ask further. Yes, it was just a dream, she repeated, as if trying to encourage herself. However, at the thought of the vivid dream, the wizard couldn't help but tremble, even as a high-ranked spellcaster. She'd actually swallowed a winged eyeball whole in her dreams. It had been exceedingly vivid, to the point that her throat still remembered that disgusting and greasy feeling. Could this be some specific curse? No, I've already checked properly. There's nothing strange. That was just a nightmare. But why did I dream of that? She looked confused and touched her forehead. Looks like I'll need to get something to soothe my nerves tonight. Within the town, Leylin glanced at the map in his hands while looking deep in thought. The situation of the little group appeared in a crystal ball next to him, the point of view that of the wizard. The implantation was successful. Now that I have their position, they won't be able to escape. Leylin was rather satisfied with his work. These guides would make his own journey more convenient. Having them show the way, he could follow their path at a distance. There was no danger or trouble whatsoever. Watching them from such a large distance, it was impossible for him to be discovered. Skeleton Lich berserk energy from the four elements roared in a large semi-plane outside the prime material plane, causing ripples in the sky. The sky seemed to distort and shatter. There was no sun nor moonlight here, only a sparkling ambient light. Layers of ashen white bones littered the ground, their height unknown. There were some little white flowers growing out of eye sockets, the most beautiful flower buds blooming. Numerous vines crawled over the bones, as if subsisting on them. A gale blew past the area, and it was like a rain of flowers as the plants dispersed to reveal bones on the ground. This plain was actually formed of all sorts of bones piled together. These bones were about the same size as those of humans. Some were exceptionally small but thick, likely coming from halflings and dwarves. There were even some extremely large animal bones scattered in the area, forming little hills. This semi-plane was one of bones, on the verge of being smashed into pieces. It was hidden in the gaps between numerous dimensions, unvisited for a long time. Ka-cha, ka-cha. At this moment, a slight cracking sound could be heard from underground, followed by some shaking. Gulu, gulu. A hill of bones gave way, and large amounts of smoke and dust were sent flying. Meanwhile, a protruding round head rolled out of a crevice in the ground. This was a dazzling human skull. The eye sockets flickered with two still flames, and dead black soul force lingered around the area, emitting powerful undulations. The skull's teeth chattered and its jaws creaked, seemingly shaking in confusion. "I've been asleep for 1,000 years," the skull spoke in a desolate voice, its tone ancient. Only a scholar who had researched the past would be able to understand it. Crunch. The skull meshed its teeth together and seemed to spit out something similar to parchment paper. A layer of light flickered, and letterings as well as a map were projected in the air. The year where the elemental tides streak through, when the black crows cry out to the blood moon, the Simishal Canyon, east of Cygnus. A fire blazed in the skull's eyes as it found a few sparkling bones, slowly recreating its body. The floating city, the best achievement of the arcanist era, able to match up to the gods, divine realms, the skull spoke as if it was chanting, an aura of despair from the very soul covering the area like a cloak. "That floating city is definitely mine." The skeleton lich, Illyrio Paxlude. A staff of bones automatically moved its way to the lich, a blood-red gem at its top emitting crimson light. Roar. The lich tapped the ground with his staff, and it split apart to reveal the head of an enormous creature. This creature was tens of meters tall, with large bony wings and two heads that looked abnormally sinister. A brilliant soul energy could be seen within the thing's skull. This was evidently the necromancer's favorite pet, a two-headed bone dragon. "Kiki, let's go, darling," strong winds blew, and the double-headed bone dragon flapped its wings, carrying the skeleton lich on its back and entering the terrifying elemental storm. The violent storm seemed to quiet under their might, forming a pitch-dark channel. The bone dragon roared and disappeared at the end of the plain. People had gotten wind of this at several other places. Abnormal movements from the Bone Kingdom. "Seems like that lich has awoken, Illyrio, it's really been a long time. I have yet to settle that grudge with him, the envoy of death, the skeleton lich." How interesting. All sorts of mysterious godly conscience flickered all over the world, and then all focused on the Bone Kingdom without prior agreement. A few gazes seemed to have their own goals, heading towards the western desert. Scorching sunlight fell on the sand dunes, causing heat waves that distorted the air. Practically all moisture had evaporated, and each breath one took in this place was like breathing in fire. The desert's surface was reaching the limits of temperature, and could practically roast a person alive. The entire desert looked like a place disallowing of life. Even the scattered cacti around the area had disappeared, and there was not even a hint of greenery. The leading swordsman looked at the map in his hands, beginning to check the distance. "We're already very deep into the desert, so we have to do our best to retain our strength. We'll also need to plan for our items and water." "What's wrong, Allery?" Still thinking about the dream that night. Upon looking up, he found the wizard in his group had grown absent-minded once more, and his question revealed a slight annoyance. "No, I'm feeling better now, it's just this weather." Allery gathered hair behind her ear and felt her dry skin while sighing inside. That dream no longer disturbed her, but the terrible environment in the desert was now giving her a vivid lesson. Even with the protection of magic, she felt this difficult to endure. Seeing this, the swordsman could only curse in his mind at the non-existent stamina of wizards. Still, there was nothing that could be done. He encouraged her, "Hang on for a while. We'll reach the dream oasis soon enough, so you can get some rest there." The mention of the dream oasis perked up everyone in the group. They were currently deep inside the western desert, and it was exceedingly dangerous. Terrifying black sandstorms could erupt at any moment. Even if they were near legendary adventurers, there was nothing they could do in the face of nature. There would still be dangers. The dream oasis was the only source of water in the depths of the western desert. It was said that this was a moving crescent lake and shrub forest, as well as the only hope for survival that lost travelers had. My most recent information, and this map, all indicate the dream oasis is up ahead. We can't be wrong. The swordsman yelled to raise the morale. With that hope, the group sped up quite a bit. However, none of them realized that someone had noticed all their actions from behind them. The dream oasis, that place is very close to Frostfall Valley. I might not even have found it if not for these guides. Leylin was riding a sand scorpion, a winged eyeball, flapping in front of him. It showed him scenes of those people. With the group of adventurers showing the way, he did not need to take detours. As long as he followed the safe path they did, everything would generally be fine. With the distance limiting them, normal detection spells wouldn't be able to find him. Once here, how do I say this, their value is decreasing. Leylin stroked his chin. In his opinion, this group was the weakest wave of those eyeing the floating city. But they seemed to have a leader. I'll just put them ahead and see what they attract. Leylin patted the scorpion he was riding, and the large beast immediately cried out. Its 8 legs alternating in motion as it sped up its advance through the desert. There was nothing to see along the way in the desert but sand, except the bones of all the monks that had died. Leylin had even noticed a withered corpse with no moisture, one that looked like a mummy. Monks trained by toying with their lives. Without clear water, they would end up dead, and there were few who would be saved by kind-hearted merchant groups. But it seems too calm, no longer bothering with the many corpses buried by sand. Leylin urged the sand scorpion to keep moving forward. The western desert definitely had many dangers. However, there was a group of elite high-ranked professionals ahead. Besides natural disasters like the black sandstorms, they could deal with anything. Their numbers hadn't even dropped yet. While it seemed normal, Leylin found something strange. The path to the floating city shouldn't have been so clear. It was at this point that Leylin's face showed a sudden understanding. It appeared, I never thought that there would be natives deep within the western desert. Could these people be remnants of Netheril? At this thought, he gave up his ride and cast a flight spell, soaring into the air while flapping his wings. Once he passed countless sand dunes, a deep green entered his eyes. In a place where the only thing on the horizon was yellow sand, there was a sparkling crescent lake and a large oasis. Seeing this in an area void of life could move someone emotionally. However, there were signs of disharmony here. A vigorous fight had already begun near the oasis. No wonder I felt something was off. This was the place. Leylin looked like he realized something all of a sudden. Desert tribe. A gruesome massacre unfolded by the lake in the grassy plains. A group of strangely dressed men on one-humped camels attacked the group of adventurers. They wore the trademark attire of the desert, white, loosely fitted robes with a scarf wrapped thickly around their heads, revealing only a pair of wolf-like eyes. With a whistle from the leader of these camel riders, his men encircled the adventurers, where some of them had even drawn their bows. Looking at this turn of events, the expression on those adventurers took a turn for the worse. They were already lacking in numbers, without even mentioning the high-grade equipment being used against them. What are they saying? The female wizard Allery asked the assassin after casting a few layers of defensive spells on herself. They said that, we have intruded on their land, and must use our blood and lives to wash away our sins. The assassin leader face darkened as he hurriedly explained, we're in deep trouble, these are the desert tribes. The original inhabitants of the western desert, and this is the place they call home. They also possess a strange ability for casting curses. Hikari, Hikari. The desert warriors immediately rushed forwards and released the arrows knocked. A few bamboo-thin warriors leapt high in the air, brandishing sabers with gems embedded in them as they sliced downwards in an beautiful arc. Good timing, the assassin leader shouted as he struck with the dagger in his hand. An icy blade flashed past as many of the desert warriors fell of the ground, the saber in their hands shattered into pieces like dancing butterflies. Head, how can you strike first and even deal such a fatal blow? The other adventurers looked on in disbelief at the leader. We don't have a choice, the assassin smiled wryly. Hikari means don't leave anyone alive. However, they did not have the leisure of conversing moments later. The desert tribe leader hopped off his camel and dashed towards the assassin. Pung! A thick and bulky saber whistled through the air, and the gale force brought upon them made the assassin somewhat apprehensive. Clink! Howling moon art! The assassin howled and clashed his dagger against the saber. A surge of chi dispersed into the surroundings, leaving countless pits on the surface of the desert. Shing! Just when the two blades were about to clash, a blade from the desert leader's body flashed. Another small dagger appeared in his hand and he thrust it directly at the assassin's eye. Secret technique dual serpentines. Leader. The female wizard cried out as she pointed with her index finger which glowed and shouted, Mage sword. An illusory blade appeared in midair and deflected the fatal blow from the desert leader. Damn it, get lost. In this situation of life and death, that assassin too unleashed all his might and roared. The muscles on his body began to bulge and very soon, he had turned into a smaller version of a giant. The dagger in his hands now exerted a larger force, which sent the desert leader staggering backwards. That desert leader cried in a high-pitched tone and hopped away as nimble as a swallow, her eyes clear as water. A woman. This assassin felt the back of his neck tingling. His carelessness almost had his eyes gouged by a woman. Leader, what now? At this moment, the arrows fell like rain, throwing the rest of the party into disarray. Gather by Awer's side, we will break from the encirclement. Allery, concentrate and support if needed. The assassin gave his orders. Ha! Berserk. The party member Awur was the group's berserker and meat shield. He produced a low grunt and the muscles on his body bulged. Bull's strength. Bear's endurance. Allery, on the other side, had also added multiple layers of buffs which glowed. Kill. After entering berserk mode, Awur seemed to change into a human tank with the shield in his hands, sending many of the desert warriors flying with blood momentarily. Wodarnik. Arbordania. The female desert leader gave a few commands and directed her men to rows of defense. It seemed as though she did not want to stop until this group of adventurers were dead. Your opponent is me. The assassin inhaled deeply, before a layer of battle chi was imbued on his rustic dagger. In the face of peril, this assassin had shown his most tenacious side. He decided to engage directly with the enemy's leader, buying time for his teammates. Xing. The female desert warrior did not say a word. Instead, she crossed her sabers and unleashed her explosive force. Her body seemed to leave behind an afterimage as she dashed towards the assassin. Her attacks came from all directions, her arms seemingly boneless in their flexibility. HNG. Scorching Gale Blade. The assassin shouted coldly. With his eyes blazing, the blade in his hand formed a gale which matched the power of a sandstorm, parrying the attack of the female warrior. Ooh, there are actually martial art techniques in this area. Leylin leisurely watched on from the air, applying a layer of illusion magic around him. That female warrior is nearing the strength of a legendary, but her technique is at the legendary rank. The desert tribes do have some talents. This group of adventurers are in danger. Leylin's estimates were extremely accurate. In a situation where one was in an unfamiliar setting with a smaller number of people, the disadvantage could not be made up by just a sudden burst of strength. Thud thud. Yellow sand flew in the air. Facing against a berserker like Awur, those desert warriors chose not to engage head-on, but to ride their camels, dragging along multiple metal chains behind them. Pung, pung. The furious roars of the berserker carried on, yet he was still trapped like a bug in a spiderweb, and could only resist to no avail. Some time later, the berserker's roars grew softer, and his physique turned back into the original size, looking dispirited. Not good, his berserk mode has ended. Looking on, Allery went forward and shoved a spiritual force potion down Awur's throat, her face filled with worry. Even with the resolution of the assassin, he could not help but be demoralized looking at the current circumstances. If there aren't any reinforcements, then most likely this group of adventurers will perish here, Leylin concluded while in midair. However, their backup has arrived. Leylin's face turned solemn as he looked at a direction, pulling his distance away, as if somewhat apprehensive. While he had used illusory magic to cover his tracks, he was still very likely to be discovered if someone of the same rank was here. Zoom. At this moment, in the direction where Leylin was looking it came a very hazy and loud noise. It sounded like the chirps of 1,000 birds, and thunder from the sky. Boom. A bright star-like object appeared in broad daylight, with a dazzling afterimage as it shot over with a whizzing noise. When the object drew closer, it was made out to be a thrown spear. The friction it produced while speeding through the air had turned it a bright red, as if it was going to melt anytime. This scene could only be made out with Leylin's visual prowess. As for the desert tribe, they could only see a dazzling light shooting towards them, piercing several warriors and camel at the same time, finally landing before the female leader of these desert warriors. Clink. Against such an attack, the desert leader face turned solemn. She withdrew both her hands and crossed them, into a jagged cross symbol. Bang. A loud explosion sounded as steam rose from the ground, followed by the smell of rust. After the dust and sand had settled, the female desert warrior was no longer there, only broken bits of the saber were scattered around where she stood. A woo, as if receiving some sort of order, the Sand tribe immediately turned their backs and fled, not lingering for one bit. They retreated quickly and in the span of a few breaths, no one from the Sand tribe could be seen, only flurried tracks from the camels remained. It's our lord, he's here, Allery squealed, as the assassin and other members heaved a sigh of relief. You guys are late. A giant, metallic arm reached for the spear as its owner spoke in a booming voice. He had curly, wine-red hair, and a silvery unibrow. The expression on his face was extremely stern, commanding respect and intimidation. Our apologies, Lord Rogero, there were some circumstances on the road. The assassin's face turned slightly pale and spoke in a soft voice. Also, thank you for saving us, my lord. Allery's eyes held a tinge of adornment, but Rogero did not care the least. You bunch of useless creatures. Such a simple matter and you already can't deal with it. Moreover, Rogero's gaze seemed dazzling to Allery, as he looked from her face down to her belly, causing her to turn red. You were being followed and no one knew it, you group of fools. Rage began to replace the puzzled look on Rogero. Followed. No way. The female wizard looked blankly at the spear pointed at her, feeling flabbergasted. Soon after, she was stunned as she looked at her hands. The original jade-white skin now was covered in thick tumors filled with pus. As those tumors erupted, it caused her to wail loudly. White smoke rose from the body of the female wizard, and her blood-curdling screams struck fear into the heart of others. When the smoke had dissipated, the female wizard no longer stood there, but only a puddle of pus left on the sand. Frostfall. What happened? Allery. The assassin stared blankly ahead. What a venomous spell. Is it a curse-type magic or a poison element spell? Rogero squatted by the pool of pus, his expression extremely solemn. Right after I discovered a trace, it was decisively broken. The killer behind this is extremely cunning and cold-blooded, it'd be a worthy opponent, Allery. Only realizing what had happened now, the members all cried out in anguish. Especially Awur, who knelt to the ground, and seemed to have suffered a mental breakdown. Looking on, the assassin sighed. He had long since knew that Awur had feelings for Allery, but the female wizard had only set her sights on strong people, which left Awur feeling rather dejected. But now, the two of them will never be together. Is this a venomous curse-type magic by the Sand tribe? The assassin asked as he looked at the sand that left no corpse behind, a chill running through his spine. It's very likely not the Sand tribe, but the person that had followed you before you entered the desert. Rogero shook his head, and the spear in his hands whizzed in a whistling sound. Let's go. We can't waste any more time on this. The prophesied event is about to happen, we must reach Snowfall Valley before then. Yes, my lord. The assassin and the rest did not have any objections, and very soon set off on their journey. Only the sizzling pile of pus remained, as if reminding someone that it was once the life a high-ranked class which had perished. Rogero. Leylin walked out from the darkness in the distance. I've heard of this name before, he is a legendary that specializes in using spears. Having a high reputation amongst the western region, I never thought that he'd be here today. The gathering of weeping crows and the blood moon, it's soon approaching. I wonder how many experts who are blinded with greed will still be coming. Leylin raised his head and looked in the sky as he muttered, before vanishing from the spot. At this point, he no longer needed a guide. Because Frostfall Valley was in fact the sacred grounds of the Sand tribe, which they had protected for generations. When he appeared again, Leylin had entered the oasis. He looked around at the mess on the ground and picked a Sand tribe corpse from it. Very soon his eyes had flashed with various memory fragments. So it's there, spells which could retrieve memories were already considered rare, but this skill to do so from a corpse would shake the world. After getting the information he needed, Leylin formed a giant scorpion with the sand and looked towards a direction. He then sat on it and with the point of his finger, the sand scorpion began to sprint towards the direction as if it had life within its body. However, after arriving at Frostfall Valley, the ongoing scene still left Leylin somewhat flabbergasted. Corpses that filled the area for as far as the eye could see. Many of the Sand tribe members had numerous injuries on the bodies. Their faces carried rage, and even utter fear. It seemed like there were traces of a castle, but right now it had been destroyed by a powerful force and reduced to just a rubble. This doesn't seem to be the style of Rogero and his men. Leylin stroked his chin, and looked at a pair of corpses that had died while fighting each other. The Sand tribe warrior had a malevolent expression, as he gnawed off the throat of his opponent. The other party had plunged a dagger into the Sand warrior's skull, and his eyes were still moist, as if he had planned to sacrifice himself to kill his opponent. However, there was one thing that could not escape Leylin's eyes. The aura of death. Is this a necromancy-type magic? Leylin reached his hand out and grabbed a black gaseous matter above the corpse. It seems like a necromancer came here and raised the undead to wipe the forces of the Sand tribe here, a necromancer. It was a subclass of wizards, who fervently delved into the research of the physical body and spirit. They dealt with corpses every day and in the dark, they engaged in the research of souls which was a taboo. Their presence was unwanted second only to arcane wizards, but were still outcasted the same. However, a truly strong necromancer had prowess much stronger than peers at the same level. Their summons of the undead would be enough to trample and annihilate kingdoms. To crush the Sand tribe here with an undead army, this necromancer is very likely a legendary too. Leylin inhaled a deep breath and followed the trail of destruction into the valley. The further in he walked, the more he could see traces of a bitter battle. Occasionally, there were a piece of bone lying on the floor, seemingly from a broken undead skeleton. After entering the middle section, Leylin saw several figures. In the middle section of the valley was a huge field, as if the core of the Sand tribe. It was now a mountain of corpses. Several figures stood facing each other, seemingly in a confrontation. Rogero and his men were inside. Leylin even saw that legendary monk that he felt apprehensive about. The monk shifted a corpse into the ditch. The corpse had a soft body and eyes clear like water. Her eyes spoke of the desire to live. It was the female desert leader from earlier, but now all signs of life was not found. Someone else is here. Leylin's arrival roused the attention of others. They observed him with wariness in their eyes. Naturally, Leylin did not reveal his true features, but to use the image of Kukulkan. He wore a mask and dressed in black robes. His appearance was the manifest of evil. A faintly discernible trace of divine force surrounded the area, preventing all sorts of detections and probings. What an intense demonic aura! Rogero gripped the spear in his hands tightly, as faint sparks of lightning flashed at its tip. As for the monk, he put down the task he was doing and looked at Leylin in a hostile manner. Haha, I never thought that it'd be someone from our camp. Although there were several groups of people standing on the field, it was distinctly divided into two sides. The monk, Rogero, and a few paladins drew close to each other, which was evident that they had formed a camp together. As for the other side, they were a few powerful people who were alone. Most of them chose to mask their appearance like Leylin, and exuded an aura of evil as well. However, on the contrary of the opposing camp, the good alignment, these people did not trust each other as much and maintained their distance from one another. The person who spoke was a purple-haired woman who carried a snake-headed whip with 9 falls. Behind her stood several powerful people who too took up a very large headcount. I'm Avita, and I welcome you, my friend. I wonder who you are. The purple-haired woman's eyes were filled with doubt. After all, the number of legendaries were limited, and she should have recognized him. However, the vibe that Leylin gave off to her was extremely foreign and dangerous. This piqued the curiosity of the woman. If I'm able to bring this legendary stranger to our camp, our divine god will definitely give me a handsome reward. As she thought of this, her eyes were only more coquettish, and even her words sounded as if they were honey-coated, intoxicating and tantalizing. However, Leylin did not bother with her at all. Instead, he chose to walk to a corner and give off an unfriendly vibe. Damn it, is he blind? Avita could only curse him, and doubted her beautiful appearance. Well, now that we are opposing each other, there are simply no benefits to be gotten. Avita stared furiously at Leylin and stood out to speak to the good alignment camp. That skeleton demon has already entered the deeper parts. Do we have to fight here and let it take all of the benefits? Evidently, the evil faction still held the upper hand with numbers despite their lack of trust in one another. We're here to capture the skeleton demon Illyrio. The floating city is not our concern. The leader of the paladins was a middle-aged man wearing shining armor. He made his declaration in a low voice. Even paladins had to learn to compromise. If they, at this moment, begin to shout things like, "Eliminate all evil," the only outcome would be them being grinded to a pulp by the evil alignment. Cough, we want a certain item from the floating city. Rogero said, very well, although there are certain conflicts of interest, but it doesn't mean that we cannot mediate. Why don't we enter the floating city, and obtain the items we want to our own capabilities? Avita suggested. It was apparent that none of these people here wanted to take action with the absence of a tangible benefit. When two parties have close to equal strength, coming to an agreement was a common matter. Even though the opposing camp had not mentioned a word, the legendary monk quietly made his way to the deeper parts of the valley after burying the corpse. HNG. Avita snorted cutely with a satisfied expression, as she brought her men deeper in. The two parties too began to make their way in. Leylin followed casually behind the group and continued his thoughts. Skeleton demon. Iriol, that powerful legendary, I never thought that he would be here too. It seems like the castle earlier which had been reduced to a rubble was his doing. Judge, this was a lich. They were the pinnacle of necromancy, having abandoned their bodies and split their souls to obtain some degree of immortality. Some extremely powerful liches were even strong enough to face gods. Skeleton lich Illyrio was someone Leylin had heard of before. Rumor had it that an accidental leakage from one of his soul experiments had contaminated and killed half a kingdom. The paladins had put him on the wanted list, and he was an extremely vile existence that had to be wiped out at all costs. Not all legendary necromancers are liches, but all liches are legendary necromancers. His movements make him seem like he's a high-ranked legendary. Above rank 25, Leylin immediately marked the lich as the biggest threat to his operation. Avita looked around, suddenly asking, "The Dead Sea Scrolls passed down by our church indicate the floating city will appear deep in Frostfall Valley. Do you have any more information?" The group sunk into silence. Even if they had possessed the information, it wouldn't be revealed so easily. Rogero was the one who spoke in the end. "We have information from the esteemed diviner Frederick. Our location is even more vague. Then things are going to get troublesome. Illyrio has a partial inheritance from ancient arcanists, and probably knows more about the floating city than we do. He might even have entered the dimensional fortress. Already." Avita bit at her lips. Upon seeing this, Leylin shook his head inside. "Seems like they don't have accurate information either. Looks like I'm the one that knows more." He couldn't help but recall the time and location he'd decoded. It would be when the black crows cried out to the blood moon, within the Frostfall valleys slanting to the east of Cygnus. "It's about time." Leylin looked up, gazing into the horizon. The sun descended slowly, the light dimming. The temperature of the region dropped, as was the norm in the western desert. The daytime sun could roast people alive here, and the night could freeze them to death. Few could survive besides some like the Sand tribes. It's the right month and time. The location is slanting to the east of Cygnus. Based on astrology, that should be. Leylin's eyes twinkled as he immediately calculated the precise location of the floating city. If the skeleton lich obtained an arcanist inheritance as well, he should be lying in wait there. Since we know that it's deep within the Frostfall valleys in general, how about we split up in our search? Avita suggested at that exact moment. Sure. Rogero and his group of powerful elites from the good faction naturally didn't want to mix with an evil person like Leylin. They immediately agreed. The legendary monk showed his intent with action as well. Numerous figures scattered as they cast many detection spells, everything dazzling Leylin. Just as Leylin planned to head in a certain direction, an aroma traveled over as Avita followed close behind Leylin. "What is it? Do you wish to head that way, my lord?" I'll take a look. The floating city will create a huge ruckus when it appears anyway. Anyone will be able to find it within the valleys. Leylin would always decline invitations from this woman who might have been connected to the gods. But the people who enter first will still have better chances. Or am I wrong? Avita's beautiful eyes were trained on Leylin as she spoke, hinting at something. "Do you intend to go this way? I can leave it to you." Leylin rolled his shoulders back nonchalantly. This attitude caused Avita to feel doubtful. "Hee, how could I steal your path? I was just joking." She twisted her beautiful hips after she spoke, leading her powerful group away. It caused Leylin to blink. Has this woman discovered something? Rumble. All of a sudden, something happened. Bright, brilliant holy light rose from a direction, filling the skies and brimming with holiness and righteousness. "Illyrio, accept punishment of justice." A thick voice traveled all over, holding within a steel determination. It's a paladin, and a legendary one at that. Leylin and other evil ones had terror showing in their eyes as if they had met their natural enemy, while staring at the silver rays in the sky. "It's the judge. Quick, go there. He's discovered the lich." Other paladins cheered as they twisted the blades of light in their hands. As if trying to threaten him, they glanced over a few times like children that could now rely on their parents. Evidently, once their legendary judge took care of Illyrio, they definitely wouldn't mind wiping out this evil that was Leylin. "Kiki, Felbard, I see that you haven't died yet." The sound of a cold snicker could be heard. A dense wave of dead spirit clouds covered the skies that even the holy light could not penetrate through. Roar, along with the intense dragon roars and terrifying dragon aura, a tremendous bone dragon with two heads revealed a bit of itself from the clouds. "Die," the legendary paladin exclaimed, body burning with holy flames as the sword in his hands turned into a pillar of light, breaking the dark clouds apart. The dead spirit spread out, revealing a crystal skeleton with a black robe. The lich now stood at the head of the ancient dragon, and with a wave of his hands, countless bonds appeared to form a bone shield with skeletal decorations, withstanding the paladin's sudden attack. "It's him, Illyrio. That must be the place where the floating city is about to appear. Go." Immense energy undulations alarmed all of those powerful existences as they darted towards the place where the battle was. Damn it, he's so unprofessional at hiding. I was planning to lead a few away. Leylin sighed inside and headed in Illyrio's direction. That was the exact opposite direction he was planning to go towards. Leylin had intentionally made a wrong choice, hoping to cheat a few of the strong beings. Unfortunately, the appearance of this legendary paladin had spoiled his plans. On this day, nobody can obstruct me. After announcing something so huge, the fire in Illyrio's eyes blazed brighter as he extended his palm made of bones and caressed the head of the bone dragon. Legendary skeletal strengthening. Boost to legendary pet. Berserk spell rays were launched at the bone dragon. Roar. It burst out in an earth-shattering, angered snarl, and its terrifying dragon breath was launched, corroding everything in its way. A legendary dragon's breath. After seeing the attack, the legendary paladin immediately looked grim and covered himself with a milky white armor. Holy light protection. Holy light cross slash. A cross of pillars of light rose in the air, colliding violently with the bone dragon's breath and began to be consumed rapidly. The terrifying storm from a battle between two high-ranked legendary beings finally caused some fear amongst the surrounding powerful beings. It was only at this moment that they remembered the reputation of the skeletal lich and the legendary paladin. Of course, there were also some who proceeded forth fearlessly, and obviously those with similar strength. Even the pet is a legend. As expected of a high-ranked one, Leylin moved forward unhurriedly, getting closer and closer to the center of the battle. Terrifying waves of wind swept through the area, but that did not even result a crease in his clothing. You are indeed powerful. I'm sorry, but I think I might need your help later. Avita now looked extremely grim. The black-robed people behind her all came in front while taking turns to block the stray ripples from the battle. After seeing Leylin dealing with the situation without issue, she immediately drew close to him with a charming smile. My goal is also the floating city, so there's no way we can work together. The spoils won't be easy to split. Leylin apathetically shook his head to reject her. You never know. My target isn't the entire floating city. Besides, the people there will need us to work with them to cope. Avita's serpent head whip pointed at the paladins and monk ahead, looking relaxed. Crap. However, at this moment, Leylin's expression suddenly changed as he retreated by a large distance. What's going on? Avita looked puzzled, and soon felt a surge of spatial force crashing to her body, causing her to be sent flying while coughing blood. The few black-clothed beings in front of her had been burnt to ashes under the immense force, and nothing was left behind. Rumble. The lich and paladins who were in battle in midair simultaneously stopped, and then flew back by a large distance. A powerful spatial storm that formed a tornado began to wreak havoc on the area. Leylin looked up at the moon in the sky, which now had a bloody red creeping all over it. When the black crows cry out to the blood moon, it is time, the floating city will soon do a spatial leap here. I never expected the storm formed before the appearance would be so violent. Shadow City, it's the floating city. My floating city is finally about to appear. The skeleton lich Leo burning gaze was fixed on the core of the spatial storm, the fire in his eyes blazing brightly. Rumble. The air trembled and the earth thundered, and the frostfall valleys lamented as if unable to take on the pressure. Whether those of the good or evil factions, they all gazed up after retreating a large distance, watching the miraculous scene of the appearance of the floating city. The stars that filled the skies seemed to lose all their luster, and it was as if a supernova was born in the sky as a star more dazzling than any other descended, enveloping the world with color. *BZZT. BZZT. Terrifying spatial undulations spread in all directions and in the blink of an eye created a gigantic and deep pit in the ground. The shadow of a dimensional plane loomed over, as if there was a single point of it trying to fuse with the prime material plane. Even while it was a tiny dot, that was only in comparison between the sizes of two worlds. The tiny point that linked the two unceasingly increased till it formed the figure of the floating city. This was a large base that was a hemisphere. The shadows of the roofs of many buildings could be seen, forming a large human city. In the Nether Arcanist era, the floating city not only was the main area for arcanists, but also a large city and social hub. It could easily fit 100,000 people without it getting crowded. The four elemental plane seemed to have opened a special energy channel as immense energy surged and whistled forward. It was as if the end of the world for the western desert. If not for there being few people here already, there might have been a terrifying catastrophe or deaths here. After goodness knew how long, the astounding storm finally dissipated, and everything calmed down. A dark shadow was projected to the ground, hiding the glow from the stars and the moon. Leylin looked up and found a large shadow. This was the base of the floating city. This immense and vast city had now completely descended into the prime material world. Watching the large body of the city as well as the bright arcane runes, the whole world seemed to stop breathing. Deathly silence. In that moment, even the legends on the ground sunk into a temporary silence. Kiki, my floating city. Leo was the first to react, riding his bone dragon mount and pouncing towards the city. Dream on. The legendary paladin obviously could not just watch as he got to the city and soared up high as if stepping on air, body moving rapidly. We're going to. That's the floating city, and the only one in the world of gods. It's the crystal of the nether arcane civilization. Other legends also began to get restless. In that moment, within the floating city where nobody seemed to be around, sparks flickered within a certain control room. Lights gathered to form flower elves that were around 10 centimeters tall. The little faces now looked stiff as they spat out in a robotic tone. Dimensional leap completed. Damage to floating city at 1.77%. Energy consumed at 75.99%. Activating maintenance procedures. After which, a glaring red alarm sounded as a layer of screen projections showed Leo outside. He had his bone dragon pet fight against the legendary paladin while he headed towards the city, and was right about to enter the city's territory. Discovered intruder. Strength at grade A3, determined to be high-rank legendary. Activating energy membrane. Beep. Energy membrane damaged at 52.33%, unable to be activated. Changed to automatic defensive mode. Activating magic missiles with automatic calibration and firing. With the commands from the intellectual core, the armors at the sides of the floating city opened up to reveal steel cannons that were like a beehive. In that instant, the floating city turned into a large porcupine. Target calibrated. Launching magic missiles. Boom. A boiling hot white energy of pillar whistled as it shot out of the cannon, arriving before the skeleton lich in a moment. Oh, shit. The skeleton lich somehow managed to show immense fear on his expression. *TZZTZZ. After the glowing white rays, there was no sign of the lich left whatsoever. It can't be. That's a high-ranked legend. The terrifying might of the cannon finally scared off the greedy legends. Only then did they remember what made the floating city so terrifying. This is only the automatic cannons without a legendary arcanist working it. The most powerful dimensional cannon of laws and pure energy defensive membrane has yet to appear. Leylin gazed up at the floating city that was showing off its strength, the fervor in his eyes becoming more obvious. But that bone dragon hasn't disappeared. Seems like Leo isn't a high-ranked legend for nothing. Leylin noticed this and slowly retreated without leaving traces behind. Whoosh! Now, white light flickered. A layer of bone powder turned into a gale and blew by the area Leo had disappeared. The ashes from his bones converged to form a crystal skeleton. Tisk tisk. Thankfully, I still had a substitute. This amount of strength is as expected of the floating city. Leo floated in the air but no longer had the guts to just enter. He used the joint in his wrist to and used his palm to support his chin, the fire in his eyes dimming. It's getting difficult. Even with the dimensional leap consuming most of its energy reserves, just the least powerful automatic defenses can't be broken through by legend as long as the intellectual core exists. If I don't obtain control over the floating city soon, the personifications of the gods will definitely strike out. Things will be troublesome then. Leo gritted his teeth. It's a pity that I only obtained a portion of the inheritance of the arcanists and didn't become one. If not, at this moment, the floating city produced a loud rumble. Within the core control room, the personification of the core that were the flower elves had screens that appeared before them, gathering images of the people below. Beep. Discovered arcanists. Activating transmission mode. Starting spell formation to receive them. Numerous screens shifted till they locked onto two beings. One had a silver mask and looked extremely mysterious, and it was Leylin, who was planning to make his move. The other was actually Roglo. Rumble. With the sound, a bridge of light shot out from the top of the highest building of the floating city, landing on Leylin and Roglo who were caught unprepared. With a flash of light, the two disappeared. Huh, what's going on? Avita froze. Crap, the two that disappeared should have been arcanists. The master of the floating city must have set up a certain procedure for his legacy. Only when arcanists appear will the floating city take them in and even transfer the authority to control it. Leo now looked very anxious. What do I do? What do I do? Just when Leo was gritting his teeth, a new situation broke out at the ground. I have no choice, God. Avita closed her eyes, and the next time she opened them, there were now a pair of dark golden eyes. A tremendous might had descended into her body. The personification of a god has descended. So she used the method of having the god possess her body. Has a god already found out about this place? How quick? God. The guards Evita had brought along, who were lucky enough to survive, quickly knelt. We can't let other organizations get control of the city. They've activated a spatial channel, which means there's a hole in their tight defenses. I'll send you right in, so find it at all costs. Evita spoke unhurriedly, and a faint goddess image appeared behind her. Mighty divine force turned into a terrifying wave that swept those black-clothed people into the city. The consumption like this must be terrifying, because once all this was done, Evita passed out and crumbled to the ground. Now's the moment, it's a good chance. Making his mind, a rhombus-shaped red-blue metal tile was shattered and formed spatial force. This allowed Elio to go along the gods' tiers and enter the city. Dazzling divine force rays flickered on the legendary monk and paladin, allowing them to enter the floating city. Is this the inside of the floating city? Leylin's eyes blinked open as he took in his surroundings. Yes, welcome to Shadow City, where the flowers of the nether arcanists never wither. A flower elf projected itself in front of him, flapping the translucent double wings behind it as it surrounded Leylin. Congratulations, Arcanist. You have obtained a chance to inherit the floating city and all knowledge of the mighty great silver hand. Chance? Yes. As two have been determined to be qualified, one of you will inherit the floating city. The flower elf spoke primly, obviously carrying out the will of the original master loyally. Speak. What is to be done? It was impossible for this intellectual core to go against its procedures. Besides, this floating city was not a ruins of the past, and since the flow of information and firewalls were still intact, using his mind and the AI chip to invade it would be just stupid. This was why Leylin went straight to the point. This is the floating city's core energy room, and also where the Mai's energy core is. The flower elf showed an image. This was within an empty room, where there was a floating ball emitting lights that showed the heat it emitted. Test. This is your current location. The fairy showed Leylin a map, indicating his current position within the floating city. You must compete with the other qualified person. The first to reach the power room will obtain the authority over the Mai's energy core. That will allow you to take control of the floating city and get control over the core. The fairy's bright eyes were trained on Leylin, voice robotic. Please take note. Master has set up various hindrances along the way, and, because I do not have enough power, a few invaders have entered the floating city. Scenes flashed and separated into smaller squares, allowing Leylin to see the skeleton lich, legendary paladin, monks and other people. Have a few worms snuck in as well. With the floating city's own defensive strength, there should be a few specific methods or gods acting in the shadows that allowed them to break through the outer defenses of the city. Leylin grinned, thinking back to Rogero, who had also been chosen. I never expected this. A legendary with a reputation for his combat skills also has the strength of an arcanist. Rogero, you've cheated a whole continent. Pretty good, but unfortunately, you met me. Even if it was just a conjecture, Leylin knew what the floating city's master had planned. It was definitely something to do with testing the power of arcanists. He was now a legendary arcanist. Even in the Netheral era, he had about the same strength as the master of the city, which made him qualified to enter the Arcanist Elder Union and obtain his own floating city. He was obviously unafraid. On the other hand, Rogero too had become a legendary based on his combat skills. However, even with training hard in private, his arcanist ranking wouldn't be that high. In this area, Leylin could overlook his opponent. The most important thing right now is to get control over the city before the gods react. Leylin took a look at the map that the fairy projected, and the AI chip recorded everything before choosing the most suitable route. You who are qualified, I hope you can succeed in becoming my master. The fairy glanced at Leylin's back, and then gradually disappeared. After walking through a path styled in a futuristic, sci-fi way, Leylin entered a drawing room. Chi-Chi. Two magic golems that looked like monkeys stood in wait, large robotic eyes shooting out red lights. Gatekeepers. Even with the AI chip choosing the most optimal route, I need to pass through at least 20 stages. I need to quicken my speed. Leylin did not stop walking and walked in between the two puppets, figure disappearing into the path. After he left, the two magic golems exploded into pieces. At the other side, Rogero was advancing quickly, his lance emitting terrifying chi as he ripped a steel door apart. An opportunity. The best opportunity. Rogero's eyes blazed. I've hidden my arcanist inheritance for so long, and I finally have this chance. The floating city will definitely be mine. At this thought, the image of his competitor showed up in his mind as his emitted a bloodthirsty air. I must get the floating city. All who get in my way must die. Compared to the test that the two of them got, the other invaders were treated poorly. Boom, boom. There's so much wealth from ancient civilization, and every single item is priceless. The price of one would be enough to purchase half of a large city. Why do you still keep chasing after me? Elio turned and yelled, sounding distressed. Destroying evil is the role the heavens have given to me. Did you think mere greed over wealth can confuse me? The paladin looked resolute as he followed behind relentlessly, causing the skeleton lich to have to run tirelessly and feel annoyed. Usually, he could just turn back and fight 300 rounds with the paladin. With the floating city and remains of historical civilization for him to explore here, having to waste his energy on fighting caused Elio to feel his heart bleeding. Just you wait. He knew that paladins had brains like concrete, and could only come up with ways to eliminate him. Beep. Detected invader. Automatically activating defense mode. Activating metal golems. Once the two entered a plaza, a robotic voice sounded out. A large gate suddenly opened as a puppet with armor walked out. Many energy fields surrounded it, causing the skeleton lich and paladin to sense immense danger. They could not help but stop in their tracks. It's the metal golem, the legendary golem. The lich sounded as if he was sighing in awe. Such a high-ranked golem is the top secret of the Netheril arcanists. Wizards now can't create imitations of it. Boom. After this, however, the skeleton lich could no longer laugh. The golem instantly vanished in an instant, and the next time it reappeared, it was behind Elio, large steel fist aimed at his head. So fast, it's almost like instant shifting. Is this really a golem? Spells flashed continuously at Elio's body as he quickly set up several bone walls, the bone spurs and bone lances shooting towards the key areas of the golem and bringing with them great gusts of wind. Crackle. The many attacks reached the defensive surface layer of the metal golem and created sounds like rainfall, and then scattered. Rumble. Ka-cha. The golem cared not for these attacks and raised its huge fist, preparing to strike at the bone wall. There was a huge whistling sound in the air, and the bones flew everywhere. A defense that a lich had formed with all his strength actually was completely destroyed under this attack. Boom. By the time the legendary paladin arrived, all he saw was the lich embedded into the wall. He was perfectly printed onto the wall, neck twisted at a very odd angle. If he was alive, he would long since have died. Even if he was a lich, the fire in his eyes had dimmed quite a bit, and he was evidently gravely injured. You monster full of evil. Prepare to be judged by justice. Upon seeing this, the paladin heaved a deep sigh of relief, both hands raising the large sword that signified light and judgment. Beep. Enemy discovered. However, before the paladin's sword could fall, a metal golem had already arrived behind him, electronic eyes emitting dangerous red rays. For legendary metal golems, there could be liches or paladins, but all were invaders and needed to be exterminated. If Leylin had been here, he would have exclaimed, such high technology. Or, transformers, but unfortunately, the paladin with an inflexible mind did not have so many stray thoughts. In his eyes, metal golems like these were not much better than demons of the abyss or devils of hell. Beep. Enemy scan to be model of paladin. Activating extermination plan number 2. Activating extreme gravity engine. Activating nuclear furnace. The steel golem made sounds that the paladin could not understand, then spread its arms. Boom. The gravity around suddenly increased, and the ground caved in, now seeming extremely solid. The chest area of the golem opened up to reveal a red-hot furnace that rotated in a turbine, producing a frightening whir. What monster is this? Noticing that his attack at full power had been easily blocked, his exemplary sword that was almost legendary grade melted in the furnace at the golem's chest. No matter how strong his mind was, the paladin now held hints of despair. A similar scene could be witnessed at various parts of the city. The outsiders who had entered without permission were now under terrifying attacks, and there already were casualties. After all, the floating city was a nest of the great arcanists of ancient times, so how could they just allow enemies to barge in? At this moment, other guests had also arrived outside the city. I never thought, even with the consumption from dimensional leaping, the defenses of the floating city is still so terrifying. The divine force that the body I'm possessing can amass is nearly depleted. Avita opened her eyes, gazing at the large floating city while looking expectant. However, this relaxed look only maintained for a moment. Evita quickly turned to the other side. Her Highness, Mistra, and others, we meet again. A young girl dressed in black walked out from the shadows, having the dignity and coldness that only gods possessed. She gazed at the empty area next to her, looking hostile. Golden lights flashed, and numerous orc gods also appeared. They were all avatars, causing fear to appear in Evita's eyes. For true gods to descend into the prime material plane, there was the most dangerous true body saintly form, as well as an avatar in possessing a body. An avatar was a clone formed of divine force and godhood, while possessing a body would require taking the body of a follower. In comparison, possessing the body might be safe, but the power could not compare to an avatar. After the hall meeting of the gods, there have been few gatherings between many gods. An elderly being wearing white, scholarly attire had a wise look in his eyes. This was Ogma, the god of knowledge and a powerful greater god. After all, this has to do with arcanists and the floating city. The other gods all went quiet, focusing on the weave goddess, Mistra. Banishment, arcanist civilization must never be allowed to be revived. That is the bottom line. Mistra announced first. The many gods who had gathered revealed a tacit understanding. While they were confident that their avatars could enter the floating city, they were still afraid of the enemy. Who knew if there were traps specifically meant for gods, left behind by the great arcanist in the city? It's not advisable to go against it for too long. How about we? However, just as Ogma broke the silence, an astounding change happened in the city. Dazzling rays enveloped the city and teleportation rays filled the area, causing it to seem translucent. Dimensional leap. No, it's a random teleportation. Stop it. The many gods quickly made their moves, using powerful divine force to form a golden sealing web. However, they were too late. The floating city completely vanished, leaving behind gods exchanging gazes. A while ago, near the core power testing room, Rogero stared hard at the blue test tube in front of him, looking nervous. The expectations that the great arcanist had for his successor are a little too much. Even as a high-ranked arcanist, it's still too difficult to successfully brew the mild blue light potion. Thankfully, I have this. Rogero placed a white crystal under the test tube, and in the moment that it made contact with the test tube, the crystal instantly heated up. A stabilizing potion that increased chances of success by 50%. The Dream Stone, Sage Abafeld. Success or failure shall be decided in this moment. Rogero took a deep breath and placed another pipette at the mouth of the test tube. If the potion turns blue, that means it's a success. If not, it's a failure. There's only one step till I get the inheritance. Rogero prayed the most devoutly he ever had in his whole life. Whatever god you are, please bless me. If I can succeed this time, I will become your most pious follower. It was unclear if a remote god had favored him, or if this was luck. The moment after the pipette dripped a bit of the potion, the entire test tube began to boil. Thick liquid boiled and kept changing color, till it stabilized to a faint blue. At the beginning, the blue was not stable, and Rogero could feel cold sweat beating on his forehead. However, the dream stone that was like white crystal emitted white rays that enveloped the entire test tube. The mild blue potion stabilized, and he immediately looked elated. It's a success. He quickly darted over to the crystal door with a large vertical pupil carved in and splashed the freshly made mild blue light potion onto the eye. *TSS. After the potion made contact with the eye, it was as if sponge met water as it was absorbed. Rogero looked nervous as he waited for the results, feeling uneasy and nervous. Beep. Brewing of mild blue light potion is successful. Time seemed to pass slowly, but it also seemed to be mere seconds. When the robotic voice sounded, Rogero could not help but give a whoop of delight. Rumble. The eye rolled and produced the mechanical sound of unlocking. The large door slowly opened, revealing a path straight to the power room. Haha, I've succeeded. Rogero roared in his excitement. As expected, there aren't many arcanists left around. That black-clothed person might be an arcanist, but his ranking can't be higher than mine. I definitely was the one to pass the test first, so I'll get full control. While looking emotional, Rogero's footsteps never slowed. The path was short. With his speed, he quickly reached the core power room and saw the Mai's energy core that was continuously providing the floating city with strength, floating in the air. Haha, as expected, I was the quickest. Upon seeing that nobody was around, Rogero could not hold himself back and chuckled loudly. Mine. The ancient floating city, the remains of the great arcanist and all the arcanists, treasures all. Mine and mine alone. Rogero looked expectant as he headed to the My's energy core. He looked moved and greedy as he reached his trembling right hand out. The fairy appeared nearby, watching on expressionlessly. Intellectual core, hand over control to me. Rogero shouted, as the master, I'll definitely treat you well, beep. The fairy nodded expressionlessly, and the flooring under the My's energy core opened up to reveal something like a control desk. A purple crystal flickered with dazzling rays above. Good job. Rogero laughed heartily and his right hand reached forward. However, just a centimeter away from the purple crystal, something happened. Glaring rays surged and enveloped his body. These were spell rays from a teleportation spell formation. The high-ranked legendary arcane spell, Dimensional Banishment. No, my everything. Rogero looked unresigned as he vanished, leaving behind his voice that echoed in the empty secret room. Aha! He took so long to get here. I waited so long. A transparent human figure walked over from a corner of the secret room. The illusion on his body gradually disappeared. This was Leylin. He was now yawning, looking nonchalant. He couldn't even recognize the dimensional banishment trap. Ha! To think he was a high-ranked arcanist. Looks like there's something wrong with his inheritance. I'm pretty sure it's incomplete, but even if he recognized it, the way to get rid of this legendary spell is for it to work once. He made me wait for so long. Leylin looked dissatisfied. Only a legendary great arcanist like you can detect the arcane spell trap that Master set up. The fairy now bowed low to Leylin. While I'd already confirmed that only you, who is also a legendary great arcanist, can take over the city that is the glory of the Netheril era, I had to do this for procedure's sake. Please be understanding, it's nothing much, proceed with the transferring of authority please. There might be more variables from the passing of time. Leylin headed to the control desk. The dimensional banishment spell had now been completely removed. The My's energy core, rumors have it that any item that touches it will be hit with something like a legendary disjunction spell and crumble into numerous particles. How powerful can this be? Leylin sighed, right index finger touching the purple crystal. Beep. Confirmation of qualified person. Beginning transferring of control. The fairy cooperated with the operation. Leylin felt that his self linked with the entire city, and that it seemed to become part of his body, and he could even see scenes of the invaders. Beep. Obtained control over floating city. Supplementary scan ongoing. The AI, Chip's voice sounded. With its help, Leylin could easily control the floating city. In terms of his proficiency, he immediately reached the level of the original owner. The energy reserves are at less than 50%, and there are also divine force undulations detected outside. Leylin looked at the report and frowned slightly. Fairy, begin preparations to teleport floating city. Activate concealing spell formations and spatial location confusion spell formations, Leylin commanded. Understood, Master. The previous master always called me Shaylin, but you can call me something else. The exquisite face of the fairy broke out in a smile and carried out his order. Also, send me to these locations. I still need to take care of a few worms before teleporting. Leylin waved his arms high-spiritedly, but at this moment, his expression changed. A strange beast-skin scroll automatically floated from his dimensional pouch. The seals that Leylin had put on had all cracked. The My's energy core emitted terrifying energy undulations, creating a pillar of light the size of a thumb at the middle, shining on the scroll all of a sudden. The energy that could break up all matter did not cause the scroll to be damaged, but the luster on it grew more dazzling as it slowly opened up. It revealed an arcane spell model that was so complicated it was terrifying. Beep. Discovered high-rank arcane spell model. To scan, the AI, Chip asked. Yes. With Leylin's order, the AI, Chip immediately scanned and recorded the model. After which, the scroll seemed to be done with its mission and rolled itself back. As expected, this scroll isn't something dead but contains some will of distorted shadow. In Leylin's tests, the scroll obviously sealed something amazing. If it were opened suddenly, it might result in terrifying contamination or curses. But now, under the radiation from the only My's energy core in the continent, this seemed to be the correct way to open it. He had been given a terrifyingly complicated arcane spell model. Leylin took a look at the AI, Chip's taskbar. As the spell model was exceedingly large and difficult, the effects and abilities still needed time to be deciphered. The only thing Leylin could confirm was that this spell had a very high grade. The price for all these arrangements and even giving me my bloodline ability is finally showing itself. Leylin looked solemn, but his eyes were now full of bloodlust and violence all mixed together. What are you standing there for? Teleport quickly. Leylin yelled at the fairy who seemed to have been scared stupid. Annihilation. Leylin knew the principle of equal exchange. However, seeing some of the tricks Distorted Shadow had pulled on the sly, he was left in a bad mood. At this moment, he decided to vent all of his anger on the intruders. The teleportation light shone, and Leylin's body vanished. As for the intruders in the different parts of the floating city, they were about to meet their maker. It was a complete mess at the arcane field. The metal golem's head was missing a huge chunk, and the right arm was ripped off. As for the energy core, it stopped functioning completely. Even though it stood still, but that malevolent and dangerous feeling still radiated from its body, striking fear into the hearts of others. Pant, thank you. The legendary paladin half knelt on the ground in the middle of a pool of blood. He was grievously injured. Cough, saving someone from dying and banishing evil, cough, is what we were born for. This was the monk from before, but his injuries were far more severe. His chest had already lost a huge piece of flesh, and blood flowed from his lips endlessly. Even with the constant healing spells, it was impossible to restore his body to a fighting state. The floating city is really this strong? Just one metal golem and it's so troublesome, the paladin sighed, apprehension still in his eyes. He fought a bitter and losing battle with the golem earlier. If not for the sudden appearance of the monk, who used his tough body to take on most of the hits, he would have died a long time ago. Hey, and me? Why haven't you thanked me? The crystal head of the skeleton lich began to chatter. Under extreme danger, he put all past feuds behind him and chose to team up with the other two. After an arduous battle they had won, but this demon was unlucky, left with only its head intact. At the moment, the paladin gritted his teeth and stood up before walking over. Banish all evil. Damn, we were allies mere moments ago, how can you just about face? The lich began to wail, help, save me. In actuality, he wasn't afraid at all. As long as his phylactery survived, he could resurrect after death. It just required a very long time. Forgive me, even if we worked together, to eliminate evil is my calling. The paladin stood in front of the lich, holy light forming a sword in his hand. Scram. Teleportation light flashed at that moment, and the paladin grew stupefied as he was knocked away. I'm in a very bad mood right now. Tell me, how do you all want to die? Leylin walked out in the silver mask, looking at the three injured people like a god of death. This made Leo feel as if he had met a demigod being in the distant past. Intense, overbearing evil that can devour everything whole. It's that legendary from the evil camp. Now that he has control over the floating city's teleportation portals, does it mean that the authorization has been handed over to him? The crystal skull on the floor tumbled several rounds before stopping, the dark fire in its eyes stopped flickering. What an intense evil, the magnitude now is countless times more than before, had he just been putting up a front all these while. The pupils of the paladin and the monk narrowed, as they tracked the item that they were struck by. It was the decapitated heads of the other contenders inside the floating city. You are the only intruders left. After disposing the lot of you I will begin the transfer of authority. Leylin's features were hidden under his mask, so no one knew his current expression. Only his pair of eyes could be seen, cold and indifferent, as if it could freeze the soul of one who looked into his eyes. The evil black light covered the grounds. Compared to him, the aura of the demon seemed like a kiddie item. Cough. Have the others been slain by you? The paladin coughed, time to time spitting blood from his lips. Most of them had perished under the arcane traps. As for the rest, they have been done in by me. It's only you three left. An icy killing intent was prominent in Leylin's voice. Suddenly, he appeared behind the legendary monk. You possess the most threat amongst the three of them, so, let me invite you to go to hell. Leylin's right hand seemed to turn into a pair of devilish claws which tore through the hardened defense of the monk, reaching for the heart directly. Before this trip, I felt the restlessly during one of my meditation, as if some great evil was about to be born, hence I followed my heart and was directed to the western desert. Droplets of blood dripped down, momentarily taking away the pain seen on the monk's face. He inhaled violently, as if pacing back and forth through death's doors. I originally thought that it was the descent of the floating city, which would bring great destruction to the world. But I know now it was due to your existence. the monk struggled to force the words out of his parched lips. Too much nonsense. Leylin clenched his fist, and the monk's heart was shattered into countless bits. Dead, the paladin in Elio's eyes dimmed, as if seeing something unbelievable happening within minutes. Even if I have to ignite my soul, I have to stop the evil in this world. The next moment, the monk's eyes, which had dulled, violently opened, and emitted light rays even stronger than the sun. His right palm now took on a golden hue as he gently pushed out. The force felt even stronger than being crushed by a mountain, and even the air was pushed away. It was unstoppable. Legendary technique Vajra's palm. Boom. The golden palm pushed through the phantom behind Leylin's back and turned the construct behind into smithereens. You're not bad, huh, old man? Is this the legendary ability life after death? You are indeed a powerful and gifted monk. Even after your body is destroyed, you are able to sustain life for a period of time. The monk's life was extremely tenacious, and now with this legendary ability, even if his heart was taken and having sustained grave injuries from before, he could still produce such a might. Giving your all to beat me, huh? Why do I feel like a final boss like the great demon king in the novels of my past life? Leylin squinted his eyes, and saw all of the righteousness represented behind the palm of the monk. A pity that an attack of this magnitude, it's not enough to hurt me, Leylin mocked, as his nostrils flared. Let me put you into utter despair. The floating city can never land in his hands, if not the world will enter even more suffering. The paladin now too struggled to get up. The final holy buff, radiant rays shone on the paladin, and stopped all of his injuries in their tracks. Very soon, a sword made of light appeared on his hands. In the name of righteousness, the paladin held his sword up high, the energy swirling into a violent gale. Divine intervention. The radiant sword made of holy light carried the intent of killing as it sealed Leylin's retreat route. Blazing point. Vajra's palm. The monk ignited all of his life force into blazing fuel. The palm which covered the skies seemed to be able to incinerate anything in its path. The demon Elio, who was lying at the side, had an extremely unsightly expression. He knew that against this wave of destructive attacks, if he was in Leylin's shoes, there would be irreversible damage caused. I've already mentioned it, there's no use. Under Leylin's mask, there seemed to be lamentation. Right now, I am not someone you guys can oppose. Against these ultimate attacks, Leylin indifferently raised his hands. Time, be still. Su**. At this instance, the dust stopped in midair, and the air grew thick and dense. Even those attacks which could destroy heaven and earth were stopped. Buzz. After Elio regained his consciousness, he only saw the two corpses of the other two legendary beings shattered into pieces. That moment earlier. No, this is an arcane spell at the legendary rank, the divine ability of the legends that can stop time. Only legendary ranked arcanists can cast this spell, Time Stop. He is actually a legendary ranked arcanist. Haven't people of this caliber perished a long time ago? Has he survived since the Mise period? The dark flame in Elio's eyes continuously flickered, as if struggling with his thoughts. The performance that Leylin displayed earlier had scared him. I can only stop time in this region, it's still a mile away from fully controlling time. However, power like this is still extremely intoxicating. It is indeed an arcane spell from the limits of rank 8. I could even feel a strand of the laws of time, Leylin exclaimed inwardly, before walking to the demon. Subjugation, or death. Subjugation, ha ha ha, you're very strong, at the legendary arcanist level, and also control the floating city. However, to want me, skeleton demon, one who has a kingdom of undead army, one who has survived 3 holy wars and participated in numerous holy wars that even gods had transcended and used human vassals, me, the great demon king, Elio, to subjugate. Ha ha ha. As if hearing something hilarious, the mouth of the skull continuously clacked, evidently in a mocking tone. Phylactery, is that right? Leylin spoke blandly, leaving Elio unamused. Leylin had been of good mind to take him under his wing. After all, this was a legendary expert who could fight many experts at once. He was a treasure trove of knowledge, and a talent in the research of spell models. Most importantly, he was aligned evil, so there was a possibility of him aiding Leylin. Alright, I'll admit that you are very strong, but so what? As long as you're unable to find my phylactery, the most you can do is kill me. Elio put on a front like a dead pig who was unafraid of boiling water. Nope, I can choose to seal you for eternity and prevent you from committing suicide and therefore, resurrecting. Leylin's shoes stepped on the crystal skull. Elio immediately discovered that his connection with the weave had been completely disconnected. He could not even kill himself now. Wait a minute. Under such extreme terror, Leo finally let up. After all, being sealed was not a fun thing. Moreover, if there weren't anyone to break to seal later on, it was equivalent to dying. Although I could have coaxed you, but you gave me a pretty good suggestion. Leylin smiled as he sealed the crystal skull, mockery in his eyes. Phylactery, huh? As the highest achievement of a necromancer, the Lich had chosen to store his soul into the phylactery, and obtain eternal life as long as the phylactery was intact. Even after death, it could resurrect through the phylactery. As for the phylactery, it was the most protected secret and the life essence of the necromancers. They would store it in the safest of havens, some even with detection and prophecy type spells. To put it in another way, if the phylactery was in the hands of another, the Lich would be completely controlled, unless it sought death. It's unafraid because of the phylactery, huh? Leylin stroked his chin. With the techniques in the world, finding the phylactery of a Lich necromancer is extremely difficult. But, in the field of soul research, Leylin had obviously surpassed the world of God's standards. After all, he had the accumulation of knowledge from a completely different world. Moreover, in this demonic life transfer, he saw many familiar things. This type of life transfer, together with soul transfer, and also arcanists, no, there are traces of magus spells in this. It seems like the wizards here have absorbed some knowledge from the magus world. Although I don't have a spiritual connection to the magus world, I can still identify traces of it through this clone, not to mention I have dreamscape vision to peer into its most innermost thoughts. Leylin now looked at Leo in pity. He couldn't kill himself even if he wanted to. Through the Mai's core, Leylin teleported into the control room. Master. The flower genie flew to Leylin's side and rested on his shoulders. The intruders have been completely wiped. Energy required for the activation of teleportation portal is complete, the flower genie reported in a rather upbeat tone. Alright, begin to move. Make sure to mask the coordinates of the space. I don't want those gods to find me. Leylin waved his hand, before beginning to operate the teleportation system of Floating City. The way Leylin handled the operations expertly left the flower genie blushing. The other gods are arriving now. Too bad, they're late. Leylin smirked as he looked at the screen monitor. He operated the floating city and easily broke through the seals of the gods, disappearing from the Frostfall valleys. He actually got away. Ogma's avatar looked at Mystra, as a golden light flashed in his eyes. Prophetic spells are not working. It seems like the person is very used to the functions of the floating city. To be able to control the floating city this quickly, he must definitely be a great arcanist. I never thought that someone from the Mai's period is still around. It's a problem that you must handle now, Mystra. The gods broke into fervent discussion, venting their frustrations on the goddess of the weave. Mystra inhaled a deep breath before explaining, everyone here witnessed the fall of Netheril. I can guarantee you, not one legendary arcanist managed to survive it. No matter what, this is your job. I hope that you'll be able to handle this matter well, a golden orc spoke. At this moment, the other gods were watching on with a degree of schadenfreude. Mystra had always been too powerful, and now that she had suffered a blow, it was time for them to vent their frustrations. Many of the divine conscients held their discussion in midair before dispersing into different directions, leaving behind Mystra, who looked on at the direction of where the floating city disappeared. In a quiet space of void, with boundless darkness surrounding it, the air current whistled violently, as a floating city quietly sat on the turbulent air currents. This was the outer membrane of the physical world, where many half-dimensions were produced and destroyed. Even gods found it difficult to follow every space that was created in the outer region. Shaylin, send me another report of the energy stored in the armory stock. Leylin sat in the control room and asked the flower genie. Yes, master. Currently, the floating city has 12.77% of energy reserves. The Mai's core will be able to regain its lost energy approximately the time of 271 hourglass trickles. Furthermore, there are damages suffered to the external parts of the floating city, and the 23.7% of the firearms are unable to be used. There are 2 missing legendary ranked golems, and one which has stopped operating as the damage is over 50%. The flower genie also pulled an image, which was the golem that the legendary ranked paladin and the monk had defeated. Right now, it had already been returned to the storage and the many golem constructs had been working to repair it, but the progress was extremely slow. Apart from all these, there are 3 main cannons which engages in the laws of secondary energy, 347 homing cannons, and 239,812 other various cannons. 80% of them are able to function normally, and 2 of the main cannons have damages amounting to over 20%. As for magic golems, the arcane garden, the flower genie displayed every aspect of the floating city, which left Leylin nodding his head in satisfaction. This is really a fortress which can rival that of a divine kingdom in its prime. However, it's not as its full capabilities yet. The floating city now had suffered damages and its energy reserves were lacking. Leylin would definitely not choose to use it now to war gods with casualties on both sides. He had a better use for the floating city. Master, that lich has woken now, and kept crying about wanting to see you after sensing something. The fairy reported. Oh, it seems like he has realized it, bring him in. Leylin beckoned. Seconds later, a golem walked into the hall with loud thudding on the floor. It carried a giant silver tray. On this tray lay a crystal skull, artistic like an ornament, with 2 dark glows in its eyes. Skeleton Lich Elio, will you finally subjugate? Leylin toyed with a purple gold coin in his hands as he asked in a teasing manner. My phylactery, how could you find? The lich wailed. He might have very well attacked Leylin if not for the seal. Elio, I have to admit this is rather clever. You made the phylactery a metal coin of nobility, and even put it in the hands of a coins collector. It took me some effort to find him and to have it handed over. Leylin raised the coin in his hand. It was an ancient coin from the previous dynasty, and there were archaic carvings on the edges. The previous owners had kept it with great care, and the reflection of the light on the coin was dazzling. Nobody would believe that this was actually a phylactery of a lich. Leylin had read some journals of necromancers constructing their phylactery into everyday objects, some even into pebbles at a seabed, that they could never find it again on their own. While this could prevent their enemies from finding it, but if they were casually picked up and destroyed, their life would be over. Compared to them, Elio's method was much more ingenious. The value of the purple gold coin was extremely high, often representing 100 gold pieces in the previous dynasty. Now it had become a valuable asset for coin collectors and every of its owners would keep it in a good condition. However, even after so much preparations, it was futile before Leylin's soul-searching method. It's not important how I found it, so subjugate, or die, Leylin added. Even if you don't agree, I will be able to turn you using the phylactery into a golem. This means is enough to deal with another legendary. If you did that, my life force would be stripped almost to nothing, not to mention that summoning me to the front lines has the greatest risk of me dying. Do I even have a choice? Elio muttered and grumbled, but he still chose to serve. Great Arcanist, master of the floating city. I, Elio, will pledge my allegiance to you, distorted shadow. Great. Leylin clapped and removed the restraints on Elio. Since you've chosen to be subservient to me, then we're on the same side. There's no need for a contract or anything like that. That's what Leylin had said, but he nonchalantly kept the phylactery into his dimensional pouch under the desolate gaze of the lich. Compared to any promises, this was the ultimate restraint. With the phylactery, Leylin had plenty of ways to make Elio wish he were dead. He knew full well that Elio would never dare betray him. On the other hand, if he were to just give the phylactery back to Elio, it was unclear what would happen. I will give you part of Grade 2 control over the floating city. From here on, you'll focus on maintaining the arcane gardens and the golems. Shaylin will transfer the information to you soon. Leylin waved his hands. Since Elio was now his subordinate, it was natural that he use the lich as much as possible. After all, this was a scholarly type wizard, and was probably very useful if nurtured. Elio laughed wryly in answer. If this were in the past and he had countless information as well as authority over the floating city in front of him, he would definitely go crazy in his elation. However, if the price was losing his freedom, that was a little too much. Understood, Ma Master. Shaylin. After Elio left, Leylin commanded the intellectual core. While he submitted already, it's still necessary to monitor him. In addition, if he ever gets near the Mai's energy core power room or any grade 1 important areas, I give you permission to kill him immediately. Recorded into main procedures. Shaylin looked to have human emotions, but in essence, was an intellectual body formed of a bunch of codes. Her primary goal being to carry out her master's orders, she never hesitated when it came to Leylin's orders. I want some peace now. After taking care of all these matters, the floating city was now far from danger and under Leylin's control. It was only now that Leylin finally had some idle time. After the flower elf, Shaylin left, it completely went silent. Only the arcane spell lights emitted tender rays of light. With a flash of silver light at his right hand, the scroll Leylin had obtained from the Netheril ruins appeared. Ancient distorted shadow, what do you want? The rays from the AI. Chip shone in Leylin's eyes. AI. Chip, how's the research on this going? After getting control over the city, the My's energy core's tremendous power had seemed to unseal something in the scroll and given Leylin a terrifyingly complicated arcane spell model to him. Leylin had been using the AI. Chip to decode it, and only now did he get some idea of what it was. Beep. Progress of arcane spell model analysis at 100%. Displaying quantified information, after which, the complicated numerical data of the spell model showed itself. Before him, arcane spell name, Kalsa's avatar. Rank 12 arcane spell. Effects. Allows the caster to substitute the weave goddess and take over control of the weave. Minimum requirements. Great Arcanist, 100% analysis of level 7 weave. Description. This is a mysterious arcane spell. With the caster's understanding of the weave, its might changes. Grasping it allows you to become a powerful higher god in an instant. An arcane spell that surpasses even a legendary arcane spell, allowing me to become a powerful higher god in an instant. Leylin's eyes widened and he stroked his chin, smiling slightly. Interesting. How interesting? An arcane spell of this grade was obviously not something developed by those great arcanists, but a spell of the Magus world that a peak rank 8 like distorted shadow could design. This arcane spell model already is out of the domain of arcane spells. It can only be explained with spells from the Magus world. It's at least a powerful rank 7 spell, Leylin muttered to himself. Even his main body only grasped one rank 7 spell, which was alternate world incarnation, which already had an astounding effect. It's at least a rank 7 spell there. If the caster's understanding of the weave has reached 100% of level 9, that would make this a rank 8 or 9 spell in the Magus world, Leylin gasped in awe. Allowing the spell caster to replace the weave goddess and obtain control all of the weave, what was this? Based on the rankings of the Magi, that would be like making a Morning Star Magus a peak rank 8 Magus in a moment. That was might comparable to Distorted Shadow, Nightmare King and the Mother Core. But, can a frail spirit and mind take on such power? The only probable outcome would be getting control of the weave and becoming a greater god for a moment, and then dying from the tremendous amount of information and energy being transmitted over. It'll be like a child who decided to touch a high-voltage power grid. Leylin now looked grim. Even if it's my main body of a semi-ranked 7 warlock and help form the AI chip, I'll only barely be able to control the weave. Due to a difference in my godhood and divinity, my path will be contaminated and be corroded from the conscience of the other gods, but at least I finally know Distorted Shadow's intentions. So he wants to destroy the weave. Even after death, a peak rank 8 Magus still could leave behind a conscient and not disappear even after hundreds of thousands of years. With a slight chance, he could be revived. Distorted Shadow seemed to have been setting up this plan before and even given Leylin great benefits at the Nightmare Island. That had made Leylin feel very uneasy. Now, he finally understood what Distorted Shadow had been planning. His goal was to destroy the world of God's weave. Hee, you really think rather well of me. Leylin knew that besides being a channel for wizard spell slots, it was also used for the priests' divine spells. The moment he showed his intentions, he would not only be viewed as an enemy by most wizards, but the weave goddess would immediately become his mortal enemy. The other gods would also not be willing to give up the convenient channel of faith through the weave. This meant he would be going against the whole world of gods. No wonder he chose me. Aside from an outsider like me, even devils or demons wouldn't be willing to do this. His eyes twinkled as he grabbed the beast hide scroll. Unfortunately, I won't be a pawn for you. If I do become one, I'll do it as the player. Ancient Distorted Shadow, did you think that your conscient could keep following me in the shadows? Leylin spoke in the Magus world's ancient Byron language, voice hoarse and activating a trace of the power of laws. After which, a formidable sealing force enveloped the hall. This was power he had from controlling the city. *HS's, with immense support from the city and seal from another world, Leylin finally showed off his full strength. A Targaryen figure as large as a world appeared behind him. Rumble. In the remote, faraway Magus world, Leylin's mighty semi-ranked 7 body that had been in a deep sleep caused a magnitude 8 earthquake and opened a slight channel, transferring streams of bloodline force over. *HS's, a terrifying Targaryen with a single horn, devil fleshy wings and 2 claws appeared behind him. There seemed to be slight changes to the Targaryen. There were now traces of dark red fog surrounding it, and its scales were turning dark red. In its eyes that were like stars, there was a blood-red line had seemed to form a third eye. Did you think that I wouldn't notice you doing something behind the shadows while I had bloodline power planted in me? Get out here, Leylin yelled and tossed the beast skin scroll away, his clothes exploding open. Traces of black blood that had been contaminated streamed out from his pores. A distorted black shadow appeared in the sky, numerous tendrils at its eyes. It seemed to want to hold on to Leylin, but with Leylin's yell and sudden powerful bloodline force, was forced out. Shoo! There was a sharp whistle in the sky, and the shadow that was distorted shadow clashed with the scroll, and then began to burn with phosphorescent green flames. The flames slowly turned black, and a distorted human figure soon appeared. We finally meet, the ancient distorted shadow. Leylin panted slightly, but he now felt extremely comfortable. Even his soul seemed to have been refreshed, and his connection to his followers' prayers was now more distinct, as if he could produce divinity at any moment. TS's, your body and spirit fuse perfectly with bloodline force, TSS. No wonder the nightmare chose you. Ancient spiritual force sent over this information, similarly using the ancient Byron language. Isn't this great? There's no exploitation whatsoever. We're conversing on equal grounds. Leylin watched distorted shadow in front of him, the Targaryen behind him spitting out's tongue. Bloodline force created a dense armor over him. TSS, Warlock. I need you to destroy the weave. In return, I can give you all the inheritances of primordial magi. He seemed to know that Leylin would be difficult to deal with, but more importantly, was aware of the terror of the powerful isolation force of the floating city. He gave up on conspiring anything and proposed a trade on equal grounds. Fine, but I will choose when it will be done. Leylin did not give even an inch. What is inside the weave? I can somewhat guess, but I need you to confirm it. Back to the north, Leylin observed the trace conscient of a peak rank 8 existence. Your goal is to revive yourself, right? What does that have to do with the weave? There are 3 layers to the weave. The outermost layer is the channel for all spell slots. The inner weave is a network of faith and divine force for the gods. Lastly, there's the core, which is the ultimate seal where the gods have sealed conscience like me inside. That's also the largest hindrance to us reviving. Distorted shadow sent a spiritual undulation. Seal at the core, conscient fragments, so that's what's at the heart of the weave. Leylin's eyes narrowed. In that case, there should be many other conscients sealed inside. Boom. After goodness knew how long, distorted shadow automatically dissipated, and the beast hide spell scroll also completely vanished. This was just a dead conscient, and after showing himself, he could not maintain himself for long. The seal on the floating city was released, and Leylin sank into deep thought. Revival. This seems to be getting more serious. Now, he felt that he had made contact with the greatest secret of the ancient gods' battle that led to its dusk. From what was known in the Magus world, the world of gods had buried numerously mighty ancient magi of laws, causing huge damage to magi organizations and leaving them no choice but to withdraw from the world of gods. If those rank 7 gods already had the possibility of revival after falling, then this was even more possible for ancient magi of laws. Rank 8 and peak rank 8 existences were already beginning to attempt at containing the laws of space and time in their bodies. Even if they were to fall, their true soul could still sleep in the long river of time and space, and wait for a chance of revival. They would leave behind many conscients and make arrangements to give themselves another way out. In the world of gods, which was the battlefield of a large war, this would definitely happen. Hence, the gods had worked together to develop the weave. Using power of the entire world, they had gathered all the conscients of the fallen magi and sealed them at the deepest parts of the weave, and even formed the weave goddess to guard over it. However, even though the gods had done their best to scour through the world, there were definitely still some that had escaped. Distorted shadow was the largest one that had gotten away. Now, after tens of thousands of years, distorted shadow had finally found a magus suitable to deal with this situation. That would be making use of Leylin, who had used alternate world reincarnation and arrived in the world of gods. The moment he used Calcas's avatar, the weave goddess would immediately fall. Making use of his temporary hold over the weave, Leylin could destroy the seal of the gods and let out the conscients of the ancient existences of laws. Dying here in ancient times and still leaving conscients behind in wait for a chance at revival, these are all at least ranked 7 magi of laws. Leylin stroked his chin, clicking his tongue as he imagined this. While they're a bunch of dead people who are powerless, the mystery of magi can't be easily understood by the gods. They can probably regain much of their strength in a short time or even completely revive. That would mean the reappearance of the ancient final war. His plan is great, and he seems to have something planned not just in the floating city. Leylin's lips quirked in a smile. Unfortunately, he met me, initially. With distorted shadows laws, he could entirely cast the power of distortion by making use of the conscience and energy in the scroll. That would cause Leylin to unknowingly walk the path that distorted shadow had determined. It was a pity that even the peak rank 8 ancient magus, distorted shadow, knew nothing about the existence of Leylin's AI chip. His main body had reached an unimaginable level and could discover the magus and even expel him, therefore allowing him to have the upper hand. Now, the key to starting the final war once again and letting out the conscience of numerous existences of laws were all in Leylin's hands. The main body of distorted shadows had already fallen, and much of his conscience were sealed in the core of the weave. With Leylin, he could only try to make a trade and entice him to doing what he wanted. It was a pity that Leylin had no intentions of letting them out. I'm too weak, my main body is only a semi-ranked 7 warlock. When it comes to battle might, I'm only comparable to a ranked 7 magus of laws, and I'd find escaping from a rank 8 existence too difficult, much less those peak rank 8s. Leylin evidently knew himself well. The world of gods was like a playground for him now. Why would he divide it and hand it over to others? In addition, these methods of causing a life and death struggle would definitely result in an all-out counterattack from the gods. Leylin wasn't so eager to please the magi that he would do this. But if I don't do anything, those ancient magi might do something desperate, so I need to give them some hope. Leylin's eyes darted around as he came up with a plan. Having this Calcas's avatar was an important deterrence and meant that he could turn the tables at any moment. Even if his identity was found out or leaked, then he could just move on. When faced with a threat like this, it was probably the gods who were more fearful. But this is only in the worst-case scenario. I have to focus on becoming a god first, Leylin pondered inside. He knew clearly what his path was. While he was merely a semi-ranked 7 warlock, successfully becoming a god and receiving his main body to descend here would definitely allow him to advance to a whole new level. I've made all the theoretical preparations. I just have to wait for energy to be poured in. Leylin sighed. Looks like I'll have to go to the north and spread faith in me as well as prepare to get priests. That's the priority now. Trying to become a god as a legend without help from any god could be said to be insane. However, after getting the Shade City, Leylin now had the confidence to say this. The fusion between a great arcanist and a floating city would even cause a true god to tremble. Things are dire now, so there's no need to return to the outer sea. I'll go to the north then. Leylin's eyes flashed and he transmitted a few orders. The Shade City that was in a spatial turbulence rumbled and, like a huge warship that was 10,000 tons heavy in the sea, split the waves at both sides and pushed the elemental turbulence aside. It began to move at what appeared to be slow but was actually quick pace in a certain direction. The north, at the edges of Sabu Valley, noble cavalry with the flag of a viscount unhurriedly moved along, protecting a noble couple within. There were green wheat fields at the sides. The ears of wheat were being extracted, and farmers caressed them with their 2 hands lovingly as if watching one's lover, elated at the harvest. For refugees from the north, obtaining life as it was now had been difficult. Just surviving from the orc disaster 3 years ago meant needing protection from the goddess of luck, and very few were lucky enough to arrive at human territories. The others either starved to death or were killed by bandits or orc soldiers, and even became rations. The refugees that survived had no guarantee that they could settle down, as there were far too many of them from the north. This resulted in great pressure for the master of the territories. Those who had gotten the distributed territories could only weep at the difficulty in dealing with the disaster. In comparison, the benevolence of this master of the land was enough for these victims to pray to him sincerely. The harvests from the newly plowed farmlands aren't half bad. Looks like we'll be able to get through winter, the Viscount mistress spoke reservedly, glancing past the farmer that had bowed towards her. Only a few lucky ones were fortunate enough to be acknowledged by her by the nod of her head, and she had the air of an arrogant noble lady. Now, she watched her husband. When it came to her husband, she wasn't satisfied nor dissatisfied. This was a mere transaction. Thankfully, the people in the organization had not lied to her and gotten her to marry some old man at death's door. That was something lucky for her. The Viscount mistress looked at Tiff, who seemed like a middle-aged man, and could not help but sigh deeply. Recalling what had happened to the north, she could not help but shiver. Those fierce and violent orcs had killed her family and slaves, and she herself had almost fallen into their devilish palms. While she had been fortunate enough to escape, she had then met a few greedy pigs. Thankfully, with some quick-wittedness and luck, she had managed to keep her family's name and territories. However, almost half of it was gone, but the pitiful lady did not dare hope for more. Next, I'll have to give birth to a few children. She watched her husband as well as the few cowering maids behind him, looking hostile. Only the mistress of the territories who gave birth to a male successor had the most secure position. There were already many girls wanting to climb into the bed of the master and get a better life, many of whom had once been nobles in the north. Indeed, while we spent a lot, we've finally settled this batch of refugees. Tiff had changed his appearance. He was now nearly 2 meters tall with bushy eyebrows and large eyes and seemed very masculine. His silver hair was slightly curled but combed neatly, and looked exactly like a traditional middle-aged noble in the north. The poor mistress had no clue that in terms of his real age, Tiff was probably even older than her father. However, if his age was to be considered in comparison with the average for legends, Tiff was rather young. However, nobles never cared about age, did they? What's wrong, darling? She found that her husband looked lost in thought. Oh, it's nothing. You can return first. I've gotten someone to call the jewel merchant and tailor to come over. They're going to pick the most beautiful and luxurious gown for you. Tiff planted a kiss on his lady's hand and sent her away. Education. Although she knew her husband was hiding something from her, Tiff's mistress still listened to him. Tiff had great power backing him, which caused her to feel slightly afraid. With the ability to forcefully snatch something from the northern nobility, he wasn't someone she could spy on. Let's go to the village office. After she left, Tiff brought his soldiers to a building near to the village. This was the village office, the building Tiff provided for public use. He could take orphans in here, many of which were refugees. It made him look like a benevolent man. These kids were so young they couldn't work, and they were destined to die of hunger quickly. Usually, nobody outside of the churches would take them in, and the disaster in the north had created an uncountable number of them. The few churches alone wouldn't be able to take them all in. A black-robed person with a silver mask was standing in front of the village office's wooden door. The moment he saw this person, he greeted him without hesitation. If anyone else saw the Viscount calling someone master, they would definitely gape in shock. Someone with the authority to have a Viscount bend the knee in a bow was a great noble, at least a marquis. However, the knights behind Tiff did not even blink as they did the same, master. Most of them were trusted aides that had personally battled with Leylin before. There were also a number of subdued devil worshippers, so they obviously knew who Leylin was. You're doing well, Tiff. The person who had arrived here was obviously Leylin. Through the astounding speed at which Shade City had moved in the spatial turbulence, he arrived in the north quickly and arrived at his base. From all he had seen and heard on the way, he was rather pleased with Tiff's recent work. Everything is going as per Master's instructions, Tiff answered humbly. Let's enter together. I want to see what you've achieved. Leylin waved his arms, entering the office with Tiff. On the way, there were children, teachers and nannies around. Bowing towards Tiff, by the looks of it, he had amassed a great reputation. In private, Tiff continued to transmit to Leylin, in order to avoid the priests and reduce expenditure, we only have 5 village offices like this. We've taken in almost 1,000 children, and the average age is from 9 to 12, which is the prime time to educate them. Tiff now brought Leylin to a window, through which many yellow wooden desks and chairs could be seen. Tens of young girls listened attentively as a scholar taught. There were simple letterings on the blackboard, which meant this was a class to teach them how to read. This scene immediately had Leylin recalling the schools in his previous world. In addition, after seeing that we're giving them an education, some peasants have gotten their children to come and listen as well. I've agreed to that. Leylin listened closely, nodding occasionally as he saw the glint in the children's eyes within the classroom. That was hope. After studying for a while, the children who are believed to have the aptitude and perseverance will enter the higher grade. Tiff brought Leylin deeper into the office. Nearby, Leylin could sense undulations from powerful beings monitoring the area, which meant security was tight. Divine Studies is a class about the gods. Here, I would like to introduce you all to a god, whose godly name is Kukulkan. Praying and meditation are compulsory courses for priests. the things being taught here were somewhat immoral, which was why the students were all orphans who had been trialed and would stay here. They used something like primary school education as a model. The scholars who passed down the information all wore black uniforms, and there was something about their aura that was contradictory to their roles. After seeing Leylin, they immediately trembled and made to greet him, but Leylin waved his arms to stop them. Exactly. These people who were instructing children with aptitude to become priests had all been devil followers, and had high priest rankings. With Tiff's help, Leylin had long since subdued all followers of gluttony in the north. He then did a round of selections and allowed only those who had gone through several trials and were truly loyal to nurture the future reliable priests. Yes, all of those village offices and the education provided was all a pretense. In actuality, this was about selecting children and nurturing numerous priests. These would be the people providing Leylin with energy to become a god. Something like this was far too sensitive, which was why Leylin had no intentions of doing this in the outer seas on his own territories. Here, there was no issue. Firstly, due to the invasion of the orcs in the north, many refugees had lost their homes. The situation was very complicated and could be said to be a disaster. That had resulted in a large number of orphans, and turned into the best natural circumstances for Leylin. Tiff being a legend, those teaching the advanced parts being devil followers Leylin had subdued, in the place where all this happened being Tiff's land, Leylin could do anything and create layers of seals that made it difficult for information to spread. Most importantly, even if discovered, Leylin could just abandon this place. He could just cut off all ties easily, but there would be no damage to his foundation. By the looks of it, Tiff was doing very well. We're limited by the qualified teachers we have as well as secrecy. This is the limits of what we can do. Tiff looked a little ashamed, evidently because he was unable to do more for the feathered serpent god, Kukulkan. That's all right, you're already doing very well. For the gods, the faith from priests was an essential part. They were beings that would be the prime mode of communication with followers, which was why they were very important. Outstanding priests had to be learned scholars and even needed to have some grace. Whether it was the peasants at the bottom of the hierarchy or nobles who were all about poise, they needed to be able to deal with all these people well. These were all seeds. Once the church stopped being in the shadows and came to the light, the other students might not become priests, but they could also be workers at the church. They would be the core strength of the church. In this age, it was not so easy to have elites who possessed knowledge. If loyalty was required as well, then there was no way but to nurture them the whole way. The inverted image of the Targaryen appeared in Leylin's eyes, causing Tiff to kneel reverently. My divine class has been expanding and is beginning to touch upon the domain of slaughtering. The prayers should also change slightly, including information to do with killing. Leylin now looked very much like an oracle, like some powerful being had possessed him. Understood, my master. You are the stars in the sky, and the serpent of the world that will devour everything. Murder shall be your sharpest sword. Tiff had lived for many years after all, and with just a moment, he managed to come up with a prayer. This was obviously something temporary. There would need to be divine scholars and high-ranked priests to discuss and refine it, before leaving it to Leylin to make a decision. After all, this was something important and could even change a god's faction domain, as well as the start of a godly war. However, Leylin was now doing something very sneaky anyway, so he couldn't really care less. Notify me once everything's confirmed. Also, prepare a quiet room for me and then summarize all the information gathered regarding the north. Understood. Tiff respectfully withdrew, though his eyes now showed his excitement. Is he finally making a move? He had always been the most enthusiastic about expanding the feathered god, Kukulkan's organization. While he had tried his best to hide it, taking in 1,000 children and providing them with the chance at an education was astounding. With some hidden context, the nobles of the north were now fearful. In the shadows, there was already a powerful resistance both in the shadows and in the open. Tiff knew that it was impossible if he wanted to expand here. The only method would be to force the way through. Leylin's actions pointed to making a huge ruckus, which caused the hot-bloodedness in Tiff to rise. Looks like the Orc Empire and we Recreature tribes reconciled. Tiff moved quickly. After enjoying a great dinner that was made with the style of the north, Leylin quietly skimmed through intel regarding the north in his study room with the rays from magic lights. With the AI chip's help, he could read the documents incredibly quickly. With a slight glance, he could practically read 10 lines and did not need any rest. It was only after he put down the last piece of parchment that Leylin closed his eyes slightly, the information forming a network and showing him what had happened after he left vividly. The largest change to the north was obviously the Orc Empire, formed from the remains of the Silvery Moon Alliance. Under Emperor Saladin's lead, the Orcs stepped into the humans' northern district that their ancestors never had the ability to do, and formed an empire of their own. Saladin's reputation amongst the Orcs shot through the roof, and he could possibly become a god. While the Orc Empire worked hard, the Orc gods had also obtained immense benefits, especially the Orc god Grumsh. It was said that he had advanced in the path of the greater gods, and there were a few other Orc gods who had increased their rank, becoming a lesser god to an intermediate god, which boosted the Orc god's strength by a large extent. On the other hand, the resistance that the Orc gods had also increased. Not only did the greater gods, Weave Goddess and Tyr become their arch-enemies, there were also the human gods who believed that the Orcs were powerful enough that they needed to be kept under control. Benedict, the Orcs were the ones who'd instigated the war, and on top of that they'd committed such a huge atrocity afterwards. The Elven and Halfling gods would not support them much. They thought the Orcs too ruthless, and developed a desire to contain them. This put the Orc gods in a predicament. If it continued without end, they would likely only be able to find allies from the Abyss or the Hells. This was why the Orcish gods went all out in their search for new blood, especially the Blackblood tribe in the Moonwood and the god of the hunt, Malar. Orcs and Were creatures weren't much different, and they even looked rather similar. On top of that, Malar's original form was that of a huge ape-like monster, so there was a high chance of him joining their side. With their tough situation, the Orc gods would be relentless in their pursuit of this chance. The decision from up above ensured that the Orc Empire tried to befriend Blackblood tribe. They'd only be making a din in the dark forest at most, and with the territories that the Orc Empire now had, it wouldn't be too much trouble to give them that land. While Orcs were the majority, there were still an astounding number of humans left in the north. After all, only the human race could measure up to them in terms of their rate of reproduction. The effects of the humans' reign over so many years were not so easily removed. In reality, despite the establishment of an Orc Empire, many places weren't under their control. There were even a few armies hidden in the corners of the north, giving Saladin a headache. With all the racial conflict, these rebel armies received the support of multiple organizations both in public and in the shadows. They'd won a few battles and liberated some cities, leaving the Orcish armies up to the ears in work. While there's a revolt from the humans in the north, this is all guerrilla warfare, and there isn't a real leader and flag. This makes illustrial key. Leylin finally understood why the Church of Justice would begin a plan to reclaim the kingdom now. Some time ago, the Orc Empire's strength had been concentrated and been difficult to deal with. Things were different now though, since taking over land and completely occupying it were very different things. They were now scattered across the northern lands, making the Orc army thin out. It was no wonder that just a guerrilla band could achieve victory so easily. Tens of years later, the people of the north might succumb under the government of the Orcs and completely forget about Illustrial. After all, the adaptability of humans was fairly terrifying. Having seen this all, Leylin could not help but shake his head. Tisk tisk, even though they've grasped a good opportunity, it'll be difficult to completely reclaim the kingdom. Based on his deductions, Illustrial being able to establish a few bases to go against the Orc Empire was already rather impressive. The Church of Justice will recruit legendary beings, probably not just to deal with Saladin but also the avatars of the Orc gods. Leylin's eyes glinted as he quickly went through the pros and cons. I now have too little information, so I can only consider working with them after meeting Raphania and other legends. Rubbing at his temples, Leylin pondered over his next course of action before leaving the room. Master, next to the door, there were two pretty maids that had been waiting for a long while who quickly knelt down. Leylin could smell the scent of a purebred pleasure devil on them. However, their eyes were now filled with adoration and reverence for him. After all, Leylin's soul essence was practically like half a devil archduke. All devils who sensed his abstruse and dark strength would naturally do all they could to get close to him. This was an instinct of devils at all times, imprinted deeply into their genes. Not bad. Leylin had no plans of being a saint now and placed his arms around the beautiful female devils who were like sisters, and entered the bedroom. The next day, having removed his other appearance and regained his looks as a wizard, Leylin entered the outer parts of Yorkshire's Church of Justice. I'm here to see Raphania. This is the token she gave me. Leylin passed an emblem that was gold on one side over. On the base that was like a shield, there was a cross sword and image of a rose. Please wait a moment, I will pass on the message for you. The church guard's eyes widened. Leylin's aura immediately made him feel like he was seeing someone important like the king. He was also in wizard robes, and the power that signified more than shocked him. Hence, he presented himself politely. The guard who went in returned very quickly, though this time, he bowed so deeply that his nose practically touched the ground. Welcome, esteemed wizard Leylin. Paladin Raphania is now away, but we have already informed her. We believe she will return soon. Many apologies for this. Please take a short rest in the church. The guard was actually trembling inside in fear. This was a legend, the pinnacle of strength in the continent, and even a legendary wizard at that. As the youngest legend, and one that had become one in the most difficult path of a wizard, Leylin's reputation had long since spread in the continent. However, there were few who had actually met him. Fine, lead the way. Leylin entered alongside the guard, and upon entering through the doors, a few people hastened over, evidently to receive hi. Oh, Leylin, my friend. We finally meet. Next to the white-robed bishop of the god of justice, Leylin saw another noble. His astounding memory caused Leylin to freeze for a second, and then put on a smile while going forward. Marquis Lancet, long time no see. The noble who had come along with the bishop to meet Leylin was the one who held power over Yorkshire, and the one that had split the territories of a few unlucky noble families, Lancet. After hearing the beautiful birdsong from skylarks this morning, I knew something great was going to happen. I didn't expect it would be your arrival. Lancet now had a sincere smile on his face. He had a vivid memory of this kid who had gotten a position as a viscount during the Feast of the Dividing of Lands in the north. Tiff, who he was helping, seemed to be doing something strange, but that wasn't important. Leylin was now a legend. It was impossible to go wrong with improving their relationship. Actually, Marquis Lancet was already regretting not giving Leylin more. But, who would have known that he would become a legend in a few years? Lancet observed Leylin's young face, removing the jealousy deep in his heart with some difficulty and then smiling brightly. Also, this is a bishop of the god of justice, Scholar Benedict, who's also a friend of mine. I express my deepest gratitude for Sire's determination in offering yourself in the name of righteousness. The refugees suffering in the north will never forget your contributions. Benedict's voice was kind and resolute, and there was a glint in his eyes unique to those willing to die for their cause. Leylin had no qualms that if Benedict were to be told that his death would save the lives of all commoners of the north, he would kill himself without hesitation. It was pity that the people who were the most resolute were also the most troublesome. I'm only here because of a promise with Raphania. Whether I'll make my move at the end and when I do it is my freedom. Leylin had no plans of being careless with this and answered, causing the atmosphere to turn cold in an instant. Haha, whatever it is, having Sire Leylin coming all the way here is already enough. It must have been difficult to come so far. Please get some rest, and you can meet the other comrades later tonight. Lancet's mind moved quickly and immediately dispelled the awkward atmosphere. Even though he's the youngest legendary, has he already been corroded by reputation and power? After Leylin left, great resentment shone in Benedict's eyes. In his eyes, all legends on the continent were the same. They only wished for power and enjoyment, and never did what they should. There were few willing to sacrifice themselves in the name of justice, and now this seemed to also go for the youngest to become a legend. But of course, he became a legendary with much difficulty and reached the peak in the continent. There are countless things for him to enjoy, so what right do you have to make him die for your sake? Lancet snickered inside while maintaining a smile on his face. Sire Leylin just has yet to come to terms with what's going on yet. I'm sure with time, he'll change his mind. Sigh, I hope so. The refugees of the north can't wait for long. Bishop Benedict sighed, looking as if he were bemoaning the state of the universe. The paladins and priests of the god of justice are all lunatics. While already mentally prepared, Leylin had honestly been scared by his naivety. If the bishop was like this, then he could guess at what the clerics were like. They were definitely not people Leylin would like. But only a church with such a zealous ambience would attract Raphania and have her treat this as her final home. Secret meeting. Leylin sighed inside. A member of the clergy guided him to the back of the church. Golden sunlight streamed into the room through the windows, showing the motes of dust in the air. Furniture and all other decorations were simple, as was customary in the Church of Justice. If you have any needs, Please press the doorbell here. We will await any orders. Also, the meeting with the other lords will be after dinner. Paladin Raffania will arrive very soon. The servant that had brought Leylin in withdrew and closed the door. Raffania came quickly. After all, Leylin was a legendary, and it was necessary to show him the required respect. Unfortunately for such a moronic paladin, Leylin had no common topic to discuss with her. After enjoying a simple dinner, Leylin was guided to a small drawing room. A few masters with powerful auras were lying in wait. Are these the other legendaries? Leylin nodded and headed inside. The room was rather small. There was a bright red fur rug on the ground as well as a fireplace that was blazing brightly. However, there was no scent of smoke in the air. While this was the north, the room was still as warm as if it were spring. You must be the rumored wizard from the outer seas. Leylin, right, you really are very young. Leylin's entrance immediately gathered their attention. A long-haired woman wrapped in a red mink fur coat stood up with a kind smile on her face. Besides us old geezers of the north, you arrived quite quickly. She was evidently a legendary, and from the elemental domain power around her, she was a legendary wizard. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lillian, and next to me here is the paladin of the god of justice, Sire Patrick. Next, to the fireplace is the protector of the north, the legendary druid, Allegor. There were very few legends in the room, numbering only 3. The Queen Illustrial of Silverymoon and her chief scholar, Blue, were not around. They were people that Leylin had wished to meet, and this left him slightly disappointed. Greetings. Of course, Leylin presented himself humbly on the surface and greeted the 3 of them politely while judging them. Lillian was a traditional wizard. Undulations from magic items and scrolls were emitted from her body, and there even seemed to be some hidden aura there, likely some legendary items she had with her. Her battle might was not to be underestimated. Patrick, on the other hand, was a man of few words and looked rather cold. This actually had Leylin snickering inside. Recalling the legendary paladin that had died at his hands, who had been said to be a judge or something like that, he was sure that the god of justice's church must have been dealt a great blow. The last one was the legendary druid, Allegor, who was dressed in an interesting manner. He was a burly man over 3 meters tall and with a thick brown beard. Next to his fuzzy ears was a pair of large forked horns like that of elks, with some leaves appearing at the tip. This druid did not wear much, and only had some beast hide and leaves that had been used to make an apron. This revealed a hairy and broad chest, which made him seem rather wild. Initially, as the protector of nature, I should not participate in these activities. However, those orcs are destroying nature to a terrifying degree, which goes against the most fundamental cycle and harmony here. Allegor now looked solemn, giving Leylin all the information he needed in a few sentences. In general, all druids took on the responsibility of protecting nature. They were strongly against any actions taken to destroy it, and there was even the rise of radicals against this. After occupying the north, the orcs were doing more damage to the environment in order to obtain more resources and materials. The Queen of Silverymoon had a great relationship with druids, which was why they began reminiscing about the time when she had been in power. It was understandable why they were hard at work here. Eye of the North, protector of nature, as well as a paladin who is comparable to the judge from before, Leylin estimated the power they had. With these the 4 of them, it was impossible to turn the Orc Empire upside down, but it was possible to affect the successes or failures of a few campaigns. In addition, they were only the first batch that had arrived. The true trump cards were still hidden. What a pity. Even so, it's not possible to sway the orcs' power in the north. At the most, we can crack their foundations as a kingdom, but unless all the human gods band together, it's impossible to chase them out and restore our power. However, is that plausible? While having all sorts of complicated emotions inside, Leylin walked out of the church and into Yorkshire, where it was now night. While it was late, this place was still rather boisterous. From the dazzling rays from various churches, there were also large oil lamps in front of shops. Some citizens strolled around after dinner, melodious holy songs and prayers sounding in the background. It was leisurely and relaxing. But, seems like the effects from the refugees of the north are yet to disappear. Leylin found that there was a very high frequency of patrolling, as well as occasional thievery, and he could not help but shake his head. The surge of residents of the north was the greatest challenge for security. The huge increase in population, as well as entrance of nobility from the north, had increased the price of daily necessities and resulted in many citizens unable to voice their unhappiness. Actually, the people of Yorkshire did not think well of these refugees. All believed that they had not only stolen their jobs, but were also a huge burden. Perhaps they knew of a legend's senses and that sending people to monitor him would be useless unless a legendary thief or assassin were dispatched. Leylin strolled around and found that there were no people following him nor any magic for that. Of course, perhaps they have assured themselves that with the gods' support, I wouldn't be able to do anything against them. Leylin shook his head and could not help but laugh, before then turned into a dimly lit alley. Streams of dark red fog appeared by him, concealing his original aura. It was as if he had turned into a whole other person. The people around him were all in a flurry, and none discovered this abnormality. With Dreamforce concealing me, anything monitoring me will be rendered useless. Leylin stepped out of the alley that had an illusion hidden within and, as his figure flashed a few times, disappeared from the road. With Leylin's legendary strength as well as boost from the illusions of Dreamforce, it was just too easy to prevent any spying on him. Light fluctuated, and the next time Leylin appeared, he had arrived in a secret room. The black fog in the surroundings seemed to be like a huge beast that devoured everything. There was only a yellow light in the center that emitted bright rays. A few figures with powerful auras were dressed in black robes, waiting by the light. "You're early," one of the black-robed people spoke to Leylin in a crisp, female voice. "I never thought you'd have arrangements here in Yorkshire too." Leylin watched the female wizard before him. Under the light, she had removed her disguise and revealed her original appearance. This was the legendary wizard he had just seen, Lillian. "Why did you transmit a message to me right before leaving, and there's these people?" Leylin looked suspicious. While this legendary wizard had looked normal during the meeting before, she had suddenly sent him an address at the end, wanting him to come here alone. There were also other powerful beings, and every one of them was a legend. A gathering like this was definitely not for some sort of banquet. "I've already set up multiple isolating spell formations. Even if it's a god, none can discover our conversation unless their true body were to descend." Lillian spoke with a smile, eyes seeming to burn. "Do you still not know the reason why we legends have gathered? What great plans could there be when a group of legends had sneakily gathered? If profits were the largest priority, then what could attract these exemplary beings would be ascension to godhood." Leylin knew this full well and smiled. "Well then, you haven't introduced me to them yet. Kiki is a little brat who just entered our domain capable of plotting with us." At this moment, a black-robed person standing next to Lillian snickered, sounding like an ghostly owl in the night, causing hair to stand on end. Boom! A tremendous and cold deathly aura with great pressure attacked Leylin in the next instant, like raging waves. There were even cries from maligned souls as well as powerful negative energy, corrosive auras. The rest of the black-robed beings did not move as they watched on with smiles. Is this a probe? As expected, in circles like this in the dark, power is everything. With a thought, Leylin's body did not move and allowed the deathly aura to go past him. Many undulations rippled on the wall behind him, but he was completely unharmed. "What a dense deathly aura, and you are." Leylin then smiled at the stunned black-robed person and asked. "You're capable," he declared, but did not make any more movements. Evidently, he found Leylin worthy. "Malar, this is the necromancer, Malister. He is a powerful death wizard who gained fame 1200 years ago, and has already entered the ranks of a high-rank legend. It's even said that he's on equal grounds with the Lich, Elio." Lillian introduced him to Leylin, looking astonished. While that was a slight probe, Wizard Leylin being able to take on the attack so easily means he must have quite a number of secrets. "All right. Since everyone's here, let's begin," Malister urged, sounding enthusiastic. The great desire in his tone shocked Leylin slightly. As Leylin was right now, he had become more sensitive to emotional force. From the excitement of this old wizard coupled with the situation in the north, it was evident that they had huge plans. "The reason we're gathered here is obviously for the eternity that gods have," Lillian spoke softly, sounding just as eager. Even if they were necromancers, legends like them who did not turn into liches or spirits could only live for at most a few thousand years. This was a stark difference from the mighty gods in the skies. As legends, they felt that they did not have any less talent or invest less effort than the gods did. The only thing they lost out in was that they were born too late, which meant they had no opportunities by then. In this situation, which legend would feel content with staring at the gods up high and in eternal glory? Basically every single one of them had the ambition to ascend and become a god. While there were agreements between the legends on the continent as well as rules of churches or organizations, private gatherings like these still happened. After all, godly roles and positions were all accounted for. To successfully become a god, one or perhaps even a few had to be pulled down. Even if many legends were to gather, they could at most only beat up an avatar. The true forms of gods in their godly realms were practically invincible. Hence, it was necessary to wait for a battle between gods. Only when they began attacking each other did the legends have a single chance at obtaining divinity, god spark or even a godly role. The legends all knew of this possibility, which was why they had gathered. I'm sure all of you know the situation with the North. The Weave goddess and god of justice have made a deal, so the decision to support Queen Illustrial in regaining her kingdom won't change. There'll definitely be a battle against the Orc gods. Based on my intel, other human gods aren't going to do much about this. Leylin now looked extremely zealous and ready to make a gamble. The Weave goddess and god of justice are greater gods, while the Orc god only has a greater god, Grumsh. However, he's supported by intermediate and lesser gods. The battle with the two greater gods will soon arrive, which will be an opportunity for us. Leylin finally knew why the legends had gathered here. They were counting on the gods getting injured in battle, which would give them the opportunity to obtain divinity or a divine spark. However, even the weakest true god was not something a legend could deal with. This was not much less difficult than pulling chestnuts out of fire. However, this matched well with Leylin's goal. Hence, his lips quirked in a smile. A good choice. Well then, may I know what your targets are? We obviously won't put any hope on the three greater gods. Wizard Malister is only interested in divinity and divine roles that have to do with death. He's only requesting the divine force amassed from the avatars as well as any divine weapons that might appear. Lillian did a brief explanation and then looked at him. How about Sire Leylin? Do you have any goals? Me. Leylin rubbed his nose. As I am now, I don't think I can ask for much. I'll go along with what you do. All I want is a trace of the divine force from a true god. For ordinary legends, that is a very good choice. Malister gave Leylin a long look. For most legends that wanted to become gods, they first needed to amass followers and faith, and then attempt at comprehending a law. By combining that with faith, divine force would be formed. It was a pity that this was the most difficult part. Even in the Magus world, Morning Star Magi could not get past the hurdle of laws. Only after becoming a ranked 6 Breaking Dawn Magus and after a soul became completely positive could one start to comprehend laws. In the world of gods, while there was the power of faith as a cheat, actually getting past the hurdle was very difficult. However, stealing a trace of divine force would be able to solve this problem, allowing one to get past the threshold of laws. This was a huge temptation for legends. Then, which god are you aiming for? Lillian asked. Probably Malar. Leylin brought up the name of this unlucky person. This was one of the gods that had been mentioned in the discussions before. That matches up with our original plan. There aren't any conflicts either. After I get back, I can use my influence and have you join in the operation to attack Malar's avatar. Of course, you'll have to mention your interest here. She nodded. The god of hunt, Malar, was a very good choice considering the plan. There was no other reason than that Malar was but a lesser god and the weakest of all. This was the most important, because the legends were not that confident that they could take down the avatar of a greater god. Secondly, Malar was not an orc god and merely an ally. He would not have too many reinforcements with him. Thirdly, and also most importantly, he was an evil god. There were no risks of tarnishing of one's reputation for eliminating him, and might even get a good name of being righteous and all that. In addition, the faith in him was underwhelming. Besides the wee creatures, there were only a few intellectual beasts. He had few powerful beings he could truly make use of. With all these factored in, the tragedy that Malar would become was obvious. Leylin had been eyeing Malar's divine force for a long time. Initially, with his strength, the scale of the followers and his comprehension of the law of devour, he should have been able to produce a trace of divinity of gluttony or devour. Unfortunately, these two were too obvious in that he could easily be associated with Beelzebub. Beelzebub had only just fallen into a deep sleep, and if Leylin were to suddenly appear, the gods would definitely start making associations. Gods were no fools and, on the contrary, were extremely intelligent. It was just that they were sometimes influenced by their godly roles and the emotions from it. Beelzebub and the other archdukes in hell are all targets for me to kill in the future, but not now. Leylin stroked his chin as he pondered. Besides this choice, he had few others. After all, this also had to be compatible with the path as a rank 8 magus that he would take. My path must contain emotional force and the vileness of all living things. With dream force being used as the base, I will then contain the law of space and time. With this foundation, the only thing compatible with the might of devils can only be massacre and death. The temptations of devils will definitely give rise to massacre and death. After fusing them, it will form the most basic sin. He had a number of things restricting him due to his goal, and he therefore had little choice. The only two paths possible for him were massacre and death. These two godly duties were very powerful, and it was not advisable to provoke gods who grasped these roles. The one controlling death was the greater death god Kelemvor, as well as the god who had relations with both massacre and death, the god of murder, Sirik. They were both greater gods. If Leylin had plans to go against these two's divinity, Leylin felt he would be better off looking for a better method in death. Besides these two, there was only Malar, with the role of Hunt, that somewhat had relations with the law of massacre. If it was said that a full godly role meant having 100% comprehension of a law, then there would only be at most 10% of divinity. For the godly role of Hunt, this obviously included pursue, slaughter, and many others that would make up around 80%, as well as other miscellaneous laws. On this basis, even powerful intermediate gods could easily obtain the divinity of massacre and pursuit from his avatar. While Leylin's ranking in terms of strength was slightly lacking, he was still a magus of laws. It wasn't that troublesome to separate and change the power of divinity that he required. If I really have to form a trace of divinity for massacre, it'll still take me a decade even with prayers from my followers, Leylin sighed. It would take a decade just to obtain divinity, much less ignite his godflame and obtain a godly role or becoming a true god. While this speed would otherwise be astonishing, Leylin was still unsatisfied. Ever since he met Distorted Shadow, he had been feeling very nervous. Since Distorted Shadow wished to revive himself and had his conscience survive for tens of thousands of years, he definitely had more up his sleeves than just the taboo arcane spell Leylin had. There had to be other pawns. The moment he did not make a move quick enough, Distorted Shadow would definitely show his trump card. Distorted Shadow was an ancient peak rank 8 magus. In comparison, Leylin was like an ant in the passive party. Hence, it was necessary that he come to the north and obtain a trace of massacre divinity. After obtaining it, legends could become more sensitive to one's followers, prayers, and the speed at which faith and divine force was amassed would quicken. From divinity, and then igniting god flames to become a demigod, and lastly getting a divine role to ascend and become a true god. The system of advancement in the world of gods was clear. Trap dark forests blocked the sky, hindering all light. All sorts of twisted branches lay on the ground, the dried out old bark black as if they were the arms of devils and demons. It caused the forest to seem sinister and frightening. This was a famous area in the north, the Moonwood. After the Orcish Empire was established, the Blackblood tribe took this place over. All intruders were killed upon entry. However, a black-robed wizard was now walking indifferently through the forest, and the wee creatures and mutated beasts didn't even seem to see him as they walked straight past him. Moonwood, Blackblood tribe, it's been a long time. Leylin observed the familiar terrain as scenes of his time at Silverymoon appeared vividly in his mind. Still, it was but a tiny section of his long life, and he regained his indifference once more. Making his way to a cave, Leylin seemed to walk through some barrier to disappear inside. He then heard an impatient voice ringing by his ear, "You're late." Two figures showed themselves from within the darkness. These were legendaries he'd seen before, the druid Allegor and Lillian. The paladin Patrick was around as well. Surprisingly, the four of them had taken on a mission together since they'd met, as if something like fate was pulling the strings. "My apologies, I needed some time to make preparations," Leylin answered apologetically. "We're dealing with a true god. While this is only an avatar, we need to be ready." The others did not retort, evidently accepting his explanation. "If your side is done, what's next?" As Patrick's side, Lillian continued, as if implying something. Indeed, this group of legendaries had planned to kill the god of the hunt, Malar. After their secret meeting, a few of the other legendaries who wished for justice had been called in. They had joined in on this project, which included many faces Leylin had seen in the secret meeting. Although they knew these legendaries weren't pure of mind, the Church of Justice and Queen of Silverymoon still accepted them. After all, Illustrial lacked the power to rebuild her kingdom and was in urgent need of help from these powerful beings. As for their motives, Mystra and Tri may have known what was going on, but they did not pay much attention. After all, even gods had to reward legendaries if they ordered them around. Most of them kept one eye closed to legendaries coveting divinity or divine spark. After all, these gods were using their power for their own gain as well. It wasn't as if there were no legendaries with divine force on the continent, but it was only a minor boost to their strength. They wouldn't ascend to godhood even in hundreds or thousands of years. Divinity was just the first step on the path to becoming a true god. They had to ignite their god fire, obtain a divine domain. All this was even more difficult. Besides, the avatars of gods were not so easily dealt with. Leylin and the rest would have to be amazingly lucky to get even a thread of Malur's divinity. In general, the two greater gods were more at ease even with Leylin and the other legendaries plotting against them. However, they had no clue about the kind of terrifying thing that had entered this group, definitely becoming a huge variable in their plans. Good. Once we set up the greater isolation array, even a god's avatar will lose a part of its strength. The trap has been set, what's next is to wait for the prey to walk in, Lillian spoke softly. The gods were very powerful. Even mere demigods were immune to spells, and even Leylin's time-stop spell would be useless against them. The same could be said for lower-ranked spells. What they would face now was just an avatar, but they still held a trace of the might of the gods. They were immune to spells below rank 7, maybe even rank 9. They also possessed all sorts of unimaginable buffs to their bodies and regeneration. Even with all their traps and plans, Leylin and the rest would be facing a terrifying peak legendary monster. Is it all right at Patrick's side? Are you sure Malur would be so enraged as to send his avatar down? Leylin frowned. A god's avatar was basically their most powerful body in the prime material plane. Avatars and true bodies were also closely related, and the avatar's elimination would damage the true body itself to a degree. He was honestly rather skeptical of whether the prey could be lured out. Come to think of it, Malur is quite unlucky. Legendaries like us are coveting his power, but on top of that even the Church of Justice won't stand his existence. As a lesser god allied with the Orcish gods, Malur was a huge target. Even without Lillian pushing for it, the Church of Justice had determined that he was to be eliminated. At the start of time, it was very common to weaken an opposing god through a battle of their avatars. Leylin had his eye on Malur's divinity, so he naturally didn't hesitate to join in on this mission. Raphania was rather gratified, thinking that Leylin had separated himself from some sort of vulgar interests and made his mind up to join the mighty project of saving the North. There's no problem. The Blackblood tribe should be holding a legendary hunting ceremony right now to please Malur. Records state that this ritual is very important to him. If it's interrupted, he will immediately become enraged, and if his followers and subordinates fail to find the person who caused this, then there's a large possibility of him sending his avatar down. Lillian did not hesitate when mentioning Malur's name, not even trying to avoiding it. They now had two powerful greater gods on their side, which was enough to shield them from Malur's senses. This would allow him to enter the trap without having his guard up. Roar, rumble. Meanwhile, large sounds and violent tremors could be felt through the boundaries. Even with the great distance and layers of weakening, there was still a huge ruckus in the cave. Leylin and the others immediately twitched. It's begun. Chaos reigned as the cries of wee creatures closed in. Evidently Patrick had succeeded in stopping the ceremony, and he was now being pursued. Get to your spots and make sure the connection is good so you can hear my commands. Lillian's eyes glinted as her body turned into a soil puppet that soon crumbled. Her true body had already left. The time to get rid of the disharmony in the dark forest has arrived, the legendary druid Allegor muttered and left, his large beast body as agile as an elf in the trees. What a spectacle. Looks like Patrick really riled up these wee creatures quite a bit. After opening up the teleportation gate, Leylin narrowed his eyes, watching the wee creatures that filled the grounds. These beings that were very similar to the orcs now had reddened eyes as they pursued a white streak of light. Roar. At the moment, there was a black ape-like creature over 5 meters tall in front of the wee creature team. Its scales reflected a metallic luster, and claws with rough, long nails ruthlessly pushed apart everything in its way. Swish. It was as if the air was cut and pushed away, creating an intense blast. Ha! Holy light protection. The figure amidst the ray of light suddenly turned back, a large sword that seemed to be made of crystal emitting holy light to form a large wall. A large figure seemed to clash against the pursuers. Boom! The trees and soil were shaved off, sending numerous weaker wee creatures flying. Making use of this opportunity, the paladin darted to Leylin's side and took a breath. Be careful, they're coming. You even lured out a legendary hunter. What did you do? Leylin was rather curious about how the paladin had achieved this effect. He instantly recognized that the monster following right behind the paladin in a crazed state was something mutated by Malar, a guard of his divine kingdom. It was a hunter. Unlike the previous monsters, though, this one had already become legendary. Even Leylin himself would find it difficult to take this being down. Hee, I just stole all of the legendary blood that the Blackblood tribe has amassed. There's this too. The paladin Patrick tossed a large ape head away. This was obviously a legendary hunter as well. Seeing this, the wee creature soldiers grew more fervent in their pursuit. They roared as they pounced, like they'd seen a mortal enemy. Which was the case anyway. Since the ceremony had been interrupted, Malar was now enraged and had even devoured a few high-ranked priests. Those were people he usually liked a lot. If they could not capture these sinners and sacrifice them, there was a possibility that Malar would give up on all the wee creatures here. After all, what did anyone have to say to someone who was half a beast? If we wipe out all these soldiers, he'd probably send his avatar down, right? Leylin nodded in approval, and then unhesitatingly cast a spell. Blazing rings of fire immediately lit up around him, causing the skies in this region to darken. Traces of red emerged from dark clouds, as lava fell like raindrops. Legendary spell, Skyfire Rain. Bait drip, drip. Droplets of lava the size of human heads fell from the sky, bringing with them the burning power of fire. Under their glamour and beauty, they hid a terrifying might. The earth kept rumbling, and each contact between the lava and the ground caused explosions that formed huge pits. The surrounding forest was also set aflame, resulting in a horrifying sea of fire. The wee creatures seemed tiny in this fire. Even if they'd only been touched by a bit of it, their oily skin lit up like they were torches. The wails of the wee creatures resounded as an overpowering charred smell permeated the air. Paired with the vast sea of fire, it was as if this was the end of the world. The destructive power of a legendary spell really is immense. It's no wonder that the legendary council on the continent made it taboo. The paladin Patrick was obviously shocked as well. While he could easily kill a legendary hunter, his area of effect was nowhere as terrifying as this was. Thousands of wee creatures were burnt to ashes in a single attack, and many more suffered grievous burns. With no priests to heal them, their contaminated wounds would lead to certain death. Now isn't the time to watch. Leylin pointed his finger. A few black figures that overcame the flames soon arrived before them. Leading them was the legendary hunter, but it was evident that Leylin had focused quite a bit on it. The Skyfire Rain had been aimed at it, and much of its scales and fur had been burnt. Bones were jutting out of some parts of its body, creating a terrifying sight. Behind the hunter were a few wee creatures who looked just as pitiful. The fur and beards on their faces were mostly burnt off, and they were now watching Leylin and the paladin with vigilance. One of them, evidently an older priest, stood out and stared straight at Leylin. Its gaze contained a hatred that was etched into the bones. Legendary wizard of the outer world, we of the Blackblood tribe don't seem to have dealt with you. Why do you suddenly hinder our holy sacrifice, and even harm our people? Patrick had been ignored. With the difference in their factions, the two groups were natural enemies anyway, so what more was there to be said? I used to work for Silverymoon, Leylin answered. He was smiling slightly, but felt a twinge of pity inside him. Even with the bonus of being an arcanist and his other skills, large-scale legendary magic still didn't cause much damage to the truly powerful. Blue light shone in Leylin's eyes. This is just a ranged attack after all. A single target spell would have taken one of them down forever. So you're one of Illustrial's people, the old wee creature exclaimed. The Blackblood tribe had stood on the side of the Orcish Empire, so they were now the arch-nemeses with Silverymoon. The wee creatures had all heard that the Queen of Silverymoon was preparing to reclaim her lands, so there was no need for discussion anymore. So that's why you're against us. Indeed, that conflict can't be settled, the old priest muttered, his eyes turning bloodthirsty, but while you did interrupt our holy ritual, you've provided us with even better sacrifices. The lives of two legendaries should be enough to appease our master. Get them, the priest roared, and the legendary hunter finally had an outlet for its impatience. It leapt out, leaving a large pit on the ground. Cracks spread like spider webs in all directions as the creature barreled towards Patrick like a cannonball, its terrifying poisonous claws striking down on the paladin's head. We need to show overpowering might. If not, it'll just be more powerful creatures. At this moment, Lillian's voice sounded by Leylin's ear. It seemed like she and the druid were still concealed, as if the most patient of predators waiting for their prey. That's what I like. Lowering his eyes, Leylin exuded a murderous aura. Banshee's wail. A piercing shriek that seemed to emerge from the very soul burst forth, the sound spreading in all directions to freeze everyone's thoughts for a moment. Now's the time. Greater binding. Leylin's hands moved like he was a professional bard, constantly pulling at the strings that were the elements in the weave. Dazzling spell rays emanated from his body. Roar. The legendary hunter seemed to be bound by some invisible force in midair, and it was left stuck in that position. All evil shall be persecuted. Divine trial. The paladin had finally gotten his chance. He'd arrived in front of the hunter with his crystal sword enveloped in holy white light. His eyes burned with platinum flames. Clean break. The legendary hunter's scales and energy defenses were split apart by the paladin's sword like it was a hot knife slicing through butter. Blood spurted in all directions as a giant head fell to the ground. Their proficient techniques and teamwork allowed Leylin and Patrick to instantly take care of the legendary creature. This amount of strength evidently surpassed the imaginations of the higher-ups amongst the creatures, and the legendary priest resolutely placed his hands in his bosom, as if about to pick out something. Beep. Based on energy undulations and judgment of shape, chances of opponent taking out sacrificial dagger are 99.99%. Divine Force sacrifice will begin in 0.27s. The AI, Chip's robotic voice sounded, and the prediction caused Leylin to move quickly. A mysterious light swept forth from his hand, disregarding all defense in an attempt to strike the old priest head-on. The priest stared at his hand blankly. The gorgeous dagger that had once been there had cracked apart, to the point that there wasn't even a handle left. Legendary arcane spell, Great Disjunction. Even a divine weapon would suffer the wrath of this arcane spell, much less normal items of the mortal world. That was not all. The old priest's necklace, his staff filled with divine force, his beast teeth, and all sorts of magic artifacts that were brushed with exemplary strength were all broken apart. As expected of an arcanist legacy. Even just Great Disjunction and Time Stop can allow me to do whatever I wish amongst legendaries. Although Leylin had a few standard legendary spells, they couldn't compare to the arcanist legacy he held. He had even gotten himself a floating city. He had all the arcanist secrets and spell models he wanted. This strength, it wasn't just the creatures that were surprised by Leylin's strength. Even his allies in Patrick, Lillian, and Allegor were shocked in secret. How can he have so many high-ranked and legendary spell slots? Could he be a lover of the goddess of the weave? No, that's not it. There's another possibility, arcane spells. Lillian's eyes burned with fervor. His attainments in arcane spells far exceeds my expectations. It's already at an inconceivable level. As a legendary wizard, she too had performed research on arcane spells and obtained a few low-ranked arcane spell models. She definitely knew that this would allow her to cast more spells. It was a pity that there were few she had seen who had obtained and could use legendary arcane spells easily. They were all old freaks who had lived for thousands of years, none as young as Leylin. No wonder he advanced so quickly. So he's already grasped some secrets of the ancient arcanists. Lillian pondered inside, thinking she'd unraveled Leylin's secrets. Leylin had expected this, though. He paid little mind to it, for the leak of information was intentional. After all, it wasn't taboo for legendary wizards to perform research on arcane arts, and he was just skirting the line slightly. The more strength he revealed, the more he could do. Why are you still standing there? Go. Like now, for instance. The dazed paladin listened to Leylin's commands subconsciously, charging towards the few remaining powerful creatures, who were at a loss. Meteor explosion. Bigby's crushing hand. With the paladin attacking, Leylin used his terrifying control over spells and took care of the situation in an instant. By the end, Patrick's mind seemed to crash as he saw Leylin rendering the last of the creatures to dust. Such a violent yet refined method of battle, as well as that last fight, is even more crazy than a berserker. Is he really a wizard? Be prepared. Now's the true test. Leylin reminded him with a serious expression. The paladin turned grim as he glanced at the Blackblood tribe. A terrifying roar resounded in the area, containing great amounts of fury. Seeing so many of his subordinates dead, Malar could no longer take it. He sent his avatar to take the stage. Malar's avatar howls and roars echoed in the area. Many high-ranked Were creatures had gathered around a central altar in the Blackblood tribe's lands, chanting hymns of praise to Malar. Group after group of high-ranked captives were slaughtered before the altar, their fresh blood dripping into the pool of blood at the center. Prior experience told these priests that a large-scale blood sacrifice would soothe the god of the hunt. He would even bestow great divine grace on them. Now, however, Malar's fury did not cease. He only grew more violent with every blood sacrifice, like a distant cloud of volcanic ash brewing to its peak. A terrifying roar rang out, and an avatar rose abruptly from the altar. A powerful suppressive pressure originated from its soul, which made the priests prostrate themselves on the ground. They prayed for Malar's fury to swiftly be quelled. It was a great pity that the god of the hunt did not listen to the prayers of his worshippers. More roars reverberated through the altar, and the blood pool rippled violently as if in a storm. It immediately engulfed the trembling captives and priests. "It's our Lord. Our Lord's avatar is about to descend." The other priests who had fortunately been spared from the wave fell to their knees in succession. They began to chant prayers to their god. A foot stepped out of the central altar at this moment, clad in golden fur. The atmosphere seemed to freeze in that moment, and the air was charged with a stifling and oppressive feeling. The golden figure slowly walked out into the full view of the worshippers. It was an enormous and powerful monster that stood over 10 meters tall, looking like a cross of man and ape. Its body was covered in swaths of scales and hair, and fierce claws grew from its hands. Its body glowed with a faint golden aura, making the enormous ape creature look like the darling of the entire world. It seemed to be in existence at the core of the world. This was an avatar of the lesser god of the hunt, the protector of hunters and Were creatures. It was an avatar of Malar the Blackblood beast, completing its descent into the prime material plane. It possessed divine grace as boundless as the sea, divine might as stifling as a prison cell. All the Were creatures' minds froze, and their bodies acted mechanical in their loud chants of Malar's name. Malar's avatar did not pay the worshippers the slightest attention. After all, they were all like ants to him. With a divine domain in hunting, he easily obtained news of his prey from the undulations in the atmosphere. Whoosh! Malar's figure disappeared in a flash, chasing after those hateful and low-born thieves who had disturbed the legendary blood sacrifice. He had already decided to tear out the souls of these blasphemers, and have them wail in terror for 1,000 years within his divine realm. It's coming. Even from such a great distance I can feel its might. As expected of a true god, Leylin was inwardly apprehensive about Malar's power, but this was only an avatar after all. However, Malar's true body is equal to a rank 7 magus. I can still take this on. I wonder what power he could show if we fought within his divine realm. Leylin's eyes were filled with expectation. I discovered Malar's avatar. It's heading our way right now. The epic isolation matrix is working well. It won't be a problem no matter how much energy it has to contain. Lillian's voice floated over to him. He could sense the anxiety in her voice. They were about to battle a god after all. Only legendary mortals could accomplish such a magnificent feat as slaying a god. Right at that moment, the AI chip flashed a prompt in a blood-red window, mapping out several exit routes. Beep. Powerful energy undulations are approaching this location at high speed. Danger level is extremely high. Suggestion. Leave the vicinity immediately. He's fast. Leylin's eyes narrowed as he caught a glimpse of the monstrous golden figure. Number. When did it get here? Fortunately, he had heeded the AI chip's prompt and dodged into safety. In the end, he had only escaped the beast's claws by a hair's breadth. While he dodged, the layers of mage armor on Leylin's body immediately collapsed. It was clear that the beast's claws had also launched a wind attack, and even mage armor too could not withstand the beast's power. Terrifying. Is this the power of a god's avatar? At the very least, it has the strength of a peak-breaking dawn. After Leylin regained his senses, he found out that he had already retreated by several hundred meters. Patrick himself stood a distance away from him, miserable with his face incomparably white. The paladin had lost an arm, and fresh blood poured out of the injury. Evidently, this paladin was unable to escape Malar's sneak attack and lost an arm in the process. His prowess was reduced considerably. Swish. Ah! Only now did the angered cries of Patrick traveled through the air, which was in an extreme disorder to the senses. I was able to see him injured before hearing his cries. Does this mean that the speed has already exceeded the speed of sound? Leylin sweated nervously. An agility like this, it's most likely over 40. As a wizard, he could understand Malur's attack. The god had used some method to exceed the speed of sound, and put in a vivid manner if Patrick had been killed Leylin would still only have seen the corpse before the sound of the battle. Only death awaits if your reflexes cannot keep up with this, Leylin sighed inwardly as he looked at the golden ape the size of a mountain. This is the avatar of a god, and for a lesser one at that. What happened just now? Lillian's enraged voice sounded beside Leylin's in Patrick's ear. Patrick is injured. We need to move our plans forward, execute them right away. Malur's strength had greatly exceeded our expectations. Leylin rubbed his temples. His voice was incomparably calm, and he seemed not the slightest bit frightened. No problem. Before that evil is vanquished, I will not fall. Patrick snorted, and milky white light glowed on his injury. His stem cells began to regrow his flesh, and the bleeding soon stopped. Malur's avatar merely watched the process mockingly, as if savoring the fear of his prey. Playing mind games and only striking when the enemy suffers a mental breakdown. Fool, this is just a good chance for me. Faint blue light flashed in Leylin's eyes. AI, chip, scan target, beep, mission established, beginning scan. The AI chip duly carried out Leylin's commands. Soon after, a 3D hologram was projected in front of Leylin's eyes, with a large amount of data on the side. God of the Hunt, Malur avatar. Estimated stats. Strength, 30 to 45, Agility, 40 to 42, Vitality, 30 to 31, Spirit, 24 to 27. Feats. 1. Epic damage reduction. All physical damage below the legendary rank is negated. 2. Epic magic resistance. With divine protection and divine force, an avatar has great magic resistance. All magical damage below the legendary realm is negated. Note: legendary arcane spells such as Time Stop will not work on the target. Divine strength, lesser god, alignment, chaotic evil, domains, murder, hunting, pursuit, weapons owned, beast claw. This legendary weapon has great attacking power, being fashioned after Malur's original. Epic damage reduction and magic resistance. This means that without legendaries, the battle cannot be won with mere numbers. Leylin inhaled a deep breath upon seeing the stats of the avatar. If we cannot get rid of the domain, our chances of winning today are extremely low, Leylin questioned himself. If it was a 1 versus 1 battle with him and Malur's avatar, he would definitely perish if he did not summon the floating city. Even with the added support and some traps prepared, he was not more confident. I need to use the floating city at the end and get rid of Malur. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Leylin's eyes. Back then, he had used the appearance of Kukulkan to steal the floating city. While this had alerted the powerful factions that there was a rising powerhouse and even fooled the gods, they did not know his identity. If he were to use it now, he would be admitting his identity. However, if he was forced to the edge, what other choice did he have? Wait for me, I'll activate the array and support you again immediately. Lillian too wanted to seize this rare opportunity. She placed her bets like a gambler. Beep. Sealed formation activating. Beginning in. The AI. Chip's voice intoned, but Leylin could not longer pay any heed to it. Just as Lillian activated the formation, Malur's senses told him the situation had become dangerous. He immediately charged towards Leylin. Although he was no longer faster than sound, he could still deal Leylin a fatal blow. Roar. At this moment, Leylin was forced to reveal one of his smallest trump cards. The dazzling wizard robes were shredded into pieces, revealing a legendary dragon armor. A draconic staff found its way into his hands. Legendary dragon breath. Soulburn. Ice Age. A phantom dragon appeared, roaring out with legendary might. Leylin had ignited the red dragon's soul without a single thought to the consequences, conferring unimaginable power to the dragon. A mighty draconic aura almost fully materialized, and dazzling crimson light dyed the skies red. Boom. A river of magma flowed into Leylin's position, with Malur's towering avatar at the center. Having borne the brunt of a legendary attack, his skin was now charred. It was the first injury he'd sustained today. Leylin's figure appeared beside a tree across him. The dragon-scale armor had 3 long gashes in its breastplate, inflicted by Malur's attack. Damn it, isn't it ready yet? Just as Leylin began to curse, the pleasant voice of the AI chip finally rang out. Beep. All preparations have been completed, epic spell formation activated. Golden threads began to float in the air, engulfing their surroundings. Malur felt the imminent danger, and bellowed in rage. Many of the golden threads began to converge into chains as they coiled around the avatar. At this moment, Leylin could see Malur's feats of epic damage reduction and magic resistance weaken, and finally disappeared. He heaved a sigh of relief. The ambient temperature fell drastically, and hexagonal snowflakes sparkled as they drifted down from the sky. Summon giant frost sprite. The snow converged into an icy white giant. Each of the giant's movements added a layer of frost to its surroundings. Apologies for the delay, Lillian said as she sat on the shoulder of the frost sprite. Malur's resistance was too high, but it's been negated by the spell formation. The several legendaries present heaved a sigh of relief as they looked on. They weren't about to give the avatar any breathing room. Roar. A legendary roar sounded once more, but this time much stronger than that of Leylin's phantom dragon. A black shadow covered Malur. Accompanying the deafening roar was a red-scaled dragon that dived to attack the avatar. Its razor-sharp claws met his, causing blood to spurt out. A legendary dragon? No, there seemed to be a trace of ancient dragons. Ahead of Leylin was a legendary dragon. An ancient aura radiated from its body, and its dazzling crimson scales glowed like mesmerizing rubies. Well done, Allegor. Lillian's eyes widened as she charged forward with her frost sprite. Allegor, the druid. So this is legendary transfiguration. The crimson dragon seemed incomparably authentic to Leylin's eyes. Nobody would have been able to tell that it was a druid. Malur's speed had been reduced by the frost sprite, and he'd suffered from the melee against the dragon. The avatar was now in bad shape. Drops of dazzling golden ichor spurted from it, rising off the ground as steam. Die. Patrick seized the opportunity, and radiant light shone from behind his body. A holy figure appeared, restoring him to full strength immediately and wreathing his crystal sword in flames. Schlick. The holy sword stabbed into the avatar's thigh, almost breaking the bone. Malur, who had suffered some injuries, howled loudly, "Ah, Tyr, you deformed thing. I'll never let you get away with this." Tyr struck as well. Leylin turned to the holy figure behind Patrick with some apprehension. It was obvious that a hand was missing from his body, and legend had it that the god of justice had been injured while trying to seal Cerberus. Avatars are indeed the best counter to their kind. I should be more cautious of them in the future. Leylin lowered his head slightly as he gripped tightly onto an ancient purple gold coin. Arg. The injury to the thigh caused a lasting effect on Malur's body. His damage resistance had dropped, and even his hair charred. It made him look miserable. Having been pushed to the edge, Malur finally decided to use his other powers. All this while he'd only engaged in melee, but how could a god not have any spells at hand? After one last roar, the avatar disappeared into the void. Neither the dragon, the frost sprite, or the paladin could detect any traces of him. Is this absolute stealth? It's rumored to be the most powerful stealth technique for rogues. Leylin turned serious. This skill allowed his opponent to completely conceal himself, and rendered him immune to all attacks. However, the body was still in the prime material plane, and he could launch a sneak attack at any time. It was worthy of being called the ultimate rogue skill. Be careful, he's still inside the array. These legendaries weren't less experienced than Leylin himself. After all, they'd reached this peak from a mountain of bloody corpses. Once Malur's avatar disappeared, the other legendaries immediately began to attack as a defensive measure. It was a pity though. It was all a child's game against the god of the hunt. Just as Patrick had sheathed his sword, the enormous figure of Malur's avatar appeared. Before him, a shadow sprung forth from his terrifyingly omnipotent body, engulfing the paladin completely. Help! Save me! The other three legendaries all understood the importance of working together, and even Leylin began to act. It was a shame that Leylin suddenly perceived a tremendous evil intent in the atmosphere at this moment. He immediately activated all the defenses of his dragon-scale armor, and the red dragon staff thundered as it launched a dragon breath in the danger's direction. Ah! A momentary hiss sounded, and an illusory shadow seemed to disappear in a blazing tower of flames. This must be, when did they prepare a phantasmal killer? Leylin began to think at lightning speed. This was the advantage of being a god. Even such a high-ranked skill could be used as long as one had sufficient divine force. Get lost, you abomination. Lillian and Allegor had also been blocked by phantasmal killers, and were both delayed from acting. In this short span of time, Patrick's fate had been sealed. Ah, chaotic evil, why can't you disappear from this world? Before death had its grasp on him, Patrick displayed his peak legendary strength. The burning crystal sword widened in a flash, immediately becoming a broadsword that was over 5 meters long. It clashed fiercely with the bestial claws of Miller's avatar, who radiated divine force even more fiercely. Miller seemed to be on the verge of possessing the paladin. Snap, crack, faint shattering sounded from the points where the claws clashed with the sword. The special ability of the claws was shatter. Patrick could only watch with a dumbstruck expression as Miller's avatar snapped his longsword with its claws. The giant claws covered in golden fur snatched the knight up immediately. Ah, powerful divine force imprisoned Patrick, and he could only frantically howl in response. Nothing he did managed to harm a single hair on his opponent. His surging chi began to wane. In the end, all Patrick saw was an enormous smelly mouth clustered with sharp teeth that stood straight like pikes. Leylin and the others saw Miller's avatar toss the legendary paladin directly into his maw and chew him up. Patrick's defenses were useless against Miller's teeth, and a crunching sound made everyone's hair stand on end as a great amount of blood and bones fell from the corner of Miller's mouth, trickling down his fur. 4 great legendaries had surrounded Miller's avatar. Of them, the paladin Patrick had now fallen. Damn, should we retreat? For the first time, Lillian felt that she was not prepared. Even just the avatar of a god possessed unimaginable strength. She hesitantly glanced at the legendary druid beside her, who was still in his red dragon form. It's just an avatar, and its divine force reserves should be running low. It used up a lot against the paladin earlier, now is our best chance. AI, chip, calculate the avatar's trajectory. Beep. Mission established. Avatar's coordinates have been input, simulation established. The AI, chip loyally executed Leylin's task. Afterwards, Leylin's eyes glowed as he cast a legendary spell that he had long prepared: Greater Disjunction. Snap, crack. Miller's bestial claws were still only a high-rank legendary weapon in the end, and not a divine weapon. They had sustained some damage fighting the paladin, and Leylin's Greater Disjunction caused them to finally crack. Now's our chance. Lillian and Alliger's eyes lit up with hope as they advanced, revealing their own greatest trump cards. Legendary spell Ice Age, Lillian chanted in a high voice, and the surrounding air seemed to turn into a blizzard. The trees, and even rocks around them all turned into sparkling ice, as if the entire world had returned to the Ice Age. Hall, so what if you're a god's avatar? You shall fall. On the shoulder of the giant frost sprite, Lillian was like a goddess of snow. A layer of ice covered Miller's feet, planting him firmly on the ground as an icy meteorite hundreds of tons in weight broke through the skies to land on the avatar. What the hell? Is this woman crazy? This attack will also affect us. In the face of such earth-shattering strength, Leylin was forced backwards. Even Alligor in his dragon form flapped his wings with as much strength as he could muster to keep a distance. You mortals profane gods, Miller's avatar transmitted spiritual undulations in the face of the meteorite. Yet, it crashed down before he could finish speaking, and his words were drowned out. Rumble, a magnitude 10 earthquake erupted abruptly, shaking the land and causing dust to form a terrifying mushroom cloud in the sky. Everyone with strength in the north felt the earth shaking in that instant. Ha! This mad woman. Leylin had grown himself a pair of powerful wings of air, and he looked down at the huge pit from the meteorite. The terrifying hole was tens of kilometers deep, and the middle was pitch black with a base that could not even be seen. Has the avatar died yet? I doubt it, but he's sure to be heavily injured. Alligor, quick. Lillian seemed to be on the verge of collapse after casting this legendary spell. She couldn't even maintain the giant frost sprite under her, only able to let it explode back into ice and snow in the air. Roar. The legendary dragon threw himself into the depths of the pit, and what followed were furious snarls and yells. A large black figure was flung out, like a small mountain being tossed away. Leylin's astonishing eyesight had allowed him to see what happened clearly. The legendary druid Alligor in his dragon form had been caught by the tail, and Miller's avatar had thrown him out like he was tossing a hammer. Leylin's pupils shrank, and he muttered to himself, such tenaciousness, so this is the avatar of a god. You who profane the gods. I will extract all of your souls and place them in my divine realm, burning them in holy fire for 100,000 years. The gigantic ape monster walked out of the pit, clearly agitated. However, he clearly wasn't doing well either. Golden liquid flowed out of his wounds, glowing with the light of divine force. Still, it was hindered by an invisible force. Seems like he really is gravely injured, Leylin thought as he nodded to himself. Still, Miller's body was just a convergence of divine force held together by a god's conscience. It was this divine force that allowed him to maintain physical form. Even the blood spurting out of his wounds was the same, slight injury unable to harm the god's origins. And yet things were different now. His wounds were making it difficult for him to maintain his form in the material plane, and his divine force was already beginning to dissipate. "Mortal woman, how dare you harm my divine body?" The golden ape monster appeared in front of Leylin in the next instant, its giant claws slashing forward. In spite of crystal armor and tens of layers of frost shields, Lillian's defenses were broken apart. The legendary wizard's body shot out like a cannonball, and smoke filled the skies. The red dragon was nowhere to be found in the deep pit. Instead, Aligar's original form lay there unconscious. "Damn it, so I'm the only one left at the end." Leylin rubbed his nose, wondering with a wry smile. "There's a few dogs beside this monkey, it'll be a little troublesome. Kiki, there's one left. Are you trying to flee? Come, let me enjoy this hunt." Malur's eyes were fixed straight on Leylin, emitting a crazed bloodthirst. However, in the next moment, a large palm pushed the head of the avatar into the ground. This was crushing palm. "Are you crazy? I finally got my prey here after much effort. Why would I leave?" Leylin's eyes were cold and wise. "A god letting me leave? The divine force forming your avatar is now lacking, and you urgently need to replenish it." How could Malur's thoughts escape Leylin? The four legendaries had made preparations for a long time and given so much. While the avatar had persisted up till this point, the grievous injuries he had sustained were serious enough. "Roar, I will kill you, kill you." The large monster ape pulled up from the soil and shook his head in fury. "You won't be able to kill anyone." Leylin's voice was cold as he pointed to the avatar's head with his right hand. Legendary spell Meteor Blast. 4 large fireballs fell from the sky, exploding on top of Malur's head. The exemplary flames immediately caused Malur to snarl in anger. "Legendary spells again? Why, how do you have so many spell slots? You can ask again in death." Leylin looked apathetic as legendary spell was cast after legendary spell. Legendary absorption. Legendary detonation. "I am possible," the avatar blustered. Much of his negative energy and defenses had been neutralized by the absorption spell, leaving him open to the detonation that struck his neck. Malur's large head disintegrated. Having become a legendary arcanist, Leylin had integrated his research as a magus with the analytic abilities of the AI chip to cause a terrifying qualitative change. He could now cast legendary spells near instantly. Having been drowned in them, it was no wonder that Malur's avatar died. "Still, we haven't even started the true battle yet." Leylin stared at Malur's avatar's corpse unblinkingly. The collapsed body was undergoing a huge transformation. The pieces of the corpse melted to form a thick golden liquid, much of which fused to form a large golden sphere. Malur's cries could still be heard from its core. The avatar isn't made of flesh and blood after all. Even if the head is cut off, it can still move. Then again, a form made of just divine force is extremely fragile. Leylin understood the various forms gods could take on. Malur's avatar wasn't completely dead yet, and as long as he could flee to his divine realm and fuse back into the main body, he would suffer no real losses. This unique ability of divine force, the ability to vary its form, is what makes it difficult for people to capture it. It is also the key to murdering a god. Leylin glanced in the direction of the unconscious Lillian. She was currently gravely injured, rendered immobile. The original plan was for her to capture the avatar. She would use extremely cold ice to dull the life of the divine force, then use a special container to capture or directly absorb it. Of course, Leylin had not expected too much of her. He had a better method. "Don't you leave," he yelled, numerous thin green threads forming a large web that shot forth from his fingertips. Did you think a mortal object like that could? As he saw what Leylin was doing, the bundle of light that was the avatar scorned him. However, Malur was then left unable to laugh. Swish! The large green web stopped most of the golden ball. The liquid divine force could not break through its seal. "How's this possible? What kind of web is this?" Malur roared, but was unable to do anything about the tightening of the web. He soon reached Leylin's palm. As expected, a web formed of origin force works very well at detaining the divine force of a god. The AI chip's predictions were right. Leylin saw the struggle within the web, where Malur was like a large fish that had accidentally fallen inside. He could not help but snicker as he grabbed the web tightly. World origin force. This was the origin power of everything, what arcanists called origin energy. A web formed of origin energy was the bane of all godly beings. It was no wonder that the ancient gods and arcanists were arch-enemies, and the arcanists had been wiped out. Leylin was probably now the only great arcanist on the continent. He had no problems with turning origin energy into a web, and this was the insurance he'd prepared for this operation. As the large web tightened up, Malur's avatar's cries grew soft until he completely stopped moving. Rumble. Tremendous undulations filled the skies in the direction that the other small part of Malur's avatar had escaped, and his worshippers' prayers formed a golden light, so we weren't the only ones coveting the avatar after all. I managed to lure them out by letting that small part go. Leylin had no plans of stopping. While the smaller avatar still had most of the firepower focused on it, he opened a teleportation gate next to him. Please wait, Lord Leylin. Numerous figures shot over at this moment, all with powerful divine force on their bodies. This was a group of legendary priests. They were led by Benedict, the bishop of the Church of Justice. Retreat, that belonging to mortals shall go to mortals. That belonging to gods shall go to them. Please do not delude yourself. Benedict's tone was almost pitiful of the fate of mankind. Tisk, I hate mediums like you. You've even brainwashed yourself. Leylin looked behind him, unsurprised to see the legendary priest of Mistra as well. Isn't this all for this avatar I have? Even the goddess of the weave is joining forces with you. You should know not to slight the wills of two greater gods. As long as you hand over the source of evil in your hands, our church will definitely compensate you satisfyingly. Benedict now had a merciful look in his eyes, as if he was saving the world. What a joke that was. Would Mistra or Tyr hand over a portion of divinity in exchange for the avatar? Even if they were willing to, Leylin himself wouldn't want it. Leylin was used to getting what he wanted, and did not accept charity. This situation caused anger to rise from the depths of his eyes. Sorry, not interested. The clear rejection immediately stunned Benedict. He then grew indignant. You're so stubborn. Go. 5 high-ranked legendary priests moved forward at his command, forming into a pentagram as they circled Leylin. It exhibited great prohibitive strength. So, now that we've shed all pretense of cordiality, it's time to do it by force. A dangerous smile rose by Leylin's lips. Luckily, I'm not entirely unprepared. Watching Leylin surrounded by the pentagram, a kind smile arose on Benedict's face. This spell formation is boosted by our gods, and it is impossible to destroy it from within. Do you still not repent? Leylin took at the sparkling array, seemingly deep in thought. These are pretty good sealing runes. I'll need some effort to break out from within. After hearing the man speak, however, he snickered. It wouldn't do good for you to dispose of the legendaries you invited yourselves. You think too highly of yourself. Our church can bear the consequences of losing a mere legendary. Benedict sighed. Looks like Leylin has been corroded by greed. Go. Exactly what I was thinking. Do it. Leylin nodded. We're already at this point, and you still. The fury in Benedict's heart grew, and in that moment he made up his mind. He would suffer the loss of reputation in exchange for Leylin's death. However, his expression quickly changed. Woo, woo, a deathly aura, as dark as ink, had filled their surroundings. Numerous bony hands dug their way out of the ground, some with rotting flesh remaining on them as they roared with ire. This profaning of souls, it's a necromancer. The priests' bodies immediately flashed with divine spells. Kiki, the bones started to laugh with a strange sound as they formed a gigantic horned skull. The skull struck the pentagram. Rumble. Although divine spells were the bane of necromancy, the opposite was true as well. The pentagram trembled under the deathly aura, reacting like hot oil would to cold water. Ka-cha, ka-cha, many black cracks crawled along the spell formation, seeming like human veins. The formation then shattered loudly. This strength, it's a high-ranked legendary necromancer. Benedict exclaimed in his shock as a mouthful of fresh blood dyed his snow-white collar red. You got it in one. I'm sorry you don't get a prize. Leylin's figure flashed, and in an instant he disappeared from the formation. By the time the black light flashed again, he was already outside the encirclement. Chase him, Benedict yelled. No time left to care for his injuries. The supporting soldiers he'd brought had terrifying might. There were many legendary priests from the goddess of the weave, and there was even an entire regiment of paladins. Crack, crack. However, all these people were drowned out by the army of the undead. The skeletons enveloped them like an endless tsunami, and few spells could fight off this army of cannon fodder. Benedict's eyes widened further. Stay here, he shouted, activating quite a few high-ranked divine items. Still, even he was met by a wall of skeletons. A strange skull watched him coldly, a dead expression in its empty eye sockets. Legendary spell, Skeletal Wall. It's said to be so powerful even legendary paladins need to hack at it hundreds of times to deal with it. Benedict recognized the origins of this wall. Unable to suppress his injuries any longer, he spat out a few large mouthfuls of blood. He rejected attempts to help him along, now looking like a ravenous wolf in winter. A high-ranked legendary necromancer. Use this to identify and trace him. Although he said that, Benedict knew full well that powerful necromancer had very long lives. Some even just turned into liches, and it was unclear how many of them were hiding in the corners of the world. It would be a mere fantasy if one wanted to determine the identity of this one. Besides, with how things were, what was the point even if they did find out? Damn it, damn it. At the end, the bishop could only let out an angry growl like that of an injured animal, unable to do anything more. In a different location, the little bit of Malur's avatar that Leylin had deliberately let off streaked through the skies like a shooting star, breaking through a few seals to reach the outer planes. However, just as it was about to return to his true body in his divine realm, the beast wasteland, he was suddenly grasped by a palm. It continued to snarl, evidently frantic as if in peril. Divine force rippled forth, but dissipated like a cool breeze in front of the hand. Quiet, a discontent voice sounded, seeming to carry with it the power of laws. Every single movement of the hand seemed to be paired with a vast divine force, causing Malur's avatar to immediately cease all movement. I never thought there would be someone in the prime material plane able to intercept Malur's avatar. The weave rippled, and a goddess with star-like eyes descended to look at the person who'd grasped the avatar in his hands. Although there were surprises in our plan, it's still under our control. The god that rendered Malur's avatar unable to fight back looked rather strange. He wore ordinary warrior clothing, and looked incomparably haggard. His eyes were lined with blood, and he was missing his right hand. He looked like an old veteran whose will was still strong. However, he'd still managed to grab Malur's slime-like avatar with his remaining one. The avatar was completely unable to move. This was Tyr, the greater god of justice and the protector of all paladins. All right, Mistress Weave, let us see to Malur. Tyr spoke slowly, following Mistra to the outer regions of Malur's divine realm. Once they arrived at this place, the golden sphere that was Malur's avatar seemed to grow more emotional. Loud howls echoed from within the divine realm. Now, Malur, swear to the sticks that you won't take part in our battle with the Orcish gods, and you will have your avatar back. Silvery Moon will also acknowledge the current boundaries in land and let the Blackblood tribe remain in the Moonwood. The weave trembled, sending the goddess words into the divine realm. Malur's roars quietened down for a while, but he did not walk outside. Being a beast did not mean he was a fool. The god of justice was right outside. If he dared walk out, Tyr would definitely annihilate him. Mistra would probably be happy to see this happen. Hence, Malur resolutely hid in his divine realm, occasionally releasing a few animalistic howls that were hard to understand. Of course, for the gods, understanding each other's thoughts was very simple. A long while later, Tyr nodded and sent Malur's avatar into his realm, and then left the realm with the goddess of the weave. All right, Malur's side is taken care of. Thank you for your help, Mistra told Tyr. With our divine force, it would be a simple task to break into Malur's realm, kill him, and send his true soul to the astral plane. Tyr began to speak. He's still a true god after all. Now that a war between the gods can erupt at any time, we shouldn't waste too much divine force. Besides, while Malur is someone who works alone, I know that he has dealings with the gods of fury. The explanation rendered him quiet. Even the god of justice had to learn to compromise. Had he not, he would long since have fallen. The preparations in the mortal world are almost done. While those legendaries have their own plans, I have it under control. All sorts of images flashed in front of Mistra, revealing recent events. Now that the attack on the avatar is done, the battle between legendaries should start soon. When the time comes, I'll send my divine weapon down. It will challenge the possessor of the Thunder God's hammer, Saladin. Tyr reiterated their previous agreement. Justice will definitely triumph over evil. The mighty wills of the various universes came to this decision, and I now say this representing the suffering commoners of the North. The god's eyes seemed to pass through time and space, seeing everything. Divinity, massacre. Quiet spatial turbulence was stirred as a crack opened up between planes. Fierce elemental energy surged through it, annihilating everything in its way. A floating city stood tall in this region, as if a powerful fortress that was indestructible and eternal. Only after entering the ghost city did Leylin heave a sigh of relief. "Welcome home, Master." Leylin, the fairy who was like a housekeeper, appeared to greet Leylin. Only this place had arcane spell formations that rendered him immune to the spying of the gods, as well as other divination spells. Once he tossed his coat to an attending golem, Leylin turned to the skeleton lich Elio. "You did well. It is my honor to serve, Master." Elio pressed his right fist to his chest as he spoke. He was in his crystal skeleton form, but he was wearing something akin to a black suit. The clothing formed a vile harmony with the skeleton. Although he knew Elio wasn't speaking from the bottom of his heart, Leylin felt it was enough for the lich to act upon his commands. Sensing the immense power of the god of the hunt, he'd contacted the necromancer through his phylactery, commanding him to stay concealed and ready to act at any time. It seemed like the lich truly was experienced. His grasp of time and usage of skills was split-second perfect. If not for the coincidental suppression of the ghost city in the phylactery, Leylin definitely wouldn't have been able to deal with him. "You won't be recognized by others, will you?" Leylin asked without choice. Skeleton Lich Elio was a name synonymous with trouble and death in the prime material plane, and in recent times his name had even been connected with the ghost city. "Please don't worry, Master. What I used were common death-type spells, and I even left behind little details that might point to other liches." Elio's skeleton snickered. "If they really did try to pursue me using the clues I left behind, I'm sure it would make for an extremely interesting situation." Seeing his expression, Leylin could not help but mourn for the paladins. He sent him away, and turned to the fairy. Leylin immediately flew to his shoulder, beginning an incessant report. "I've been working hard to help manage the ghost city ever since you left, Master. That lich has been diligent as well, and the city is now restored." Leylin was once the intellectual core of the ghost city. Once its owner had died, she'd managed it independently for tens of thousands of years, and she was obviously very practiced in matters like this. Leylin nodded along as she spoke. Time was now on his side. With the restoration of the ghost city complete, it finally began resuming as usual operations. The Mai's energy core was stockpiling energy, and soon enough it would regain the powerful ability to match up to the gods. "Good. Bring me to the core restriction room, and prepare 20% of the Mai's energy core reserves for use. Additionally, get me the arcane energy powder and golem rainbow crystal from the storehouse." Leylin looked at the large green web in his hands. It was now time to deal with Malur's avatar. Still, this was the avatar of a god and could have some hidden abilities. It was best to be on the safe side and absorb him in the floating city. Even if I let some of it get away, the divine force and divine will here, as well as the information on domains should be enough for me to refine a trace of divinity in massacres. He brought Malur's avatar to the core restriction room, and once all defenses were operated he revealed the avatar's true form within the web. It was currently a large pool of golden gelatinous matter, an unmoving huge slime that seemed dead. While I did give him some rough treatment, it shouldn't be to this extent. Leylin shook his head. Perhaps the most fundamental divine will and conscient is still waiting in there, ready to devour me. Compared to the gods, inconceivable strength, even a high-ranked legendary's soul seemed fragile. Many people had been deluded into thinking they could absorb divinity in the prime material plane, but they were instead absorbed by the gods and turned into avatars. Some were indeed lucky enough to succeed, but they experienced a great change in their temperaments and turned into lunatics. "What a pity, your plans will not come to fruition." Leylin touched the semi-solid divine force on the ground with his finger, as the origin conscient of a mere beast trying to swallow me. In the instant that Leylin's mind and the avatar's conscient made contact, the image of a terrifying giant serpent flashed in Leylin's eyes. Having absorbed the power of the nightmare-absorbing physique, the Targaryen seemed to have reached a more inconceivable level. It even seemed to echo within the world of gods, and its strength continued to grow. Sensing this conscient, the pile of slime quickly shrunk back. Yet, Leylin was prepared and restrained it, leaving it with nowhere to go. Leylin took hold of it, and powerful devouring strength exploded forth from his body. "It has begun." Leylin closed his eyes, beginning the contest between their conscience and the transformation of divinity. There was little to say about the battle between conscience. Malur's avatar couldn't even begin to resist the Targaryen before it was devoured, and he even leaked some information about divine domains. When Leylin opened his eyes again, a trace of dark gold divine force twined around his arm. Is this the power of the divinity of massacres? Leylin looked at the divinity of massacres, which seemed as thin as a hair on one's head. Sounds of slaughter filled his senses the moment his thoughts made contact with it, causing his eyes to redden slightly. This thread of the divinity of massacres contains about 10% of the law of massacres. There's a great amount of divinity, as well as the power of faith from Malur's followers. Leylin identified the components of the thread. Divinity was very important to gods, and even true gods would take some time to recover after a portion of their divinity was cut off. Malur had lost most of his avatar, so he would likely be in a terrible state right now. Stepping into the realm of the gods using the power of massacres. I like it. Leylin laughed slightly. A thread of the divinity pounced forward, fusing with his body seamlessly. The process was simple. He'd long since tamed this thing. Bits of comprehension of the law of massacres emerged in Leylin's mind. An intense, qualitative change occurred inside his body at the same time. Beep. Host body beginning to absorb divinity. AI. Chip upgrading. The AI. Chip's robotic voice sounded, and what followed was silence. After an unknown period of time, the AI. Chip's voice sounded once more. Beep. Auxiliary system successfully upgraded. Detected large changes to host body's stats. Recalculating. Afterwards, numerous prompts shot out. Beep. Host has successfully absorbed the divinity of massacres. Has been changed as a life form, transitioning into a divine being. Beep. Host has absorbed divinity. All stats +1. Beep. Host spirit has advanced. Arcanist ranking increased. Currently ranked 22. Beep. Analysis of level 7 weave at 100%. Host has unlocked all rank 7 spell models, and will no longer forget spells. No materials needed to cast rank 7 spells. Beep. Host has obtained divine body feat. Epic adaptability. Epic adaptability. Divine beings have a great tolerance for various extreme environments. All divine beings can survive in lava and frost, be suffocated, or starve. Note: this feat overlaps with intermediate perfect body, and is now encompassed under it. Leylin also found that his stats were refreshed again. Leylin Fallen. Race: Human Divine Being, Rank 22 Arcanist Legendary. Strength: 16. Agility: 16. Vitality: 16. Spirit: 22. Arcane Energy: 220. Status: Healthy. Feats: Legendary Sturdiness, Scholarly, Intermediate Perfect Body, Dreamscape Vision. Specialties: Origin Force Detection, Origin Force Amplification, Illusions. Analysis of Weave. Level 0 100%, Level 1100%, Level 2100%, Level 3100%, Level 4100%, Level 5100%, Level 6100%, Level 7100%, Level 887.56%, Level 957.72%. Spell slots: Rank 9, 4, Rank 8, 6, Rank 7, Rank 6, Rank 5, Rank 4, Rank 3, Rank 2, Rank 1, Rank 0. Divine Being, a change to my state. Leylin looked at his hands. Golden veins appeared under them, and then died down. The progress of analysis has increased as well. With the analysis of level 7 complete, I've met the minimum requirements to cast the legendary rank 12 arcane spell, Kalkas's avatar. Leylin recalled the powerful model that Distorted Shadow had given to him. It was a terrifying arcane spell that would release all the conscience of the ancient magi, and could steal all of Mistra's strength in an instant and cause her to fall. If this was in the past, Distorted Shadow would definitely have appeared and used all sorts of methods to distort my senses, forcing me to become archenemies with the goddess of the weave and then make his move. A smirk rose about Leylin's lips. He was now no longer a pawn to be used as others pleased. While the weave goddess church was slightly hostile to him, they weren't mortal enemies and their differences weren't irreconcilable. Naturally, there was also no need to make any moves yet. Power of divinity. Leylin prized free will the most. For its sake, he wouldn't even mind falling out with Distorted Shadow. Besides, after grasping a thread of divinity and becoming a divine being, I'm officially on the way to ascending to becoming a god. I now can sense prayers from followers well and respond to them. While I can't bestow divine spells, this is already quite good. Leylin closed his eyes. Even without the boost from his nightmare-absorbing physique, he could sense the countless threads of faith in the air, and it was easy to trace them back to their source. In the north, within Tiff's Viscount territory, in a secret room. Tiff, who was doing his daily prayers, suddenly heard a voice from within his mind. "Dear follower, I am here." I exist within you. Through his spiritual force senses, Tiff felt his prayers connect with a very familiar existence. That feeling immediately caused him to kneel, with tears streaming down his face. Master, feathered serpent god Kukulkan, you are finally awake. This scene occurred in the minds of many followers of Kukulkan. They all began to pray, the power of faith constantly transmitted to Leylin through the weave and absorbed by his massacre divinity. Next is to spread faith and nurture my divinity. Before attempting to ignite my god fire, a fire seemed to blaze in Leylin's eyes. The feeling of accepting faith is similar to the power of domains. Is this the massacre domain? Leylin commanded, AI. Chip. Beep. Mission established. Host has obtained partial information on the massacre domain. Beginning simulations. After obtaining the massacre divinity, the respective domain ability has awakened, but this would require large amounts of the power of faith and my own comprehension to coordinate. Leylin stroked his chin, eyes flashing as he pondered. Domains were God's true assets. Only through them could gods connect with the faith of their followers, and then transform that strength for their use. Leylin now had only made contact with the surface layer of the massacre domain, and even the AI. Chip was still unable to digitize it. After all, the massacre divinity was not his own. Only after he had a better understanding of the law of massacre could he truly grasp this domain. When that time came, the AI, Chip should be able to digitize information regarding the domain. Leylin stood up slowly, and with his breaths, a powerful gust of wind blew in the secret room and struck a steel plate. It began to buzz. How strong have I become after absorbing the divinity? Leylin raised his arm, and a water screen appeared, showing a reflection of his figure on the bright layer of water. He was still tall and had a good posture, his golden curls matching with deep blue eyes like the sea to create the most standard image of a noble youth. However, Leylin now noticed a very hazy golden luster from his body from the corner of his eye. This layer was very weak, and without paying much attention to it, it could be overlooked. Also, Leylin stared at his eyes. In the depths of the deep blue eyes, traces of gold flickered. Is this what happens after taking in divinity? Leylin stroked his chin. In a few years, I'll be able to conceal this entirely after I've adapted to the power of divinity. However, I don't have that much time. Shaylin. Move the floating city towards the outer sea regions of Dambrath. Putting on a purplish gold wizard robe with star patterns on it, Leylin issued the order. With his will, the entire ghost city began to rumble. Amidst the elemental turbulence on the outer plains, it began to charge towards the surrounding space of Dambrath. On the way, all obstructions to the floating city were crushed into powder. The gods, the North, HMPH, no matter what plots you have, what can you do to me if I leave? Sitting at the control area, Leylin sneered. The reason he had come to the North was to obtain Malur's divinity. Since his goal was met and he sensed the situation in the North, when was a better time to leave than now? Making a decision when it was time to was one of the reasons that Leylin could survive to this day. While there were immense benefits to be taken in the North, Leylin had offended two greater gods' churches. How would he dare stay on? But the god of justice and weave goddess churches are preoccupied with helping Illustrial regain her kingdom, which is why most of their power will be concentrated in the North. The possibility of them making trouble for me is at a minimum, but Tiff will be in trouble. Leylin's eyes flashed, but that's only something I've done at leisure. There's little to hang onto there. At this thought, Leylin immediately made a prophecy using Tiff's thread of faith. Immense danger will arrive soon. Bring all forces and preparatory priests away from the North and head to the outer seas of Dambrath. Immense danger. Is it the church? Tiff looked solemn as he began to pray. God, you are the master of everything. I shall carry out your will. What's wrong, darling? The mistress looked at Tiff next to her, evidently worried. While they had shared a bed for many years, she still felt that this person was like a stranger. It's nothing much. I'm leaving. Tiff ruthlessly got up and put on clothes. You can leave with me, or stay behind to manage the land. While she was still stunned, Tiff had already left the room. What came next was a huge ruckus. For Leylin, the land and wealth in the North were things that could be given up on. Only the seedlings of priests that had been painstakingly nurtured were the most important and could not be abandoned. Tiff understood Leylin and had the batch of loyal priest seedlings to leave as quickly and safely as possible from the North. As they had left quickly and resolutely, all that the two churches had after they could react were only the things that Tiff had abandoned. They had no clue of what they had let escape. Leylin had left without a sound and returned the same way. Besides Ernest, Baron Jonas and a few others, the people on the land did not even know that this legendary wizard young master had left and returned in secret. For ordinary people, it was common for wizards to stay in their towers for a year and a half and not show themselves. After greeting his parents and mentor, Leylin had no plans to care for the land and instead, stayed within the wizard tower. All these tasks were settled by his men. All he had to do now was amass the power of faith and train his divinity, all this to ignite his god flames and become a god. Within the wizard tower, a layer of distorted massacre domain expanded. Leylin wore loose wizard robes, meditating as he felt the threads of faith in this territory. It might be because he was within the territory itself with many people protecting him, but the threads of faith were even more distinct than before. The massacre domain expanded, allowing him to have a better understanding of this great domain power. The massacre domain should grow through constant battles and nurturing through taking lives. I even have a terrible premonition that this massacre domain can steal all life energy, which means, the more I kill, the more powerful my main body gets. Leylin looked at the AI chip, getting another prompt that said obtained information regarding massacre domain. In Leylin's opinion, he would soon be able to control and digitize the true domain soon. Tiff and the rest should arrive soon. What's next is to find a place for a massacre and nurture the divinity in my body. Leylin stroked his chin and pondered. Based on his senses, if his divinity value was at 1 now, it had reached 1.1 after absorbing much the power of faith. I obtained the massacre divinity before, but that's only an introduction and medium. After passing through this threshold, I can transform the power of faith and boost my own divine force. Leylin seemed to understand something. Whether his divinity had power was another matter altogether. Before he had become a divine being, it would have been impossible to communicate with his followers and absorb their faith without help from the nightmare-absorbing physique. With divinity, he could do this as well as transform faith, thus making preparations to ignite god flames. It's best to comprehend the domain of massacre while spreading the source of faith, as this, conquering. Leylin sank into deep thought. Where do I find a large unconquered land and not attract the attention of the gods? The prime material world had basically been divided by the gods already. There wasn't much more territory left. Even if Leylin was willing to head to Karen's hometown, the Dark Region, he would still need to seize faith from Ross and a large number of underground gods. Most importantly, they were all true gods, and it was impossible for him to go against them. I'll need to make my choice carefully. Tiff and the rest are going to reach soon, so I should settle them down first and have them mix with the commoners on the land. I'll make my mind after fully unearthing the potential of this territory. With the current circumstances, Leylin could only plan things this way. Empire waves splashed into the side of a majestic warship, yet it didn't falter at all. It stood tall like a mountain or reef braving the wind and waves, advancing into the depths of the outer seas. The ship was flying the flag of a scarlet skull and dagger. Numerous others followed behind it, with fierce cannons and countless pirates on board. Even the largest of merchant groups would be scared out of their wits at this sight. This fleet was that of the Scarlet Tigers, the organization that controlled the outer seas of Dambreth. The Scarlet Tigers had the best of the best, with over 100 large warships and more than 5,000 men. With their several expansions, the Scarlet Tigers seemed to have bitten off more than they could chew. However, with Tiff and the other elites joining from the north, a powerful pirate fleet was formed that rivaled the Imperial Navy. I never expected the native empire to actually exist. Isabel was on the bow of the Scarlet Tiger, her legendary red dragon sword hung at her waist. She emitted a faint draconic aura, her bloodthirsty eyes staring pointedly into the horizon. The memory of her time on Nightmare Island was still fresh in her mind. She'd been made a fool of by the natives there, and now she'd obtained information regarding their empire through repeated attacks on native tribes. Having determined their location, she was planning to deal them a huge blow. But I never thought Cousin Leylin would agree to this. He even came here himself. Isabel looked towards the ship's hold, seeming serious. Is this for faith, to become a god? Is a god going to be born out of our family? In the past, Isabel didn't have the guts to think of such blatant blasphemy. However, things were different now. Leylin had performed miracle after miracle, cementing his cousin's confidence in him. In addition, Isabel had been able to sense the power of divinity on Leylin's body. My cousin will successfully become a god. All who stand in his way will be killed, regardless of their identity. Isabel reached for the hilt of her sword, her mind made up. The somber atmosphere caused all the surrounding pirates to shiver in fear as they glanced at their leader. Once she'd become a dragon warlock, Isabel had completely suppressed the demonification of her body. Dragon King's mystic might had even allowed her to cross the threshold of the legendary realm. Her title in the outer seas had changed. She was no longer the Scarlet Witch, instead the daughter of the Red Dragon. Along with Leylin, she was one of the two main forces in charge of the outer seas, on one the surface and the other in the shadows. All the other organizations knew of their backgrounds, and were obviously fearful. Leylin could sense Isabel's conviction. Sitting quietly in the captain's room, he couldn't help but chuckle. A conviction formed out of love. Leylin nodded as he sensed an extremely thick string of fate. Learning of his ambitions for godhood and that he'd already obtained a thread of divinity, Isabel had become one of Leylin's worshippers. She even began to spread the faith of the winged serpent god Kukulkan amongst the pirates, and even if Leylin wasn't a match for the gods of the storms or the like, her methods caused a portion of the pirates to change their faith. What surprised Leylin more was that Isabel's faith for him was extremely firm and zealous. Albeit slightly, it was even more sturdy than Tiff's. Leylin knew for sure that if he'd become a god already, she would be a devout follower of his. Leylin sensed the faith of the other pirates, and could only smile wryly. I'd be lucky to have even one with such a firm conviction as her. Although Isabel was doing all she could to assist him, Leylin was still only a divine being. He could only answer the prayers of his followers, not grant them divine spells. He wasn't competitive at all with the true gods, or even false gods, demigods, or devils. Worshippers were bright, after all. Why would they invest effort into someone who couldn't give them anything? If not for Isabel using her position and doing everything in her power to promote this faith, the religion of the winged serpent god would have failed terribly. I need to give my worshippers some real benefits as soon as possible. I should become a demigod and bestow divine spells to them, but I'll also need to give them material compensation. This is the principle of equal exchange. Leylin suddenly had a revelation. The path of faith in the world of God still followed the Magi's principles of equal exchange. Worshippers provided their faith, and in return the god promised to receive their souls after death, taking them into their divine kingdom. They would also provide shelter, divine spells, and other things. In essence, the thread of faith was a contract between God and man. Of course, even the Magi's concept of equal exchange did not necessitate that the things traded were of equal value objectively. The two parties just had to find the traded items that valuable. That concept allowed the gods to pay less than their worshippers offered up. This was the only way for them to accumulate divine force and increase their power. Sadly, these days the churches were growing more competitive. The gods had to give in greater amounts to obtain more and better followers. This internal competition caused wasteful consumption of divine force. On top of that, there were devils and demons stealing their food. This is the sorrow of the gods. As their foundations are with the mortals, they can never abandon the faith in the prime material plane. Gods whose faith has been lost will gradually die out, and their eternity is but an unrealistic rosy view, Leylin sighed. Although this path was powerful, it was so limiting it wasn't worth him immersing himself in it. This body was only a clone, while the original walked the path of the ancient warlocks. This had never changed. That was strength that truly belonged to him, and Leylin knew this very well. Of course, the path of faith was the most compatible with the rules of the world of gods, and there were many areas of it he could learn from. Clone as he was, this Leylin did not hesitate in his attempt at godhood. After pondering the contract between gods and humans, Leylin focused on other matters. But, even I didn't expect that just as I was trying to find a place to expand my faith and comprehend the domain of massacre, the native empire suddenly emerged. Could the world origin force be helping me in hopes that I succeed? What kind of joke is this? He'd originally planned to conquer another territory to boost his relationship with his worshippers, comprehending the massacre domain and disseminating his faith. The information about the native empire had been a huge surprise. Although there were legends and rumors about the native empire in the outer seas, Isabel had now found a number of safe shipping routes. It seemed too much of a coincidence, so Leylin smelled something fishy. To the conscience of the gods, a magus like him was an intruder and their arch-nemesis. Why would they try to help him? It would be more normal if he was being hunted down. What's with this situation? Could it be that the world will treat me as a complete native after reincarnation, and is trying to get me on its side? Or is it in such deep sleep that it doesn't react to the matters of the world anymore? Maybe this is to balance power. Have the gods' goals deviated from that of the world will, and they're betraying it? Numerous possibilities flashed in Leylin's mind, and were simulated by the AI chip to find any possible changes in the future. There are many changes in the future, but I can't go wrong with grasping the present. After planning for a long time, Leylin sighed. Whatever it is, occupying the native empire and comprehending the massacred domain amidst constant slaughter is key. I need to spread my faith afterwards as well. At this thought, Leylin sent out a divine call. Master. A moment later, Tiff's figure emerged from the shadows without a sound or any trace of energy undulations. Have you met Isabel? You will work with her in the future, and spread faith of me in the native empire. A golden ray flashed in his eyes. I've seen her. If Master already has such power in the outer seas, the native empire will not be a problem for you. Tiff spoke reverently. He was actually rather surprised that Leylin had a legendary sorcerer under him, and rather relieved. He obviously did not dare to be negligent when it came to Leylin's divine orders. Watching Tiff's figure disappear, Leylin nodded and sighed. Tiff's retreat from the north had gone quite well. While he had lost a few helpers in the process, they were outer powers that did not know their true secrets. The group of acolytes that Leylin prized the most successfully reached the outer seas, giving Leylin the confidence to declare war on the native empire. After all, faith could provide unimaginable effects when one was invading in. Occupying another territory, this war could be said to be a selection and training for the priests. With Leylin's foresight, he would definitely be able to discover a large number of people who would form the sturdy foundations for his church in the future. He had two legendaries in Isabel and Tiff, as well as an experienced army. They were being led by a divine being in himself, and on top of that they had the continuous support of the fallen family. This was what Leylin was counting on. He'd basically sent out all his elites for this battle, his ambition evidently not something a mere fief with a small population could satisfy. DeBank's Island. An intense military discussion was taking place within the captain's room of the Scarlet Tiger. There were few participants. Leylin, who was in charge, naturally sat at the front, with Isabel and Tiff by his side. At Isabel's side were Robin Hood, Ronald, Karen, and the other leaders of the pirates. Next to Tiff was the organization Leylin had run in the north. This included devil worshippers and real devils. Even if they concealed it, their aura still caused the pirates to feel a sense of danger and unease. Next to the devil followers were a few priests, higher-ups with grim faces. These priests were seeds that Leylin had nurtured. Although they were young, they were already beginning to show merciful and kindly traits, and did not seem to be compatible with the devils. However, they still sat together, which created a rather interesting atmosphere. These two groups were meeting for the first time, and could not help but size each other up curiously. These were all Leylin's elite forces, as well as the fledgling form of his future church and army. They were also the capital Leylin was using on an expedition to the native empire, and he naturally had to integrate them well. After the long self-introductions were completed, Leylin coughed softly. Immediately after, the area went quiet. Isabel, present the situation over there. In official settings, Leylin always called Isabel by her name, and would still do the same after becoming a god. For eternal gods, blood relations and whatever else was pointless. The only interest was in eternity. The native empire was found by a group of pirates under me. It is on a large island with an area of about the size of 2 or 3 Dambrath kingdoms. The surroundings of the island is always filled with dangerous gales and ocean currents. There is only a slight period of time every year that ships can successfully sail past, which is why contact with the outer world is at a minimum. My underlings now have a clear idea of the patterns of the currents and have created an accurate shipping route. For the pirates under Isabel, identifying ocean currents and shipping routes were fundamental skills. For the pirates whose lives depended on the skies, their abilities in navigation and techniques in determining their location based on the stars far exceeded that of ordinary merchant ship navigators and sailors. As the greatest captain in the outer seas, Isabel naturally had many talented people at her disposal. After determining the location, determining the shipping route was simple with some time and many tests at the cost of lives. HS's, Isabel's speech immediately had gasps sounding from Tiff's side. The size of 2 or 3 Dambrath kingdoms. That area is akin to like a small continent already. The Dambrath kingdom has a population roughly made up of 1 million people. At the most conservative estimate, the native population that we have to face is over 2 million. How frightening. Such a simple ratio immediately resulted in uneasy looks on some pirates' faces. After all, They had less than 10,000 men, and yet had to fight enemies that numbered hundreds. More than them. If not for having an advantage in possessing ships in a route, they would long since have had thoughts of escaping. Quiet, Tifa yelled. Are you trying to humiliate yourselves in front of Master? Or is your mind that weak? Such a strict questioning in his status as a legend immediately caused everyone to quieten down. While there are many natives, that doesn't mean much. You'll know how things are once we get onshore. Leylin nonchalantly waved his arms. Even in Leylin's previous world during the Age of Discovery in the West, when the colonialists had taken over North and South America, they had conquered all the tribes and the kingdoms there with just hundreds or even tens of people. With thousands of criminals, pirates and many others, they had taken over the whole continent. It was then discovered by someone akin to a hero. Similar to Cortez, who used just 1,000 people and took over the Aztec Empire with a population of 15 million people in 5 years. In Leylin's eyes, the native empire was not much different from the Aztec Empire in his original world, a backward civilization full of savagery and ignorance. With advancements in civilization and technology, conquering a civilization that seemed huge but was actually oversized and backward was basically no different from killing a fat pig. No matter how terrible the continent was, it was still better than the natives who used wooden spears and did not even have clothing. Most importantly, with a god like Leylin working, was there a chance of failure? As a divine being, Leylin had an invisible, powerful infectious aura. After seeing how confident he was, the fears of the rest of the people died down. After seeing how the situation had turned out, Leylin nodded and allowed Isabel to continue introducing the situation with the native empire. Based on our usual practices, I call this newly discovered island the Debanks Island. It is now known that there is a native empire at the very center which they call Sakarts, which means the sun that never falls. That takes up most of the plains on the island. The population is about 1.5 million people, and around the Sakarts Empire, there are a few tribes. Most are subservient to the Sakarts, and amongst them, there are some wars. Altogether, there should be about 500,000 or 600,000 people there. Isabel evidently valued this intel-gathering job and had even been able to gain such definite numbers about the Sakarts Empire, which was pretty god. While already mentally prepared, some still gasped after hearing that they would be declaring war on about 2 million people. Hee, that's nothing, you brainless things. Those aren't 2 million enemies but, in my opinion, 2 million healthy slaves. There's also countless treasures and fertile land. Isabel smirked at how her subordinates were acting and exclaimed coldly, sounding condescending. The rest of the pirates remembered the frail natives and reacted. What they used to do was take the natives as slaves. They obviously knew that just using blades would scare the natives into subservience, and they would not resist no matter how they were flogged. Sometimes, just one supervisor would be enough to manage hundreds of native slaves. After disregarding the numbers, the pirates finally reacted, feeling vastly superior to them. Exactly. Those natives are so frail. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, we don't have to declare war on all of them at once. We can work from the surrounding tribes and subdue a few groups to work for us and let them kill themselves. Ronald spoke in a low voice. The moment we conquer such a large land, or even just 10% of it, all of you will be able to obtain unimaginable amount of wealth and even become nobles who have land. Pirates had always been living with their lives on the line. After hearing something so tempting, their breathing began to get rough while their eyes became bloodshot. That's right, as a marquis, my family has the authority to confer titles. When the time comes, I definitely won't be stingy. Leylin made his promise then, which immediately had the pirates cheering. Being able to turn from the most lowly pirates to nobles, that temptation was enough for the pirates to work tortuously for. At Tiff's side, the people started to get a little restless. After all, clerical members needed to eat and drink, as well as have safe and comfortable lives. Taking over the native empire and providing faith to our master is also a divine order. Tiff grimly announced. For our master. The rest began to pray devoutly. After knowing each other, everyone left the room in succession, leaving only Tiff and Isabel behind. It doesn't matter if there are 10 times more natives than us, but, has master ever thought about the possibility of them being protected by gods? Tiff looked solemnly as he asked. This was also what Leylin had been trying his best to avoid. I also wanted to warn you about this. In the few native tribes of the outer seas, their faith totems. Some were even comparable to legends or demigods. Isabel spoke seriously. From their point of view, no matter how useless the natives could be, they could still have one or two true gods. That would be terrible. After all, Leylin was now merely a divine being. The cruelty of divine battles could be experienced from many historical poems and poetic sagas. You don't have to worry about this. The Debanks Island does have a few native religions and divine beings, but at most, there's only a half-god and not a true one. On top of that, the gods of the continent have no interest in the faith of the natives, Leylin guaranteed. When it came to gods, he obviously was the one with the most right to say this. Upon hearing this, Isabel and Tiff relaxed. True gods were a large gap from him, but the difference between a divine being and half-god was not so big. If the difference was not so large, they would still have courage to risk their lives. As for how Leylin knew about this, Isabel and Tiff sensibly did not ask more questions, since gods always had their own secrets. Leylin too had no intention to share his plans. After they left, Leylin went to the bottom of the hold of the ship and saw a group of native slaves cowering in fear. In preparations for this expedition, these natives would be the translators and communicators. This would reduce the natives' hatred of this colonial invasion. Contamination. AI. Chip, show me the schematic from the Soul research. Leylin seemed to have no reaction to the natives' fear. A wave of the hand had a wizened old man approach him, and he pressed his palm into the old man's head with a glint in his eyes. Time passed, and the man's expression warped quickly. There was happiness and suffering, but mostly confusion. The rest of the natives backed off as they watched this god bestow gifts upon him. In their point of view, the leader of the slaves and the supervisor were both amazing people. As for Leylin, who headed thousands of pirates and had several hundred large ships in his possession, he far surpassed their tribal chiefs or priest elders. Perhaps the only thing that could compare to him were their totems. Beep. Soul schematic analysis completed. Beginning comparison. The AI chip projected a colored image in front of Leylin, comparing the native soul to that of a regular person. A few darker regions were specifically marked out. Putting the now useless lab rat down, Leylin returned to his bedroom alone. Large amounts of data flashed across his eyes, and he began to turn serious. As expected, there's something wrong with the natives' souls. A long time ago, Leylin had discovered an extremely interesting phenomenon. None of the native tribes in the outer seas believed in any true gods. This was something unthinkable. The gods were so thirsty for faith that they wouldn't even leave strange creatures and mud beasts alone. Why would they abandon these intelligent natives? Even if their souls weren't even a tenth as strong as that of a commoner from the mainland, the gods still understood that little things would add up. However, of all the tribes that Leylin had attacked, the natives all believed in natural spirits and totems, and there was no appearance of the gods from the mainland at all. The only explanation for this would be that there was some flaw in their power of faith, which left the gods with no choice but to give up on them and treat them as trash. They allowed the natives to do as they wished, and even if they knew of the large native empire they didn't bother with it. With large amounts of research and comparisons, as well as with his own abilities as a divine being, Leylin had finally touched upon the secret. This spirit, the problem isn't exactly internal. It's actually contaminated. Leylin was now solemn. On top of that, this mutation is familiar. With the mark of arcane and magus spells, it reaches the depths of their genes, and has been passed on generation after generation. In essence, the power of faith was just soul energy that was dispersed when worshippers reached an emotional peak during their prayers or ceremonies, full of fervor. Using their domains and divine sparks, the gods absorbed this specific soul energy and turned it into divine force. There was no essential difference between lesser and greater gods either. It was the same process. What happens if we absorb this mutated soul force? AI chip, simulate the absorption of the natives' power of faith, Leylin commanded, stroking his chin with his interest peaked. Beep. Mission established. Beginning simulations. Preparing model. Large amounts of data flashed by Leylin's eyes, giving form to a scenario. The statue of Malar from before had been enshrined around a native altar, the rest of the natives worshipping it. Visible only to divine beings, power of faith rippled as it gathered at the stone statue. There was no change to the statue at the beginning, and his divine force increased in strength. However, a decade later the statue began to grow indistinct. A dark red luster lingered around it, and Malar turned more violent and asked for regular blood sacrifices. A century later, Malar's divine realm exploded amidst his despairing roars. A gigantic ape body fell into the prime material plane, bound securely around the native priests. 5 centuries had passed, and Malar was now a beast with no mind of his own. He had turned into a golden flag, with the figure of an ape on it. I used Malar as the model because I'm more familiar with his divine force, but I never thought this would happen. Once the simulation had passed, Leylin fearfully recalled the scene just then. There's definitely something wrong with the natives' power of faith. It's greatly contaminated, and can even cause a true god to weaken, eventually even fall to the prime material plane. Combined with the sacrifices, they become bound to the planet, their minds slowly erased until all that's left is pure instinct. Such a miserable thing was no different from suicide. It was no wonder why the gods had forsaken these inhabitants. They lost their holy kingdom, and were banished into this area with their consciousness eroding over time. It's worse than confinement, the power of their faith is contaminated, but it's a hereditary thing that they simply can't change. Leylin pondered over the issue. Since that's the case, I don't have to worry about other gods meddling if I enact my plans on this kingdom. However, I'll have to bear the burden all on my own. Although the worship of these inhabitants was lacking, and the spirits they bound weren't as powerful as gods, a demigod who assimilated with those spirits could become comparable to gods. The totemic demigods would be that strong. Of course, once they left their area, the power of these demigods would fall drastically. No matter what, there is a chance here. A huge one. Leylin's eyes flashed as countless possible scenarios unfolded in his mind. All that was left was to bring them to reality. However, the incompleteness and contamination of these spirits still makes me uneasy. If I don't understand them completely, Leylin recalled several samples of these totems, his divine conscience delving deep into the genes where the ancient memories were located. There was a fire on the battlefield, floating cities crashing into the ground like meteorites. The arcanists, who were always intelligent and farsighted, who controlled all the truth in the world, were now being slain. Their murderers, the gods. The last remaining arcanists of Netheril cried out in hatred and anguish. The spark of the arcane spells of Mise will never cease. We will never yield. Multiple memory fragments were revealed to Leylin, and even with his power he could only process a small portion of them. However, the information divulged from even that small portion was enough to move him. So these people are actually immigrants from the Netheril era. Leylin gasped. He'd previously seen other people from the Netheril era before, like Helen. Although it was a rather miserable thing to see them run and hide for their lives, they were living in heaven compared to these people. Who'd have guessed that the progressive and cultured Netheris have been reduced to such a state over tens of thousands of years? They're called barbarians and fools, some even captured and turned into slaves. Leylin sighed inwardly. He could now understand what had happened before. The gods had been displeased with the fearless research of the Netheris arcanists, and it had eventually led to war. They began to kill what looked like all living arcanists, and most of the floating cities crashed into oblivion. The Netheris civilization had crumbled in a day. It was at this moment that a group of Netheris had gathered. They likely wished to resist the enslavement of the gods, and were resolute in their decision. They swallowed a medicine that caused them to reject the power of faith, the rest unlucky enough to be swept into the high-ranking battle and ending up as collateral damage. In any case, the Netheris had experienced a complete change in spirit, and were now considered venomous to the power of faith, and in turn to the gods themselves. They definitely wouldn't be taken in by the gods, so they escaped across the seas and started reproducing here. During this process, due to the powers of the gods and other backhanded means, these people from the Netheris era had regressed. What was once a renowned and cultured civilization had now turned into a group of barbaric and foolish tribals. If my guess is correct, the ancestors of these natives turned into barbarians after rejecting the power of faith. This had stopped them from finding even one god to turn to. How pitiful! Leylin felt the anguish of losing a whole civilization from the bottom of his heart. His eyes turned red. However, since matters have turned out like this, hand over your blood, tears, hatred, and your power of belief, everything the gods may not have been able to resolve the issue, but Leylin could circumvent it. His ancient nightmare-absorbing physique could absorb emotion itself, and the emotions of millions of people would definitely grant him power to rival gods. Of course I have to keep a low profile about this. At least before I begin my ascension, the ability to make use of these inhabitants' power of faith shouldn't be divulged. Leylin rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. The number of secrets he was hiding continued to grow. I'll have to devise a meticulous plan. Fortunately, Debank Islands is a solitary one, with almost zero contact with the mainland, so there's a chance to keep information from leaking. Flame bird hundreds of towering warships glided across the outer seas, making for a magnificent sight. However, it wasn't so beautiful to the one in charge of the long voyage. There were 5,000 men to feed and take care of, which was a huge problem on the seas. On top of that there was the restlessness, and the disease that constantly crept up on Leylin's men. Fortunately the crew were originally pirates of the Scarlet Tiger, so they could handle such long-distance sailing. Tiff himself had dispatched the acolytes under him to each and every ship, boosting the morale of the men. Without holy magic to aid them, it was a very big test. Leylin was on the deck of the flagship, looking out at the boundless sea. He breathed a light sigh. Our food and water supplies are depleting quickly. This long-distance war is really a huge gamble. Fortunately, we are able to reach Debanks Islands before our stock runs out. A flush of red appeared on Isabel's face, a rare sight. Being the captain of the Scarlet Tigers for so many years had killed that elegant young lady. She was now a pirate, filled with savagery and deceit. Only when she was with Leylin like now would she reveal a part of her girly side. Are we depending to seize supplies upon reaching the shores? That might not be the safest method. Hearing Isabel's surprised words, Leylin shook his head. We have a limited number of men. Each of them is extremely precious, so we can't make senseless sacrifices. Even in Leylin's previous world, it was difficult to win wars after a period of travel. What are you thinking of? Isabel looked at him. He'd already drawn out a navigation map with Debanks Island at the center. The drawing scale was somewhat absurd, but it had sufficed. We will first make a detour and circle to this area. Leylin pointed at a group of islands beside Debanks Island. They were large enough to each have a ruling kingdom, with many smaller islands beside them. You mean to say, so we take down the Chihuahua Islands first, and use them as a supply point? Isabel surmised. Although she had thought of this strategy as well, it required too much time to prepare. Leylin had maintained an unhurried pace in front of the pressing situation. Yes, there seems to be a tribe with over 10,000 members here. We could use them as practice to polish the skills of our men. Although both Leylin and Isabel were confident in their army's strength, it wasn't possible to establish coordination in a day or two. Leylin wanted them to undergo some training. I got it. This sort of slow and steady advance told Isabel how determined Leylin was, so she immediately passed down the orders. The Chihuahua Islands were close to Debanks Island. The tribe that resided here were vassals of the Sicart's kingdom, but because of the ocean supporting them they were quite independent. After all, with the unskilled boat crafting abilities that these inhabitants have, chopping up all the trees in the area to make wooden rafts would still not be enough to stage a rebellion. The ruler of this tribe might have had such thoughts, but his elders and priest would have advised him otherwise. Under such a situation, this tribe was still doing fairly alright, compared to the others which had to offer much more tributes to the kingdom. The chief of this tribe, Abasa, was now sheltered and served by his maids who lazily fanned a giant banana leaf, at the same time enjoying the taste of the tropical fruits. Abasa was extremely dark-skinned, and he was extremely obese. Layers of fat could be seen on his body, just like a giant hog. However, his neck was extremely slender. This was the sign of nobility, and several metal piercings were found on his lips. On his face were many oiled markings, which hid his original features. Something has happened. As Abasa enjoyed the service of his maids, an extremely skinny old man dashed in. Oh, my wise priest, what has made you come in such a flurry? The high priest had a heavy smell of incense mixed with lamp oil around him, and he wore a 5-colored feathered crown which the plumes reached the height of 3 meters, the feathers angling in a very dangerous angle. My mighty chief, the king of the Chihuahua Islands, our ancestors' spirits are now enraged, and this needs you to be there personally. The high priest fell and knelt on the ground, sounding serious. The fury of our mighty ancestral soul. Were our sacrifices not enough? When it came to matters like these, Abasa found it difficult to continue enjoying himself. He pushed the maid away, eyes surrounded by puffy skin staring at the high priest. No, I think this is more like a warning. There was a patch of blood on the high priest's forehead, evidently shocked by what had happened. Bring me there. Abasa waved his arms, and a few natives who were like monkeys raised the chair he was sitting on and began to walk. Less than an hour later, all the natives in the tribe seemed to gather as they watched the high priest in the center performing. There was some sort of anesthetic incense and gas burning in the surroundings. As the leader, Abasa donned his ceremonial attire, a cloak formed of 5-colored beast hide, with difficulty. He stood at the front of the procession while the high priest unceasingly danced, body writhing as if he had epilepsy. At the heart of the procession, on a crudely made flag of animal skin, traces of dark red golden lines appeared. Mighty ancestral spirit, what hint do you wish to give us? A boss knelt, and the rest of the natives followed suit. Rumble. As everyone kowtowed, a huge cloud rose from the heart of the altar. The image of some creature flashed past, releasing a few roars that were difficult to understand. The ancestral spirit is warning us. At this moment, the high priest jumped as if he had obtained some divine enlightenment. At the west side, unprecedented enemies will appear. They will ride steel fortresses on the sea and bring about massacres and death. They are, the high priest foamed at the mouth. What are they? A boss pulled at the high priest's neck till he turned purplish red, as if about to suffocate to death. They are, the fair-skinned devils. After spitting this out, the high priest fainted. Fair-skinned devils. Abasa rubbed his chin. Send down the order. All warriors are to bring pikes and stone blades and wait at the western coast. The vocabulary and experience of natives was limited. Even the chief did not understand what a fair-skinned devil was meant to be. All they knew was that the enemy was coming. Oh, with the encouragement from the ancestral spirit, the sturdy warriors in the tribe completed this task at great speed. A boss, who guided his subordinates, was full of mettle. I shall skin the scalp of the enemy's leader and hang it on the war to serve as my medal. Our attack seems to have been discovered. Leylin, who stood on deck, frowned. Luckily, this is just a small tribe. Of the natural spirits they worship, they are at most only divine beings. Seeing the native warriors at the coastline nearby, Leylin spoke. Isabel. Tiff. Here, you'll take over commanding. You don't have to worry about anything else. Just take down the Chihuahua Island. Remember to seal of the sea paths and don't let even one escape. It was naturally best to have news of his invasion not spread for as long as possible. After instructing this, Leylin took off, charging towards some divine being. Isabel, who had taken over commanding, drew the red dragon sword in her hand and glanced at the native warriors who had gathered at the coastline disdainfully. They had wooden pikes and stone blades, as well as canoes. Bombard them, let them see our might, Isabel yelled. The natives were equipped so poorly, and there were less than 2,000 of them. This was like a fat piece of meat being presented to them. Go. The pirates immediately released terrifying howls from the battleship with reddened eyes. A wave of bombs were shot to the native tribe's position. The ferocious explosions as well as terrible cries by his ears left a boss frozen. Ancient ancestor. This huge fort on the sea, and that godly fire. What have we provoked? Countless warships closed in. Their canoes were already capsizing, and the guards by his side were already yelling as they tried to flee. The chief could not help but release bellows of despair. In the next moment, this old chief had his head chopped off by a blade. Hey, this fat pig is obviously a high-ranked person. I wonder if there are rewards. Along with this voice, the gold and silver accessories on the chief's body disappeared in an instant. Is this the natives, guarding spirit? While there's divinity, it has low intelligence. Leylin took a look at this divine being that looked like a flaming bird, eyes flashing with light from the AI. Chip, your followers are now being massacred by me, and the power of my domain is diminishing. Submit to me, and I can let you live. Leylin used his divine will to send a wave of information, but what he got in return was the flaming bird's howl of rage. Choo-choo. Along with this sharp chirp, a bundle of golden flames enveloped Leylin, causing the air around him to distort and rise. Domain of massacre, HMPH, what a pig-headed idiot. You haven't even ignited your god fire yet and have the gall to go against me. Leylin snorted, and the flames immediately went out. After obtaining divinity, he no longer saw anything in regular divine beings. This divine creature in front of him was merely seeking death. At this thought, Leylin looked through the results of the AI. Chip's scan, totem spirit, flaming bird, divine being. Strength, 15 + 5 agility, 17 + 5 vitality, 19 + 5 spirit, 20 + 5 possessed feats, 1. Domain. In the range of the followers, prayers, the totem spirit will obtain a boost to properties. All stats will increase by 5. 2. Affinity with flames. 3. Holy form. Immune to all spells below rank 5. 4. Unknown. While in the range of the followers, prayers, all stats increase by 5. This really is a god similar to earthbound spirits, Leylin snickered. Is this what you're depending on? Unfortunately, this isn't your time anymore. With the loss of followers, the boost you get from your domain will decrease, which means the optimum opportunity to have you serve under me is now. the boost from the domain would obviously come along with the existence of followers. Now, however, with the pirate army closing in and the young men of the native tribe being massacred, faith was quickly diminishing. The effects from the massacre was trivial. What was worse was that without the totem spirit's protection, the faith of the natives collapsed. In a short period of time, Leylin saw that +5 at the end of the stats slowly dim and turn into +4. As the areas they occupied expanded, the numbers went down. Is this faith, so powerful and so pitiful? Leylin sighed, noticing the fraud that was totem spirits. If he really could become a true god and bestow divine spells, the followers' faith would not crumble so quickly. Choo-choo. Leylin actually had plans to subdue this flaming bird totem, since this would be his first guide on the Debanks Island. Unfortunately, the bird had no plans to make use of Leylin's kind intentions and used a huge bundle of fire to end the conversation. Flames filled with golden luster struck the region where Leylin had been standing, the boiling hot temperatures taking in all the oxygen in the surroundings and created an area like a vacuum. It only has an ability similar to magic and can't make use of the divinity and power of faith in its body well. It's like the instinct of beasts. Leylin sighed, the roaring red dragon stuff appearing in his hands then. As he had used dragon soul burn a few times already, the red dragon soul inside had already diminished in size and looked rather dispirited. Dragon aura domain, conical flames. Now, however, in the face of a legend that was merely a divine creature, Leylin did not even need to burn the dragon soul. With a wave of his staff, a powerful dragon aura domain expanded with the dragon aura rippling within. Roar! A red dragon figure appeared above Leylin, spewing out unique conical flames at the flaming bird. Such might immediately had the giant flaming bird snarling unceasingly. Rumble! Two huge bundles of flames strived for victory in the air, turning the horizon red. How can such brutish strength contend against me? Leylin yelled, conical flames piercing through the flaming bird's golden fire and enveloping it. Choo-choo! The enraged howls of the bird could be heard in the flames, but there was something peculiar about the situation. Rumble! All of a sudden, the red dragon's flames exploded into what looked like a red lotus. At the heart of it, the flaming bird did not seem to be injured and instead, even larger. It chirped in its excitement, swallowing the red dragon's flames with large gulps, its golden flames turning crimson. Choo-choo! The flaming bird that had assimilated with the red dragon's flames became larger in size, eyes looking human and filled with pride as it flew towards the red dragon figure in the air. Being able to take in the flames. The AI chip should have found out. Is this a unique divine ability? Leylin's eyes flashed with wit. Are you trying to swallow a legendary dragon soul? In that case, I'll give it to you. Dragon soul burning. The dragon soul at the tip of the staff completely withered, body enveloped by translucent flames. With the burning of the dragon soul, the red dragon figure in the air became more solid. Each scale seemed to be more corporeal, and sharp claws held a sharp glint. Roar! The red dragon's large eyes showed intelligence as it collided with the flaming bird all of a sudden. High-pitched dragon howls and bird cries surprised both the natives and pirates on the ground. All of them gazed upwards, watching the battle between the red dragon and flaming bird. Some natives were able to recognize their totem and immediately tossed their weapons aside, beginning to pray right away. What are you standing there in a daze for? Go! A similar dragon aura burst forth, and Isabel drew her red dragon sword from a native soldier with an unknown duty as she berated the pirates loudly. With two legends in charge, strength, great equipment, and having more fighters than enemies, they completely crushed the opponents. The pirate army had now pushed through to the outer regions of the tribe, and the enemies they faced had turned into a group of people acting without structure. There were even appearances from the old, young, female and frail natives. Those who do not surrender are to be killed with no exceptions. With her life as a pirate over so many years, Isabel lacked the pity that regular females had and sent down the command. Those pirates and devil followers that were initially extremely evil carried this out ruthlessly, and perhaps even did this even more cruelly than required. All I can do is to give him all my faith and complete all mortal battles. Isabel's eyes showed her understanding of her position and charge to the depths of the tribal area. Around her, the red dragon's figure and flames followed, making her look like the most beautiful war goddess. Choo-choo! Meanwhile, the battle in the sky between legendary beasts reached its conclusion. While the red dragon was of a legendary rank and had its dragon soul burnt, it was a fact that it was already dead and its power was diminished. The giant flaming bird was not only a legendary being but even had divinity. Through several rounds, it had torn off large chunks of soul force from the red dragon's body and even swallowed its flames, causing its golden fire to turn red. Ka-cha, ka-cha. At the end, as the flaming giant gnawed at the head of the red dragon figure, the crystal with the dragon soul at the tip of Leylin's staff shattered. Tisk! After so many uses, the red dragon's soul force is completely consumed. Seeing the dragon soul vanishing in front of him, Leylin did not look the least bit surprised. The flaming bird, on the other hand, released an elated chirp and gulped down the red dragon figure while absorbing the flames it possessed. Then again, it's time I change the core. Leylin's figure ascended till he stood before the flaming bird. After absorbing the dragon's soul, its body had become more enormous. A sense of a dragon aura was also being emanated by it as it met Leylin's gaze without fear. There was even desire in its eyes. Oh, trying to eat me too. Leylin could not help but begin to chuckle after understanding what the bird wanted. It really is a beast. It can only do everything on instinct and doesn't even care if it can digest me. Go crazy. Leylin snapped his fingers, and the flaming bird immediately began to writhe, layers of flames rising as half of the red dragon's head appeared from its body. While being able to assimilate the flames is advantageous for you, you might want to be careful since eating too much could mean you might be assimilated instead. A sinister smile rose by Leylin's lips. As you are now, you are prey truly worthy of being slaughtered after being fattened up. Return. Leylin tossed the roaring red dragon staff in his hands, and it began to soar into the air till it reached the head of the flaming bird. The sharp end of it quickly pierced downwards. Choo-choo. The large flaming bird could have easily dodged the attack, but it seemed to have gone stupid as it stayed where it was, golden and red flames twining around and eating at it. Shoo. The red dragon staff was like a sharp arrow that disappeared through the head of the bird, causing flames and golden blood to spurt everywhere. Choo-choo. With the large flaming bird's last miserable cries, a huge explosion sounded. The sound first came from its stomach, which then formed a storm that swept the bird within. Leylin stood at the side, watching the large body being torn and devoured by the storm. If all earthbound spirits on the Debanks Island have this level of strength, I have nothing to worry about. However, with the support of the native empire, those earthbound spirits have strength probably similar to demigods. Leylin sighed inside. The pirate allied armies had now killed their way into the inner parts of the native tribes. They began their ruthless massacre of the old, weak and ill, as well as all sorts of atrocious activities. Is this what conquering means? Increasing my strength by massacring continuously? Leylin's eyes showed his bewilderment for a moment, before the AI chip sounded. Beep. Host has killed a divine creature. Obtained partial information on the domain of massacre. Massacre domain model establishing. Beginning digitizing. Beep. Host has grasped domain, massacre. Massacre domain. Obtaining strength by constant massacres. In this environment, host stats increased by 1%. Current effect. With a certain probability, host can obtain opponent's soul energy. Host's followers can also obtain boost from massacre domain. Conquer. Massacre domain. Truly powerful. Leylin muttered to himself. You can strip the enemy of their life and soul energy during massacres and quickly recover yourself. Gods also have specific bonuses, and it might increase in power if I kill more powerful existences. The AI chip's prompts continued. Beep. Host has killed a divine being. Massacre domain has been boosted, absorbing the opponent's divinity. In that instant, Leylin had sensed that he'd absorbed the trace of divinity from the flaming bird, something formed by over a century of worship from the natives. A golden light spread across his body, and with the massacre domain in effect its power was transformed into a part of his own. The prophets this time alone have allowed my massacre divinity to grow greatly. It's worth at least 2 to 3 years of worship. Leylin looked excited. This trip to the outer seas definitely is worth it. Truth be told, the fastest way for a god to advance was to seize divinity, divine force, or even divine spark from battle. However, the native empire as it was now was not valued. The power of faith in these earth-bound spirits as well as their divine force had huge flaws, which was why the gods did not set their sights on them. However, Leylin did not fear contamination from the Magi. On top of that, his nightmare-absorbing physique allowed him to naturally absorb the might of these native earth-bound spirits without issue. After absorbing the divine force, I'll be able to make use of this large bird's divinity and soul to a great degree. Leylin tapped the crystal on top of the red dragon staff. Chew, chew. Dazzling light figured as the red dragon imprisoned within disappeared. In its place was a terrifying large bird, burning with golden red flames. Using a divine being's soul to substitute a legendary dragon's soul, that's a pretty good deal, Leylin observed the soul of the flaming bird. It was now firmly chained within the crystal, and it cried out in refusal. Although I've taken the soul already, I still need to forge it into something usable. Until I do that, the red dragon's staff needs to be sealed. Leylin estimated that once he reforged it, the new red dragon staff, although the name would have to be changed, would be more powerful than a legendary item. As Leylin was killing the flaming bird, the flag above the tribe's altar tore. Ferocious flames devoured the totem. The gathered natives cried out in alarm, and their high priest's face warped and twitched before he fell into a dead faint while frothing at the mouth. The other priests and acolytes reacted in the same way. The followers of gods possessed some totemic power, which was what allowed them to communicate with the god and do all sorts of otherwise unimaginable things. However, now that their totem spirit was dead, they would meet a similar fate. The extraction of power that had fused with the body was like the removal of organs from a human. It was no surprise for a few of them to just die. Had they been worshippers of a true god, things would have been even more serious. While it could be worse, this situation left the natives horrified and panicked. Ah, the ancestral spirit. It's dead, the evil god of the enemies, the fair-skinned devils killed our ancestral spirit. Boohoo, our chief, high priest and ancestral spirit have died. The situation instantly caused the old, young, and ill to fall apart. They'd originally persisted with the belief that their ancestral spirit would protect them from the attack. The death of that guardian was a huge blow to them. The fighting continued, and the spirit of the natives was swayed immediately. All who resist us will be killed, whether they are elderly or children. The pirates and many devil worshippers that Leylin had subdued walked towards the tribe's altar. My followers. At this moment, all the pirates who followed the winged serpent god Kukulkan heard a low and solemn voice in their ears. I give you my blessing. You shall obtain power through slaughter. The fresh blood of your enemies shall give you courage, and the moans of terrified souls will restore your vitality. The words sounded like a divine order as a terrifying phantom Targaryen appeared in the sky. It's our lord. The winged serpent god has shown himself. Unlike the regular worshippers, the acolytes Tiff had nurtured had a more profound reaction to this. Massacre domain, boost. Leylin's figure reached the skies above the battlefield. He willed a dark red light to move from his domain, having it appear by his followers. It's the power of our god. The winged serpent god is protecting us. Robin Hood chopped off the head of a native with a wave of his hand. In this process, he could feel that the stamina he had lost was somehow restored. He took a look around and saw the pirates who should have lost their stamina seem full of life. What kind of terrifying might will this ability grant us in battle? The effects of this domain were incomparable in battle. The little resistance that the natives had still posed crumbled completely, and the tribe descended into a bunch of cries and howls. With Leylin showing up as a god and displaying his protection of his worshippers, the conviction of the natives completely died out. Many began to surrender, and dense black flames enveloped the skies above the native tribe. Evening arrived, and the reflection of the setting sun on the sea was as red as blood. Leylin had moved into the chief's palace, listening to his subordinates' reports. This place was made up of multiple smaller tribes, with a little more than 10,000 people. This palace was just a slightly larger house with beautiful beast fur on the walls. It was still pretty good compared to the houses of the normal natives, though. This operation was a complete victory. We killed about 1,000 native warriors, and have taken over 10,000 prisoners. Mere tens of our men were lost. As Isabel spoke beside him, Robin Hood and Ronald began to flush with excitement. Also, the sea routes were blocked so not one of the natives' canoes escaped. News of this will definitely not spread, Tiff added. With him and the other elites in charge of stopping the natives, breaking out had been an impossible task. Good. Next is to organize the slaves and search the island. Many natives had still fled in the chaos of war, especially with their lacking manpower. Leylin didn't mind, though. This was an isolated island after all. Now that he had control of the sea routes, where could they go? The most important thing to do now is to subdue the natives of the tribe and spread my faith. I can establish a secondary army made up of natives after that. The stories of colonialism from his past life gave Leylin many examples to follow. The elite pirates were his core group, and they couldn't easily be dispatched lest they suffer huge losses. Each operation with them had to be a huge success, and give the elites the image that they were all-powerful. His next task was to manage these natives, dividing them up to form a secondary army and his guard. It would be necessary to assist the native nobles, provoking the tribes to attack each other and causing strife. It would be even better if he was helped by disease. Due to differences in their worlds, the battles between gods were extremely important. If Leylin could eliminate the totems that the natives had faith in, everything would be much easier. DeBank's island was just a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. But that was all in the future. Leylin focused his attention on organizing the natives of the Chihuahua Islands for now. Night fell, and chilly winds brought coldness into the tribe. Numerous tied-up natives were grouped together, hoping to get some warmth from each other's trembling bodies. In contrast, a huge bonfire was burning in the center of the plaza, the altar from before long since destroyed and replaced by a brand new idol. On top of the gigantic obsidian base was a sinister-looking serpent, huge and with fleshy wings. It had sharp claws and a single horn, and its scales seemed to gleam. Large demonic wings spread wide apart, and vertical eyes revealed a ruthless bloodthirst. This was the statue Leylin had chosen for himself. He still feared the other gods, so he couldn't show himself. The next best thing was the image of a Targaryen. The natives were being sent to the statue batch by batch, ordered to swear allegiance to it. Before this, they even had to trample the flag of the flaming bird. No matter how stupid they were, the natives knew this blasphemy meant subjugation. It caused waves of chaos, the influence of an ancestral spirit not fading so easily. However, regardless of the disturbance, the hot-bloodedness of the natives died down in the face of the pirates' blades. Facing them, one of the natives was cowed into service. The rest soon followed suit. Leylin could sense the faith of the numerous natives, and the deer that accompanied it. He looked around and sighed, as the reverence for gods by all lifeforms the source of faith. The essence of divine force is astuteness and dignity. Saints under threat of imminent death, the natives succumbed to the devilish snake that had slain their ancestral spirit, giving it their faith. Although with some unknown contamination, massive and unbridled power of faith surged into Leylin's body through the weave. Reverence turns into faith. Reaping this new power, Leylin now understood the path of the gods better. A contract between gods and mortals was just the base of divinity. Another important requirement was reverence. If reverence was lost, it was only a matter of time before the power of faith moved to someone else. And murder and death were the most efficient ways to command this reverence. It's just that these natives' faith is incomplete, detecting a huge amount of contamination that would erode his own divine powers and eventually destroy him. Leylin smirked, but how can my quintessence be so easily tainted? Buzz. Dark red runes crawled over Leylin's body. The nightmare eye opened between his brows, beginning to absorb the contamination and refine it into pure Dreamforce. Dreamforce is definitely the most accommodating of different powers. Leylin nodded his head in satisfaction. With his abilities as a warlock in addition to the nightmare absorption physique, he could absorb the faith of these natives easily. However, I need some time to properly digest this much. Leylin could feel the intertwined emotions of his worshippers through the weave, and the instability of their faith. Still, this was only the beginning, and he'd gotten it through murder. Leylin was satisfied with the result. What matters is the other tribes. I need to change my strategy next time. Leylin recalled the knowledge from his previous world. Blood and tears proved time and time again that war would always occur. No matter how much one drove for peace, someone would always strike at their enemy's lowest point. The only way to conquer them was a display of force, constantly killing off their forces until they finally assimilated. There were many unorthodox ways to go about it as well, but they were easily countered. The theory was simple, it was just a dog-eat-dog world. Had Leylin been a simple leader, he would have decided to kill off all the tribes. After all, he already had a disadvantage in numbers. No matter how much they were assimilated, even smaller groups caused problems to large communities, let alone in this situation where the numbers were reversed. The glory of the bald eagle, of the United States of America, had come on the back of blood, sweat, and tears. However, from a god's standpoint, Leylin had to adopt a different approach. Gods transcended humanity. Having stepped into such a realm, their vision was no longer limited to that of humans. With everlasting life, the conflict between tribes was trivial. To put it bluntly, even if he had to use all of the incomplete power of faith that came from these natives to match the power of gods, Leylin would be willing to do it. He thus absolved himself of all conflicts between tribes, only focusing on the power of faith. The more a person worshipped him and provided power of faith, the more glory they would get. Even a native would be able to become a cleric or even a bishop. As long as they were devout and prayed piously, of course. Leylin recalled a famous proverb from his previous life: everything between heaven and earth is but a stray dog. Although there were many interpretations of it, Leylin himself knew that everyone was treated equally by the divine, with no bias. That was the approach the gods of this world had adopted, at least. However, the truest lack of bias could only be attributed to the various world wills. Realistically speaking, as long as a majority of his faith came from the pirates and devil worshippers, Leylin would favor them. However, in the future he would have to rely on the power of faith from Debank's Island once he conquered it. The scales would be adjusted then. It was only pragmatic and necessary to pick up natives and make them priests or saintesses, showing that everyone was equal and giving them hope. Leylin turned his attention to the field using his divine sense. The battle continued, with not every native being cowed by the fear in their hearts. When a change of faith was forced, heroes were wont to step up time and time again. Be it man or woman, youth or elderly, the only similarity was the unwavering resolution in their eyes, and the spirit of martyrdom. The pirates simply beheaded them, the fresh blood pouring into the battlefield striking more fear into the natives' hearts. Beautiful women who did not comply were a way for them to flaunt their manhood as they slayed the old and young. Isabel did not stop these acts. A change of faith had to be ignited by fresh blood, and those who wouldn't comply even superficially would only have death awaiting them. If their faith could not be forced from their soul, they would disappear in the flesh. Before humans grew civilized, killing eliminated problems without solving them. As culture progressed, this method was abandoned. However, the laws of the jungle still prevailed in the world of gods, even on the mainland. There won't be thorns sticking out anymore, but there should be some who've only complied on the surface. They'll be scheming something else in the background. Leylin mocked this train of thought in his mind. Like the proverbs went, one would grow accustomed to kneeling. Once they swore loyalty to him, he could acquire their faith and strengthen it in the future. The hidden problems were easy to solve. As a divine being, Leylin could tell deceit and true reverence apart. Those fellows would never climb up the hierarchy, and once they exhibited any signs of rebellion they would be executed immediately. Using the method of the carrot and the stick, Leylin would convert them completely, making them unwavering in their devotion. It's just that I don't have enough time. Leylin shook his head. At this moment, many black-robed clerics flooded the battlefield, soothing the natives like they were lambs. Forget the false gods you believed in, and put your faith in our Lord. Even your family will experience salvation for your choice. A threat to one's life left them vulnerable in many ways. Tiff understood this himself, having sent the acolytes out to soothe the natives without instruction to. With the gentle words of these acolytes, even more of the natives pledged their faith to Leylin, which strengthened his connection over the weave even more than before. A native girl looked up at Tiff, her eyes betraying her apprehension. If I choose to believe in your God, will father be saved?" Tiff smiled gently, kneeling down. "Who is your father, and where is he?" he asked the girl who had pale yellow skin and dark hair. There were traces of mud and coal on her face. He was a brave warrior of the tribe. He died today on the shore," the little girl said timidly. "He will be," Tiff stroked her hair, "our Lord has mastered the massacre domain. All souls that perished under him can definitely be salvaged. If you pledge your faith, then, I choose to believe." The girl knelt before the statue and kowtowed with utmost sincerity. It was so much so that her forehead began to bruise, and blood appeared. "Almighty Bishop, I know where a group of the tribe's warriors have gone, including the chief. They are in a mountain hole at Bakala." The natives stirred in unrest, shocked by the little girl's betrayal. Her calmness surprised even Tiff. "Very well, you shall be rewarded." Tiff eyed an acolyte at the side, who relayed this important information to the other leaders. He looked at the little native girl fondly, trying to think of a reward. Before he could do that, though, a golden light shone out of the Targaryen statue. The power caused everyone to kneel unconsciously. "Almighty Lord," a divine aura seemed to come to life under the holy light, and a beam of it entered the native girl's body. "You are kind yet resolute, you shall be blessed." The golden light circled the girl's body, leaving a mark on her forehead. Once the light dimmed, Tiff looked solemnly at the girl. "Your name?" "I am Barbara, Barbara Morui." The girl repeated her name. "You have received the blessings of the winged serpent god. From now, you are the saintess of our church." Tiff hoisted the girl onto his shoulders. May the winged serpent always be with you. Kukulkan, Kukulkan. The numerous acolytes cheered Leylin's divine name in zealotry. At the same time, this atmosphere, with Barbara hoisted up high, renewed the hope of the natives. Leylin felt the power from their faith surge again, and the web of their faith grew sturdier. Blackmail. Congregations are indeed a good way to embellish the atmosphere, no wonder. The churches of my past preferred to hold worship on selected days each week. Leylin, who had withdrawn his vision, shook his head. It was just a matter of time before the tribes of the Chihuahua Islands would come to his side. He believed that Tiff understood his intentions, and could exploit the worth of a saintess. After all these matters were settled, Leylin's gaze turned to Debanks Island. He did not have time to conquer all the tribes of the Chihuahua Islands. He had to conquer the few largest ones first, producing his own divinity and ascending to become a demigod before he could challenge the Sicart's kingdom. Once the internal affairs were taken care of, a new round of battle preparations was underway. It isn't just subjugating the tribes and killing them. The quest to conquer the natives has to be filled with death and plagues. To truly win with his small numbers, he had to regard those last two aspects as well. If he wasn't limited by secrecy from the outside world, Leylin would even have sent people to ask for help from the goddess of plagues. With her belonging to the evil alignment, she would definitely be glad to do it. Forget it, they'd find out I can absorb the natives' faith. Might as well do it myself. Pride welled within Leylin. As a magus, he wouldn't find it difficult to create a new plague if he spent some time. Moreover, being a bloodline warlock, he could even come up with one that was very infectious and fatal, capable of eliminating entire tribes. While he did not have to resort to such extremes, it was still necessary to give them a good scare. Any tribes going against him would contact the plague. With people dying all the time, the only way to save themselves would be to pledge their faith to him. How much power would that produce? While some clerics could use magic to resist the plague, how sparse were they amongst the commoners? With their limited spell slots, it would be great even if they could just save the nobility. Furthermore, their gods were just earth-bound spirits or demigods at best. Their divine spells were rank 5 at most, and the number of casts paled in comparison to those of a real god. This was one major limitation. Having conquered the Chihuahua Islands, Leylin's army could finally plant their feet down firmly close to Debanks Islands. With the support of their warships, Debanks Islands' counterattacks would not amount to much. Even if they discovered Leylin now and took the most efficient course of action, they wouldn't be able to chase Leylin away. In addition, Chihuahua Islands was now a constant source of war supplies, warriors, and most importantly power of faith. The natives Leylin had brought on board were now released, acting as translators and mediators that aided his governance. While high-ranking cleric spells like language proficiency did exist, the acolytes on the ground couldn't use so many spell scrolls. The likes of translators were of paramount importance. Of course, this was only the first wave. Very soon a new civilization would be introduced with the common language spoken on the continent. This was in fact how colonialism worked. Leylin had merely borrowed a page from its books. However, instead of harvesting resources, he was harvesting power of faith. Another month passed with this set in stone. 2/5 of the pirates Leylin had brought were now either injured or running operations on the ground. He brought the remaining 3,000 on deck and headed for Debanks Island, and the true native empire. This was 3,000 against 1,000,000. It sounded extremely absurd, but after past events the crew had placed their utmost trust in Leylin. This fervent worship was the necessity for zealotry. Leylin believed that once he took these pirates through the unimaginable war, the survivors would definitely turn into fanatics. Getting close to Debanks Island, Leylin passed down the orders for all ships to stop sailing. It was as if he was waiting for something. To him, each and every one of his troops was extremely precious, so venturing in the dark would be too dangerous. According to his plan, what came next would be an effortless victory. Zoom. 5 hourglasses trickled by, and a red figure approached from the horizon and landed on Leylin's deck. Here he is, just as planned. Isabel was now in her draconic form. Crimson scales littered her body, and a pair of giant red wings protruded from her back. Her pupils had become vertical slits, as typical of dragons. However, Isabel seemed to be in a miserable state. The scales on her back were somewhat twisted. What happened? Is something wrong? Leylin raised his hand, and an arcane healing spell covered her body. Large amounts of the shattered scales quickly regrew. While we were plundering others, we were discovered by the totem spirit and pursued. But it was like you said. It automatically backed off a certain distance from the tribe. Isabel now looked much better as she tossed an unconscious native to the deck. The captured native was dressed in bright robes. His rosy cheeks and exquisite skin showed that he'd been brought up in a great environment, and had at least as much power as the chief of the Chihuahua Islands. Good. Lock him up at the bottom of the ship and ensure that he doesn't die. We can then happily blackmail the tribe and ask for a ransom. Leylin waved his arms, and 2 pirates immediately went forward to carry the unconscious native chief down. This is such a crude plan. Will they fall for it? Isabel asked. Tiff had no intentions of questioning him, as if Leylin's word was gospel, but in spite of Leylin's imposing divine aura, Isabel was still his cousin. Who knows? We can't go wrong with trying it. Leylin rolled his shoulders back, feeling like there was a large possibility of this working out. The natives were foolish, ignorant and naive, just like in the Americas of his previous world. The Western colonialists had used extortion to gain countless riches. While the situation was different, the natives here had sacrificial ceremonies for totem spirits and higher-ups like high priests. There was even a system of divine and royal power. This chief would have some descendants and faithful officials. No. Anyway, Leylin had made up his mind. If this didn't work out, he could just kill the captive and capture a high priest or something. Fortunately, the tribe did not seem to be able to bear the death of the chief. After Leylin sent out an emissary, the other party's people quickly arrived. In the stipulated coastal waters, a large wave of natives rowing tens of canoes arrived under the Scarlet Tiger's ship. The pirates on the deck watched the canoes under them disdainfully. In their eyes, just a slight splash from their large ship could drown the entire army, capsizing their boats and killing the people. After that, though, they could not shift their eyes away. Any teasing or attempts at attacking these natives' canoes would result in a ruthless counterattack. This was because they saw golden light. Golden light all over the canoes. Bright yellow gold household utensils and large chunks of gold nuggets were transported to the deck as a ransom for their chief. The dazzling colors immediately filled the pirates' sights, and greed appeared on their expressions. Was this not why they'd become pirates, and struggled with their lives on the line in the perilous deep seas against military and merchant ships? While it doesn't amount to much, having them piled together is quite eye-catching. Leylin knew that in reality, DeBank's Island didn't have plentiful amounts of gold. Gold and silver was currency on the mainland, but here it would be items like cocoa beans or obsidian. Gold was just for decoration. If Leylin's emissary hadn't specifically requested this, they could even have brought a pile of obsidian over as ransom. The natives saw being able to get their chief back by handing over a pile of useless decorations as striking it rich. Leylin stroked his chin, watching the emissaries from the natives' side crawling before him. From their point of view, this large ship was like a lofty mountain, no different from a miracle. Mighty beings with fair skin who traverse through the seas and possess tall and large ships, I have brought the items you wanted. Please let our chief go. From here on, you will also have the friendship of our tribe, a priest with status said while cowering, and Leylin had no trouble understanding him. Regular divine beings couldn't compare to him in comprehension ability. The moment he became a demigod, he would be able to understand all languages by instinct. The priest was now showing cowardice before Leylin. I see the ransom, but that isn't enough. Leylin branded his meaning into the minds of the natives. A king can only be redeemed by a king. You can meet your chief. After this, you are to declare war on the neighboring Angodub. Bring their chief captive in exchange for your own. Plague making sure that the emissaries understood what he was saying, Leylin confiscated all the riches that they had brought. He then showed them their chief who was still alive, and chased them out of the warship. Do you see this? There are riches all over this island, and the natives managing all this wealth are so cowardly and ignorant. Leylin stepped on the gold, watching the greedy eyes of his men. He grinned, half of this gold and everything we get in the future will be yours. Divide it amongst yourselves. The pirates erupted into cheers. Although the gold seemed to be a lot when piled up, how much would one person get when it was divided amongst 3,000? Still, this display served to increase their greed, and gave them a deeper impression of DeBank's Island's wealth. It would motivate them to fight. Many of the pirates were now zealous, eager to take over the entirety of DeBank's Island and willfully plunder its wealth. If he asked people to believe in him without any benefits, they would not advance wave after wave in the face of death, at least not now. Leylin needed to show them profits, and the sparkle of gold was the best of them all. Will they really do it? Isabel ignored the clamoring crowd behind her, standing on deck to watch the canoes leave. Angodub is related to them by marriage, no. Their great relationship is what lets them govern this region together, that depends. We aren't natives, and don't know how they think. Besides, how is it possible for two tribes to live so close to each other without friction? Tiff brought up an opposing opinion. Besides, even if they don't do it, we can help. For example, we can spread news of them preparing to attack Angodub, or just pretend to be natives and attack a nearby village. Leylin's eyes glinted with intelligence. Once seeds of doubt are planted, they're not so easily removed. There will definitely be a war. Isabel now understood Leylin's plan, and had to admit its feasibility. Once both tribes are tired out, we can wipe them out with minimal cost, bridging our way into Debanks Island. Still, she frowned soon. She continued asking, what happens if the Sikart's empire finds out? This is a large operation after all. Considering our current strength, we'll be chased away once they step in. Debanks Island was the size of several kingdoms, with the Sikart's empire at its heart. A few tribes surrounded it. Although Leylin enacted his schemes in an isolated area, this was still a single island. There was no ocean to blockade it off, so news would spread quickly. Don't worry, they'll be too busy to bother with us soon. Leylin smiled and shook his head, the hidden meaning causing Isabel and Tiff to shiver in fear. Time passed quickly. Soon enough, the two tribes Leylin had chosen were immersed in war, without Leylin even needing to step in. After all, they were both occupying the same lands. How could there be true friendships between rivals for resources? On top of that, the totem spirits of the tribes wanted to devour each other to strengthen themselves. With all sorts of factors favoring it, it was natural for war to break out. To show his sincerity, Leylin's fleet did not stop by the continent and instead sent away many of the ships. Some of those that were left kept away from the war zone, as if this had nothing to do with them. Leylin even bought slaves from both tribes. They were sturdy, courageous natives, great for regular slave work at the Chihuahua Islands or as soldiers. He wasn't stupid enough to pay in precious materials like gold or silver, instead providing weapons and ammunition. These arms caused the natives to grow more powerful, and the selling of slaves continued. To avoid falling behind, the opponents had no choice but to do business with Leylin, which created a vicious cycle that caused both tribes to shed blood. Leylin's side had a great harvest. Amidst the flurry of activity, Leylin stayed holed up inside his lab. The trade was taken care of by his men, who had prior experience in capturing slaves from piracy. His own task now was extremely important, and that was to prevent the Sikart's empire from meddling in his affairs. He looked at a petri dish under dim light, at a half-rotten piece of meat. His eyes flashed with light as the AI chip performed a scan. Has it been nurtured to this state already? The piece of flesh in the petri dish was from a native's body. Continuous experiments allowed Leylin to roughly understand the structure of their DNA, and create a toxin that would be extremely lethal to them. Beep. Number 2's infection is stable, beginning extraction of data. The AI chip sent a large amount of information to Leylin, which left him nodding his head. Very well. Using a pair of tiny tweezers, Leylin clipped the piece of flesh and placed it in a test tube with clear liquid. Beginning experiment 17642, recording data. The AI chip's voice intoned. Leylin looked at the piece of flesh dissolve, shaping up like a tentacle before bubbling up. All right, the fission is stable. The chances of success this time are extremely large. Leylin nodded his head, and spells glowed forth from his hand on occasion, using the radioactive energy to catalyze the reaction. After the violent reaction, Leylin looked at the test tube, which was now red as blood, and smiled. Beep. New lethal virus completed. Give it a name. Number 1 pathogen. Leylin named it nonchalantly. Beep. Name recorded. Storing data. The AI chip carried out Leylin's instructions, before reflecting the data back to his eyes. Number 1 pathogen. Weapon to target genes, extremely strong contagious effect. Able to thrive in weather extremities with a lifespan of 100 hours. Ability to spread through the respiratory tract, pathogenic effect of 90%, lethality 90%. No available cure. Transmission of up to a second degree. Note: the pathogen is extremely effective against the specimen used, the first wave of natives as per stored in the data. Only effective against the natives with a high contagious, pathogenic and lethal effect. This was like smallpox combined with influenza. Leylin did not doubt for a moment there that once it was released, it will strike fear more than the devils or demons would. Furthermore, giving the 10% chance of not being affected was not due to Leylin being kind. If all of the natives were to die, there would be no one left to provide him with the power of belief. Although I can't let all of them die, but I don't need a large population. The remaining survivors will be enough to provide me with power for me to ascend into a god. Leylin stroked his chin and pondered. If this pathogen was released on his previous world, it would be a total wipeout for the natives on Debanks Island. However, the rules in this world was different. Taking into consideration the existences of gods and extraordinary abilities, and the 10% chance that Leylin had given, there would still be a small number of survivors. Once the plague is released, what will follow next are special medicines and vaccines, although there is no immunity to this plague, but immunity granted from external powers are still effective. This was a backdoor that Leylin left for himself. If the natives were to die waves after waves, how would they react after seeing the cleansing done by Cultivation, which was in fact just the vaccines that could grant them the ability to survive? It would already be a blessing if those totems and demigods could protect their nobility. There was simply not enough spell to go around to save the commoners. Hence, Leylin was extremely sure that there would be a big harvest for his power of belief. The death of those worshippers of the totem spirits would cause their power to drop. Even as demigod they would not be able to do a thing about it, much less these spirits who are unable to leave their grounds, as they would suffer a huge decline in their strength. This is checkmate to them. Brilliance flashed in Leylin's eyes. With a simple wave of his hands, he would now determine the life and death of several million natives. Evil would not begin to describe the state of his actions right now. If he were to sieve the power of belief, he could turn into a god of plague or god of biolife, immediately usurping the throne of the goddess of plagues. But he was not interested the slightest. While I must not congregate the belief of plague and diseases, there is one that I cannot miss, death. Leylin's plans were always layers atop layers. On one hand, he could conquer the whole Debanks Island in the most time and energy efficient way through the plague and vaccine strategy. While on the other, he would comprehend the domain of death through the sheer amount of people dying. Massacre and death. These two domains were exceptionally powerful and suited Leylin's needs, which left him coveting for it. As the millions of lives were obliterated, the power of death will definitely reach a frightening degree. By then, comprehending the domain of death will not be an impossible thing to do. Compared to this, the other trivial matters could be neglected. How Leylin saw it was, only after chaos would peace come. After a period of suffering, the people of Debanks Island would only choose to be under his rule, welcoming the revolution he had created. Dissemination in Leylin's opinion, the famed big shots whether in his past life or the current one all had something in common. Once they determined their target, they would advance with fortitude, possessing absolute faith in their path. Since they'd long since marked their path, they feared nothing, and would be unscrupulous. In his pursuit of eternity and freedom, Leylin cared not for the lives of the natives. All I pursue in this life is eternity. Even if I collapse halfway through and face the backlash from my actions, I'll have no regrets. A tough glint flashed in Leylin's eyes, proof of his staunch resolution. With such motivation, killing humans, burning cities, and wiping out hundreds of people was a mere sacrifice on his higher path. The battle between the tribes grew increasingly intense. It had been a long time since anyone came to care for the chief that Leylin had captive. The two sides were blinded by battle, their primary goal to take out their opponent. People who started battles did not normally know how to end them. During the war, they would slowly forget their initial goals, leading to tragedy. The Sikart's empire seemed to have found out about the situation, dispatching a 10,000-strong army to interfere alongside a large group of clerics. It was likely that mediating wasn't their only goal. Precautionary measures or wiping outsiders like Leylin out would be high on their list. Sadly, the Empire's interference ended quickly, having accomplished nothing much. There was no battle, but the Grim Reaper had descended on them. En route to the warring tribes, a plague broke out without warning amongst their ranks. It was infectious, and the rate of death was terrifying. In a few days' time, it had spread across the whole army. With how crowded their army was, and the lack of hygiene amongst the natives, it was difficult to survive the disease without divine healing. The members of the clergy were hard-pressed and overworked, only able to save some of the officers and elites. They had no choice but to watch the ordinary soldiers fester and die. With their limited number of divine spells, what they'd been able to do was already amazing. In an era of cold weapons, a casualty rate of over 30% was terrifying. This time, the plague had brought an additional psychological pressure with it. Under the threat of death, the army soon forgot its goal. Some even tried to desert. With more than half the soldiers dead, the army could do little about the runaways. The officers shouted themselves hoarse trying to bring the defectors back and behead them. Truth be told, even a few officers themselves had fled in fear of the plague. Soon enough, the army completely broke down. The soldiers spread everywhere, bringing the bacteria in their bodies to even further places and spreading the plague more. The natives died in batches, leaving fields overgrown with weeds. The fowl had wandered off. The plague had reduced the entirety of Debanks Island to tears. It worried the upper class of the empire out of their minds. Still, there was nothing they could do to stop the spread of the plague. As for the intruders, they weren't a priority. Taking care of the external interferences, Leylin began completely annihilating the two tribes that had fought each other. Many of them had been infected by the plague in the chaos of war. 60% of them had died out, including almost all of the healthy young men. Small as the two tribes were, their totem spirits were merely divine beings. They were greatly weakened by the loss of worshippers, and weren't able to obstruct Leylin's attacks anymore. Absorbing their divine force, Leylin sensed the massacre divinity in his body greatly increasing in strength. He was getting ever closer to the threshold of being able to ignite his god fire. After he got rid of what the two tribes believed in, it was natural for Leylin to take them over. The remaining members were gathered to establish a whole new town, complete with a large new Targaryen statue. The natives abandoned their old faith. Being baptized by prayer and holy water in front of the statue in actuality just potions and vaccines, they sensed their suffering and ailments vanish without a trace. It immediately triggered a zealous wave of faith. The infectious power of faith generated by providing those who were on the verge of death help was something even Leylin hadn't expected. Many who had been at their last breaths, their bodies decaying, became fervent worshippers of the winged serpent god after being saved. It allowed his strength to increase. Soon enough, the surrounding tribes got word of a god's abilities to heal the disease. Getting blessed, they brought their entire families over with their wealth, requesting to join the town. While the priests of the totem spirits could use divine spells to remove the sickness, they had a limited amount of divine force and spell slots. They could only save those of status, able to do nothing about the commoners who fled for their lives. Even if they couldn't get a single divine spell from the winged serpent god, it was already enough to wipe out faith in the rest. Knowing this well, Leylin dispatched his own priests everywhere, bringing holy water and the like to surrounding tribes and displaying his abilities and achievements. It had a very favorable response. In the face of death, the authorities could do little to stop them. Groups of natives came and prayed for blessings from Leylin, soon enough filling the town up. Leylin named the town that had been built upon the two tribes Hope Stronghold, denoting new hope. It was the beginning of his conquest of Debanks Island. Making use of his ability to heal the plague, Leylin had acquired the faith of the natives as well as an army. With the method of the carrot and stick, his organization began to expand rapidly. A year had passed, this winter especially chilly. Snow fell even on the southern seas, coating the islands in white. This applied to Debanks Island as well. The gods seemed to be lamenting the loss of lives, showing their sorrow. The snow on the continent was extremely thick, the older generations unable to remember something so terrifying. Many of the natives that hadn't prepared for this froze to death. Though the cold weather somewhat curbed the spread of the plague, it could not halt the footsteps of the Reaper. Debanks Island had become a hell for the natives in the past year, the horrifying plague spreading unceasingly around the island. Whole populations were wiped out. There was even a dead city now, one that was completely empty. The corpses of natives filled it, and many rats and crows roamed about the houses and the streets, gnawing at everything. The eyes of the wild dogs on the road had grown bloodshot from eating too much human flesh. In this land swarming with starved people, Hope Stronghold and the rumored winged serpent god by the sea were their hopes, able to do anything. Information had spread that this god possessed the powers of massacre and healing. All faith would be treated with kindness, and even if someone was infected by the plague they could still be healed. Now that these rumors had spread, huge batches of natives fled towards Hope Stronghold. No matter what the bigwigs did to stop them, it was pointless. East of Hope Stronghold, near a mountain of the Sikart's empire, a surge of natives wearing thick fur coats trudged on in the snow with much difficulty. One of them was a young girl, who was encouraging her little brother. "Ha, push ahead, we'll reach the area near Hope's stronghold soon. Will we be saved once we get there, Sister Aya?" The young boy next to this Aya looked about 14 or 15 years of age, and he wore a thick fur coat as well. However, his face was almost purple from the cold, and he was cringing as he spoke. "Yes, the totem spirit there is a huge serpent that governs all life. It can remove the sickness." Aya kept encouraging her little brother and helped him along, afraid that he would slip in the midst of the crowd. However, as she mindlessly followed the procession up ahead, she sank deep into thought. The events a year ago had been like a nightmare. A plague had appeared without any warning whatsoever. The infected first saw greenish-black spots on their bodies, like sesame seeds. They were followed by low fevers, and eventually devolved into comas where even divine spells could not help. At the end, the flesh of the infected would rot and fall off bit by bit. Aya had seen this once, and it had left her unable to eat for quite a few days. The plague had arrived fiercely. At the beginning, it had just been rumors at the borders of the empire, but in a few sunsets' time, it had spread to the larger cities. The high-ranking priests and nobles hid at the altars and prayed hard with blood sacrifices, but it seemed to have no effect. The other shamans could do nothing, and soon enough the plague had affected their city. She lost all her relatives to them, the only one left alive her little brother. She followed the stream of people escaping the town to head south. Unsure of what to do, she rushed towards Hope's stronghold. Although this rumor could be a lie, it was her last hope. "I'll definitely bring my brother there safely," Aya kept telling herself as she prayed, "O winged serpent god in Hope's stronghold. If you truly can cure the plague, then please descend and help us. I am willing to give up everything." There were many people like Aya, all fleeing for their lives, but she was lucky in that they had enough food. With nearly half the empire dead, the stored-up food was more than enough. Many times, Aya had to muster up her courage and enter dead villages to clear up some land. She then could enter the homes and find food, one of the primary reasons for staying within this group. After all, making contact with bodies and going into the houses of dead people was very dangerous. Few were willing to do this. However, once all the reserves of grain disappeared, the famine that would follow would be a huge issue. There were no longer any farmers planting crops. The plague this time had caused immense damage to Sakart's societal order. Of course, few of the natives considered this. They only hoped to live past the day. Alisazner. Alisazner is here. At this moment, there was an uproar at the front of the group. Aya could not help but grab her little brother's arm, the two of them freezing upon hearing the word. These people did not worry about the pursuit of the imperial army or dangers from outside the city. What truly worried them were attacks of the plague. In the natives' language, Alisazner meant, the devil unable to be fathomed and found everywhere. It also implied a bout of serious illness. Is there someone in front who's gotten the plague? Aya had seen quite a number of healthy people who'd just been walking suddenly cough out black blood and collapse by the road. It was the arrival of death. The siblings passed the watching crowd and only vaguely saw a little figure falling into the snow. People avoided the figure like it was booby-trapped. "It's Adodol. I was just playing with him a few days ago," Aya's brother exclaimed with shock, and then lowered his head. When sickness occurred, life seemed so very fragile. Aya could only hug her brother's head and console him tenderly. These people were already numb to death, and after moving away from the corpse the large group began to move along more slowly. Aya recalled the figure that had fallen and sighed inside. "I hope we reach Hope's stronghold soon. It's too much of a waste to fall here. I definitely won't let that happen to my brother. Once we're past this mountain, we'll have reached the territory of Hope's stronghold," she tried to encourage herself. At this moment, another ruckus sounded from the back of the group. Voices began to spread, resulting in even more confusion. Did someone collapse? No, it's... Aya's pupils shrank. The Imperial Army. Those darn things. Turn around and run. A burly native stood out, brandishing a fish fork as other strong natives grasped their weapons. While the men were hard at work, the old and weak quickly dispersed and fled. Aya took her brother and ran with all her might as well, getting away from the army's pursuit. None of the bigwigs could tolerate losing citizens, even with the plague. They ordered the troops of each military base to stop these refugees. Of course, they couldn't be bothered to worry about how to save these people who were stuck. Originally, even the troops of the native empire weren't willing to carry out such orders. They, too, were afraid of the spread of the plague. However, a divine order sounded and all the guardian and totem spirits joined hands to stop the refugees from entering the region of Hope Stronghold. Go! The sounds of fighting could be heard behind her, causing Aya's heart to clench. She could only pull at her brother and try to escape. However, she felt a tug on her arm at this moment, and the dull thud of a heavy object hitting the snow. What happened? Did you fall? Get up! Ah! Aya had turned back to find her little brother in the snow. She immediately turned him over, but soon found that her brother had lost consciousness. The traces of black blood stung her eyes. He's been taken by the sickness too. The instant that thought flashed across her mind, two unstoppable streams of tears began to fall from her eyes. Aya did not care for the possibility of infection as she took him into her arms. Please save him, someone, please save him. The sounds of battle drew closer, but what Aya saw was hope. The army has a priest. He'll definitely be able to use divine spells to save him. Be careful, he's infected. Soon enough, the Imperial army had reached them. They watched the siblings on the ground, and didn't dare to draw close. The infection was obvious, and it caused fear to arise on their faces. Please, save my brother. Aya unconsciously went forward, but was forced backwards by numerous lances. Don't come over. Countless soldiers circled her, as if defending against a monster. Get the priest and officer. There's a source of infection here. This iciness and resolution in that voice immediately caused the girl's heart to sink. Horses trotted along, and an officer and priest wearing bright feathers arrived quickly. Seeing the black bloodstains on the ground and Aya's unconscious brother, the two of them immediately frowned. Kill them quickly. Toss dried wood here and then burn it. Aya's last hopes were dashed ruthlessly. Brother, I'm sorry. The girl's tears fell on her brother's cheek and neck one by one, and she then closed her eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of arrows being shot could be heard, but there was strangely no pain. Aya quickly opened her eyes, and then saw that there was an arrow in the officer's neck. The tail of the arrow was still vibrating, like a little snake trying to dig into the ground. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Sounds of fighting could be heard again, and numerous figures emerged from the surrounding jungle. It's the army of that foreign god. The priest's expression quickly changed, and he urged his horse along to leave. The rest of the natives quickly abandoned the lances in their hands, looking like they were about to fall apart. It's people from Hope Stronghold. Aya held her little brother and headed towards the group of priests that had just arrived. Kind and benevolent ones, please save. Thud. Having expended too much stamina, Aya, who'd also been infected, fell. Right before everything went dark, she could hear distant voices. It's a pair of commoners. Saintess Barbara. Warmth spread through Aya's body, allowing her to feel some strength in her limbs. She slowly opened her eyes to see a warm bonfire, a huge tent blocking the cold air. What's your name? How do you feel? A native woman sat by her bed. She had long black hair and black pupils, with a golden mark on her forehead. She was radiating a sacred light. My name is Aya. Thank you for saving me. Aya expressed her gratitude while blushing, but her expression quickly changed. What about my brother? Where is he? Don't worry, he's here as well. He was just infected for a longer time, so he'll need more healing. Saintess Barbara stopped Aya from struggling further. This is Hope Stronghold. You are safe. 3 days later, Aya, who had regained much of her strength, elatedly walked out of the tent her brother was in. Gazing at the large Targaryen sculpture in the town, she could not help but kneel down sincerely and begin to pray. O great God, thank you for saving my brother. I am your devout follower from now. Similar things like this happened in every corner of Hope Stronghold. Waves of resolute and zealous power of faith unceasingly entered Leylin's grasp. The number of worshippers has increased again. Looks like sending the army to the surrounding regions to rescue the refugees was a good choice. A divine will was extracted from the threads of faith, allowing Leylin to see the general situation. Due to the hope to be cured as well as gains from various areas, the region with Hope Stronghold at the heart gathered a population of over 300,000 natives. And since he was their savior, the faith these people provided, and their gratitude, were all true. Tiff and his acolytes had put in a lot of work as well, to solidify these threads of faith and have them become devout worshippers who would pray to him regularly. Seeing the situation, it won't be a problem to ignite my god fire as long as we take care of all these people. It might even be enough for me to ascend to godhood. Leylin looked agitated. With the expansion of Hope Stronghold, and especially with the tribes nearby dying away, Leylin had managed to obtain the divinity of quite a few totem spirits. With their help, the power of massacres in his body had risen to its peak, to the point that he felt like he was on the verge of igniting his god fire. Anyone could see the divine golden luster on his body. This power of divinity had completely fused with his body and grown to the extreme. That was not all. With the deaths of nearly 1 million natives, Leylin had now made contact with the domain of death. While he had only obtained some information about it, and the AI chip could not analyze it yet, it was already quite fast. The phase of taking in refugees is done. Next is the war. Giant Serpent Church. The plague had cut the population of the Sikart's empire in half, and their military power had sharply declined as well. Leylin's Hope stronghold continually absorbed the nutrients of Debank's island and grew ever more prosperous. However, he estimated that a new wave of power would soon arise. The earth-bound spirits and totem spirits should be planning something massive. Leylin stroked his chin and pondered. The spirits of Debank's island were in fact born of the wandering spirits of the various regions. Their strength was somewhat limited to the area they came from and the knowledge they possessed. Leylin had only slain the spirits of small tribes thus far, even the strongest among the totems containing a shred of divinity. Even if such a spirit possessed a domain, Leylin did not fear it in the least. However, the Sikart's empire had several powerful spirits with strength approaching the level of demigods. In their own domains, their powers would be amplified to put them on par with true gods. Put bluntly, if Leylin stepped into the boundaries of the Sikart's empire, he would be mobbed to death by godlike spirits. On the contrary, if those spirits dared to venture out from their domains, they would at most have the strength of demigods. Their strength would even deteriorate in the vicinity of Hope's stronghold. Due to these conditions, Leylin was not eager to challenge them. Instead, he would continually weaken them and erode their forces. To him, these spirits were like caged beasts. He could weaken them easily with the power of faith and mortal armies, so there was no need to hurry. With the aid of the plague, Leylin's forces grew without any resistance, slicing through their opponents like hot knives through butter. There were even occasional natives who had thrown off their faith in their totem spirits and requested entry into the stronghold. One tribe's nobles themselves had abandoned their beliefs to come seek shelter. After all, Hope's stronghold represented life to the mere mortals. Outside of it, one could only wait for death. Under such immense pressure, only the most zealous worshippers of the totems would be unwilling to convert. The spirits did not have any solution to Leylin's plan at all. Given their powers, the priests and clerics they had nurtured would at most be able to save a small part of the nobility. The commoners would be left to die. What was even more shameless was that Leylin's pathogen could infect a person even after they had been healed previously. Debank's island had now turned into an island of plague. The natives who didn't comply with Leylin could only hide in their city corners or altars, waiting for the inevitable plague to strike. Once most of them had abandoned their faith, the totem spirits and earth-bound spirits would be a bunch of sitting ducks. A demigod couldn't sustain their divine force on the backs of zealots, priests, and nobles. Their holy magic would decrease, causing more people to die. It was a vicious cycle. As their control over their worshippers dwindled, so did the domain of their powers. Right now, Leylin's influence had spread to almost a quarter of the island. Although it started at the corner of a region, the totem spirits of the empire were unable to do anything about it. Meanwhile, Leylin's influence only grew more as each day passed. Leylin felt like he didn't even need to personally attack them. The regional spirits would go extinct purely due to a lack of worshippers. On the other hand, it wasn't as if these spirits lacked countermeasures against him. Although large-scale battles were impossible since the inception of the plague, they had passed down oracles with a strategy to stop the natives from moving over to Leylin. They were spreading rumors that it was Leylin himself who had spread the plague, which ironically was the truth. The giant serpent from the west cruelly dug out the hearts of our people, using their fresh blood to make a sacrifice to evil. That is how this devil of a plague was born. The fair-skinned devils never came with good intentions. They covet our wealth and fertile lands, and are even prepared to use our lives in doing the bidding of their gods. Such rumors were very prevalent on Debank's island, some even making their rounds within Hope's stronghold. However, it was precisely from these actions that Leylin detected something abnormal. Life and reproduction are the most primordial desires of living beings. The strength of this desire leaves even gods in awe. He looked at the bustling Hope stronghold and grinned widely. And the desire to live is far greater than the desire to reproduce, even if I proclaim that I am indeed killing the natives and using their flesh and blood for sacrificial rites, they still have a strong will to live. As long as they are able to undergo my baptism and get rid of the plague, there will still be many natives who come over. Before the gods find an antidote to this plague, this situation will be irreversible. As for the rumors, they can at most increase the workload of Tiff and the church. The pathogen Leylin had devised was backed by his ability as a magus, and the power of bloodlines from another world. In addition, it was only effective on the natives. It was almost impossible for those gods to find a cure for it. Almighty Lord, you are the colossal snake which will devour the world, the torchbearer of massacre. One day, you will turn into the stars in the sky. Tiff entered from a large door behind Leylin, dressed in pristine white robes. In this vast and boundless world, Leylin had finally established a church with a proper schedule. Constant battle and conquest had given him a great number of worshippers, and the acolytes had undergone a baptism as well. They were now equipped to carry out his bidding. He had given Tiff a group of clerics, and placed a member of his own family in charge of administration, leading to immense gratitude from both parties. Apart from that, he had a foundation of zealots in huge numbers and a church. Everything else would just fall into place. Leylin had named it the Colossal Serpent Church, with an image of a Targaryen as the insignia. Tiff was taking care of the holy scriptures and the like. Given that he'd been infused with Leylin's soul force and was the second legendary of the church, he had naturally been appointed as the pope. With Tiff's contributions in nurturing the acolytes, the position was his anyway. This was in line with Leylin's plans, and Isabel would never fight over this position. What is it? Leylin turned around, the occasional imposing aura radiating from his body. We have already captured a few suspects spreading rumors to taint your reputation. While Tiff had an inkling of the greater ploy at play, neither him nor Leylin would openly admit to it. In cases like this, unless they caught the perpetrator himself in the act of spreading the pathogen, what evidence would suffice? As for the cure and holy water, they could justify it by saying that Leylin's divine force countered the pathogen. He had not cultivated the domains and godhoods of plague and disease anyway, so he wasn't afraid of an investigation. Truth be told, if the gods did try to get to the bottom of this, the goddess of plagues would become a scapegoat for Leylin. Who asked her to enjoy doing malicious things like spreading plagues and diseases in the first place? An epidemic not backed by divine powers was unheard of in the world of gods, where such a thing entailed ascending to godhood in that very domain. After all, what Leylin had done came from another world. Almighty Lord, should we punish them? Tiff asked in a low voice. The punishment would naturally be their life. After all, Tiff had originally been from the dark world, and had done countless things like this. Even the purest of good gods had people in the church carry out their dirty deeds. Tiff, Leylin's voice was extremely gentle, but it carried a dignity that could not be opposed. Tiff stiffened and listened earnestly. The church is open and above board. We will grant a fair trial even to those vile rats from the darkness, especially in such matters. I understand. Tiff put on his best thinking face and left respectfully. Leylin's meaning was for him to convict them of their crimes immediately, only publicly. He could not fool the sages and intelligent people, but so what? In every era the commoners made up the largest part of the population. Making the arrest official, and substantiating it with some proof, Leylin could use his rulership to convict them. He and the church needed a white cloth to cover themselves in, and if they disposed of people on the sly it would only lead to more rumors. However, if his prestige and reputation were to pick up, those people who could see past his ploys could no longer overcome this surging wave. Sometimes, superficiality was extremely important. With his troves of data and memories, Leylin was way ahead of the gods of Debanks Island in controlling the hearts of others. Several days later, the trial began under the watchful eyes of the people, who bustled to watch the scene. Tiff did not press them to admit their crimes, instead charging them for smearing the holy name and causing distrust amongst the worshippers. It caused a huge buzz amongst the gathered people. Invasion Hope's stronghold and the baptism of its god was the only salvation of the natives of Debanks Island. Only where the light of the winged serpent god shone could they avoid the plague. They could even continue living healthily, unafraid of suddenly vomiting blood and ending up dead by the roadside. Once Tiff exposed these suspects of their crimes, it immediately drew public outrage. The masses jeered and shouted, and if not for the peacekeeping troops on standby, these convicts would long since have been ripped into shreds. These unlucky suspects were adjudged guilty. Not only did they spread rumors and dig for information on Leylin's background, they were even looking for the origins of the holy water, an extremely important mission. Each and every one of these acts was an attempt to smear the reputation of the church. As expected of the holy protectors, these suspects whom the natives had seen on a daily basis were quickly captured. All evidence pointed towards their guilt. Although they wanted to deny these alleged crimes and confess to their other wrongdoings, they discovered that nobody would believe them. The stereotype that bad people committed more misdeeds was a prevalent one, and the truths they spoke were dismissed. Very soon, Tiff righteously announced the crimes of these spies, and sent them to burn at the stake. This was accompanied by jubilant cheers from the public. The rumors floating around were very soon suppressed by this event. Leylin had less and less interest in the dealings of mortals these days. The natives only had two choices anyway: they could either convert to his faith or die from the plague. With the only options offered death and salvation, it was extremely easy to conquer Debank's Island. Having lost their worshippers, the totem spirits had turned into a thing of the past. They had no more chances to turn the tide. However, these spirits were no fools. With their existences threatened, they would choose to gamble with their lives. The very night Tiff ordered the execution of the criminals. The sky was bright and clear, with not a single cloud blocking the vast river of stars and the silver moon. Moonlight and starlight dimly shone upon Hope's stronghold, giving everything they touched a silver glow. Tiff and Isabel had just ended their daily duties. Suddenly, they felt their hearts constrict and palpitate, as if some prehistoric beast was drawing towards them from the distance. A nervousness made their hair stand on end as they made their way to the windows. They gaped. A trail of fire lit up the sky, its dazzling rays lighting up the horizon and basking Hope's stronghold in its radiance. At the end of this golden light were several figures with monstrous auras that left the two of them somewhat suffocated. The tribal gods. They came here directly, Tiff cried hoarsely. These totem spirits weren't foolish enough to let Leylin chop them apart. With the immense pressure he put on them, they decided to band together in a ferocious counterattack. Their sources had confirmed that Leylin was the one behind all this. If Leylin's main body was killed in a holy war, then everything would be over. God! Tiff clenched his crest subconsciously, with apprehension in his eyes. Even if those spirits had left their strongholds, they were still demigods. Although their powers had waned, they planned to overcome Leylin with sheer numbers. Although Tiff knew he couldn't lose his grip in such times, his heart still skipped a beat. It's the Flaming Guardian, Almighty Akaban, the Sun God. The phenomenon in the skies had alerted the natives, and when many of them looked up into the skies they saw the demigods they had forsaken. They cried out in fear, calling the names of the gods they used to worship. There is no need to fear, children, a voice sounded from the Targaryen statue, traveling to the depths of each worshipper's soul. It seemed to come to life, the voice carrying a soothing energy which calmed them down immediately. *HS's. A phantom Targaryen appeared in midair, facing the enemies. Leave this to me. Focus on the natives. Fight on the other side, Leylin transmitted into Tiff's and Isabel's minds. Done with that, he raised his head and sized up what would be the most powerful opponents he'd faced since his arrival in the world of gods. Once I eliminate them, the entire Debank's empire will fall into my hands. Leylin's eyes reddened as the nightmare eye appeared on his forehead. Splendid golden rays lit up his body, seemingly on the verge of burning up. The powerful aura caused a few opposing totem spirits to change their expressions. Few totem spirits had come in the first place, they likely knew that divine beings could do little to him. The ones here were all demigods, blazing with their unique god fires. At the middle was a gigantic flaming chariot with a half-naked native on top. He wielded a golden lance and had a grave face, emitting the distinct aura of a king as his eyes glinted with wisdom. What was more surprising to Leylin was that the blazing horse that pulled his chariot was also a demigod, yet it stayed under the native and allowed itself to be used as a mount. On the sides of the flaming chariot were a double-headed lion with golden fur standing on end as well as a scorpion that seemed to be made of pure gold. 4 demigods, is this all the hidden divine power of Debank's Island? Leylin met their gazes without weakness nor fear. Intruder, undo this sickness. I, the founding emperor of the Sikart's empire, the sun god and king of all kings, controller of all flames, mountains and rivers, Akaban, can grant you a dignified death if you comply. The demigod on the war chariot exclaimed in his tongue, holding onto the reins of the blazing horse. Since demigods could comprehend all languages and writings, there wasn't an issue with communication. His mind isn't corroded by the faith of the natives. Leylin was slightly surprised. Is it because he was a native soul who merged with the faith of the empire, becoming a valiant soul after death. As Leylin pondered over Akaban's threats, the demigod lion and scorpion snarled terrifyingly. Scanning him more closely, Leylin could not help but feel great pity. What a pity, while you're doing all you can to comprehend godhood, you're too ambitious. That won't help you break through the restraints of the natives and become a true god. Akaban was obviously very wise in strengthening his domain, but he was still unable to become a true god. It showed how tedious this path was. Leylin conjectured that there were two plausible reasons for the failure. Firstly, there were the flaws with the natives' souls. On the other hand, Akaban himself might be too ambitious. The domains of the sun and moon could actually contend against greater gods, but Akaban still wasn't satisfied with them. He wanted to spread over into other roles, becoming an overlord. Pitifully, the meager bit of faith the natives could provide wasn't enough to do so. It left him stuck as a demigod. Had Akaban chosen domains related to the natives or savagery, he might long since have become a true god. If that were the case, Leylin would have had nothing to do with Debank's Island. Akaban, your misfortune is my greatest fortune. Having thought this through, Leylin seemed to hold the pearl of wisdom. The look of absolute confidence he had evidently stabbed at Akaban's ego. What can a mere divine being of another race, someone who isn't even a demigod, do to resist attacks from all sides? Given that he was a founding emperor, there were no such words as modesty or consideration in Akaban's vocabulary. He looked at convenience and benefits. With a wave of his hands, the double-headed lion and golden scorpion surrounded Leylin. Akaban himself rode the chariot to roam the battlefield, bundles of golden flames splashing everywhere and forming a resplendent scene in the night. The blazing horse, itself a demigod, whinnied, and a shadow of a sun rose up behind Akaban. The imposing aura curbed much of Leylin's energy, and Akaban prepared to deal Leylin the final blow. Chick, chick, the golden scorpion cried out without end. Its tail shot forth, containing toxins within that were much more potent than the wizard's finger of death. The double-headed lion roared as well, using its innate skills. One head spat out flames, while the other spat out blue lightning. Most importantly, their domains rippled out, beginning the process of crushing Leylin. Advancement, surrender. You will lose in a mere contest between domains. Akaban's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. He was circling Leylin leisurely, aside from the two demigods in combat. He had the valiant spirit of an emperor, and before becoming a demigod he had clearly been a tactician. His words were designed to affect Leylin's mind. Sadly, Leylin's own hardships had given him a will that was harder than diamond. Such challenges were pointless, only revealing Akaban's lack of confidence to him. Are you worried about any trump cards that I have? Or is it my background on the mainland? The gears in Leylin's mind whirred, and he soon understood what the other party was thinking. Akaban seemed to know a little about the gods on the mainland, which was why he was guessing at Leylin's identity. Unfortunately, Leylin was now completely alone. Even if he were to be killed here, nobody would cause trouble for Akaban, besides his main warlock body, that is. I can wipe out all four of them easily if I use the floating city, but then it won't be a secret anymore. Leylin looked deep in thought. He had amassed a tremendous number of cards up his sleeves, and the jaws of the other gods would probably drop if they found out about it. The floating city had shifted to the area outside Debank's Island, awaiting his next commands. At its peak performance, the floating city could contest against true gods. Taking care of a few demigods was like playing around. Unfortunately, such power would be sensed by the other gods, making things difficult for him in the future. Massacre Domain. Leylin chose to fight it out with his own strength. The dark red domain burst forth from him, allowing him to get a huge boost in strength. He was now on home ground, after all. The dark red domain that held the power of tyrannical bloodlust abruptly expanded, and even pushed the domains of the two demigods away. They were now on equal ground. Such pure bloodlust, and the strength of this domain. Watching from the sidelines, Akaban immediately seemed to be put deep in thought, as if he'd gotten some inspiration from Leylin's domain. Is it the purity? I was too greedy in the past. To become a true god, I'll need to completely grasp at least one aspect. This inspiration seemed to change Akaban's body, making his divine form more solid. This was the most terrifying part about him. He could learn and improve even in battle. If Akaban could walk out of this battle, then he would be able to get rid of the heterogeneous elements in his domain and obtain a divine domain. That would make him a true god. Unfortunately, you won't get that chance. Leylin laughed wildly, the legendary spell in his hands seemingly cast instantaneously. Meteor explosion, crushing palm. A dazzling explosion in a large palm drowned out the two demigods fighting him. Enraged howls sounded out amongst the bright spell lights as Leylin used dimensional leap to arrive in front of Akaban. A golden staff appeared in his hands. Chew, chew, lights flickered, and a flaming golden bird came into existence. Its gigantic wings flapped out flames like they were petals as its large beak began to peck at Akaban. A divine being's soul, is that what you're counting on? How naive. Facing such an attack, Akaban merely frowned slightly. The horse in front of the chariot abruptly snorted, absorbing all the scattered flames. Seeing that you gave me pointers on my path, let me send your true soul to the astral plane. The golden lance in Akaban's hand pierced forward, striking the beak of the large flaming bird. A crisp shattering sound rang out, and the flaming bird's beak began to fragment like glass, revealing the golden staff underneath. The beak of the bird had actually been the staff's tip. Be it the strength of your domain or your accumulation of divine force, you cannot match up to me, Akaban seemed to sigh, his golden lance mercilessly striking the crystal at the top of the staff. Chew, chew. The large flaming bird soul in the crystal emitted a miserable cry, and the core that held a slight hint of gold shattered. However, Akaban felt that something was off. Haha, thank you very much, you helped me take care of the last bit of resistance. I would have found it rather difficult to tame it. Light flickered, and Leylin's figure quickly left. The flaming bird at the tip of the staff exploded, and reformed. However, unlike before, it seemed to lack intelligence, looking rather stiff. Bundles of flames enveloped the staff, and energy undulations with more than legendary might rippled out. All this happened in what seemed to be the blink of an eye. Leylin had made use of Akaban's strength and completely subdued the flaming bird, even refining the red dragon staff once more. The name Red Dragon Staff now no longer suits you. Let's call you the Blazing Scepter. Leylin sized up his work in satisfaction. As he had used the soul of a divine being and had help from a demigod, even if it wasn't a divine weapon yet, the Blazing Scepter was much stronger than other legendary items. A divine weapon needs the flesh and divine force of a god to be completed, Leylin sighed in thought. Meanwhile, Akaban was thoroughly enraged in front of him. Wretched sinner, how dare you make a fool of me? His fury was like that of a regent, and a large hole opened up in the night skies. Blue lightning, each bolt as thick as a human arm, fell continuously. Akaban felt the ultimate humiliation in being made use of to refine a weapon, and teased by a mere divine being. The wrath from such disrespect could only be eased with the fresh blood and soul of the sinner. I will show you the sin you have committed. The warhorse snarled, and the flaming chariot charged. Forth, Akaban's lance danced as the lightning in the skies gathered at its tip. Roar, chick, chick. Meanwhile, the two demigods Leylin had occupied for a while pounced over as well. Although they looked a little pitiful, there weren't any injuries. The joint attack of the four demigods pushed the air out of the region, forming a strange vacuum. The pressure on Leylin rose rapidly, and the force that surged towards him from all directions seemed to want to tear him apart. As expected, a divine being trying to fight a demigod will lose. Leylin could only smile wryly, and then began to look resolute. Did you only just notice? It's too late. Your body shall be placed under my golden throne to be used as an eternal decoration, Akaban roared. Along with the other three demigods, his attacks soon drowned Leylin out. Lightning, flames, poison, all sorts of forces mixed in with the power of divine force. The domains formed a colorful, spotted, and chaotic region of energy. Leylin's aura quickly weakened within, to the point that it completely disappeared. Even I won't be able to deal with the attacks from four demigods. Akaban withdrew the golden lance in his hands. It's a pity that I didn't get the method to undo the plague, but I now know that becoming a true god is possible. Wait. Akaban's expression quickly changed, as he sensed the descent of powerful world origin force. Whoosh. The skies quickly darkened, and the stars and silver moon quickly hid their luster. It was as if a berserk dragon was traveling through the dark clouds, and compared to it Akaban's lightning was like that of a kid playing house. The descent of world origin force, this is the appointment of a demigod. Akaban had experienced this once before, and naturally would not get this wrong. Just as he was about to do all he could to interrupt the process, an absolute and powerful strength burst forth. Traces of the conscient of the world will sent him and the three other demigods flying. The gods truly were the darlings of the world, and when they advanced they naturally caught the attention of the world origin force. The isolating energy that came was not something 4 demigods could deal with. The world origin force that had come roaring in immediately attracted the attention of a few powerful gods. While the advancement of a demigod was nothing much, there were a few existences who still noticed him. It feels like a demigod, and the location is at the south of the South Seas, the natives' territories. Has a totem spirit or natural spirit advanced? To the gods, the totems of the natives were like a group of useless things. They were weak and could not leave their respective areas, which was why they were not worthy of attention. Several streaks of godly conscience gathered in the skies, and then dissipated like this had nothing to do with them. However, no matter how careful Leylin was, his reputation of being the youngest legendary wizard was sound, and he had caught the attention of some existences. Golden light flickered on Fallen Island, within Joaquin's church. It turned into a woman dressed in luxurious golden robes. I could never be wrong. This aura is that of the wizard. Has he become a demigod? Joaquin's eyes crinkled in a smile. Interesting. His name as a genius will probably resound through the continent once more. At this thought, Joaquin called out sternly. My servants, mistress. A few priests of wealth knelt and listened to the goddess' commands. Demigod Leylin had no time to care about the events outside. He was currently immersed in an extremely peculiar state. Becoming a demigod was as difficult as scaling into the skies, but it was no issue for Leylin. He'd amassed enough divine force a while ago, but he'd lacked a turning point. That turning point appeared today. The immense pressure of 4 great demigods allowed him to break past his limits, and push the ignition of his god fire. Becoming a demigod required cooperation with the laws of the world. It was a very valuable experience for Leylin. In the moment of becoming a demigod, one is shrouded in world origin force and laws. It is probably the safest place. Leylin did not worry about the events outside, immersing himself in his senses. This was just him becoming a demigod. When he attempted to become a true god with a divine realm, even a greater god would not dare attempt anything on him that moment. The gods usually waited for the process to complete, attacking the new god at their weakest. Compared to their eternal life, a period of patience was minuscule. Just the same, Akaban's group chose to watch on, keeping some distance so as not to infuriate the world origin force. The sea of origin force has descended. A golden light glinted in Akaban's eyes as he saw a large sea of origin force that was even greater than the weave. It surged forth and whistled, forming songs of praise. Based on the current situation, the chances of his success are high. Akaban frowned, sensing that he now had another impressive enemy. But then, he laughed involuntarily. Unlike him, the 3 beasts did not have many worries. Even if that divine being successfully becomes a demigod, he's still a newbie who can't control divine force properly yet. How could he be a match for the 4 of us combined? They only felt an instinctual fear right now, unable to help growing intoxicated from studying the process in the hope of benefits. It was a rare opportunity to watch the sea of world origin force surrounding the ascent of a new god, and no god would let it pass them by. These fellows, Akaban shook his head, shutting his own eyes and using his divine vision to observe the web of origin force. This gushing sea of energy represented everything in the world of gods, showing Akaban its secrets from behind the veil. However, this intoxication only lasted for a moment. Akaban's eyes widened in shock as he turned in Leylin's direction. The origin force had already formed a spiral like a black hole, its might leaving his heart thumping in fear. What a huge tide of origin force! This is already comparable to a true god. Does that mean his accumulations far surpass my own? The strength of Leylin's ascent was several times greater than his own. The implications left Akaban in no mood to appreciate the world origin force further. Few in the history of the world of gods could have drawn such a tremendous sea of origin force as a mere divine being. Although Akaban did not know what this meant exactly, his expression turned dark. However, no matter how complicated his feelings were now, he could only watch the whistling origin force surge and roll, before being sucked into the black hole with Leylin at the center. Beep. Unknown energy detected. Host soul has experienced a transition. Secondary system updating. The AI chip went to sleep. Legendaries of the world of gods were equivalent to morning stars of the Magus world. High-ranked legendaries were comparable to radiant moons, while divine beings were at the breaking dawn realm. A demigod was close to rank 7. In other words, Leylin's clone was now as strong as his main body in the Magus world. It was quite natural for the accumulated energy to allow the AI chip to upgrade itself. Leylin was already beginning to anticipate the day he could return this upgraded secondary system to the original. When they combined, they would surely possess terrifying abilities. Originally, the powerful cheat that had helped him become a magus, the AI chip, was all-powerful amongst those below rank 7. However, beings of laws had thinking speeds that did not lose out to the supercomputers of his previous world. A series of inexplicable changes occurred as they traversed through space and time, and the AI chip had fused with Leylin's soul it could now develop with him. The chances of such an event were so small it would likely never occur again in the multiverse. This miraculous property had allowed the AI chip to upgrade itself multiple times, assisting Leylin. It could give him the upper hand at decisive moments during battles with other beings of laws. It's good for the AI chip to sleep for a while anyway. I want my main body to feel the power of laws again. Leylin slowly withdrew his divine conscient. The golden luster on his body had grown even more dazzling, causing him to seemingly turn into a god made of gold. It made each and every action of his seem holy. Lights converged, and began to blaze underneath the sea of origin force. Leylin had taken in Beelzebub's worshippers from the mainland, and established a base in the outer seas. Just the faith from that could support a demigod. But he wasn't satisfied with just that. He'd crossed the seas to occupy a portion of Debank's island, and he now had over 300,000 native worshippers. They were indebted to him for saving them from the brink of death, so their faith was very enthusiastic. Even with the flaws in their souls, the power of this faith was still massive, more than enough to support a new god. All these things combined, Leylin's accumulations could be said to have reached the limits of a demigod. His massacre divinity had condensed to a point unprecedented in history. A regular divine being would just explode, unable to contain so much power. However, Leylin was different. His main body was near rank 7, and a warlock at that. His previous experience allowed his divine will to reach all parts of his body, controlling everything. At this moment, all the followers that worshipped Leylin felt a surge of desire in their hearts. In this state of intense longing, all of them set aside what they were doing. They faced the holy radiance in their hands, a statue in the church, or even just the skies as they began to pray. Our Lord, Kukulkan, you are the world serpent that devours all. With the sharp blades of your massacres, even the stars in the sky lose all their luster before you. An exceptionally strong wave of faith rushed forth, immediately giving rise to an even more intense change. Rumble. The divinity on Leylin's body was now completely visible. It burned off all his clothing, leaving him in his birthday suit. Amidst this surge of faith, he was like a huge fire in a pool of gasoline. Rumble. Golden flames immediately appeared on his body, glowing with a sacred luster. With the amassed power of faith in the massacre divinity, Leylin's own fleshly body fueled the resplendent glow of the flames. Drip, drip. Leylin closed his eyes, each and every action following that of the world origin force. Under the illumination of flames, his perfect body melted like wax into the flames. The powerful aura fell silent as everything condensed down, including the golden flames. The god fire shrank to the size of a soybean, but the power that beam gave off was horrifying. This was the foundation of a god, the god fire. Once it was ignited, divine beings would become demigods, truly demarcating themselves from mortals. They had reached the realm of the gods. The god fire seemed to be a condensation of all laws, and it kept shrinking and growing. It was like the flames were breathing in faith, transforming it into a pure divine force. Only with divine force were gods able to bestow divine spells upon their followers. It was what qualified them to be gods. This god fire was what allowed the power of faith to be transformed into divine force. While Leylin had amassed a large amount of faith with the unceasing prayers, his pitiful priests had not one divine spell. They could only spread his faith through word of mouth, and if not for the holy water that could cure the plague, he could probably die trying to spread his faith on Debank's island. Doing the same in the continent would render far worse results. The golden threads of divine force sketched an outline of a human figure, forming first the golden bones, then the flesh, veins, and the skin. This was followed by his eyes and other features, as a god's body made of divine force took form. This was a process all demigods had to go through, their lives themselves experiencing a qualitative change as their souls were refined to a higher level. The golden divine force vanished, to reveal the divine body's true features. Muscles bulged to form elegant and beautiful lines, holding a trace of laws as if the body itself represented the origin force of some will. His facial features were distinct, and filled with a masculine beauty. Although Leylin's appearance had not changed, he now had a tremendously imposing aura to him. Divine spells, is this the feeling of being a demigod? Leylin muttered under his breath, sensing the ever more sturdy threads of faith as well as the terrifying origin force in his body coming from the god fire. He extended his right hand, and a trace of golden power appeared in the veins on his palm. This power was something unique to him. His will could transform it into all sorts of energy, be it chi, magic, or something else. Divine force. The tremendous power of faith had been transformed by the god fire, becoming a large amount of divine force that filled up Leylin's body. He felt like he could tear the very world apart. Beep. Upgrade complete. The AI. Chip's voice sounded at this moment. With Leylin's own soul advancing into the divine, the AI. Chip had also reaped unknown rewards. Having resumed operation, it began the tedious work of updating Leylin's hugely changed stats. Beep. Host has ignited his god fire, becoming a demigod. All stats +5. Host's arcanist rank has risen. Now rank 27. Beep. Host stats have all reached 20 points. Intermediate perfect body has advanced with the bonus of becoming a demigod, and is now divine body. Beep. Secondary system has been upgraded, computational power increased. Analysis of levels 8 and 9 of the Weaver at 100%. Host has obtained all spell models, and will no longer forget any spells. No materials required to cast spells. This was evidently the boost the god fire had given to his stats. However, even Leylin himself found the extent of the increase terrifying. Because of the restrictive laws of the world of gods, it was very difficult to increase one's stats. Once they reached a threshold, each point would grow more and more difficult to attain, and at the same time increased one's might greatly. This stat increase of 5 points each wasn't small at all. It was a huge increase in his power, over tenfold. Beep. Host stats and data have changed greatly. Recalculating. Almost at the instant this prompt showed, the AI. Chip showed his stats on a screen. Leylin fallen. Race. Human, demigod, rank 27 arcanist, legendary. Strength. 21. Agility. 21. Vitality. 21. Spirit. 27. Arcane energy. 270. Divine force. Status. Healthy. Feats. Legendary sturdiness, well-versed, dreamscape vision, extreme adaptability, divine body. Specialties. Origin force detection, arcane amplification, illusions. The outer weave has been analyzed completely. Beginning analysis of the inner weave. With the outer weave done, I need to begin on the divine spells and web of faith. In the inner weave, I'm already a demigod, so I have the right to use a part of the inner weave anyway, Leylin muttered to himself before looking at the description of divine body. Divine body. A god's true form is made entirely out of divine force, and can change in any way. Grants peak tolerance to all environments as well as the ability to travel to the outer planes. Grants the permanent ability to understand all languages, as well as epic damage reduction and epic magic resistance. Grants immunity to all spells below rank 9, as well as other spells like Time Stop. Divine body. So that's where the true strength of a demigod lies. Leylin sighed in awe as he read through the information relating to the feat. The defense the divine body provided him ensured that few beings in the mortal world could harm him. Regular and arcane spells imbued with divine force would now become his best weapons. But I can't see my divine force statistic yet. I'll need to determine units for it, and then find the patterns and rules behind it myself. Most importantly, I can finally bestow divine spells on my priests. But that's only up to rank 5. As was instinctual to a god, Leylin immediately knew what divine spells he could bestow. In general, they're all blessings and cures. There's also devil detection and massacre blessing. A large number of divine spells appeared before him, along with general descriptions. There were rank 1 spells like blessing, cure light wounds, and command, then there were rank 2 spells like bear's endurance and bull's strength. It went up to the rank 5 cure light wounds, mass spell and summon monster. There was huge variety. The 2 specific spell models he named left Leylin in deep thought. The divine spells priests could cast were all virtually the same, but sometimes there were unique ones characteristic of the god that bestowed them. These 2 were Leylin's. He was proficient at identifying devils and his domain was the massacre domain. It gave his priest spells like devil detection and massacre blessing. Having acquired divine force, demigods can establish churches. It gives them a chance to eventually compete in the mainland. After all, there isn't much of a difference other than the lower-level divine spells. In fact, the time of a church's establishment is the best time to join. The first worshippers will be offered the greatest perks. Most demigods only established their churches after igniting their god fires. Leylin, however, seemed to be ahead of the pack. If not for his astonishing capabilities and the devil worshippers and natives aiding him, he couldn't have done it so easily. Now, his church finally had a sturdy foundation, which gave him a shot at competing with other gods for faith. There was a special title for such demigods in the world of gods. They were called false gods. They could bestow holy spells in reply to their worshippers' prayers, but weren't true gods yet. They were often repressed by Helm, the god of protection. However, Leylin's church was located on Debank's Island, so he wouldn't have to fend that off. The churches on the mainland would wind up in a worse state, so much so that they would have to cease their operations and hide in the abyss. This caused originally good demigods to shift to evil as well. The transformation ended. What seemed to be a long while to Leylin was only minutes for the 4 demigods. He's out. Once the tidal surge of forces died out, Akaban looked solemnly at the figure that emerged. Leylin had put on an illusory white robe now, and although his features weren't different, he possessed an imposing aura. This was the authentic aura of a demigod. You've gathered a lot of faith. Akaban looked Leylin deep in the eye, his expression betraying his jealous thoughts. The 2-headed lion, the golden scorpion, and the blazing horse had similar reactions. I am the devouring serpent, the ruler of massacres, the monarch of the devils, the winged serpent, Kukulkan. Divine force streaked past Leylin's eyes. He did not pay any attention to the 4 demigods, instead letting out a divine decree. A giant half-bodied phantom appeared above Hope's stronghold, declaring Leylin's authority and might. Having advanced to become a demigod, he could finally get rid of the constraints that held him back when he was weak. He could now connect with his worshippers in his true form. Almighty Lord, you are the savior of my soul, the salvation of the mortal world. Many clerics found after a prayer now that multiple divine spells were inside their bodies. They were like normal magic spells, and could be cast if they were willed. Even the most foolish would realize that the winged serpent god had advanced and grown stronger. They immediately cheered. The large group of priests felt like they'd gotten power which could suppress everything. Although holy spells were not as efficient as regular spells, clerics trained much faster than wizards, not to mention the number of people who would be training at the same time. The holy spells were extremely effective at shocking the natives. No matter what plans Akaban had made, they'd now failed completely. The numerous cheers and the tidal surge of faith formed an astonishing current beside Leylin. Not good. Now that he's a demigod, this is his domain. Retreat. As a regional spirit, Akaban had the same weakness as totem spirits. The power of faith he possessed waned if he left his lands, and another divine domain would suppress him. Before Leylin had advanced, it hadn't been at evidence. Now that he had, though, the suppression was one of equal levels, and it had a frightening effect. Akaban had originally dreamed of crushing Leylin with numbers, but after seeing Leylin's true might, this founding emperor of Sakarth shuddered in fear. First you taint my domain, then you want to leave. Isn't it too late for that? The massacre domain stretched out, covering the entire sky in crimson. It had already been strong, but Leylin's advancement had maximized its potential. I control massacre itself. The ichor of gods will provide me strength, their wails giving me energy. Your bones will form my scepter, and your eyes will be turned into jewels. These words sounded like a song of legends, and the decree of a curse. Leylin instantly appeared before the 2-headed lion. Roar. The demigod knew that it was in danger, and let out a crazed roar from the depths of its soul. Immense divine force appeared from its jaws. Kill beep. Host is under attack, activating divine force field. A formless, contorted force field appeared after the AI chip's notification, having the 2-headed lion's might. What remained had no more effect on Leylin's divine body, not even affecting his robes. Divine force field. So in a battle between gods, the focus is now on divine force, divinity, and their domains. Leylin's eyes flashed as he ignored the lion's attack. He had a way to negate it, but now that he had the powers of the divine force field, he could do even less. The lion roared with rage, and Akaban and the other 2 demigods saw an unforgettable scene. Let it out. Ignoring the lion's attack, Leylin jumped on its back and ripped through his skin and flesh. Ichor splattered across the sky. Shing. Even as cries of anguish sounded, he pulled out the lion's spine. Such a thing would cause severe injuries even to a demigod with a divine body. After all, the divine body took an immense amount of divine force to build. Leylin had used the world origin force to make it the first time. But such a thing could only happen once. Your blood will give me strength. Leylin's chant reverberated in the massacre domain, as if the best of musical accompaniment. Your bones will form my scepter, and your eyes will be turned into jewels. The chant reached a high note, and the severely injured lion shuddered. 4 grotesque claws appeared from the void, stabbing the 2-headed lion's 4 eyes. These claws were a murky green, the skin as dry as the bark of an ancient tree. Strange curse runes were all over them, more intricate even than the runes carved by arcanists. The 4 claws pressed on the lion, causing it to cry out in extreme pain. Soon, each of its 4 eyeballs had been forcefully extracted from their sockets, and they flew to Leylin's palm. And your soul will become the pool of energy for my divine weapon. Leylin looked at the lion and spat out the final line in this sacrificial rite. Boom! Golden flames filled the sky, melting the lion's spine to form a short staff. The eyeballs shrank continuously in midair, finally embedding themselves into the crown, becoming 4 differently colored jewels. Once Leylin spoke the last line, the world itself had seemingly stopped. Formless power restrained the lion, bringing its body in front of Leylin. Incinerate. A wisp of black flame began to engulf the lion. One could see the shape of the totem spirit within, forcefully being extracted from its body and transferred into the staff. The flames licked at the corpse until they reached the god fire. Bang! The golden flames dimmed after the lion's death. It extinguished itself on its own, the power it had contained leaving Leylin cautious. Crackle! White lightning streaked across the sky, as if sending off this fallen demigod. Only then did Akaban and his party regain their senses. These demigods only wished to leave this dreamy state. What had they just seen? A demigod perished. He was on the same level as Leylin, but he was slaughtered like a lamb and turned into a divine weapon. It had happened too quickly. By the time they regained their senses and wanted to help the lion demigod, it was already dead. Leylin ignored the other demigods, and looked at the staff embedded with 4 jewels. Although it's a weapon made from a demigod, it's an incomplete divine weapon, at most at the same level. Still, it should be enough as the sacred item of the church in the mortal world. What's next? As you guys, Leylin's eyes slanted to one side as he glared, emanating an incomparably murderous aura. Chick! The golden scorpion chirped, turning into a black gust of wind as it disappeared. The speed at which it fled made Akaban's expression turn even darker. His trustworthy comrade had actually been scared away from just a glare. This isn't the strength of a demigod. Who are you? Akaban asked, teeth clenched. He knew that the void had locked in on him, so he instead chose to ask the wise question. Me, I am the winged serpent Kukulkan, the serpent which devours everything and controls all massacre. Of course, you can address me as Leylin. Leylin grinned, and walked over to Akaban. The increasingly pressing aura left even the demigods hoarse neighing in unrest. Although they were both demigods, Akaban could only feel fear in front of Leylin. Are you mocking me? How could an ordinary demigod have a strength such as yours? Akaban howled, his eyes turning red. You just watched me advance, Leylin replied honestly, but it made Akaban want to puke blood. If he knew that Leylin would be this powerful after advancing, he would have killed Leylin at all costs the moment he appeared on Debank's island. However, it was too late for regrets now. Leylin laughed inwardly as he saw Akaban in a state of bewilderment. Although he had accumulated many trump cards, he was ultimately only a demigod. To really crush others on the same level was impossible. However, he didn't just have one body. There was an even more powerful warlock, nearing rank 7, in the Magus world. Once Leylin advanced in the world of gods, the injuries to Leylin's main body had recovered. They did share the same soul, after all. He could now provide even more strength to the clone inside the world of gods. Hence, fighting Leylin right now was like fighting a demigod and a near rank 7 warlock at the same time. Furthermore, a long period of research, along with the appearance of the world origin force and laws, had enlightened Leylin in many areas. It allowed him to transfer Magus spells over to this world. The claws from before, the ones that butchered the 2-headed lion, were an amalgamation of his learning. However, he still wasn't very familiar with the laws of the world. He could only cast Magus spells every once in a while, and even he hadn't expected such good results. It had only been theorized before. The extremely powerful Magus spell had killed a demigod and scared away another. Leylin could not have asked for a better result. Of course, Leylin would not reveal these secrets to Akaban, only creating a fearsome image which would be imprinted in Akaban's mind. Even if you are an evil god from the main continent, don't ever dream of controlling my empire. A holy war between gods was based on the power of faith, which was the most raw and resolute of battles. There wasn't an inch for negotiation. Akaban's gaze was resolute, as golden rays radiated from his body. Nay, as if understanding his determination, the blazing horse in front of the chariot neighed loudly, as a light golden domain was opened. Conquest domain, huh, and with such a combination, the AI. Chip's light flashed in Leylin's eyes, but he was not one bit unafraid. That's great, it's about time to test units for divine force. AI, Chip, begin recording. Beep. Mission established. Collecting host data. Monitoring divine force. The AI. Chip's voice intoned. Ha. Akaban was riding the flaming chariot now, waving his golden lance about. The sun runes on his body were even more visible than before, as the shadow of the sun behind him grew even more radiant and searing. A tribal demigod is indeed just that. There's no technique at all, Leylin said in disgust, a wave of divine force welling in his hands. Divine force transformation absolute break. With divine force as the source of his power, this legendary arcane spell had obtained even more power than before. A dark light instantaneously hit the tip of Akaban's lance. A crack soon spread from the tip of the lance, looking like a spiderweb. A moment later, the lance turned into dust. The same came into effect on Akaban's chariot, and his blazing horse's armor. Akaban stared in disbelief as he separated from the flaming horse. This absolute break spell had obtained an unimaginable victory for Leylin. However, the native demigods really are destitute. Apart from the weapon and the chariot, there weren't any other artifacts. Leylin waved his hand, and the golden light of divine force formed a palm. Shattering fist. The golden first grew larger and larger, the runes on it as clear as water. This fist seemed to be made of flesh and blood, and carried a massive amount of power as it sent Akaban flying with a trail of blood. This is the strongest demigod on Debank's island. What a disappointment. Leylin waved his hand again, and this time an incomparably large mage sword appeared, shining with divine force. He chose not to control this one with his spirit, instead grabbing it by the hilt. Die. The mage sword slashed downwards, and golden light filled the spot. Where Akaban was struck, the immense power even split a mountain behind the demigod into two. Running after defeat Wu, as the mage sword was about to strike him, an enormous figure appeared before Akaban's eyes in a flash of red flames. No, Akaban watched his beloved mount get torn apart before his eyes, pitiful moans spilling from its gaping jaw. The flaming horse had moved in front of him, laying down its life to take the killing blow. Was that flame teleportation? I wouldn't have been able to stop you if you fled, what a pity. Although he was uttering such words, Leylin still moved to the flaming horse's side. The demigod seemed to sense its imminent death, and it turned towards Akaban. Its eyes were full of admiration and helplessness, regret that it had to leave its partner behind. The horse then summoned up the remaining trickles of its divine force, and an enormous sphere of flames enveloped Akaban. He disappeared from sight. No. The only thing that remained was Akaban's pained roar, his regret reverberating in the plains. This noble steed had been his partner in all his fights. He loved and trusted it more than he did his imperial concubines and offspring. Even in death, he wanted his horse to accompany him. Were it not for such passion, how would a demigod allow him to ride it? Now, everything would be destroyed. So you had such affection for your steed. What a shame. Leylin praised Akaban's loyalty, but the mage sword in his hands was unhesitatingly put to use. Whether he was a hero or a villain was all a matter of perspective. He clearly knew that with the horse's loyalty the chance that it could be soothed into submission was practically zero. What was his course of action, then? With the grudge between them only resolvable by death, he considered the complete destruction of his opponent the most reasonable course of action. He's already escaped the outskirts of Hope's stronghold. He really is quick. Having shut his eyes and sensed a faint trace of Akaban's coordinates, Leylin gave up on his plan of pursuit. After all, Akaban was one of the tribal gods of the natives. With the power of faith in the Sikart's empire, he was infinitely close to becoming a true god. Given Leylin's current strength, chasing after him would be a masochistic idea. This went the other way as well. Had Akaban not acted so stupidly in bringing his subordinates into Leylin's divine domain, he wouldn't have lost as badly as he had. The battle of the divine has come to an end. Now, it's time for the battle of the mortal world. Although he did not intend to continue his pursuit, Leylin did not plan to let Akaban off. Since the demigod was so reliant on the natives' faith, it was time to dig his foundation out. Once he conquered the entire Sikart's empire, Akaban would be a stray dog with no home. Anyone could slaughter him. Tiff. After returning to the cathedral, Leylin immediately expressed his intentions. My lord, you are the stars in the heavens, and the ruler of all there is to devour. Slaughter is the sharp sword that you hold in your hand. Tiff answered Leylin's summons before long, appearing at the center of the cathedral. His eyes were filled with emotion. His body still had trace bloodstains on it. It was clear that the mortals had acted in tandem with the gods that had united to attack Leylin. It was a shame, though. All their schemes had disintegrated the moment Leylin ascended and bestowed his divine spells. How's the current situation? Although he could mostly divine what had happened, he still needed Tiff's personal report to obtain the concrete specifics. Tiff knelt on the ground as he respectfully reported the situation. The Sikart's empire conducted a surprise raid. Luckily, my lord, we had your blessings and managed to force them into retreat. We didn't even sustain heavy losses. Those who were injured healed extremely quickly with your divine spells, returning to their troops. The difference of morale between troops who had priests and those who didn't was like night and day. The power of the healing arts was too formidable. Healing resources were rare in the prime material plane, so the divine spells of the priests were the only clutch that injured soldiers could depend on to survive the battle. The priests were also indispensable when boosting morale directly. The native troops hardly equaled Hope Stronghold's legions. The only upper hand they had was the surprise attack, but once the clerics came into play they were utterly defeated. After all, their shamans and other divine professionals could only wield their divine spells within their god's domain. In Leylin's territory, the opposing troops didn't have the home ground advantage. It was pointless to discuss victory and defeat. Leylin nodded. It looks like you didn't face many enemies this time. They seem to have pinned all their hopes on the divine battle, and these troops were only used to sow chaos and serve as a distraction. His eyes flashed with understanding as he bestowed this divine edict. Those despicable natives. They will inevitably pay for their actions today in blood. Having become a demigod, Leylin's aura had grown even more powerful. It even held a trace of the power of laws. As you command, my lord. Hope Stronghold will start a war. This time, we must teach them a painful lesson. Tiff respectfully bowed his head. No, not a lesson. This will be extermination. I wish to never see the word Sikarts marked on a map ever again. Leylin's cold reply caused Tiff's heart to constrict in fear. Tiff gritted his teeth, but he still replied with determination, your will shall be done. After all, Leylin was the absolute authority in this place. Very well. Leylin nodded, and with a wave a golden staff flew into Tiff's hand. Its handle was decorated in the motif of a lion, and the 4 differently colored jewels on its crown shone radiantly. The entire staff seemed to be encircled by a formidable power. Is this a divine weapon? Tiff asked as he looked on in bewilderment. Yes, it's a weapon I refined using the enemy's false god. The jewels on top contain the power of lightning and fire. It's only a demigod-ranked weapon for now, but it should serve as the authority of a pope. My lord, Tiff's voice was choked with emotion. Go, I will watch you from the skies. Leylin waved him away. Yes, my lord, I will defeat the entire Sikart's empire for you, and conquer all of Debank's island. Tiff solemnly swore to Leylin. Leylin's ascension hadn't just affected him. Hope Stronghold itself had grown enormously stronger. With the support of the priests, divine spells, the troops could now show a military power that was several times greater than before. As for seizing the opportunity to conquer the Sikart's empire in battle, it was already a foregone conclusion. With the boost from Leylin's divine aura and divine weapons, Hope Stronghold's main army effortlessly invaded the heart of the Sikart's empire with irresistible force. The decadent native troops were unable to withstand a single blow. Well, this was all really just the propaganda spread by the church. Although the outcome did not differ much from what was in the official reports, the course of events was something entirely different. Away from their homeground, Leylin's armies were facing enemies that had the support of a demigod and similar numbers of clerics and other divine professionals. Their opponents possessed several hundreds of years more of accumulated resources. However, spring had arrived. Sadly, the plague that had been curbed by the bitter cold broke out vehemently once more. In Leylin's previous life, spring had always been the season where epidemics spread widely. The situation here was comparable, so it was hardly surprising. The plague was even more ferocious than before as it swept across the entirety of Debank's Island, creating more and more ghost towns. With its ability to infect even those who were once cured, even the divine professionals were left up to their ears in work. Leylin had previously killed 2 demigods, and it was the same as cutting the number of available clerics in half. With the balance at such a crucial point, even a single feather's weight was of paramount importance. What then about losing half of your clerics? Sikarts was now met with another wave of death. There were so few clerics available that even nobles were dying out, forget the commoners. The troops from Hope's stronghold who had forced their way into Sikarts numbly took over ghost town after ghost town. A high number of enemy troops had surrendered to them as well. There was nothing else to be done. If they continued to stay, all that waited them was death. Defecting would give them the holy water that could save their lives. At the same time, those natives who had surrendered used themselves as an example to show that none of them had been turned into sacrifices, or demoted to slaves after their surrender. Naturally, this situation was not without pressure. Furthermore, for the sake of preserving their lives, those native commoners had fallen over each other in their eagerness to riot and erupt in chaos before the troops from Hope's stronghold arrived. They had even sent people to request the stronghold to rescue them. Generally speaking, the current situation was going great. It would only be a matter of time before they conquered Debank's Island. In these circumstances, Leylin chose not to personally get involved. At this point, his personal perspective and status had already changed. He only needed to respond to the daily prayers requesting divine spells, and Tiff and Isabel would take care of everything else. Leylin had now entered seclusion. After becoming a demigod, there were far too many differences between him and an ordinary mortal. Without much experience being won, he needed to slowly feel out his new role. With his special senses as a god, his followers were presented before him in successive screens. They were even clearer than when he'd been a mere divine being. His connection with his priests was incomparably more convenient, and a lot quicker than before. Within the limits of the weave, he could gather faith and bestow divine skills with ease. Mystra probably only has complete control of the outer weave. She can only interfere slightly with the deeper levels. Leylin understood the innate character of the goddess of the weave in that moment. She was essentially a jailer in charge of looking after the many magi at the core. The numerous gods would never entrust their own worshippers to Mystra's control, so there were considerable limits to her influence. Beginning of battle, the inner weave is a convenient way for a god to channel faith towards them. It didn't reject me using it, so it seems to be open. The basic requirement is that one is a demigod. Leylin looked lost in thought. The innermost core of the weave, as well as Karsus Avatar, the rank 12 spell, the thought of how difficult it was to release the conscience of the numerous magi, even Leylin frowned. He had to get rid of the entire weave to do so, which included the outer weave that numerous wizards counted on and the inner weave that the gods used as a channel for faith. Would the gods willingly abandon such a convenient channel as the weave? Regardless of their intellectual abilities, and their ability to count the number of worshippers in their divine realms in an instant, the weave was more than just an upgrade to their calculative abilities. It greatly reduced the cost of bestowing divine spells, and increased the convenience. Having become used to such a great advantage, could they still accept and tolerate more traditional methods? Once I shatter the weave, I'll be going up against the entire world of gods. Leylin looked grim. It won't just be true gods. All demigods, and even nature spirits or divine beings who can use the weave will probably become my enemies as well. Only Leylin, who was from a foreign world, would have the guts to take on an entire world. However, even he had to consider his options carefully. While Distorted Shadow still had incomplete conscience in the outer world, he had not done much in tens of thousands of years. That was only to be expected. I'm afraid I'll have to push my agreement with Distorted Shadow back. Leylin stroked his chin, having made up his mind. Now that he was a demigod, the injuries to his main body should have completely healed. Having taken over Debank's Island, the faith in him had greatly increased. It could even support his ascent to godhood. Time was definitely on his side. If this dragged on, and both his bodies reached a higher realm, the terror that would be brought forth when they fused would be enough for him to take the plunge and challenge the world. The spread of faith is one thing in ascending to godhood. Another is to guide my worshippers, forming my unique role as a god. Leylin was now aware of the relationship between faith, god fire, divine force, and a god's roles. Faith was the source, being transformed by the god fire into divine force. This was the root of all gods, and the power of faith wasn't all the same. There were slight differences, and for example the soul energy radiated by great anger was completely different from that in extreme fear. The faith in a demigod was heterogeneous, so it took a lot of effort to transform it into divine force. A god's roles acted as a guide, planning for the soul energy of their worshippers in advance. If god fire was an engine that purified faith to provide a more stable source of power, a god's roles were the key to separate the diesel from gasoline. While in general the soul energy that could be absorbed after a god classified themselves would decrease, it would grow in purity. It reduced the burden on the divine, to the point that the amount of divine force left after the transformation was actually greater than before. After all, which was easier, burning either diesel or gasoline, or both? Most probably would know the answer to that. A god's rule doesn't simply separate soul energy. It involves delving deeper into that domain, and acquiring even more terrifying might. Leylin could now sense the faith from the pious worshippers and their tremendous soul energy. His god fire burned more vigorously than before, a few runes representing laws beginning to appear. When it came down to it, a god's role was an embodiment of their laws. These runes indicated that he would soon form his own. Even the incomplete golden characters allowed Leylin to gain a better understanding of the world of gods. The essence of the runes seemed to tend to massacres and conquest, as well as sickness and healing. Will my first role as a deity be amongst these? Leylin's eyes flashed with the rays of the AI chip. AI chip, is it possible to record this script? Although these law runes were incomplete, they were very unique. They weren't three-dimensional, instead perhaps near four-dimensional. The AI chip of the past would have been powerless at this, but after the upgrade its limits weren't defined yet. Leylin wanted to test what it could do. Beep. Mission established. Beginning scan. The AI chip loyally intoned, large amounts of blue data streaming past Leylin. Beep. Target scanned. Discovered high-energy force field, attempting to break through. Successful. Beginning to analyze the characters of laws. Recording. Beep. Target has the properties of a 4D image, discovered interference from spacetime radiation. Data partially lost. Beep. Characters have been scanned. Records only 67.66% complete. The large paragraph caused Leylin to grin in glee. He looked at the database of the AI chip, seeing a subdirectory under laws called Godly Role Runes. Within it were the characters that had just been scanned. Although they seemed less complete than those in the God Fire, they still had the distinct charm of the original. The AI chip of the past would definitely have been unable to make this scan. That it could force a partial copy gave Leylin a pleasant surprise. If all these characters are analyzed completely, the chances of even natives igniting their god fires to obtain godly roles should increase by 50%. Leylin nodded in satisfaction, and then focused on the analysis of the characters. Massacre and conquest, sickness and healing. The results of the AI chip's preliminary scans were according to Leylin's expectations. This was indeed the image he gave the natives of Debanks Island. The selection of a god's role could easily give rise to battles between gods. Based on the AI chip's conclusions, Leylin sank into deep thought. The characters of laws show that most of my faith comes from massacre and sickness. They're the most likely way for me to become a god. There's less in terms of conquest. The natives don't really have a concept of races and culture, and there are many battles even between their tribes. Faith in healing is the least, Pure faith would not lie, and Leylin could only laugh wryly. From the looks of it, even if his church bestowed holy water and helped with the sickness, the natives still treated him as a personification of massacres, sickness, and death. Well, faith arising from reverence is always more stable than that from love and respect. The grin on Leylin's face widened. Looks like I'm not fated to be in the good faction. Leylin had already decided to walk the path of massacres. With the power he held, he definitely wouldn't side with the good gods anyway. From the power of faith alone, massacre and sickness seem more stable. Leylin had made his choice. He valued a domain in massacres more than one in sickness. Besides, few gods had grasped it, some of them being Sirik and Malar. Although Sirik was a greater god, he was half crazy, paying no mind to the administration of his mortal church. It had caused the priests of murder great distress. Things were different with sicknesses and plague. Leylin would rather fight against lunatics and beasts than the goddess of plagues who was clear-headed. He did not wish for there to be occasional plagues in his territories. And, Sirik, Leylin lowered his face, ridiculing him with soundless laughter. From the viewpoint of the gods, everything on Debanks Island was right before their eyes. Saintus, our vanguard has already taken over the 2 citadels in Adu City and Dole City. As long as we get Dole City as well, the capital of the empire shall be right before our eyes." The troops of Hope's stronghold were proceeding smoothly along the massive lands. The girl Leylin had conferred a title to, Saintess Barbara, had completed her routine prayers. She was now listening to the routine reports of a native army official. Golden light flashed on her fair forehead, causing her to be bathed in a holy luster. Aya and her little brother stood respectfully at her side, having become her maiden servant. Out of gratitude for their savior, as well as the need for survival, the two of them now worked for her. The saintess seemed to admire the great relationship of the pair, and had brought them with her. The capital. Aya's eyes lit up as if she had recalled something, but that quickly dimmed. Barbara seemed to think of something, and she asked, "Aya, you came from near the capital, right?" I was once a clanswoman of Adu City's Juna tribe. I escaped with the rest of my tribe once plague struck." Aya spoke slowly, and her brother bowed his head as if he had recalled something terrible. Truth be told, most of the natives that had fled with them had died on the way. Sickness and famine were the greatest natural enemies of the commoners. Less than 1 in 10 had gotten across the mountains and waters, making it to Hope's stronghold. Devil Hunter recalling the hardship along the way, and how they'd made it safely, Aya felt like she was in a dream. This is all due to Master Kukulkan. At this thought, she couldn't help but grab the sacred crest in her hands, beginning to pray silently. The imperial capital of the Sikart's empire. If I can take that down and offer it to the master, an idea arose in Barbara's mind, filling her thoughts. She wasn't being greedy, everything was just happening too smoothly. Although she'd brought less than 10,000 troops from Hope's stronghold, many natives suffering from sickness had requested to enter. Even those from the imperial army changed sides. On top of that, having obtained the news about the divine battle through some secret channels, even the nobles of the Sikart's empire began to waver. The consequences of this was that Barbara's army kept expanding without needing to expend effort. They had even reached near the capital with effortless victories. Along the way, in order to obtain the holy water and blessings from the feathered serpent god, many native refugees took on arduous jobs. The secondary army also suppressed rebellions to express their loyalty. Knowing that Hope's stronghold lacked people, Barbara accepted all offers from refugees and armies. In a short period of time, the army had expanded by 5 times. There was now a native army made of 50,000 troops, as well as other refugees. Tiff had initially been worried there might be spies who snuck in, but it seemed that the natives had no intentions in this regard. Rather, due to the huge numbers, making commands and logistics created a headache for them. There had been a few times where things were extremely chaotic. The Sikart's empire now looked to be done for, when it could not even take care of such an oversized army. The continuous successes naturally raised Barbara's ambitions. As long as I take down Dole City, the imperial capital will lose all its protection, Barbara planned in her mind, before watching the chaos at the city in the distance, stunned. Thick black smoke and screams could be heard from afar. Report. A knight darted over, looking to he had something urgent to report. Let him come. Barbara waved her arms, and the guards that had held him back dispersed. Saintess, a few leaders in Dole City have joined hands to create a rebellion. They have now gotten control of the entire city and agree to giving up their faith to accept the feathered serpent god, but only if we give them the holy water as soon as possible, and that they hope we can take in people from the city that's now in chaos. Proceed. Barbara nodded and sent down the order. At the very beginning, this sort of scenario had gotten her all excited, but she was now numb to it. She was even feeling disappointment of achieving something herself. However, at this moment, she had something more important to do. The takeover of the city went smoothly. Under the threat of death, there were very rare cases of false surrender. Barbara had used her previous experience and sent a batch of people to help fight the fire. She then met with the few leaders and, after promising that the holy water would be provided, the entire Dole City was somewhat in her grasp. The reason why it was only somewhat in her grasp was because there were still altars and priests. These were also the last bit of resistance in Dole City. When it came to battles stemming from faith, they were far from intense and terrifying than usual ones. For this reason, Barbara did not relent and headed to the altar. Saintess, the altar here is for the 2 false gods, the giant flaming horse Woods and the emperor who established the empire, Akaban. While the priests of the giant horse has lost all power, the clergy of Akaban still have support with divine force. They've managed to get a group of soldiers to guard them. One of the leaders who now sided them led the way with sly smiles. After changing sides, their totem godly spirit had immediately become false gods. If Leylin were here, he would definitely lament at the practicality of humans. I understand. Leave the rest to the church. Barbara watched the altar that was now treated as a defensive structure, and her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. While she was disgusted at the betrayal of these leaders, she had no choice to take them in as examples for the rest. After losing 2 demigods, the priests of the demigods could no longer handle the demand for healing required, and at this rate, death was certain. In Barbara's eyes, betraying for the sake of survival was extremely understandable. However, there was a batch of forces that would resist, which made things slightly troublesome. Get the warriors from the church over. After walking through the defensive structure, Barbara finally acknowledged that the enemy's elite forces were truly powerful, and similarly sent her own elite men. Amongst the natives, there were also exemplary professionals. The classics included forest hunters and Amazon warriors, who had caused Isabel some trouble. Now, many of those guarding the altar were these sort of professionals. However, after building the giant serpent church, Leylin too began to build a church that was militarized, now that he had a huge number of natives under him. Now, a batch of half-naked and highly capable native warriors with devil tattoos arrived in front of Barbara. Saintess, the warriors of God shall heed your commands. Good, warriors of our master. Use your fury to expel the last bits of filth of the false gods. Barbara stood in front and sent forth a command for them all to attack. Almost at the very instant that the order for mobilization was made, there was a huge change to these natives. They all began to row, muscles bulging bit by bit as they quickly became mini-giants. The luster of divine spells lighted up on their bodies, bringing with it the unique radiance from the feathered serpent god. Under the illumination of such radiance, the devil tattoos on their bodies became more vivid, and their eyes shone with a devilish glare. The abilities that only devils had were given to these warriors. For our god, go! These native warriors with devil tattoos unhesitatingly charged forward, resulting in an attack similar to a tsunami around the altar. The number of warriors of our master has increased by a huge degree. Barbara now looked reassured, boosting these warriors with divine spells alongside other priests. As a church, priests and military strength was extremely important. Tyr, for instance, had a distinct professional pathway of paladins. While combining what he knew of the Debanks Island with his own strength, with help with the AI chip simulation calculations, he had also created a whole new strength pathway for his church. Devil Hunters. As the name implied, all professionals that had ranked up in this area could obtain sensitivity to devils and the unique tracking ability of hunters. By activating the devil runes, they could even obtain an ability similar to bloodline abilities of devils. This profession that was a fusion between warriors and bloodline holders was very powerful, but there were also flaws. The professionals had to meet extremely tough requirements when it came to their willpower. In addition, the pain from branding devil runes was horrifying. Thankfully, Leylin now had many subordinates. He had slowly selected beings from 300,000 people, and getting a few thousand devil hunters was not difficult. Leylin had especially created something special for this strength system. If a being could capture a real devil and seal them in their own body, the hunter would obtain much of the strength of the devil. Their ranking might even increase. Only hunters with devils sealed within them were truly devil hunters. For a certain reason, Leylin might not have a blood feud with the devils, but they were clearly mortal enemies. The reason he created this profession was in preparation for the devils on the continent. Besides followers of gluttony, all who had anything to do with devils would be struck with fatal attacks from devil hunters. This would begin to weaken the strength of the 9 hells of Badr. In addition, devoting efforts to attacking the devils was politically correct for the faction of gods on the continent. Nobody would complain. Barbara naturally knew nothing of Leylin's intentions. Meanwhile, she was sighing in shock at the astounding abilities of the devil hunters. Those who had retreated into the church and guarded the altar were obviously diehard followers of the false gods. There was no need to differentiate between them, and it was enough to kill the whole lot. Once the altar was purged, Barbara grimly stepped inside the hall. The green flooring was now dyed in bloody red, but she did not find anything wrong with this. For the natives, stealing everything from the opponent, including their lives, was something natural. At the heart of the altar, there was an obsidian statue with a warrior riding a war chariot. However, the horse in front of the chariot had long since shattered days ago. Wang Wang. As if sensing that he was being disrespected, a terrifying pressure rose from the empire-establishing emperor, Akaban's statue. HMPH. False god. Barbara merely glanced at the emperor disdainfully and gripped the holy crest in her hands. Our master, feathered serpent Kukulkan, please bestow upon me strength. Holy luster characteristic of Leylin emanated from the holy crest. White rays flashed, and the immense pressure from before disappeared, and there were even some cracks on the statue. Destroy the statue and purify everything that has to do with it. Barbara ordered solemnly. Soon enough, statues, holy crests, books, and even drawings hung on the wall were torn down, turning into ashes from the flames. Founding a nation done with the basic cleanup of the church, they erected a statue of the winged serpent god. With Saintess Barbara's lead, numerous warriors, soldiers, and nobles knelt to pray. Praise to our Lord, the winged serpent god Kukulkan. You are the serpent of the world that devours everything and grasps the power of massacres. Your body extends across the universe, stretching into past, present and future. Your beautiful eyes are like the clearest of lakes, the water from which can cure everything. The statue of the winged serpent god began to glow with the prayers, setting the worshippers' minds at ease. Our master has responded, the statue is complete. Barbara exclaimed in delight, and then began to pray loudly. The power of faith converged to form a tide. Within this tide of faith, the two eyes of the statue seemed to come to life as they brightened with intelligence. Dazzling divine force spread in all directions across the church, covering the city and even the skies outside. It was as if it was cleansing something, repelling and rejecting a golden glow tinged with dark red. This is a battle between faith. From the perspective of a god, Leylin could see all this happening even more clearly. A large region, with Dole City at its heart, had now completely escaped Akaban's control. His own power now filled the area. Akaban's regions were now dwindling. From here on out, the area around Dole City would no longer be his home ground, instead becoming Leylin's territory. Akaban's strength would drop if he came over, and Leylin would easily slaughter him. Maps showed that the faith in Akaban had been reduced to a minimum. All that was left was a tiny region surrounding the imperial capital, the remaining lands surrounded and nibbled away by Leylin. The day they broke into the capital would be the day of Akaban's death. This was the tragedy of earth-bound spirits and gods. They could not abandon their territories and followers, for only death awaited them otherwise. And for the same reason, Leylin wasn't in the least worried that Akaban would flee. Those true gods lead much better lives in comparison. They aren't limited to specific domains or regions for their faith, and even if they fall they can recover as long as faith in them still survives in the prime material plane. If their worshippers call the god's name from the bottom of their hearts, they're basically as tough as magi of laws. As Leylin was pondering, his eyes suddenly shifted. That guy still dares to come here. His body disappeared, reappearing at a church near the bounds of his territory. Chick. A large golden scorpion was waiting in midair. Seeing him, it took the initiative to move out of the way, stowing its stinger and claws as if acknowledging allegiance to Leylin. Some information was transmitted into Leylin's mind. Looks like it isn't here to fight. Beasts have an instinct to follow the strong, The demigod golden scorpion was obviously here to pledge its allegiance. Seeing the death of the double-headed lion, as well as Akaban's constant weakening, this was an obvious course of action. Then, prove your worth to me. Leylin transmitted with a divine glint in his eyes. He already had plans to take the scorpion in. After all, it was a native god and had so many uses. Since he planned to expand his power and establish a pantheon, he needed to have gods in that category. Akaban wouldn't work. He represented all of the natives here, and naturally had the right to succeed and rule over the region. Leylin had to destroy him. However, things were different with the golden scorpion, and he could use it as an example. You should be the totem of the Raring Winds, right? That large tribe of natives. Leylin stared straight at it. Use all your strength and join my attack on the capital of the Sikart's empire. That will prove your loyalty. I also hope to see you around in the divine battle. This condition evidently did not surprise the scorpion. Without any hesitation, it agreed. Alliances are so fragile in the face of disaster, Leylin lamented as he watched the scorpion leave. The rapid weakening of the powerful native gods had given him a great warning. When he built his pantheon in the future, he had to consider things more comprehensively. There was a need for firm contrast, and also a requirement for equal opportunity and justice at the minimum. Without these things, even if the gods grew powerful, they wouldn't escape the fate of betrayal and abandonment. The last campaign will begin soon. Leylin looked into the distance in the direction of the Sikart's empire and made his own prophecy. With no more defenses blocking her, Barbara was planning to take over the rest of Dole City in one spurt. However, that was interrupted by an order from the church. I should await orders. The Pope and Lady Isabel are coming as well. Barbara gasped, and then glanced at the emissary. I will definitely abide the will of the Pope. No matter how courageous she was, Barbara would definitely not go against Tiff and the others. When it came to status, she was still a native, while Tiff and the rest had been longtime worshippers. Although there was talk of equality and freedom, the natural gap between them was hard to overcome. In addition, she was a mere worshipper herself. She naturally had to abide by the orders of the church. Barbara knew full well how much influence Pope Tiff had, and she was merely a worshipper who was bathed in their god's favor and come to be called a saintess. As long as she was not a chosen of their god, she had no power to go against Tiff. What should I do to gain more of the Lord's favor? Barbara placed her palm under her chin and sank into deep thought. Leylin didn't bother with such trifling thoughts of his followers. As long as they wanted a better life on Debanks Island, all beings would side with him for a variety of reasons. This battle was one that would wipe out an entire nation. A new order would be built on the ruins of Sikarts, and something like that would net a person both fame and fortune. It wasn't something to give someone like a saintess. In reality, even Tiff did not have the qualifications to do so. There was only one person that could govern the area to combine both reason and law. And that was someone who had Leylin's blood flowing in them. For this very reason, once Tiff and Isabel brought the elite army of 50,000 troops over from Hope Stronghold, Leylin himself arrived at the barracks quietly. That their god personally came down for them immediately raised the morale of the soldiers to a terrifying degree. In comparison, Dole City was in a dismal situation. Huge numbers of nobles chose to give up on the rule of Akaban and his children, pledging their allegiance to Leylin in secret. Once the raring winds that believed in the scorpion demigod hastened over with their elite warriors and over 10,000 men, they combined forces with Hope Stronghold. With such an army surrounding the imperial capital, even those who had resolutely believed in their emperor now faltered. The tall city walls could not hinder the spread of the plague, and they could obviously do nothing against the crumbling will of the people. In a mere 3 days, the capital of the Sikart's empire was broken into from the inside. Flames surged into the sky from the imperial palace, causing the army that had planned to fight to halt in their tracks. They could only watch as the palace that represented the glamour and splendor of the royal bloodline vanish. On that same day, Leylin intercepted Akaban who was planning to escape. He killed Akaban with the Scorpion's help, officially ending the more than 5-century rule of the Sikart's empire. The horrifying news that their god was destroyed shocked the leaders and nobles. Having lost someone to pledge their loyalty to, few chose to fight Hope Stronghold, especially since it had holy water that could cure the plague. Most quickly chose to side with the stronghold. The new capital was now called Fallen, and a whole new empire was formed after the flames of war washed away all filth. Because it was a country formed from faith, Leylin was unwilling to pass on the responsibility to others. He became the very first emperor, and from then the rulership would be succeeded by those with his blood for all eternity. The new empire was quickly acknowledged by the surrounding tribes. After everything that belonged to the Sikart's empire was taken over, and his organization had expanded to the entirety of Debanks Island, they began the intense effort of eradicating the plague and clearing land. With the holy water and the god's baptism, the grim reaper that devastated Debanks Island was finally controlled. To the commoners, the giant serpent church was like the sun in the sky. Since the war had ended quickly, and they'd taken in a large number of tribes, the initial assessment of the population in the region came up to an astonishing 920,000. The plague had taken away about half of the initial 2 million natives, but it also left behind a huge amount of wealth. After all, the mean wealth was lower when a huge population shared limited resources. This was also the cause for life and death battles between tribes. Now, however, the overgrown lands far exceeded the needs of the population, and the intense societal conflicts were eased. After organizing the clearing and plowing of land, as well as announcing the liberation of some slaves to take charge of their own land, the empire quickly gained a positive reputation. Leylin took in all the faith of the followers, turning it into a firm power that would support his ascension to godhood. Semi-plain calendar of the gods, year 37,671. With 5,000 pirates, Leylin Fallen had taken down Debanks Island, which had a population of more than 2 million people, destroying the Sicart's empire to create his own country. He himself had become a demigod, becoming one of the higher-ups in the world of gods. Many were astonished. This youth was only 26 years of age, and yet he'd achieved something so astounding, they could only look up to him now. Numerous elite devil hunters and native knights surrounded a group of luxurious horse chariots in the new fallen city. The knights' crests and the caravan's flag were symbols of a giant serpent, indicating the might of royalty. The plague's been taken care of, and we're beginning to plow the land for spring. We're doing great. Leylin pulled apart the curtains of the chariot, gazing at the green fields with a hint of satisfaction on his face. Saintess Barbara knelt at his side along with beautiful maids, their eyes full of an unconcealable fervor. The empire would be governed by the blood of its god. This was the decree of Leylin's giant serpent church. To get a more stable foundation, this god himself had brought a few natives around. Almost right after the new country was established, the 20 purest and most beautiful refined girls of Debanks Island had been sent to the palace. It didn't seem like such things would stop any time. Leylin never rejected such matters. Besides, this suited his standards better. He was currently traveling to proclaim his strength to the entire empire. The view of his fleshly body would also draw in more worshippers. Leylin had developed a better understanding of the island's situation through his travels, and at the same time imprinted the might of the empire deeply into the hearts of the natives. This is the most fertile land in the empire, and it's close to the imperial capital. It's understandable for them to have such results, Barbara said, her eyes glinting. It's great that they have knowledge in this area, especially when it comes to these matters. Leylin understood the schemes of his worshippers like the back of his hand. Hearing what Barbara said, he had no idea whether to laugh or cry. However, such things were also a part of the path of faith, and Leylin had to consider his options carefully. Based on the way things are going, we should be able to get past this year's famine well. After patrolling the entire country, Leylin was in a better mood. While the plague had greatly affected societal order, activity was slowly resuming normal levels. Thanks to the accumulations of the Sicart's empire, this new country was headed in a better direction. A lot of things determine the strength of an empire. There's the population, agriculture, economy, military, and faith. Leylin stroked his chin. I have 50,000 soldiers stationed in the capital. With Debanks Island itself only having 900,000 residents, it's definitely the greatest military. On the other hand, my finances are a problem. The agriculture and economy were affected by the plague, and it will take some time to return to normal. Most importantly, there's faith. Leylin had dealt fatal blows to Debanks Island's totem spirits and nature spirits. All those unwilling to serve were wiped out along with their tribes. With the golden scorpion at their head, the rest became subordinate to Leylin. That took up a portion of the faith in the empire. Leylin was more than happy for this to happen. After all, his church was still the majority with more than 80% of the faith. The nature spirits could only divide the remaining fifth amongst themselves. On top of that, he was a demigod now. His priests had divine spells, something that the shamans of the native gods could not compare to. He had a huge leg up over the competition, and was obviously unafraid of competing with them. These gods would likely be forced to hang around near him with no other choice. Then there's governance. I've already rewarded the pirates greatly, with land, slaves, and noble status. However, they are still fewer in number than the original native chiefs and nobles. Leylin shook his head. From his position as a ruler, the population of the natives was terrifying. On the other hand, there were less than 5,000 who'd followed an outsider like him. The difference was like that between a drop of water and a lake. Leylin had no doubt that if he did nothing, basic governance would fall to the natives in less than 30 years. Outsiders could only join in, be it passively or actively. To change this he had to bring some new people in, and kill some others. Only by bringing people from Fallen Island and killing natives could he ensure the stability of his power. Unfortunately, Leylin wasn't just a ruler. His bigger priority was his godhood, and a massacre that dropped the number of natives would only reduce his power of faith. It would not benefit him. While he was conquering them, these natives were his enemies and it was essential to reduce their numbers. Now, however, they were part of his ascent to godhood. Killing them lost all meaning. A god didn't care if the one governing the empire was a native or an outsider. All that mattered was that he received the same amount of faith. With the support of the church, his descendants wouldn't fall to the level of mere symbols or puppets. That would be enough. There is no eternal empire, but the gods have long lives, Leylin muttered. Compared to the long life of a god, even the most glorious of empires in history seemed short-lived. Beep. Response to today's prayers completed. Handled a total of 348,761 cases, bestowed 13,286 spells. The AI chip's prompt caused Leylin's lips to curve upwards in a smile. Gods had to take care of their worshippers, prayers, and bestow divine spells every day. While his now divine soul could process fast enough to take care of this himself, it wouldn't be a walk in the park. The effort would drain him. With over 900,000 followers, a following even more enormous than that of some true gods, the amount of work he had to do was vast and complicated. However, the AI chip took over the tedious work, which made things more convenient for Leylin. Even for a true god, such difficult work took more than just their bodies and avatars. Some even designated subordinate deities to the task. The AI chip performed these tasks better than most gods, and on top of that Leylin could trust it absolutely without fear of betrayal. Your Highness. Heading all the way back to their emperor, the numerous youthful and beautiful maids greeted Leylin immediately. Most of them exposed their bare arms and lower abdomens, showing their smooth skin with a heated gaze. Leave alone the girls the tribes had offered, even the maids in Leylin's palace were rather good. Some could even be the heads of noble families. Leylin didn't mind a cordial conversation with them on the average day, but now he had something more important to do. The center of the capital's power had been Akaban's church. It had been remodeled into a headquarters for the giant church after the war, dedicated to Leylin's worship. Leylin was standing on the location of the old altar, observing a gigantic piece of obsidian on the pedestal. This rock had a metallic luster to it, and looked like a black brick. However, Leylin's astute senses found something different with it. If not for Akaban's statue being destroyed, it would never have shown itself. I've finally found it. Is this Akaban's trove? Leylin placed his hand on the surface of the black brick, immediately linking his divine will to a huge space. Divine force surged in the air, clearly beginning to dissipate already. Numerous translucent souls looking to be sleeping on the surface, with some still withering away. They filled an entire layer of the place. The souls of Akaban's followers. I never thought I'd be so lucky as to find a semi-plane containing them. While it isn't all that large, it's still much better than most demigod weapons. Guiding the souls of followers was the task of divine souls. Whether pious worshippers turned into petitioners, valiant spirits, or holy souls, they were all of great help to their gods. Naturally, they wouldn't easily be abandoned. Demigods lacked their own divine realms, so many built their own demigod weapons or other items to be containers that could store the souls of their followers. Akaban was obviously very lucky to have found a semi-plane. There are at least 1 million souls. Having estimated the number of souls within the brick, Leylin was shocked once again by Akaban's accumulations. A semi-plane was no divine realm. No matter how hard one tried to protect them, the worshippers within would still die. Akaban would only guide the most devout of followers into the plane, which eliminated a large number of natives with more general faith. Akaban's fall had killed most of the souls, and those left over were actually the best of the best. They were the essence of the millions of native souls over the Empire's centuries of existence. This is what true gods count on. I am far too weak in comparison. Leylin sighed and observed the semi-plane. These souls evidently only worshipped Akaban, and they were useless to Leylin unless he destroyed them to take their soul origins. However, that was too wasteful. Instead, his greatest harvest was the semi-plane itself. Emissary of wealth demigods had confirmed their path to ascension. All that they had left to do was make their preparations. They required faith and a divine role, but other things like a divine realm were also indispensable. If, by coincidence, one already had a semi-plane, it would take much less effort to build their divine realm. To a true god, their divine realm was where their true body lay. No matter how much care was put into creating it, it would not be enough. Leylin already had his own plans for his divine realm, but now that he had a semi-plane he could use it to contain the souls of his worshippers. I can make use of it once I've modified it slightly. It's better to seal all of Akaban's worshippers' souls here. Leylin had soon determined the uses of the semi-plane. With the standard divine power to alter reality, the semi-plane began to whistle. Golden divine force rippled the air, pushing out Akaban's brand and alarming a few powerful souls. Who encroaches on the master's country? Golden flames blazed, and tens of native souls ascended into the skies, glaring at Leylin, false god. This is not a place for you. Ooh, valiant spirits. Leylin knew that the souls of these natives should have been heroes of the Sikart's empires past. There could even be a few past emperors amongst them. Akaban has fallen. It's about time that you, who have been abandoned by the changing eras, enter the trash can of history. In Leylin's eyes, these valiant spirits were zealous worshippers of Akaban. They were useless to him. As his chant sounded, the snarling spirits suddenly froze as the spiritual force that made up their bodies fell apart, beginning to dissipate. How gutsy are you, to dare go against a god? A tremendous aura exploded forth from Leylin, and the few valiant spirits that had managed to hang on disappeared. Their existences had been supported by Akaban's divine force. With his fall they were far weaker than before, so how could they do anything in front of Leylin? After he took care of these last bits of resistance, the rest of the souls all became confused or fell into a deep sleep. They had no power whatsoever to rebel. Something like a hurricane swept through the semi-plane. A large black hole appeared at its heart, and many souls were swept in. At the end, the tail of the hurricane reached Leylin's hands. A huge number of souls were piled up into a golden crystal ball, swimming inside like tadpoles. Akaban already made this place suitable for the souls of worshippers. However, it's still lacking. Looking at the desolate semi-plane, Leylin frowned. Divine force change reality. I command, let there be light. It was like magic. The moment he spoke, a dazzling light was formed amidst the chaos, expanding and chasing away all the shadows. I command, let there be water. The dry ground immediately closed up, as streams appeared and formed lakes and seas. With the water must come plant life. Tender green sprouts emerged from the barren soil tenaciously, and the greenness that was full of life spread through the area. Soon, they covered the entire semi-plane and formed large plains and forests. That should be it for the basics. The tremendous amount of divine force required to alter the semi-plane was slightly strenuous for Leylin. With a flick of his sleeves, thousands of milky white souls fell into the plane, turning into bewildered souls. You will stay here for now. Amongst them were natives, pirates, and even a few that looked like devils. After hearing Leylin's voice, they all knelt down respectfully and began to pray. Yes, Master. You are the serpent of the world that devours all, the master of death who guides all souls like us. There is an agreement between a god and his worshippers. As the worshippers give up their faith, I must protect their souls after death, Leylin muttered to himself. This was the responsibility gods took on. Taking care of it, he'd suddenly felt his connection with his worshippers suddenly grow more firm. It's still fine to place the followers, souls here for now, but I still have to become a true god as quickly as possible and build my divine realm. That's the only place souls should return to. The use of altars, divine weapons, or even semi-planes to contain souls was something only demigods did, and it was because they had no other options. It was a makeshift strategy that could not protect the souls of followers well. A semi-plane was slightly better than altars or divine weapons when it came to the rate at which souls disappeared. It was usually so fast that demigods' hearts ached. On top of that, the life in the souls would be erased slowly. The gods obviously would not stand seeing their wealth dissipating. However, all methods to contain worshippers, souls had this flaw, except of course for divine realms. However, becoming a true god was still extremely tedious for demigods. Leylin couldn't forget about the middle god Helm, whose role was to be the protector. His church prioritized attacks on false gods, and unfortunately he definitely viewed Leylin as such. Thankfully, his main territories were in Debank's Island, and there was a proven problem with the natives' faith. He hadn't gathered attention yet. However, with his rise right now the secret couldn't be kept much longer. No, there already are gods who've noted my existence. Leylin looked towards the harbor, seeing a numerous fleet. The howling sea breeze and terrifying ocean sprays smacked on the gleaming, splendid surfaces of these large warships. At the top of the warship was a large, bright gold coin bending in the winds. This was the gold ship, belonging to gold priest Xena under the goddess of wealth. Leylin had seen it before at Port Venus's harbor, and it was now approaching the seas of Debank's Island. Priestess, based on the directions of our god, we will reach the continent soon. At the bow of the gold ship, Leylin saw a familiar Bishop Xena. She was dressed in a white deer-skin coat, looking lost in thought. I understand. You may leave. Xena waved her arms and sent the captain away, her mind like the great waves on the surface of the ocean. A giant serpent church is rising amongst the native islands. I must know everything about it. This was a divine command Lady Joaquin had given her. Only a decree from the goddess could get this gold priest to abandon Port Venus, where gold seemed to flow like a river, and instead risk immense danger to enter the native sea regions. Show goodwill, but also observe carefully. Xena thought over the goddess' words, looking slightly hesitant. The goddess' hints that the native empire had something to do with Port Venus thrilled her. Though I don't know why, I'm certain that the only one capable of doing this is the legendary young master of the fallen family. Xena had an instinct that was unique to women. There are ships ahead, be on alert. At this moment, the sailor at the observatory tower yelled at the top of his voice. Enemy ships, the canoes of the natives. Having had several experiences with them, Xena found it hilarious as she gazed at the waters, but then could no longer laugh. Tens of huge warships leapt out through the horizons, under the lead of an even larger pirate ship that was modified with magic as they surrounded them. On the warships were numerous elite soldiers and sailors. When had the natives obtained such giant warships? Xena was puzzled, but after seeing the blood-red skull and dagger flag at the top of the giant ship, she gasped. The scarlet tigers that are famous in the outer seas. It's actually them. Is this their base? Xena had a very strong impression of these famous pirates. Some special channels had informed her that the daughter of the dragon was actually a legendary sorcerer, and the fear she had for them rose. What shocked her more was that the Scarlet Tigers definitely had connections with the fallen family. If they're showing their flag, does that mean they're fearless now? Xena forced a laugh and sent down the order, "Show our banner. We come bearing goodwill." After the signal was put up, the fleet at the other side quickly gave a response. They lined up at the two sides of the church's ships, as if they were guards. They want us to maintain our speed and follow them. The sailors quickly understood the meaning of the other side's banner. Do as they wish. Xena took a deep breath and calmed the anger within her, making a logical choice. They were scared so easily. I was even going to plunder the goddess of wealth's ship. On the pirate ship that headed the rest, Ronald disdainfully pursed his lips and put down the copper binoculars in his hands. Bring them to Port Pado. All members and attendants must be checked carefully. Be vigilant. We are now the navy of the Empire. Don't get up to any tricks or I'll cut you into pieces. Understood, head. The other pirates chuckled and giggled as they answered. It was evidently difficult for them to change their attitudes. Those native sailors, however, were now much more respectful. They would be the backbone of the Imperial Navy in the future. Ronald sighed with relief, now filled with hope. Having an audience Port Pado. After handing over an application and going through a strict examination, Xena and her people were finally allowed into the port proper. They were given accommodations in what seemed to be a rushed building. Although they used wood and stone bricks, Xena could still see the shoddy work of the natives. Compared to the grass huts next to it, however, this building seemed vastly superior. A port that's under construction. Xena recalled the market she'd just seen. It couldn't even compare to the commercial street of a small town, at most the gathering of a pile of stalls. The items were only sold in clay jars, and trade was with barter without any basic currency. From her point of view, this was blasphemy towards her goddess. These darned natives, how lazy and filthy they are. A few attendants complained, but Xena did not think the same way. Although they'd only been in contact for a short time, she had seen how energetic DeBank's island was. Goddess, although these natives are base and weak, all their jewelry is made of gold. If this industry can be developed, grasping an opportunity to make more gold was instinctual to the priests of the goddess of wealth. I never thought this expedition would have such great harvests. However, the ocean currents in this sea region are far too dangerous. Xena frowned inside. Dinner was the natives' version of curry rice. They used banana leaves as plates, and the spice was astounding. After enjoying the sumptuous dinner, Xena summoned high-rank Thief to her room. A golden luster filled the room. Although Xena didn't believe the natives could be all that powerful, she was still very cautious. How is it? Have you made any discoveries? Xena looked at the tall, slender figure in front of her that seemed to want to disappear into the shadows. How could we get so much information in a day? Thankfully for the blessings of our goddess, the natives didn't seem to know how to keep secrets. We managed to get some intel through their legends and songs. The thief's voice was hoarse, like he was a bald eagle. Speak. She frowned. Firstly, this place used to be called the Sikart's Empire, but a war occurred recently. Fair-skinned godly beings came from the west and defeated them, destroying their empire. That's the direction of the mainland. There's something more surprising. There seemed to be very few of those fair-skinned godly beings, numbering less than 20,000 total. The thief supplied 20,000. Xena was caught between laughter and tears, but the Scarlet Tigers have about that number of people, an empire conquered by 20,000 people. Haha, she looked pleased as punch, thinking the Sikart's empire to just be some large native tribe. If you knew the true might of the native empire, you definitely wouldn't be laughing now. The thief interrupted her coldly. What's their population? Upon hearing how serious he sounded, Xena reacted appropriately. Based on what they said, it would take 50 sunsets to walk from the beginning of the empire to the end. Each city has numerous tribes within, and the empire was also protected by the sun god who governed everything, Akaban. The thief now looked solemn. A conservative estimate puts the empire's population between 500,000 to 1 million. Their outer borders were as extensive as a kingdom's, and they were protected by a false god. To be able to defeat such a powerful empire with less than 20,000 pirates, goodness. It would be difficult to do so even if they were 500,000 pigs, Xena exclaimed, shocked. Exactly. What I'm going to say next is key. The thief now sounded slightly emotional, trembling from fear. Remember the holy water we were sprayed with when we first got onshore? That's just water with some sort of potion. It isn't holy water. Xena called to attention. This was rather important when it came to religion. She would never admit to being blessed by another god, unless she was sure she wanted to betray Joaquin. Alright, that potion. The thief quickly realized he had misspoken, and immediately corrected himself. There seemed to be a tremendous plague at the beginning of the war. Large batches of natives died, and the winged serpent descended suddenly, possessing the abilities to heal them. They gave the natives the holy water, winged serpent. Xena quickly thought of the goddess of wealth's divine orders, as well as how she was required to look into the giant serpent church. Yes, the holy water has astounding healing abilities, and was exceptionally effective against the plague. These fair-skinned beings were seen as heroes sent down by the heavens to save them, and are supported on a large scale. That's how they defeated the original Sikart's empire. Is that so? Xena looked down, clearly deep in thought. She then turned to the thief, sounding serious. Do you think that plague has anything to do with the plague mistress? It shouldn't. I've fought the priests of her church. While she can spread sickness, it shouldn't be so infectious. Also, her priests only know how to kill others and not save them, the thief muttered bluntly in answer. Good then, get more intel, especially related to the giant serpent church. Xena gave a long sigh and sent the thief away, staring at the oil lamp on the table as she muttered to herself resolutely. The Scarlet Tigers, the legendary wizard of the fallen family, and the winged serpent capable of healing sickness, what is the relationship between the three of them? At the beginning, she'd thought this was just a practical joke on Leylin's side. However, by the looks of it, it seemed impossible. Mistress, please give me guidance. Xena gripped the holy crest in the palm of her hand, and began to pray piously. A golden luster enveloped the entire room, making it look misty. So it's the goddess of wealth. I've had the greatest amount of contact with them. Port Venus has Joaquin's church, so it's natural for them to have recorded my aura. Leylin wasn't all that surprised. After all, it was necessary for DeBanks Island to interact with the outside world. DeBanks Island had far too much work to be done, and trade would greatly help recover its vitality. It was much better for them to be discovered by Joaquin than by Helm. After all, the goddess was neutral in alignment. With the plentiful resources from DeBanks Island, and the fallen empire as a whole having so many consumers, Leylin had no doubt the gold priests would be greatly attracted. However, it wasn't worth Xena risking her life. The only thing that could spur a gold bishop on was the goddess of wealth, Joaquin. No matter what she expects, DeBanks Island can definitely support itself. There's no need to fear any blockades or threats. Of course, if they can be enticed and we can get support from the trade network on the mainland, it would be great. Leylin moved his arms. Send down the order. Receive them with the most politeness possible, and send them gold and cornelian embedded utensils. Cover the floors with fleece, and welcome her to my palace. Leylin wasn't just the ruler of a new empire. He was also its patron god, so his orders were carried out without any hesitation. Xena and her people obtained large amounts of gifts from the natives, and seemed to be dazzled by their wealth. They made multiple stops along the way, before reaching Fallen City, which was being rebuilt. This had been the Sikart's empire's capital. The roads and houses were already very spacious, and were now being expanded further. The vast driveways could even let a dozen horses walk side by side and speed along. The planning of this imperial city, the conqueror's ambition is very obvious. Xena mentioned Leylin indirectly. In the natives' eyes, he was someone who represented blood and massacre, but she saw more than that. Because of the natives' minimal comprehension and the communication gap, she still had no idea who he was. Still, she was certain that he was extremely courageous, with great might and possibly more slyness than a devil. The huge disparity in powerlessness she felt caused Xena to sigh deeply. If not for the light of the goddess supporting her, she would have long since escaped from Debank's island. Information on the giant serpent church is very vague, but the priests definitely have divine spells. The person behind the giant serpent church should at the very least be a false god. Anything that had to do with gods would be a source of trouble. Xena could feel an intense headache coming on. We're here. This is our emperor's palace. Only you are allowed to enter. Elite devil hunters blocked the rest of the emissaries at the splendid golden entrance to the palace. As the bodyguards that would guard Leylin, these natives were definitely loyal. Their strength was also first-rate, and they could even be considered heroes. Their potential power was so muting that left even Xena's heart thumping in fear. The main doors of the golden court flew open, revealing an enormous hall devoid of a single soul. Spotless white fleece was laid down on the floor, as delicate as a snowflake, while bright red curtains embroidered in gold hung at the corners of the huge French windows. This was the empire's hall of government. Normally there were learned sages, treacherous bureaucrats and those with dreams struggling here, criticizing each other. All manners of plots and massacres were born of those moments, a normal scene unable to convey any of that atmosphere. A delicate and unique fragrance hung in the air, but the incense was not thick enough to be intoxicating. Xena seemed to grow nostalgic, and she once again transformed into a naive 19-year-old young lady. Leylin had not been in possession of this place for a long time, but this palace still seemed to have some unique historical charm. It seemed like the very air had accumulated hundreds of thousands of years of the vicissitudes of life. Even a gold priest like Xena was left in a trance when shrouded in this atmosphere. Just as a gap appeared in her spirits, the sound of steady footsteps drifted into her ears. It sounded like the walls were heavily besieged as several deep cracks appeared. She saw a young man walking unhurriedly into the palace hall. He wore white robes, tailored precisely to fit his body. His even pace and bearing revealed his extraordinary confidence. Since the young man walked with his back towards the light, Xena could not see his face clearly. All she could sense was a brilliant radiance shining continuously from his body. I am Gold Priest Xena, an emissary from the mainland's Church of Wealth. I request an audience with you, Your Majesty the Almighty Conqueror. Xena had already inwardly confirmed the man's status. She bowed deeply to show her great respect. No need for pleasantries. After all, we've met several times in the past. The voice was far younger than she'd expected, and also one she could never forget. Xena raised her head, finally able to see Leylin before her. So it's you. Xena's tone revealed her confidence in her own hypothesis, as well as unconcealed shock. Although she knew him to be a legendary wizard, Xena had never expected him to conquer the entire native empire with a pirate crew. Still, that wasn't the most pressing matter. This aura, a divine being, no, a demigod. Only a demigod can put me under this much pressure. A legendary wizard who's just over 20. Ha, he's already a demigod. How could this be possible? Although she was stupefied, Xena recovered her composure fairly quickly. After all, she'd dealt with many churches in the past, and had plentiful experience. It wasn't unheard of for ordinary people to meet with unexpected success in the world of gods, ascending into the heavens with a single leap. Sirik had only been an ordinary thief as a mortal, and now he wielded formidable divine power as the god of murder. He'd had the luck of obtaining a fallen god's godhood, along with their divine weapon. This had instantly made him a powerful deity himself. Compared to that, even if Leylin's progress was universally shocking, it was still acceptable. Leylin himself didn't dwell much on Sirik. The god of murder had obtained his strength by pure luck, and his powers were nothing if not for his divine boosts. As a result, he would easily suffer the control of his own powers. He was already halfway insane, so he couldn't be considered a formidable enemy. Furthermore, Leylin had grievously offended Sirik already. He had even killed a legendary of his church, and their hatred and desire for revenge was boundless. This was the main reason why Leylin had chosen the path of massacres. Although compatibility was one consideration, he wasn't afraid of slighting Sirik again. It would have been a little short-sighted to ignore him, stirring up trouble instead with a mid-ranked god like the Mistress of Plagues who he had no grudge against. Besides, a godly role in Plagues was more limited in scope and application than one in Massacre, without much room for development. A god could process all these thoughts in a split second. To Xena it seemed like Leylin asked his next question without hesitation, "Xena, why have you come all this way?" Leylin currently had a formidable divine aura, and in her reverence Xena almost knelt down before him. Still, she was still a gold priest of Lady Joaquin. A trickle of power surfaced from the holy crest on her chest, lending her its strength. "I am here to pass on my master's sincerity." Lady Joaquin's sincerity. Leylin looked at the bishop standing before him, a trace of playfulness flickering across his transformed golden eyes. Not so long ago, a youngster like him had needed to cautiously weigh up the disadvantages and advantages of his schemes in front of a bishop of her rank. He'd even had no choice but to let a part of his profits go in order to rope her in. Now however, Xena could only crawl and pray for his benevolence. This gap between gods and men was so clear one could get drunk on the power. The momentary silence caused Xena to assume that Leylin was put off. She immediately continued, "I've noticed Debank's island has ample reserves of gold and silver. Your people luxuriously use pure gold for ornaments, and if these things were transported to the continent just a tenth of them would win you unimaginable profits. The accumulated wealth would allow you to build 10 cities as large as Fallen." It had to be said, when Joaquin's priests saw enormous profit their expressions changed completely. They would discard their cowardice, daring to deal with even devils and demons. Now, an inferno raged in Xena's eyes as she faced a demigod. Her pretty little cherry lips spouted devilish words of enticement. "Trade? Well, I can consider it." Leylin seemed to be considering Xena's deal on the surface, but there was a different story in his mind. Is it a trap? But Joaquin has always been strictly neutral. Is she just attracted to Debank's island, or maybe it's my potential? The fight against false gods was Helm's job. Leylin had never heard of the priests of the Church of Wealth actively taking such jobs. On the contrary, the priests of wealth were often dazzled by the sight of gold. There were occasional rumors of secret deals with the devils even. Although most were groundless rumors, Leylin was keen enough to notice an inkling of truth in them. Unlike demons and devils, false gods weren't considered particularly evil. Furthermore, even if Debank's island had enough resources to satisfy him for now, if it received the support of trade with the mainland it would recover much faster. This would also supply Leylin with a greater amount of faith. "I can accept the trade, but you need to talk concrete details with Tiff and Isabel." Leylin no longer hid his association with the giant serpent church. Or perhaps he didn't particularly care if other gods discovered that he was the serpent Kukulkan. Too many gods had been known to assume false identities, using avatars in the prime material plane. "Apart from this, my master has several very, very small requests. If your majesty can help her, my lady will absolutely be willing to provide many things that will leave you satisfied." "Oh. How interesting, do continue." Leylin stroked his chin, a smile blooming on his face. After a short while, Xena quietly left with a self-satisfied expression on her face. Leylin was left alone in the great hall. A divine glow flashed across his eyes as he watched Xena's departing back, his gaze filled with pity. Even the goddess of wealth had to comply with the oaths and unwritten rules of the gods. There were many things that she had to do despite her reluctance. Business with a false god, for example, was prohibited. This was why Joaquin hadn't shown her true self. She'd sent one of her priests here, to serve as her shield at critical times. If Xena did not manage to see the truth, she wasn't likely to have a good future. As for Joaquin's commission itself, Leylin was rather interested. "So she wants me to help her find several items, using them as an exchange. How interesting." First is the scepter of Savras. The image of a magic staff appeared before Leylin's eyes, before quickly shattering into pieces. This divine artifact is rumored to be able to guard against prophecies and tracking by gods. That much is true, but the main part of the scepter could be in any corner of the prime material plane. It could even be down in Badr or the Abyss. Despite all that, she still covets this the most. Leylin furrowed his brows rather distrustfully. This woman, what on earth is she thinking? It was a shame that she was an intermediate god, equivalent to a rank 8 magus of laws. Leylin could not pry apart her thoughts. One thing's for sure, Be it for the trade or to hunt these items, I'll have to leave Debank's Island. I need to go to the mainland or the outer plains, is that what she wants? Leylin couldn't help but guess. They weren't close in any way, so he wouldn't believe that Joaquin could so generously come over and help him so suddenly. If what I guess is true, Leylin's drooping eyelids obscured the dim light in his eyes. Scepter of Savras. After days of careful contemplation, Leylin summoned Xena and agreed to the goddess of wealth's conditions. He handed over all matters pertaining to the native empire to Isabel and Tiff, while he followed Xena's ship back to the fallen island. He was currently back at his wizard tower. Although this tower had already been upgraded several times, Leylin still found it too crude. This wasn't an issue with design, rather that he'd advanced too quickly. The basic facilities of this place couldn't keep up with his demands. Thankfully, he did not have high expectations for the environment he was to be in. With the wizard tower's isolation abilities as well as his own divine force as a cover, the preparations were complete. Chew, chew. Inside the enormous forge at the core, a golden staff floated in midair. Threads of pure gold flames were dispelled in the surroundings, forming the figure of a large, gorgeous bird. What had been the red dragon staff had undergone massive changes and improvements. The coarse and solid staff was now more slender, and the dragon claw at the top had been refined, forming the claw of a bird. The most important part, the soul within the crystal, was now replaced by the flaming bird. Beep. Red dragon staff has been resmelted. Connection and containment perfect. No conflicts in energy. The AI chip projected large amounts of information before him. Item name, Blazing Scepter. Rank, Legendary 3. Length, 0.76 meters. Weight, 2900 g. Materials, Dragon Crystal, Dragon Bone, Dragon Blood, Dragon Scale, Divine Spirit, Divine Blood. Item abilities, 1. Storage. The staff can contain spells. Rank 9, 1, Rank 7, 3, Rank 5, 5. Currently empty, 2. Blazing Skyfire, Legendary spell. Can be used once every 20 days. 3. Domain of Terror. 4. Blaze. Absorbing the strength of divine souls, the staff can deal a one-time mental attack or boost itself. Will harm the imprisoned soul. 5. Fire immunity. Description. This staff once imprisoned a powerful legendary dragon soul, but its owner attempted a more terrifying experiment, sealing the soul of a divine being. All who use it without permission will suffer the wrath of gods. What I gave Tiff was symbolic of the church. This suits me better. When he conquered Debank's Island, Leylin did indeed come into possession of the flesh and souls of other demigods. However, this staff was still his most perfect creation. Although what he'd given Tiff was a demigod weapon, it was impossible to upgrade it. This staff had a limitless future. I can upgrade this staff at any time as long as the materials I have on hand are suitable. It could even become a divine weapon. Leylin was very confident in this. Having completed the blazing scepter, Leylin did not opt to rest, instead going to another room. He closed his eyes as if in meditation, but his mind was actually communicating with the AI. Chip. AI. Chip. How goes the task I set you on? Beep. Analysis of legendary arcane spell. Chain contingency at 100%. Transmitting into host's mind. Beginning preliminary branding. The AI. Chip's robotic voice sounded. It had never let Leylin down before. On the continent, a demigod means power at the apex. The Debank's Island is too remote, and it's impossible to dispatch large armies and laborers to go on long journeys here. So, if they really want to deal with me, there are only a few methods. This is the one with the best chances of working. Leylin pursed his lips as tremendous spiritual force and arcane energy declined. A continuous stream of divine force made up for the losses just in time, creating a unique cycle. After a night of this, he finally set up the chain contingency on himself. While he had his own conjectures, he still chose to do as had been planned. After all, it was just foolish to offend a goddess without any evidence. Besides, he had his own plans as well, and he needed her cooperation to complete them. I hope all this is all in my head, but it's not bad to make preparations against it, right? Immense divine force surged out, erasing the spell branding aura on Leylin's body and hiding it in the aura of a god. Not long after Leylin completed all this, Bishop Xena visited him. Our church already has leads on the Scepter of Savras. However, we need some help from Sire. Xena looked respectfully as she spoke, eyes showing she was not faking any of this. Looks like this bishop always thought that the true mission was finding the scepter. Leylin sighed, and then smiled. As long as we do things according to our agreement, I'm fine with it. At the borders of the Dambrath kingdom, at the west of the Werejackal mountains. As the climate and food here was suitable, there were huge numbers of werejackals around. There were even high-ranked bloodline holders and professionals in their midst who possessed greater intelligence than their peers. They monopolized the whole mountain, becoming a man-made dangerous area. All races that were not werejackals only had one fate: in the mountains they would be torn to the bone to be eaten. There was little the Dambrath kingdom could do about this. Even a legend that had been employed could only retreat in defeat. As time passed, the Werejackal mountains became a forbidden area. There were even rumors that in the depths of the Werejackal mountains, there was a mysterious large door that went straight into the abyss, where there was the god of the Werejackals, a sovereign king who loved flesh. The nearer it was to the Werejackal mountains, the more desolate the villages were around the area. On this path, however, there was a group of knights who were hastening on their journey. Just from their unruffled aura, it was evident that they were not mere elites of the kingdom. In the middle, guarded by knights, were a young man and woman on two handsome horses. However, when it came to the might they had, it was hard to tell who was being protected. The lead for Savra's scepter is in the town up ahead. Leylin sniffed at the air, frowning slightly. Yes, sire. This was Xena speaking. Ever since the bishop found out that Leylin had attained a realm she could never hope to reach, she had become increasingly respectful to him. She had even taken to addressing him as sire, and if Leylin had not stopped her, she might even call Leylin your highness. Based on what the hunter in the village said, he once accidentally entered the Werejackal mountain and, at the outer regions of the valleys, saw a terrifying statue and the illusion of a scepter emitting multicolored rays. That's all. Leylin's eyebrows raised. After that, we dispatched the legendaries in our church, but even two legendaries weren't enough to break through the lair at the outer regions of the valley. However, the two legends also saw the scepter emitting multicolored rays, and the likeness to Savra's scepter as recorded in historical records is above 90%. As she still needed Leylin's help, Xena laughed wryly as she explained. A boundary that even legends can't enter. And the scepter? Leylin nodded. In that case, this trip is worth it, but I've been staying at the outer seas recently. What's happening on the continent? After hearing that this was not confidential information, Xena gave him a simple rundown of the situation on the continent. First was the north. The unrest here had attracted the attention of the entire prime material plane, and it might escalate even further. The two greater gods, the Weave goddess and god of justice working together, was something the orc gods all feared. They had first wiped out the reinforcements of Malar and a few other orc gods, and then supported Illustrial as she started war at what had been the north. After a few large-scaled battles, Illustrial had successfully gathered a few revolutionary forces and taken over a decent amount of land. With the support of a few great noble families in the north, she had ascended the throne a few months ago and re-established the Silverymoon alliance. However, the orcs were still as powerful as before. Orc Emperor Saladin had the help of the divine weapon, Thunder God's Hammer, and was still one of the most powerful on the prime material plane. If not for Illustrial blocking Saladin personally in a few battles, as well as the orc being afraid of the side effects from using the weapon, success would not have come so easily. With all this happening, the orc empire that had been dealt a heavy blow raged and began to gather their armies. Silverymoon trained hard as well, obtaining more support from the nobles and gods of the north. It wasn't hard to imagine that sometime in the future, there would definitely be an even more terrifying war breaking out. That would be greatest test for the newly formed Silverymoon alliance. On top of that, there was the short-lived reappearance of the Western Desert's floating city. A number of legendaries had fallen there. The death of just one was enough to stun the entire continent, and on top of that, it had to do with the floating city. It was just that the Western Desert was remote, and had blocked off means of communication. News was only being sent out now. A few churches had verified that the floating city had been robbed by a mysterious person, and they had come up with great rewards for this. It was said that this had caused a mad flurry in the dark world. Numerous old monsters had been startled out of their shells, pursuing traces of the Lich Elio. It had to be said that the reason Leylin had kept Elio was so that the Lich could bear the brunt of the blame. Valley, the only things that alarmed the continent were the matter with the North and West Desert. The rest are just small issues. Xena stopped at this point, her beautiful eyes turning to gaze up at Leylin. But of course, if news about you were to be leaked, my lord, that would create a whole new storm. those two things actually have something to do with me. Leylin thought as he rubbed his nose, but he had no plans of coming clean. Xena lowered her voice, speaking by Leylin's ear, the birth of a new demigod and the conquest of over 1 million natives with just 5,000 pirates. Either one of these events could stun the mainland, even affecting the outer planes. I'd rather not for now. I don't want to attract the attention of Helm's Church. Leylin sternly stopped her, but this only caused a sly look in Xena's eyes. Please don't worry, my lord. Our church has worked with those like you before, and both sides have returned satisfied. I think we should discuss this in more detail tonight. Hearing Xena seemingly hint that she could help him solve the problem with the god of protection, Leylin's eyes darted around. While he was unsure if everything she said was the truth, it was always better to have more knowledge. They reached the little village Xena had spoken of without issue. Soon, however, Leylin found something strange about the place. There aren't any commoners here. They're all professionals. The radiance of a professional soul was vastly different from that of a normal human. If the former were like a grain of sand, the latter was a firefly. Although they were both minuscule to Leylin, there was still a difference. Once we discovered this valley, our church bought the surrounding regions and stationed our knights to patrol and guard the area. Xena clapped, and 4 dark figures charged over from the village ahead. Their agility showed that they were high-ranked knights. Priestess, my lord. The 4 high-ranked knights seemed extremely humble as they led the 2's horses along like servants. The scene left Leylin speechless. He sighed after a long while, then said, as expected of the Church of Wealth. They're overbearing. Xena didn't immediately respond to this, but her eyes showed her pride. Who's defending the valley now? She asked a black-armored knight in front of her. It's the Spear Crusader, Lord Jeffreys. The knight unknowingly showed a look of worship. We beat down a few waves of werejackals recently. A group of adventurers from the kingdom were attracted to this place as well, but none of them were powerful. The churches of the world of gods possessed divine spells and limitless wealth. They also had large numbers of zealous followers, as well as true and eternal gods backing them. They could be called the most powerful organizations in the prime material plane. Even the human kingdoms had to yield to them, giving their people the right to worship. Given the situation, about half the powerful beings of the world were undoubtedly affiliated to churches. Unlike soldiers and adventurers, paladins had better equipment, more guidance, and overall better lives. If not for this advantage, they would consider changing gods. We'll rest here tonight, and enter the mountains to meet with Lord Jeffreys tomorrow. What do you think of it? Xena now acted like the master here. Yes, that sounds good. Leylin had no objections, although a dark hint flickered in his eyes. There don't seem to be any traps, or they might be buried too deep. Night soon fell. Leylin gazed up at the starry skies and then at Xena and other knights who knew so little. His eyes showed how indifferent he felt. They're all dispensable, the gods are that heartless, he muttered, his voice so low nobody heard his words. This is the valley where the strange events took place. Lord Jeffreys is waiting for you up ahead. Xena had unknowingly become a guide. She was even attempting to rope Leylin into her church, although all she did was fated to be in vain. Ah, Lord Jeffreys. Xena jogged forward, bowing towards the legendary that Leylin had met before. My apologies that you had to come all the way here to meet us, Lord Leylin. It's only been a few years since we last met, and you've already attained so much. Jeffreys didn't pay attention to Xena. To legendaries, those below their rank were ants unworthy of attention. However, Leylin was different. An intense bloodlust and threads of envy arose from Jeffreys' eyes. All legendaries desired to become gods. While Jeffreys had glory that most could not even begin to imagine, as long as he remained in Joaquin's church he would never be able to rid himself of the shackles that bound him. Seeing Leylin having taken that important step and left him far in the dust, Jeffreys had a strange expression. What a pity, no matter how powerful you are, or how talented, you won't be able to fight off fate and the gods. Jeffreys sighed inside, steadying his faith that was on the verge of crumbling as he carried an amiable smile on his face. You gave me a very good impression during the ceremony, Lord Jeffreys. Leylin answered easily and conversed for a while longer. They soon entered the valley shrouded with mist. The elemental aura here is strange, and the mist seems to have a powerful sealing strength. Be careful. Jeffreys led the way ahead. There were more and more black vines about even as the area turned more sandy, and the gray mist around them became increasingly thicker. Such great sealing strength, Even a large-scale spell formation can't be maintained for long, it would take up too much energy. It makes sense for this to be the radiation of a divine weapon, since the Scepter of Savras is rumored to have powerful sealing abilities. Werejackals, human soldiers, and adventurers seem to have been corroded by the mist. They've morphed into a different life form, so they're difficult to deal with. Just after Jeffries spoke, the winds howled and strange sounds echoed as a werejackal darted out of the mist. The strong smell on its body caused Xena to frown. What a joke. Jeffries brandished his spear and a milky white light hacked the werejackal into two, revealing black innards and bones. Once they're corroded, these things gain great vitality. It'll take ages to kill them, Jeffries explained. He then saw Leylin crouch on the ground in seeming interest, observing the flesh where the werejackal had been sliced apart. This is the contamination in the outermost regions. It's even worse inside. If not for there being traces of a divine weapon here, I'd be prepared to tell the Druids Association and let them know of this natural pollution. Jeffries' annoyance could be heard from his voice. Oh, I'm sorry. It's my first time seeing beings like this. Leylin got up and apologized, and the group continued to advance amidst the mist. We've already tested this place. Even high-ranked legendaries can't get through half of the valley. All of a sudden, Jeffries stopped. He looked at the normal-seeming Leylin and Xena, who was straining already, a strange expression on his face. Fight me, Jeffries suddenly requested. Lord Jeffries, Lord Leylin is an esteemed guest of the church. How could you do this? Xena exclaimed loudly before Leylin could respond. You're attacking now. I'm curious, why didn't you bring me further in and surround me? Leylin raised his eyebrows in doubt. What, attacking now? Xena took several steps back, suddenly realizing that she knew nothing. She'd been played like a puppet. There's no fun in attacking you with others. A proud legendary should never fall just like this. I've also wanted to battle with you for a long while now. A milky white spear suddenly appeared in his hands, its sharp barbed tip emitting a terrifying chill. Besides, you'd noticed it before I even told you, no? Leylin did not deny it. I just wanted to confirm my suspicions and see how evil you are. Golden rays emanated from Leylin's body, as if giving him golden armor. The dark red massacre domain abruptly extended, causing Jeffries to breathe roughly. There's no need to hide anymore. Get out here. As Jeffries' enraged roars sounded out, powerful energy undulations rumbled out before a few figures appeared around Leylin. The gray fog slowly condensed into a cage-like structure, revealing a barren area. So it's you, Benedict. Are you done with the matters at the north? Leylin had never expected that he'd see an acquaintance. Leylin, you almost wrecked the plans of our master back then, and turned into a sinner of the north. The Bishop of Tyr was standing right in front of him. This fellow had attacked Leylin once before. Behind him was a group of paladins, and next to them were priests and wizards that worshipped Mistra. Attack? Joaquin, Tyr, Mistra, they're pretty much all here, huh? Leylin was surprised by an unfamiliar organization amongst them. Their armor was spotless, with red capes attached. On the breastplates and capes were the symbol of a large golden eye, seemingly never closing. The armor was threaded with gold and had gems embedded in it, making it look dazzling. Armor with the eternal light spell, as well as that symbol. Are you priests of Helm? Divine force flashed, the powerful massacre domain causing everyone's expressions to change. False god. One of Helm's priests spat out, and layers of light emanated from the eye at his chest. It was clearly on equal ground with Leylin, perhaps even overpowering him. Helm was the god of protection, and his church was built to crack down on faith in false gods. Naturally, they had experience in dealing with divine beings and even demigods. Our mission is to crack down on the belief in false gods, purifying the origin of the world. The priest looked pious, as he prayed with the rest of Helm's warriors and priests. They each took a step forward, their eyes full of fervor as if they were heading to church. Rumble, a surge of power whistled out, and a golden eye appeared in the air. It locked onto Leylin, showing an inverted reflection of him. Beep. Host has been marked by the god of protection. Divine force locked, domains weakened by 20%. Host's location will be relayed every 3 hours. Remove. The AI. Chip's voice sounded, and Leylin turned grim. As expected of a church that deals with false gods. They've made ample preparations. Leylin was still smiling confidently, and he ordered in his mind, prepare to remove, but wait for my order. Remain in observation mode. Leylin was not surprised that Helm's church had surrounded him. After all, the god of protection's mission was to deal with false gods. As long as news about Leylin was revealed, the zealous priests would come join in on the fun, bringing their own rations along with them. Still, I never thought I was being lured into so many enemies. It looks like the gods are afraid of me, or were they alarmed by some divination? You'll have to explain this later, Jeffries, a priestess of Mystra said as she walked out. She had silver hair, and her eyes glinted gold. She was looking at Leylin like he was a dead man. Jeffries answered with a cold snort. All legendaries had their own pride, so how could he bow down to someone else? On top of that, Jeffries served Joaquin, and he had nothing to do with Mystra. I stand by my request. If you win over me, I shall leave immediately. Jeffries pointed his spear at Leylin, causing the priestess to turn red in her fury. Forgive me, but before that, can I ask who planned this out? Leylin interrupted. It is the will of our god, the priestess admitted. She looked flushed. This slightly exceeded his expectations. He wouldn't have found it surprising if Helm's Church had been the ones to identify him, planning an attack. The same went if Joaquin was coveting his lands and wealth, or even Benedict who just hated evil. However, none of this had anything to do with the goddess of the weave. From how it seemed, she was the person who feared him most. Are the prophetic abilities of the gods that great? Leylin immediately recalled his rank 12 arcane spell, Karsus Avatar. He himself wasn't even as strong as a lesser god, and was unable to deal much damage to them. This spell, though, defied logic. One use of it would give him control of the weave's power, causing Mystra to fall. On top of that, the destruction of the weave would release the conscience of the numerous ancient magi from the core, causing the ancient final war to once again rock the world of gods. Is she afraid of what I can do if I develop further? I could become a huge threat to her, so she's making the first move. It was impossible for Mystra to know the existence of Karsus Avatar. The only possible explanation was that she had a premonition that Leylin would bring great danger to her. When an ant threatened them, most people would just end it with a stomp. This was obviously Mystra's own course of action, but since much of her strength was stuck in the north, she'd roped in quite a few other helpers. In such a situation, it was likely that Leylin would fall. Things would have been troublesome had I not made preparations. Leylin ran through his thoughts, and came up with numerous possibilities. If I'm at my wit's end, I'll definitely risk using Karsus Avatar. That'll give me a chance of survival, but that means Distorted Shadow could also have something to do with this. Leylin had a strong feeling that Distorted Shadow had leaked his location, as well as the degree of threat he posed. After all, he was an ancient peak rank 8 magus, equivalent to a greater god. How could the conscient in the ruins be the only thing he left behind? It required no effort to use the power of distortion to show the truth to the goddess, or even just give her some clues. If the process itself was much too complicated, then one could find the truth by looking at who would benefit by the result. Thinking everything over, Leylin believed that the most likely case was that Distorted Shadow had played his hand from behind the scenes. If it's him, I won't be able to use the Ghost City as I wish. So I have to abandon Plan 3, so, who's going to be first? The pure gold blazing scepter emerged, and powerful spell energy surged out. It caused everyone's expression to change. Our church has arranged a spell formation specifically to subdue false gods. He can't use the power of his domain completely. The channel of faith from his worshippers has also weakened greatly, and our Lord has marked him AH. The priest of Helm soon cried out in pain, covering his eyes. Leylin had commanded the AI chip to remove the mark, and it caused the golden eye in the sky to fall apart. It seemed to have affected these priests. Haha, good, this is the kind of opponent that I want. Jeffries burst into laughter. He'd let go of everything in his mind at that moment, only focusing on his opponent. He let loose a sudden attack, and faint black lines appeared around the holy spear as it crushed the space around it. Benedict seemed to be operating some spell formation as well. Large beasts the size of hills crawled out of the mist, and the legendary wizard nearby seemed to be preparing some legendary spell. This is what I've prepared for you. Benedict now had an unnatural flush on his face. A few of the giant beasts roared as he waved a hand, the thorns on their backs emitting a chilling glint as they attacked Leylin. I'll let them play with you first. 4 churches had joined hands here. Even a small attack could cause the entire prime material plane to gape. Still, Leylin's expression did not change in the face of this attack that could almost kill gods. Chew, chew. He tossed the scepter out and the flaming bird totem appeared, bashing into the giant beasts. Sacred spear, is that considered amazing? Leylin stared at the spear that seemed to be moving in an instant, as if dealing with it was beneath himself. 2 spells were cast simultaneously with a wave of his arm, striking the tip of the spear and the black cracks surrounding it. Greater disjunction, shattering palm. Jeffrey's spear crumbled instantly against the disjunction spell, and the gigantic golden palm sent him flying. His chest caved in, and blood spurted out of his mouth. He can instantly cast legendary spells. The legendary wizard that had come with Mystra's church noted the spells Leylin had cast, and then at the large number of materials in his hands with the spell he was halfway through preparing. His expression grew extremely dark. I don't care anymore. As a wizard himself, he understood how powerful Leylin had to be to cast legendary spells instantly. After weighing the pros and cons, he immediately made his choice. A teleportation gate opened, and the legendary wizard immediately took his apprentices and hid away. He showed Leylin a few signs, a declaration of peace amongst wizards. You, Mystra's priest, saw the legendary wizard leave and suddenly twitched, on the verge of coughing up blood. Although they'd known wizards lacked faith, they hadn't expected it to be this bad. Truth be told, there was little they could do about him. At the very least, he'd come all the way here. With his connections, attacking the legendary wizard would cause chaos within the church. Damn it, if the goddess, Avatar, were here, nobody would dare do that. The female priest gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. Teleportation Leylin was growing more vicious in his attacks, seemingly blinded by the killing. He was going to beat them at their own game, and after looking at which opponents were going to attack he would show his strength and intimidate the rest. He was basically exhibiting his full power here. That was the full power of a demigod. The support of an endless stream of faith and emotion combined with his experience as a near-ranked 7 magus, giving Leylin a battle might he himself was surprised by. He tore 2 of the giant mist creatures apart with his bare hands, and suddenly jumped. Once he touched the ground he'd caught up to Jeffrey's, who was quickly retreating. Having been hit with the greater disjunction, Jeffrey's spear had been destroyed, as well as a silver necklace on his neck. That was followed by his robes, his boots. As a legendary, you still have some dignity. Leylin's evaluation was apathetic, though the movements of his hands never showed. A colorful mage sword formed in his grasp. This sword, molded by his spiritual force, was now comparable even to divine weapons. Save our ally. A few priests wearing the uniform of Helm's church were startled, and quickly cast a holy shield for Jeffrey's. Don't bother me. Leylin frowned slightly, and the mage sword created a few beautiful cross-shaped slashes in the air. Swish. 2 of the priests were hit by the slashes, and the many defensive spells on their bodies were ripped apart. Afterwards, their bodies were cut open. It was still a slight breather, though, and Jeffries continued to retreat. While I do admire you, it's impossible for you to change your faith. Leylin quickly chased up to him with a look of pity in his eyes. The mage sword in his hands pierced forward, breaking his last layer of defense. Hee, I didn't think you'd be so powerful. Cough cough, what a shame. I will never be able to see the gorgeous summer warbler flower of the northern seas ever again. Jeffries was now heavily injured, and no longer had the ability to retreat. Hearing Leylin's words, he slowly closed his eyes to await death. Please pardon Jeffries, Leylin fallen. A slender palm grabbed Jeffries' collar, and teleported out of the battlefield in an instant. Xena, no, my lady. Jeffries gazed at Xena. The gold priest had originally been scared stiff, so weak she was cowering in a corner. She'd been lucky enough not to get involved in the battle, but she looked frozen and pale. Now, although she maintained that appearance, every action of hers was filled with absolute dignity and confidence. She wasn't even a legendary. Xena could not have such a divine luster on her body, nor could she rescue Jeffries. The only explanation was that she'd been possessed by a powerful existence. The only being that a priest would give their mind and body up for was naturally the god they worshipped. Nice to meet you, Lady Joaquin. Leylin bowed elegantly, and then easily decapitated 2 more priests of Helm's church. Such savagery and poise were very conflicting. I apologize, you were a child that I thought well of, but I already had a deal with Mystra, and I need to play by the book. Joaquin pulled at Jeffries as she moved backwards, speaking calmly and with grace. It was only a singular deal, though. I can assure you that your territory will not be affected, but only if you survive this and grant them the glory of a true god. By the time the last word was spoken, Joaquin had already brought Jeffries away from the valley. A dazzling golden arc quickly left Xena's body, forming the image of an elegant woman wearing gold robes. Only half her body was shown. As the one who'd been a container for her goddess, Xena had been abandoned. She paled again and fell into a coma, obviously not in a good state. It was likely that this incident would reduce her lifespan. Divine ability. Space-time shift. Joaquin's figure pointed towards Leylin while in midair and then exploded, disappearing into nothingness. Leylin, on the other hand, felt like everything was spinning. By the time he regained his senses, he was almost out of the valley, and at an area he had been in before. Tens of giant mist beasts were eyeing him like he was prey. An intermediate god has such mysterious abilities. The corner of Leylin's lips quirked up in a smile. Was what she said at the end out of goodwill or a threat? At the very least, I can be sure that she plotted against me because of the deal. After this, they don't owe each other anything anymore. There are only 3 true enemies then. Although the people from the Church of Wealth had left, the powerful beings who had fallen apart due to Leylin's sudden outburst had time to regroup. Haha, you're fated to fall here. Veins visibly bulged in Benedict's eyes, like he was a crazy gambler who'd been at it for 3 full days. Oh, you're so confident that you can take me down. Making quick work of the paladins and giant mist beasts, Leylin shot a glance at Benedict who looked like he had a card up his sleeve. Demigods are practically the peak of the prime material plane. Unless the true bodies of the gods descend as saints, nobody can match up to them void of a group of high-ranked legendaries unfearing of death. Another option is for several avatars to mount a sneak attack, but he probably won't be willing to pay such a huge price. There's only one method left. Even greater gods had to abide the rules of the world of gods. Avatars weren't all that powerful in the prime material plane, and the only thing that would make a difference was their numbers. However, it was too much of a waste for a few avatars or high-ranked legendaries to fall for the sake of killing Leylin. Unless there was such enmity between them that it could only be resolved by death, it was unlikely for them to go that far. It's done. Benedict's gleeful voice sounded at that moment, and the mist in the surroundings quickly dissipated to reveal a huge, 4-sided magic formation. *BZZT. BZZT. One gray pillar of light rose into the sky after the other, forming a terrifying cage that sealed Leylin within. Benedict used a crystal core to control it. This undulation, looks like it really is. Leylin's eyes flashed, and he pointed straight at Benedict. Order of law, death. Get away. The surrounding priests quickly yelled. Had he let go of the crystal at this moment, Benedict would definitely have had a chance of survival. However, he did nothing. He seemed ready to die as he continued to transmit energy from his body to the core. Bang! His corpse crumpled to the ground, and the gray pillars shrunk, turning into a sealing cum teleportation spell formation. With a flash of light, Leylin's figure disappeared from within. Benedict. A few paladins gathered, gazing at Benedict who breathed no more. There was a slight satisfied smile on the corner of his lips. You shall obtain light. May your soul rest in the divine realm. After a few sorrowful words, the rest of the survivors gathered and began to pray for Benedict. We may fall for eternity, collapsing on our paths as we root out evil. However, justice shall always follow. A paladin who had broken his arm from the scuffle with Leylin sighed as he spoke. Such thinking immediately garnered the approval of Helm's church, while Mystra's priests all went quiet. However, the silver-haired priestess suddenly exclaimed, "No! What happened?" This sudden action immediately gave rise to glares from the paladins. The priestess continued without hesitation, "There are no traces of him in our master's divine realm. The false god was not teleported there. Due to the powerful suppression of the prime material plane, the gap between avatars and demigods was minimal and they were almost on equal grounds. Things were different in the outer planes though. Although a lesser god's avatar wasn't much different from a greater god's here, the gap between them there was like that between the heavens and the earth. This was even more evident in divine realms. No matter which divine realm Leylin entered, his only fate would be death as he met the true bodies of the gods in their own nests. This had been their plan all along. Since she was a greater god, as well as the person who planned this, the teleportation formation that had been set up led to Mystra's divine realm. That was why it was so difficult to activate. However, while the spell formation had worked successfully, it had not achieved the expected results. The group turned grim, looking at their companions, bodies and Benedict's smile in death. It had become the greatest irony in the world. 2 gods stood shoulder to shoulder in the vast spatial cracks. Be it spatial turbulence or the expulsion of the 4 elements, everything before them was automatically dispersed, forming a safe zone. This strength indicated that they were at the very least avatars of greater gods. Leylin was also extremely familiar with the two of them. Amongst them was someone who looked like an old veteran with his right hand and eye missing. The other was a young girl who looked like a wizard, the power of the weave surging within her body. This was Mystra Antir, the goddess of the weave and the god of justice. It took a long while for Mystra to open her eyes and speak. The teleportation was disturbed. He did not reach my divine realm. I checked the area here, including the dimensional cracks. There's no sign of the floating city, Tyr replied. Hell, the information should be incorrect. Leylin might not have obtained the flying city Thultanthar. Either that, or he's extremely crafty and predicted our ambush. Mystra's beautiful gaze pierced through the void, seeing the scenario unfolding in the world. Had Leylin been here, he definitely would have broken out into cold sweat. Had he actually used the floating city to attack the backbone of these churches, the gods lying in wait for him would definitely show him why the flowers were dyed red. This was two greater gods. Leylin had a chance to resist them in the prime material plane, but outside it there were no more restrictions. There would be no chance for him to fight back. Where did you obtain this information? Tyr asked, rousing from his silence. One of my worshippers met a devil during his travels, and obtained the information from him. However, the devil was already dead by the time I got there, and his soul had disappeared as well. A trace of doubt surfaced on Mystra's face. I feel an extremely irksome and sinister aura, more vile than the three monarchs of the deep abyss. This is a mysterious existence, more sinister than evil itself. Tyr shuddered, as if having recalled some unwanted memory. You should go and check the seals. Remove any contamination around the area if needed. You mean? Mystra inhaled deeply, spitting out the taboo word of times long past. Magi. Teleportation light flashed as Leylin stepped out of a distortion in space. A mere moment before, the AI chip's voice had sounded out. Contingent conditions met, instant teleportation activated. Instant teleportation was indeed the safest option. I fear nobody in the main world, but I can't be too sure in the outer planes. Right now, I'm most likely in. Leylin looked around. Meteors streaked past the crimson sky, dancing in the air. His surroundings were a charred mess, the desolate earth littered with small rocks. A few hills in the distance broke the even landscape. Hoo, this seems to be. The air was filled with a tinge of malevolence and dread, cluing Leylin into his whereabouts. Of course, the little streams of blood flowing around the land left no more room for doubt. Badr, the Nine Hells. I knew this felt familiar. Leylin stretched his back lazily, before sending out a command. AI. Chip, conduct scan. Beep. Mission established. Beginning scan. The AI chip's voice intoned. It was followed up instantly. Environment scanned. Air analysis complete. Current location. Awareness, the first level of Badr. Beep. Laws in the area are different from the prime material plane. Analyzing, it quickly showed the properties of the world. This is indeed the territory of the devils. Leylin inhaled deeply. He felt like he'd merged into one with the entirety of Badr, an impression he'd been given because he'd devoured Beelzebub before. But the impression wasn't necessarily false. His own disposition was quite aligned with the laws of hell, which meant this place could bear the weight of his ambitions. He would soar into the skies. Demigods can traverse planes. I can return to the prime material plane if I want to, but since I'm already here, Leylin stroked his chin. Anyway, DeBank's island is quite far from the mainland, and won't be influenced easily. I can manage my worshippers and their divine spells just as easily from this place. I've wanted to make a trip to Badr anyway, so I might as well get on with it. Badr had 9 levels, called the Nine Hells. It was an ideal destination for travelers, a place where treasure hunters could satisfy their greed and paladins would seethe with rage. As a dimension, it was the ultimate embodiment of lawful evil, laced with the cold, harsh cruelty of schemes and ploys. It was the garden of various devils, including bearded devils, horned devils, ice devils, barbed devils, pit fiends and countless others. They had a hierarchy here, and apart from the devils were also hellcats, hellhounds, imps, chitons, dream eaters, demonic beasts, and even humans. The devils of the 9 hells abided by a hierarchical system, with status obtained through schemes and ruthless action. The 9 hells of Badr, the endless abyss, and the everlasting underdark. The underground planes of the world of gods. All wizards were erudite. On top of that, Leylin had Beelzebub's memories and researched this land before, so his knowledge of and familiarity with the 9 hells exceeded even that of those in the 7 heavens. Badr has a total of 9 levels, a place for fallen souls. Legends say that it was once part of the abyss, from which it later separated itself. The ruler in name is Asmodeus. Information on Badr surfaced in Leylin's mind. Although Asmodeus was hailed the supreme of the 9 hells, he only had control over the 9th hell, Nessus, a plain filled with canyons deeper than any marine trench. His control over the other 8 hells was limited. Rumors said that Asmodeus had ascended to his throne through countless battles. He'd schemed his way along, putting together an epic army consisting of pit fiends and greater devils, securing his seat as the leader of the 9 hells with the assistance of the overlords of each level. According to Leylin's own understanding, Asmodeus did not have much control over the other hells. The overlords of each level were about the same ranking as him. Of course, Asmodeus himself wouldn't admit to this matter, making efforts to stand out amongst the rest. As the most powerful of archdevils, Asmodeus had unparalleled strength. He was not inferior to any of the greater gods. He'd expanded his influence over Badr in the past several thousand years, showing his wild ambition to unite it all. When Beelzebub had gone missing from the 2nd level, he'd grasped the chance to strengthen his control of it. Of course, the 6 remaining archdevils did not agree. Jealous of Asmodeus, they'd employed a series of ploys until the 9 hells had reached a miraculous balance. That was, of course, until Leylin flew in like a butterfly. No, he was a Tyrannosaurus Rex that would disrupt the scales. The forces here now had a new variable to consider. There are 8 archdevils in Badr, with the 1st level being in a common area that is the frontline of bloody battles. There's even some gods who've housed their divine realms here, like the kobold god Kurtulmak and the shark god Sikola. On top of that, due to the battles with the demons, Asmodeus has a great amount of influence here. The Dark 8, his 8 generals, are stationed in this place. As for the 2nd level, it's a place I'm extremely familiar with. It was Beelzebub's fief, and right now he's probably hiding somewhere inside, deep in slumber. With most of his divinity and divine force devoured, Beelzebub had sustained serious injuries. He was recovering, even if slowly, with chances of a complete recovery. After all, he was the archdevil of this level, someone loved by the will of Badr. The fortunes he'd amassed would be enough to tide him through this crisis. However, Leylin aimed to complete devouring Beelzebub, taking everything in his position. The 3rd level of hell is Menoros, a filthy marsh ruled by Mammon, the lord of greed. Legends say that if one is tainted by the greed and corruption there, they will sink deep into the marsh and eventually get swallowed by it. The rest of their levels have their owners as well. With Asmodeus in the 9th, Leylin counted on his fingers 8 archdevils, plus a few gods and the pit fiends on the 1st hell. They're the strongest in all of Badr. These people were exceptionally powerful, and they also had their own forces behind them. Someone able to grow their influence in hell itself was no easy character, capable of many ploys and conspiracies. However, the more this was true, the more burning desire Leylin felt. I really want to kill them all. Leylin had never shied away from powerful enemies and unimaginable difficulty. On the contrary, such things only ignited his fighting spirit and his confidence. He would amass his strength steadily, and finally defeat them in one fell swoop. 1. Gravity normal. 2. Time flow normal. 3. Space unlimited. The 9 levels of hell extend indefinitely, but are always a fixed distance from the abyss and their lower levels. 4. Divine form. An organism requires the strength of at least a lesser god to transform the 9 hells, and this transformative control extends over the regular organisms of the region. 5. No elemental affinity. All elements are balanced in power. 6. Minor lawful evil. Any beings of the chaotic or good alignment are weakened, and devils will attack them. Beings of the lawful evil alignment receive a slight buff to powers. Night Hag, 1st hell of Badr, Avernus. A nightmare trod across the barren land that was littered with shattered rocks. Its blazing hooves left a deep imprint wherever it stepped. Boom! A meteorite crashed into the ground, leaving a large pit. However, the horse nimbly avoided it. This nightmare had a human on its back, the very act of taming a beast such as it indicating that this was no average person. That simple line of reasoning had saved Leylin from many problems. The roads in this area were filled with regular souls, and even petitioners. It told Leylin that his destination was near. Lawful evil humans from the prime material plane, if they prayed to devils, had a very high chance of entering Badr after they died. Their souls would morph, making them petitioners or even lesser devils. Some devils liked contorting these souls into grotesque forms, expressing a form of aesthetic view like they were ornaments. These creatures had rather appalled Leylin at first, but after seeing a few of them he came to ignore it. He stopped the nightmare in front of a soul. This one had pale skin, with twisted eyes and a nose. It seemed to be suffering, but still looked at Leylin with vigor. This was the reverence it had when looking at a powerful devil. "What's your name? Do you remember your past?" Leylin noticed that this soul was rather plump, and the originally lavish robes indicated that he'd led a rather good life back in the prime material plane. "Lucas, or something else, who knows, poor me has to arrive at the Bronze Citadel in 3 blood days, or my owner will not forgive me," the soul lamented. "I was just a small merchant from the north in my previous life. I even prayed piously to the goddess of wealth." Leylin rolled his eyes inwardly. It was extremely common for merchants to turn to Joaquin. Even normal worshippers, as long as they didn't commit heinous crimes in their pasts, would likely be redeemed and sent to her divine realm. As for Lucas, he was either lying, or pretending to be a worshipper, hence his current predicament. This very exchange showed that these souls had learnt the trademark of the devils, of pretense and deceit. "Bronze Citadel, that's my destination as well." Beelzebub's memories said the Bronze Citadel was the core of Avernus. It was constructed boorishly, built to be an inflexible structure. The many devils in it were always prepared for war, and since they were often under siege it was expanded and repaired constantly. "All right then, esteemed lord, do you need a map or a guide? With the magnanimity of someone at your level, you won't refuse a reward, will you?" The eyes of the soul spun quickly. Even with a contorted face its intelligence and greed were apparent. "Or perhaps, a small trade." Lucas's thumb and index finger grinded against each other, giving off a very wretched look. "As expected, you really are suited to hell. Filled with greed as you are, why didn't you enter Minoros immediately upon death?" A pillar of evil light rose up from Leylin's body, and the surroundings were dyed crimson. Everything came to a standstill, and even the meteors crashing down from the sky were stopped in midair. This was a devil aura. It was one of Beelzebub's powers that had been devoured by Leylin, finally revitalized and emerging from a corner of his soul. The AI chip provided data on the ability. Devil Aura. Passive domain. Restricted to powerful devils, it allows the user to naturally impose fear upon others. Any lesser devils in the vicinity are put under control, confusion, and fear. Note: the aura attracts the hostility of other powerful devils. If the controlled devil already has an owner, a negotiation will be held. This light that belongs only to pure evil. Are you a pit fiend? Lucas's body collapsed helplessly to the ground, his eyes radiating fear. "Master, Lucas's master." As expected, devil aura works differently in hell. It can't vanquish the devil in sight immediately. Leylin shook his head. As Lucas wailed for help, a contractual force arose from his body. It finally formed the figure of a night hag wearing a pointed hat. "GG, ancient and powerful devil, has my slave offended you?" The night hag's voice sounded coarser than an owl's chirps, making one shudder in fear. These night hags often appeared in Badr and the Abyss during transaction, acting as merchants. Collecting souls was their favorite pastime. Although what had appeared was just a phantom, it still showed strength greater than that of a rank 15 wizard. The night hag could not see through Leylin at all. Although he seemed to just be an evil human, the devil aura and his alignment could not be faked. Thus, she assumed that he was a powerful devil who'd assumed human form. Leylin's divine force masked his identity anyway, and coupled with his own evil alignment even an archdevil wouldn't be able to unmask him. Indeed, he seems to be a little out of it, with his intelligence corrupted by greed. He actually wanted to strike a deal with me. Leylin shook his head, couldn't even understand the underlying traits of a trade. No wonder he's just a normal soul, unable to even turn into a lesser devil. "GG, I do hope to be someone worthy of a trade with your distinguished self. As the price for offending you, I can sell him to you for a contract, the price being 1 regular soul." The night hag looked at Leylin, but was regrettably declined. "How foolish do you think I am, to trade for this fellow using a soul?" He pointed nonchalantly at Lucas, who was shuddering in fear. "It's obvious that you cheated him, or used some kind of underhanded means to nullify the original contract with his owner. What a pity." The night hag did not show the slightest form of repentance. Just like Leylin said, the soul was something she'd picked up along the way, not worth much. "You can deal with Lucas any way you like, just remember to repay me later." The phantom flickered, and was about to vanish. Wait, Leylin said just then, holding the night hag back. I'm not very interested in this soul, but there is something you own that I'd very much like. Leylin continued, I'm a traveler from Dis. Much of the information regarding Avernus is now out of date, so I need the freshest information about this place. I also need information about the Blood War, and detailed maps. You'll be very satisfied with my price. GG, I do like generous customers. The night hag cackled like an owl. Ever since your lord disappeared, a lot of devils from Dis have been coming here. The night hag handed the information over to Leylin, even adding some details regarding Dis as if by accident. To be privy to such information, the being had to be both strong and been a resident for a long time. However, Leylin had Beelzebub's own memories. He knew the lands like the back of his palm, so the deceit and trickery planted within didn't affect him at all. Hee. Okay then, powerful traveler from Dis. I need 3 regular souls, or something similar in exchange. A green parchment floated beside the night hag. A phosphoric glow surrounded it, giving it a mysterious vibe. A spatial spell. Botter seems to have some good stuff. Leylin's eyes flashed, and 3 slumbering souls appeared beside him. This, the night hag gave off a fervent gaze, as if seeing good liquor. She stepped forward immediately, and continued to give her approval. GG. Very powerful souls, indeed. It's a pity that they're branded by gods. That's a huge problem. I want at least 5 of them to make up for the defect. Are you kidding me? Leylin said indifferently, and his devil aura grew even more intense as it pushed the night hag away. The souls of pious worshippers are pure and powerful. Furthermore, the gods that they pray to are now dead, so there won't be able consequences. These souls are worth at least 2 to 3 times a regular one, and I'm already offering you 3. Your greed knows no bounds. Mammon would likely be a better lord for you to serve. The night hag wasn't embarrassed at all once exposed. It was the most basic nature of a devil to haggle. She agreed to the trade in the end, but Leylin refused to sign any form of contract with her. Devils were experts at deceiving people through contracts, and Leylin was not in the mood to engage in wordplay with a night hag. GG, we shall meet again, generous guest. The night hag vanished into thin air, along with Lucas. Having borne the cost of the teleportation, he was sucked dry and had his body crushed by the void. Bronze Citadel, so she used the body on the other side of the transmission to supply energy for the delivery. The AI chip's light flashed as it recorded the incident, allowing Leylin to see through the ability that the night hag had displayed. It required much less energy to send a phantom than one's true body. Had it only been that, Lucas would still have had some hope of survival. However, the night hag had sent over a scroll of information, something that Lucas had to act as the energy for. Lucas had completely disappeared, the price for the sheepskin scroll Leylin now held. All his energy had been poured into delivering it, so not even a single petitioner's energy is spared. Devils are truly masters of accounting and meticulous plans. If I hadn't factored Lucas's cost into the price, she absolutely would have demanded a greater payment from me. After this deal, Leylin's understanding of the cunning and shrewdness of devils had deepened. However, the line of contract that I saw on his body was real. Although I had to pay a little, I got what I wanted in the end. Beep. Scroll scanned. 13.86% is faker miscellaneous, discarded. Remaining portions merged with relevant items. Organizing, transmitted to host's memory. Looks like the night hag didn't deceive me. Is it because of my strength? Leylin stroked his chin. Also, the souls of these fanatics are unexpectedly useful. Leylin had used the dormant souls of some of Akaban's worshippers for the trade. Souls were an absolute, hard currency used in the abyss and hell, and in order to gain enough souls, devils and demons disregarded the churches to conduct massacres. They stepped over the corpses of their comrades in their rush to the prime material plane, and were the causes of much slaughter. Compared to the painstaking efforts of those demons and devils, Leylin had simply broken into a demigod's shrine and acquired several hundred years of Akaban's soul reserves. Sikart's reserves of pious and powerful souls had been accumulated over several hundred years, and they were a treasure that could even tempt archdevils. Leylin had no way of turning those believers' souls into his own petitioners, and directly absorbing them was far too much of a waste. Using them like this could be considered as making use of trash. However, Leylin's lips curved into a faint smile, as if he was looking at some sinister scene in the future. A native soul is indeed different from souls from the prime material plane. The contamination from those souls is something that even gods dread. The power of faith could be considered the strength of a soul, and the faith of a native was poison that even gods dared not touch. The contamination originated from the depths of their souls, and those without Leylin's power of observation wouldn't be able to tell at all. Needless to say, Leylin had faked the souls of Akaban's worshippers for the trade. He'd made them look no different from ordinary souls on the surface. Many demons and devils would be affected once these souls became a part of the general market, something Leylin looked forward to from the depths of his heart. Now that he had an accurate map, Leylin picked up his pace. As he drew closer to the bronze citadel, more and more devils appeared around him. It seemed like he could see armored devils marching in their camps every day. However, perhaps it was due to his lawful alignment or his powerful aura, few came over to bother him. He arrived at Bronze Citadel after a peaceful journey. This city was known for being cast into 12 concentric rings of sturdy bronze walls. Each ring was equipped with a powerful and sinister war machine, which was both formidable and serious. When Leylin first laid eyes on the Bronze Citadel, he felt as if he was looking at a steel beast laying on the ground. There were many lesser devils and imps working hard to reinforce the citadel's defenses alongside petitioners. One could see a lot of bone-like scaffolding and supporting pillars, and hammers and shovels were laid out nearby. The citadel was being expanded, with no end in sight. Although all signs pointed towards a bustling scene outside, the imps, lesser devils, and petitioners were performing their work methodically. The entire perimeter of the fort was like a huge and precise machine, ordered in its motion. Visitors lined up outside the bronze citadel in rows, accepting the inspection of the garrison. They entered the fort in an orderly fashion. Had this been the abyss, everyone was likely to have broken into a riot long ago. However, devils were different. They were lawful creatures, obeying the system was in their nature. The 9 hells especially favored such good children, who abided by the rules. Leylin could only shrug and join the queue. A group of lesser devils were in charge of this area. Most of them were barbazu, otherwise known as bearded devils. They had the goat horns and scales characteristic of devils, as well as wings of black bone. Most were armored, and one of their hands looked like a steel hook. They were covered in thorny barbs, and the flickering cold light and poison intimidated others immediately. These bearded devils sometimes worked as guides for evil souls, but it seemed like that wasn't available here. As a result, their tempers were rather poor. Leylin had seen several poor devils dragged away in front of him, suffering the torture and interrogation of chained devils, chitons. The queue slowly but steadily moved forwards, and very soon it was Leylin's turn. "State your name, identity and proof of your allegiance," a 2-headed barbazu said from in front of him. There was an imp nearby as well, its broken wings pattering behind its back and evil eyes filled with greed. Flames continuously cycled between its mouth and the rest of its face, just as poisonous insects crawled in and out of its various orifices. "I'm from the second hell, Dis. I belong to the Lord's legions, under the jurisdiction of Pit Fiend Aslok." Leylin parted his hair a little, and a powerful aura transmitted out to form an obscure mark. Nobody in Badr was truly without a master. The devils were strictly restricted by the hierarchy, and each one had a hierarchy. Their superiors were governed by even more powerful devils, going all the way up to the 8 archdevils of hell. From Dis as well. "That place is getting more and more chaotic." After the archdevil disappeared, the imp mumbled to itself, revealing a fearful expression on its face. Leylin's aura was undoubtedly that of a greater devil, and the imp had only just become a lesser one. Although superiors didn't have jurisdiction over their colleagues' subordinates, Leylin could easily kill it if he so wished. Thinking back to its previous plots and the competitors who now eyed its position, the imp's heart grew cold. It subconsciously switched to a more pandering expression. "There's been many devils from Dis here recently, you should take care, my lord. I hope to hide this record for now, and obtain news about my rivals," Leylin said in a low voice while nodding. "Oh," the imp's expression grew sluggish, but it was soon pulled aside by the bearded devil behind it. 10 coins, or other riches, I'll give you the news immediately." Devils could very easily be bribed. Leylin could not help but feel slightly sorry for those poor devils who could not afford the bribe before him. "Here, give me the information." He carelessly took out a flaxen bag and opened it a little, revealing the luster of the souls within. Be it coins, items, or riches, everything had an equivalent amount of souls in Badr. The imp and the bearded devil glanced at each other, before very happily replying in unison, "No problem, we have a deal." With all that done, Leylin finally entered the bronze citadel. Many lesser devils mingled with each other here, before leaving for the blood war. With lower devils and petitioners thrown into the mix, it formed a clamorous and lively bazaar. Leylin was currently strolling through the streets, thinking back to the information he'd just received. His eyes held a trace of wistfulness. The impact of Beelzebub's disappearance was greater than I ever expected. Leylin could not help but inwardly sigh at this. The laws of hell were incomparably strict. The devils formed a vast and precise hierarchy, and the distinction between ranks was sternly enforced. At the peak of this hierarchy was Asmodeus, the supreme of Badr and the master of the Dark Eight. The Dark Eight, Asmodeus' 8 generals, had many greater devils and pit fiends beneath them, each one in possession of a great many subordinates. They put in great effort in their pursuit of status and power. Normally, all this led to a tranquil environment. However, once one of the cornerstones of the hierarchy was lost in Beelzebub, it created a chain reaction that led to a complete collapse. His disappearance had caused the strict hierarchical network to lose a majority of its social fabric, causing chaos in Dis. If it wasn't for the remaining 7 archdevils taking action to instill order, perhaps the second layer of hell would have been sucked into the abyss. The devils would have become the laughing stock of the entire world if that happened, nailed down to the rack of shame. Still, a lot of pit fiends and other archdevils contested for the position of Dis Lord. Had Asmodeus been the true ruler of Badr, he could have recommended a greater devil or pit fiend from his own faction to the position, or sent his own children. However, he was only nominally the supreme, and his authority was limited to the 9th Hell Nessus. Besides, Beelzebub was only missing, not dead. His authority hadn't disappeared completely yet. Authorization authority or rank in the 9 hells, put bluntly, was the right to the origin force of Badr. As such, it was of paramount importance, and became the foundation of the devil's hierarchy. The 8 archdevils divided most of this authority between themselves. They had tight control over the devils under them, and could even decide which devils would rise and fall in rank. Because of this, without the approval of their direct subordinates, it was impossible for low-ranked devils to move up. The lords of each hell had their own individual subordinates, and possessed an absolute right over their lives. This was evident from how Leylin could do as he wished in the prime material plane using Beelzebub's memories. He'd easily taken care of the Church of Gluttony. Devil society was like a bureaucracy. Status was difficult to obtain, and it was impossible to advance in rank without pushing someone else down. This made it so that the ascension of a greater devil left another one demoted in rank. The new one would gain tens of enemies that were eyeing the same spot. It was so competitive that it was almost pitiful. The disappearance of a lord was an unprecedented matter in Badr, unheard of since the ancient dusk of the gods. Now, the pit fiends, greater devils, and even the more powerful devils that were loyal to Beelzebub found that they had lost their powerful background. What would they do? These people lost their senses when met with the possibility of advancing to the highest rank in Badr. In such turbulent darkness, Asmodeus and the 6 other archdevils joined in and caused Dis to enter even more chaos. This was also the reason why numerous devils left. If the 9 hells were analogous to a region in ancient times, Asmodeus was the emperor in name. The remaining 7 archdevils possessed their own lands, subordinate kings with troops and generals of their own, the pit fiends and other greater devils. The emperor wished for more power, but these kings all wanted to increase their territories as well. The generals under them worked extremely hard, hoping for a chance to be promoted. Some even wished to take over their master's position. Conspiracies were rife, and the most ambitious side would have the last laugh. The reward, the greatest authority in the 9 hells. Beelzebub's disappearance was like the loss of a king. The resulting unrest was only the tip of the iceberg. This alone put Leylin on guard. The second hell has already descended into panic. While Beelzebub still holds power, many have begun to sense his weakness. Leylin looked at the ordered devils as he strolled around the entirety of the bronze citadel, the place bustling with life. He then stopped in front of a demon's skull, as if admiring the valuable spoils of war. The devils think this is a conspiracy. Beelzebub's underlings are saying their leader isn't as weak as the rumors state, and he's only hiding in a dark corner waiting for everyone to come after him. He'll capture all of them in one shot, they say. Quite a few lords have done such things since the race came into being. Even Asmodeus himself used a similar strategy once, and to great effect. Other rumors say that Beelzebub has been captured by another lord, and is imprisoned somewhere having his energy extracted. These devils are really quite imaginative. I stole most of his law of gluttony, as well as almost all his divinity and divine force. He's definitely in a deep sleep right now, and no matter what happens in the outside world it'll be hard for him to awaken. Leylin's main body was the one who'd reduced Beelzebub to his current state, so there was nobody who knew the truth better than himself. Having taken over much of his power and memories, Leylin naturally knew how grievous such an injury was. Unless Beelzebub defeated his warlock body and devoured everything in return, it was basically impossible for him to return to his previous state. A weak lord was a form of prey that his underlings anticipated. There's numerous secret lairs and treasures made just in preparation for this. They're all over Badr, as well as across other planes. Leylin had a grim look in his eyes. Because of their sly natures, their ability to set up safety nets was something nobody could compare to. It seems like he's considered the idea that someone might obtain his memories. The probability of him using those lairs is minuscule, and there could even be traps there instead. Numerous thoughts crossed Leylin's mind, allowing him to quickly come to a decision. Whatever it is, I have to go to Dis. Leylin would find the Lord of Gluttony, and devour everything that was his. It would make for the best opportunity for his main body to advance, something he would never give up on. Authority amongst devils, as well as access to the world will. How interesting. The astuteness he had as a magus combined with the origin force detection of a legendary arcanist allowed Leylin to sense something. Although Badr had great amounts of world origin force, there was no complete will. It was possible that the world will that controlled this origin force had been split into 8, one part each going to the lord of each level above the first. Leylin now had access to much of Beelzebub's powers, which gave him authority over the world origin force. He could demote or promote any pit fiends and greater devils. He also had the authority to kill the devils subordinate to the other lords. This was a decision of Badr's origin, something that couldn't be fought or changed. Devils are far too pitiful compared to demons. They need the approval of their lords to advance, and it uses up a large amount of soul energy as well. The higher seats have long been filled, and one can only wait for the right chance to ascend. Leylin suddenly felt thankful that he hadn't been reincarnated in hell. However, further thought told him that with Beelzebub's authority there was nothing holding him back. He would advance rapidly as a devil, all the way to the highest echelons. He would control others, not the other way around. As long as I kill Beelzebub and take over that last bit of law and authority, I'll immediately become the Lord of Dis, he realized. He also knew that because of the chaos on the prime material plane, as well as the great authority in Badr, people still thought Beelzebub held on to his power. The terror of that protected the sleeping archdevil, preventing others from killing him. It seemed rather ironic. The authority to access Badr's world origin force. Leylin closed his eyes. Ever since he'd come to the 9 hells he'd felt like he was one with the place. The world itself seemed to answer to his very breaths, its power ready to listen to him. Upon his command it would burst forth, becoming an absolute pressure that dominated everyone else. Of course, he could not use this as he pleased, or he would face unthinkable consequences. However, Leylin had already estimated that the strength he could muster with the power of this authority was greater even than what he'd gained when he'd sacrificed the wisdom tree sapling to awaken the purgatory world's world will. With this boost, even ordinary devil in hell can use the strength of a magus of laws without restriction. It's similar to the gods. If a mortal were lucky enough to acquire godhood, they can jump past all the loops to become a powerful being of the world of gods straight away. Leylin suddenly understood how the hierarchy of the devils worked. Lesser, intermediate, and greater devils, as well as the pit fiends, it's all a display of how much power they have in this world. However, the lords have true access to Badr's origin force. What the rest obtain is only a slight bonus bestowed upon them by the lords they serve. It's difficult to move up and down the hierarchy of devils due to this, and with how easy it is to recall, it caused a false opinion that the lords of Badr can give and take life as they wish. Understanding all of this, much of the fog in his mind seemed to dissipate, allowing him to see the truth of the 9 hells. Asmodeus and the other 6 archdevils want to take over the authority in Beelzebub's possession. Having come to know their true aims, Leylin would find it much easier to counter their plans. He could even connect this to other matters. Then Avernus should technically have a lord as well. Where is he? Someone with the authority to the first hell was on the same level as Beelzebub. He would face no difficulty in taking over the place. Perhaps there are too many powerful devils on the level, or maybe the existence of the 2 true gods and their divine realms causes the authority to be split further. In that case, there might be rogue devils here that don't fit into the hierarchy. With authority over Badr's origin force, even if it was partial, a devil would gain complete independence. They could advance without the approval of a superior. This was obviously an existence that the 8 lords would never allow to exist. Network. The deceit and slyness of the devils was something Leylin knew extremely well. If a devil had nothing restricting it, what sort of chaos would it bring to Badr? Just the thought caused him to shudder. There was never a lack of ambitious beings among the devils. Leylin then thought of another possibility. Of course, it might also be because the 8 archdevils are too scheming and powerful. They've divided up the authority that should have been sole property of the 9th hell, causing an equilibrium to be maintained. As he was considering these issues, he'd unwittingly released his aura. Along with his grasp of the authority, he'd alarmed a tremendous existence. Such an ancient and noble aura, this is a might only archdevils possess. Who is it? Loud draconic roars sounded out, and a gigantic 5-colored dragon crawled out of a cave. This cave was next to a skull that formed a huge base. It had 5 sinister dragon heads, each of varying color. Its huge claws caused tiny earthquakes with each footstep, making the legendary dragon Leylin had seen before seem like a baby. It's the area's guardian, chromatic dragon Tiamat. It was obvious that the dragon strolled around the region regularly. The devils did not seem to panic. Leylin had only leaked his aura for a mere moment before hiding himself well. Tiamat's 5 huge heads smelt the air, but in the end could only shrink back without any other choice. Peace and order was quickly restored on the streets. Many people continued traveling, but Leylin stood looking at the cave the dragon had disappeared into, seemingly deep in thought. Guardian of the Bronze Citadel, chromatic dragon Tiamat. She's a humongous dragon with power comparable to gods. The AI chip had managed to scan Tiamat in the short period she'd come out, and it now presented the information to Leylin. Chromatic dragon Tiamat. Titanic, strength, 40. Agility, 10. Vitality, 35. Spirit, 28. Abilities, 1. Epic dragon breath. Each of Tiamat's 5 heads can attack using different types of breaths, namely frost, acid, corrosion, lightning, and fire. 2. Fierce aura. Tiamat's presence alone causes unease in her enemies. This power is automatically under effect when Tiamat takes flight, charges, or attacks. 3. Spells. Tiamat is a rank 20 evil priest. She also holds the power of a domain as well as divine spells. 4. Magical ability. As a rank 20 sorcerer, she can use the following spells thrice a day: command plants, control weather, darkness, dominate, fog cloud, gust, arcane mirage, plant growth, suggestion, swarm, veil, ventriloquism. Feats: alchemy, deceit, focus, diplomacy, intimidation, draconic knowledge, sense intent, spell identification, survival, battle casting, flying attack, heavy damage, adept, instant cast coupled with power of domain, acrobatic flight. This is the might of a real legendary being that's lived for a long time. Not only are all her stats high, she also has great experience and background. The abilities and feats alone make her comparable to demigods. Leylin had an interested look on his face. Also, Tiamat seems to have male companions of 5 different evil races. When they act together, they're strong enough to fight the god of kobolds and the god of sharks. Of course, that's only outside their divine realms. Based on Beelzebub's memories, the Bronze Citadel was at the very front lines of battle between Badr and the Abyss. It was often attacked by demons. While many of them were chaotic and crazed like wild dogs, their numbers that were 20 times more than the devils caused great damage to the Bronze Fort. Unfortunately for them, the devils depended on order and schemes and never allowed the demons to break into the fort. They had even planned numerous campaigns into the Abyss, getting the upper hand in the battles against the demons. However, when there had never been any distinct outcome in the battles between chaos and order, and some even suspected that this would continue till the end of the universe. In addition, war over an extended period of time also gave Asmodeus the opportunity to lay his hands on Avernus. He used a legion of 8 elite devil generals and, during a siege by the demons on the Bronze Fort, he had obtained the authority to be stationed here and slowly taken over control over half the fort. With the rumors outside, it was said that Tiamat had gradually been reduced to a symbol and protector of the Bronze Fort. The influence of the Bronze Fort is less than a third of Avernus, and he only took over control of half of the fort. Leylin shook his head, feeling that Asmodeus' title as the master of the 9th level was quite a joke. The demons. The demons are here. Wild dogs. A wave of wild dogs are attacking. All of a sudden, a shrieking alarm sounded. Leylin frowned and, with his godly intent, immediately found a large amount of chaotic power shifting around towards the bronze citadel. They obviously did not make any attempts to conceal themselves, and had been found by their enemies from a long distance away. Begin preparing dinner. 8 large and evil auras rose, representing the highest powers amongst devils and only second to the pit fiends that belong to the vassals. The 8 devil generals, the loyal dogs of Asmodeus, are acting. Does that mean that this siege is a scheme to deal with the demons? Leylin's eyes flashed. With the devil's order and care, it was impossible that their lair would be attacked without them having any warning. The only possibility of that was that the devils had planned something again, hoping to make use of the bronze fort and wipe them out to reduce their might. In actuality, this plan had been repeated many times already, but the demons still got tricked every time. These demons who had become crazed from evil and bloodlust did not understand the concept of schemes. Besides, the glory of attacking the lair of the devils was the top priority for them with their simple minds. However, Leylin soon found himself unable to laugh. He found that with the commands of the 8 devil generals, all the devils within the fort began to move out orderly, as if there was an invisible network carrying out orders. Soul shells lagged behind the Lemurace, who then followed the Spinagon. These lesser devils formed an orderly squadron. Their leaders consisted of the bearded devils, imps, and pain devils who were mid-ranked devils, and then followed the greater devils such as bone devils, barb devils, horn devils, ice devils and many other to form a huge squad. At the summit were the 8 devil generals, thus forming in hierarchy like the distribution of work within beehives or ant nests, where the worker bees, drones and queen bee did their own work. This formed a highly proficient group who worked in perfect harmony. This is the power of authority. Leylin quickly understood how this network worked. It was a natural difference in the types of beings they were as well as the power of authority. The 8 generals were pit fiends and were the highest rank amongst devils. Also, they had gotten power from Asmodeus and some access to Hell's origin force indirectly. While this was not direct, the power from the 8 devils banding together could overwhelm everything, allowing the devils to take control of the bronze fort. With this logic, any vassal of Hell had the ability to take the lives of and promote or demote high-ranked devils like pit fiends and below them. Even if they were devils under the jurisdiction of other vassals, they would still have a natural pressure upon them. This was because they were affected by the same Hell origin. Based on the rules of Hell, if there's another pit fiend within the bronze fort now, it can have some freedom but still has to listen to the joint commands of the 8 generals. However, this can be rejected, at the price of torture or demotions. It really depends on the decision of the vassal that it's loyal to. Leylin looked at the devils beside him. They had all retained their wits, but still did not reject the commands of the generals. Even while these were high-ranked devils under another vassal, they still quietly carried out the orders as if this was what they should be doing. This is the authority of the world origin force. Every difference in rank is like a gap between the skies and the ground. He had not noticed this closely before, but after discovering the difference, Leylin immediately sensed a powerful origin force network from his authority. Immense intent appeared from the depths of the network and then connected with the 8 generals. Leylin was also given some information, but he ignored that. Beep. Discovered digitized network. Automatically obtain highest authority. Organizing. The AI chip was now working at top speed. If the 8 pit fiends worked together, they would be able to take over the bronze fort. Even the 5-colored dragon Tiamat wouldn't dare underestimate them. Unfortunately, Leylin had a strong feeling that with just one thought, he would be able to take over this network and become an existence above the 8 generals, commanding all the devils in the bronze citadel. After all, the authority he had access to had come from the vassal of the second layer, Beelzebub. Compared to the generals, who had been given this authority secondhand, his was a higher rank. Unfortunately, if he were to do that, he would definitely expose his identity to the other vassals, which did not match with his intentions. AI chip, begin concealing. Once the AI chip was done analyzing the network, Leylin immediately commanded. Beep. Mission established. Beginning concealing process. Activating control behind the scenes. The AI chip intoned. Loyally. City defense without a single archdevil inside the bronze citadel, Leylin now held the greatest authority. He had fooled the Dark 8 with a single illusion, making them think he was a high-level leader commanding a great army. Rather, he'd secretly changed his own position given the secret authority he'd obtained, which was rather easy to do. The AI chip had been tasked with making this process even easier for him. Beep. Host's data has been altered. now editing the host's position within the network. In just a moment, the AI chip's information surfaced before Leylin's eyes. Current identity: Greater Devil Leylin, Horned Devil, from the plane of Dis. Allegiance: Beelzebub. Status: temporarily commandeered by a higher level of authority, Balzephin of the Dark Eight. Once he joined the network, Leylin immediately joined the lesser devils who'd already been mobilized. He no longer felt like an outsider. The AI chip's prompts even showed him that he had tens of lesser devils as his direct subordinates. This feeling really is exquisite. No wonder devils can often defeat superior forces that are over 20 times more powerful than them. Leylin mounted his nightmare and growled as he revealed the appearance of a horned devil. This was fake, of course, but even an archdevil would be fooled into thinking it wasn't. The nightmare neighed, expressing its bloodthirst and desire for slaughter. Its flaming hooves left deep marks behind on the street. Officer Leylin, Hanelin reports to you. With the speed of the nightmare, they reached the second tier of the bronze walls in the blink of an eye. By the time Leylin arrived, a large squad had already assembled for him. A dozen lesser devils stood at the forefront of the squad, not exchanging a single word with each other. Once they saw Leylin, they all confirmed that he was their superior. This group was mixed. There were imps and Barbazu, as well as steel devils, chitons, and an Arenes. There were also some rare Faljugan and Amnazu. Hanelin was the beautiful Arenes, and she stood at the front of the squad in a graceful bow. So there's even an Arenes. That's pretty lucky. Leylin nodded and accepted their pledges of loyalty. Arenes were lesser devils, a power the lower devils could not match. To advance to one required a transformation of the soul, and the criteria for that were very harsh. Arenes were always pampered toys of greater devils. After receiving their vows of loyalty, he was now the commanding officer of this brigade of devils. The rest of you report your names, Leylin imposingly commanded. I'm Al. Buck. Your servant is named Kimmel. One lesser demon after another respectfully announced their names. Of course it was not their true names, but their nicknames. Leylin was only their current commander, and as a greater devil he couldn't command these devils to reveal their biggest secret to him. Of course, if he'd used his authority as an archdevil they wouldn't have been able to resist. Good. Come with me beyond the walls, we are in charge of the defense of a 15-kilometer stretch west. Leylin only asked the lesser devils for their names. He was cared not about the lower devils and captains, instead rapidly leading the group to the western section of the city wall. Many devils were stationed along the perimeter, the only gap being the section he was in charge of. The defensive equipment had all been prepared for him ahead of time. Hurry. Al, you're in charge here. Buck, here. Kimmel, you'll be responsible for the reserve troops. With the AI chip's help, Leylin completed his own preparations rapidly, and you, Hanelin, you'll serve as my communications officer. I am honored to serve. The Arenes stood by Leylin's side. Leylin's current appearance was rather wicked, but also greatly charming. Her eyes were filled with admiration and reverence. Naturally, Leylin suspected that Hanelin cared a bit more about his status as a greater devil rather than his appearance. But they were currently at the city wall, and this was not the time to flirt with his team. It seemed like once all the devils assembled into place, a line of fire could be seen in the distance. This kind of formation, Leylin surveyed the scene from a higher position, speechless. Perhaps today I can finally see the rumored scene of military chaos. They're running around like headless chickens. At the end of the wilderness was a huge legion of demons. Their formation was currently in complete chaos. No, they couldn't even be said to be in formation. They looked like a bunch of headless ants crawling everywhere, some even moving in the wrong directions. They were tearing and biting apart their own brethren, trampling over each other at every moment. This sprawling mess ambled over, and it was no wonder that even if they outnumbered the citadel 20-fold the devils didn't get worked about it. Instead, their eyes were filled with ridicule. Even if it was like this, Leylin discovered that not a single one of the devils on the wall had rushed rashly into action, or been provoked. Even the lowest of petitioners stood still. Our victory is assured, Leylin sighed in a low voice. Await orders, sir. Before General Balzephin has issued the command, none are permitted to fight the enemy. A messenger delivered the news of the latest command to Leylin and his 8 officers. It looks like the original network can only decide position and subordinacy. The fine details of command must be left to the devils themselves to control. No, perhaps the Dark Eight themselves have the authority to directly control the network, but the consumption of energy and authority is too great. As a result, they never use it apart from in the very beginning. After receiving the missive, Leylin kept the slightly restless devils under control, allowing the demons to draw even closer. Looking from his vantage point, Leylin saw many demons in front of him closing the distance. They were mostly dretches and quasits, cannon fodder. Mixed in with the lower demons were lesser demons like Virox, Hezru and Glabrezu. There were even legendary rank demons, such as Balurs and six-armed Meriliths. Balurs were powerful demons of the abyss, possessing a control of fire that allowed them to go toe-to-toe with pit fiends. Leylin could now see the scales of every demon down below, and the frenzy in their wicked eyes. Fire! A Balur cried out loudly, and many demons shot out fireballs, filling the sky with a rain of fire. Although most of the fireballs fell on their comrades, as well as some unlucky flying demons who were shot down from the sky, some of the fireballs landed on the bronze citadel. Activate the primary energy defense, Leylin calmly ordered. Soon after, a layer of defensive energy surfaced above the citadel's wall, completely blocking the attacks. With the devil's fire resistance, even the blazing heat that made it through didn't really affect them. With just a single wave of attacks, the demons had killed thousands upon thousands of creatures, although most of them were their own comrades. Of course, with their dim minds and confusion, perhaps they hadn't meant to do it at all. Following all the slaughter and death, the demons grew even more berserk. They roared and bellowed, trampling all over the corpses of their kin as they violently attacked the bronze citadel. Attack! With the signal to attack given, many of the commanding officers let out their own roars. The entire citadel seemed to become a powerful war machine in an instant, as the devils used their armor as well as the walls and artillery to destroy large swaths of demons. However, demons were indeed the most insane and chaotic of creatures. The disadvantage was not enough to put them in fear, instead only intensifying their bloodthirst. With how it's going, they can seize about half the wall with some difficulty, losing half of their own army in the process. However, this won't be much use. The citadel has 11 more. Leylin speechlessly speculated on the fate of these demons. If they did not change their strategies, their fate was certain. Beep. Host has received a mission from Balzephin. Details. Feign defeat, retreat to the 11th city wall, and defend it. Rare as it was, Balzephin transmitted an order directly through the network. It looks like my previous hypothesis was partly correct. Balzephin has the authority to use the network, or perhaps he can only contact other greater devils. Which means he can only issue important missions through this network, and other orders need to be more conventional. It looks like his authority is difficult to use. This was Leylin not understanding the struggles of the weak. These pit fiends did indeed possess a part of Asmodeus' authority, and could be said to be barely below the 8 archdevils. However, the control they had was false in the end. Their abilities were restricted, so how could they be as wasteful and extravagant as him? Hanelin, Leylin commanded without the least hesitation. Sir. The Arenes' expression was extremely grave. After all, if they lost the war and were convicted, she had a high chance of being demoted to a Nuparibo, devils who undertook the most dishonorable work. It would be a fate worse than death. We need to feign defeat, and retreat slowly to the 11th city wall, Leylin ordered. Are we going to surround them completely? Hanelin's eyes held a trace of excitement, and she rapidly alerted the others to the new commands. She also tried her hardest to appear intelligent in front of Leylin. She's chock full of schemes and intrigue, keeping her by my side would be too troublesome. Little did she know, Leylin had a completely negative impression of the Arenes from the beginning. The Devil's movements were strikingly coordinated and unified. They abandoned the original wall, and began to retreat in an orderly fashion. The demons however could not see the plot for what it was, and they all fought to outdo each other as they jumped into the middle of a trap. Block. The Dark Eight can't simply want to kill some demons. Having retreated to the 11th city wall, Leylin's eyes flashed as he saw the encirclement gradually taking shape. If we just rely on the walls to kill the enemy, then the stronger demons will still manage to flee in the end. Just killing a group of dretches, who can be generated every day without fail, will not harm the enemy whatsoever. Balzephin is most likely targeting the demon corpse greater demons, such as Meriliths, Balurs, or even Flame Balurs. Although the demon army had strength in numbers, that was dwindling. As they fell deeper into the trap, the greater demons followed them in as well. Get ready. We need to teach those wild dogs of the abyss a lesson they'll never forget. 8 strong pit fiends congregated at the highest point of the battlefield. They were even more powerful than the rest of their kin. These were the Dark Eight, Asmodeus' confidants. They controlled the elites of the Devil's army, and were the generals in charge of the Blood War. If they could suppress the demons with all their might, pushing them back into the plane of infinite portals, they could obtain the favor of Baator's world origin force as well as praise from Asmodeus. A vague rumor had stirred up the Dark Eight recently, and they'd begun to build up their merits. After all, the prize was the throne of an archdevil. Pit fiends stood near the peak of devil society. If they coveted anything at all, it was to overthrow the reigning archdevil of their hell and take their throne. The archdevil of Dis had disappeared, and Asmodeus himself had changed a little recently. They finally saw an opportunity to fulfill their desires. "All need your help." A member of the Dark Eight arrived in the vicinity of Tiamat's cavern. "Of course, I only need you to honor your promise after everything is done." A tremendous voice boomed from the depths of the cavern, accompanied by a formidable draconic aura. Loud roars of male dragons could be heard from within as well. "Not a problem. We have already signed a contract. After all, the reputation of the devils is well known throughout the multiverse." The pit fiend smiled as it left. "Get moving." Leylin sensed that the atmosphere had changed, and a great wave of commands were being transmitted. The devils carried the orders out perfectly. The devils purposefully pretended to lose, and the 11th wall of the bronze citadel was breached. The 10th wall soon followed, then the 9th, all the way until the 6th wall near the core district. Seeing that they could capture the bronze citadel itself, many of the demons went completely berserk. This was an unprecedented feat in their history. The entirety of the citadel had become a big lure. It thinned the demons out, forming a trap for them to fall into too. Now, the 8 pit fiends appeared at the forefront of the battlefield, their thunderous voices reverberating throughout the bronze citadel. Roar! A teleportation spell flashed brightly, and the enormous figure of a chromatic dragon descended upon the land. The demons who did not dodge in time were squished to pulp. This was the former master of the bronze citadel, chromatic dragon Tiamat. "Remember your promises." Tiamat roared into the sky, her enormous body directly blocking the gap in the city wall. Her draconic aura erupted, almost tangible in the atmosphere. Roar! Over 100 feet of lightning, acid, corrosive gas, frost, and flame spewed out in bursts from the 5 dragon heads. Tiamat seemed to transform into a fortress with massive firepower, sweeping the demons in a single strike. Draconic spell summon companion. A teleportation spell flashed by Tiamat's side. 5 smaller dragons appeared, swiping at the demons all around her with their enormous claws. They sometimes used their deadly teeth to attack, the grinding noises horrifying as blood mixed with pus and scales trickled down from the sides of their mouths. "Oh, Tiamat is doing her best. It looks like the Dark Eight have found something that can move her heart." Leylin only glanced at the scene outside, and soon turned his whole attention to the battlefield directly in front of him. The network originating from Baator's origin force quickly got to work. It seemed like the Dark Eight no longer cared to save their energy, instead going all out in their attack. Elite troops that hadn't been seen before now appeared to fill the gaps in the walls, wearing exquisite armor and wielding epic weapons. Tiamat and the 5 smaller evil dragons were the most important pieces of the formation, and these devils sought to fill in the gaps surrounding them. The bronze citadel had encircled most of the demons, including the more powerful ones. Beep. Host has obtained a mission from Balzephin of the Dark Eight. Content: hand over authority to your vice commander, activate all your elites and bring them to kill the greater demons. As expected, Hanalin, I leave this to you. The remaining captains, follow me. Leylin roared, and leapt down from one of the city walls, radiating his devil aura. The commanders of the different sections had now left their regions in fervor, searching for demons to kill. Charge! Kill them all! At this point in the battle, the powerful demons were affected by the chaos around them. They had no intention to retreat whatsoever, the language of the deep abyss reverberating around the area. "I'm just here to play. I'm not a true devil, so I don't have to work as hard." Leylin understood his position clearly, and did not choose to go towards the Ballurs. Those were the prey of the pit fiends. Instead of the Ballurs, who had good bloodlines and great potential to advance, he chose to fight a Merilith instead. However, what the other devils saw was Leylin choosing a Merilith that was larger than the rest. Each of her 6 arms wielded epic weapons, and she had near legendary might. Wretched devil, die! A natural enmity triggered within her upon seeing Leylin, and the Merilith came charging at him. Her 6 scaly arms brandished a sword each, causing a powerful gale to descend. She had the power of 3 assassins packed into one, and the torrential wave attacks seemed about to grind Leylin into fine pieces. So weak, but her weapon itself isn't bad. This level of swordplay is equivalent to grandmasters of the prime material plane. Leylin shook his head inwardly. On the surface, however, he let out a large roar, shooting out a dark whip that collided against his enemy's weapon. The collision energy rippled out into the void. This swordplay isn't that bad. She should have the weapon proficiency in multi-weapon fighting feats. Leylin discovered his enemy's trump card in the first contact, even without using the AI. Chip. Very well, I'll play with you. A mysterious force extended from Leylin's fingertips, forming many small circles in midair. The whip was amplified by these circles, spinning like a hurricane as it sucked the Merilith in. Crack. Weapons broke and bones shattered within the hurricane, and a fine crimson mist sprayed out. By the time Leylin retrieved his whip, there was but a pulp of flesh on the ground alongside many small pieces of broken equipment. The Merilith had already disappeared. Not even mildly interesting. Just a tiny bit of force and she's dead, Leylin sighed. He was at the level of a sage with melee weapons, and a mere Merilith without even legendary strength was no match for him. Perhaps I can try challenging a higher difficulty. The Bellurs seemed to be fine specimens and guinea pigs. Leylin surveyed the battlefield. Because of the devil's counterattack, the demon army had suffered severe casualties, losing more than half its troops. The greater demons being targeted had caused even more confusion in their ranks, but perhaps they never obeyed rules in the first place. As for the demons who were already crazed from the killing, they did not mind their safety as they dashed towards the high walls of the bronze citadel, finally dying under the siege weaponry of the walls. At the center of the battlefield were numerous flames. Explosions resounded in the area, with each fight isolated. The destructive force here was so great that even the demons avoided it at all cost. With Leylin's vision, he could make out through the flames that several massive devils and demons were fighting within. One of the pit fiends of the Dark Eight just used a powerful stealth spell and teleportation. The Flame Bellur is hurt, and now they're wrapping up. The Flame Bellurs who'd been surrounded wielded weapons like executioner's swords and fiery whips. Each of them had left a deep impression to Leylin. They are indeed the elites of the deep abyss. Compared to the pit fiends, they have a unique type of wild and domineering aura. However, their chaotic evil alignment impedes them from using every ounce of their strength perfectly. The Flame Bellurs were the prey of the Dark Eight, so Leylin would not interfere. He passed the center of the battlefield, landing his sights on a regular Bellur. As a pre-evolution of the Flame Bellurs, regular Bellurs lacked that primordial chaos and the power to wile flames. However, they still managed to pique Leylin's interest. Bellur, I, Jesdric, am the strongest. A huge Bellur stepped on the body of an Orthon while yelling, huge demonic wings flapping while blood spurted out from the wound on his chest. The Orthon was a greater devil, and its sneak attack had caused a certain amount of damage. As the price of killing the other being, the Bellur's chest was now a complete mess. Scales were upturned with flesh and blood on them, and it was even possible to see pale bones in a thumping heart. While such an injury might not be fatal for demons, it would still take some time to recover from them. As a powerful demon with a noble bloodline, many devils eyed Jedric greedily, and there were even demons that did the same. As long as a demon killed it, then a portion of its power would transfer over, allowing the attacker to even increase in rank and become a Bellur. Hence, next to the body of the Orthon, there were also the torn-up bodies of demons. These were all of the demons that had wanted to steal what it had gotten, but were torn into tiny bits. Come, give me a little more flesh and soul so that I can advance. A bloody red layer of energy appeared on Jesdric's body, and large amounts of lava turned into tiny blood vessels that covered it. This Bellur was evidently at the brink of advancing. It might need just one more high-ranked opponent for it to please the abyss, becoming the peak amongst demons, a Flame Bellur. Hold monster. Spell rays that were suddenly cast halted the enraged roars of the Bellur. Eyes full of anger and astonishment, it saw the figure of a devil emerge from the shadows. The enemy had a sinister horn, and was evidently a higher horned devil. Fireball. Higher entangle. The other party obviously did not give Jesdric any time to speak. With a wave of his arms, powerful flames drowned out the Bellur. What followed next were the rays of light from summoning. Demon summoning. From the teleportation spell formation floating in the air, Leylin's least devil underlings appeared and dealt the Bellur attacks with all their might. Haha, concealing spells and a sneak attack. You devils are despicable. The Bellur roared, tremendous evil rays appearing and causing the least devils to quickly retreat. I'm a devil anyway. Am I supposed to play at being a knight with you? Leylin snorted, a black dagger plunging into the eyes of the demon. Ah! A series of pitiful ear-splitting cries. Following that was terrifying snarls. I will kill you. Jesdric shall pinch your skulls into powder. Red flames jetted out from its eye, the great heat melting the dagger from before into liquid. It's about to evolve. One of Leylin's least devil leaders exclaimed in astonishment, and was quickly grabbed by the crazed Balur. Terrifying flames climbed up, forming a bright and shining torch of fire. You will all die. With its bellows, another wave of fire flashed past, and most of Leylin's underlings died in an instant. When the flames reached his front, Leylin used a high-rank teleportation scroll and left the battlefield. Don't even think of escaping. With flames on its body, the Balur looked no different from a flame Balur. After catching sight of Leylin from the corner of its eyes, it roared and then pursued him in a frenzy. Whether devils or demons, all turned into minced meat or ashes as long as they were in the way, creating a bloody trail. Darned devil, don't run. Making use of the only eye it had left, Jesdric found that the vile devil had already escaped to under the fortress wall, and seemed to be about to return to the group where it had reinforcements. Furious, it charged forward, disregarding any danger. Bang! However, a sudden trap on the ground caused Jesdric to lose its center of gravity. Its enormous body then fell into a deep pit, creating a small earthquake. Under its leg, there had been a huge pit that goodness knew when it had appeared. Dimensional scan, water shower spell, ice brie. The devils that had appeared out of nowhere stood around the pit, casting spells at the Balur in the center vigorously. Sir. Hanelin headed to Leylin's side. She had been informed earlier by Leylin and began to set up this trap. To her surprise, the target was Balur. No, it was even believable if this was considered a flame Balur. In that moment, Leylin's might was deeply imprinted into her mind. You did well. Leylin nodded to show his approval, and then glanced at the Balur that now had pieces of ice all around his body. AI, Chip, how's the gathering of data? Beep. Obtained flesh sample. Completion of physical and soul scan. Progress at 100%. The AI, Chip loyally intoned. Then you've now lost all usefulness. Leylin leapt forward, and a thin black line streaked past its neck, the supplementary soul attack causing the chaos and craze in its eyes to completely die down. No, it's impossible. I, Jesdric, am the most powerful demon. I still need to evolve into a flame Balur. How can I die here? It muttered as its huge body collapsed. In the moment that he killed the demon, Leylin sensed tremendous soul energy pouring into his body, and he could even sense that he was getting favor from the Hell's Will. Compared to other evolution methods, the profits from blood wars are still the best. While this bit of strength was nothing to Leylin, most of the soul energy required to evolve would be available from here if he really was a horned devil. High risks mean great rewards. As long as I can survive the blood wars between devils and demons, I'll definitely be able to advance a great degree. It's no wonder that the Dark Eight want to risk falling completely to lure the demons over to hell and fight. The devils liked using crafty schemes and machinations, changing the battlefield to anywhere else than hell. There was a secret to this. Only the well-informed pit fiends and Hell's 8 archdevils knew of this, and of course, Leylin was aware as well. If devils were to be killed in hell, then they would truly be dead. There was no way for them to be revived. If they died on other planes, they still had hope of reviving by paying a price. In other words, the devils that died in this blood war could not be revived. Even Asmodeus was unable to do it. To take such a huge risk, the Dark Eight were definitely eyeing something huge. Leylin quickly came to a realization. Rumble. At this moment, a terrifying explosion appeared from the heart of the battlefield. A huge flame storm whistled past, tearing into everything and forming a red mushroom cloud. It's the self-detonation before the death of a flame Bator. Looks like the Dark Eight have succeeded. The huge explosion continued, allowing Leylin to be certain that 4 flame Bators had died by the Dark Eight's hands. This attack by the opponents was only dodged by the sly pit fiends who used the greater teleportation. This meant that the surrounding greater devils and also numerous demons were wiped out. Victory is decided. 4 flame Bators died in succession, as long as a pile of powerful demons. Even the archfiend of the abyss will find his moral beaten down and mourn over. This for a long time. It was not just Leylin alone who understood this. In the moment of the first flame Bator's self-detonation, along with an ear-splitting scream, an enchanting succubus darted out of the siege of 4 pit fiends and, with the price of becoming gravely injured, streaked through the horizon while leaving a blazing trail behind. That should be Red Shroud, the commander of the demon army this time. It's also the most beloved daughter of the succubus king who's the archfiend of the abyss. Unfortunately, after this defeat, her status might be in danger. Powerful beings had died, and the commander had fled. This was a fatal blow for the enemy army. As many great devils entered the battlefield and massacred the weaker demons, this became a countdown to the complete destruction of the demon army. After the battle ended, besides the commanding Red Shroud and a very slight number of lucky demons escaping, much of the demon army was killed in the Bronze Fort, amongst which included 4 flame ballers. This carved the disgrace of the abyssal demons onto the fort once more. Such dazzling achievements were rare even in the history of the Blood War. In this encirclement, the 5-colored demonic dragon Tiamat, who had blocked the fort walls and persisted till the end of the battle, was to be credited for its work. After the battle, Leylin saw that parts of its tremendous dragon body had caved in, and there were signs of burns as well. A male headless evil dragon also looked downcast. They had taken on the frenzied attacks of the demons in a hurry to retreat. The self-detonations by the flame ballers at the end had also given them grave injuries. Leylin now knew why they had worked so hard. The Dark Eight had promised that they would hand over control of the Bronze Fort and acknowledge it as the master of the Bronze Fort. In that moment, Leylin smelt a conspiracy. Control over the Bronze Fort. That was something Asmodeus had schemed for over 1,000 years to obtain, yet he was now handing it over so nonchalantly. Even Lemurace could tell that something was off. With the devil's personalities, the only thing that they would compromise so much for was an even greater profit. Promotion and demotion. Before the Dark Eight handed over control over the Bronze Citadel, there was first a majestic round of settling the results. As the devil army had been formed by temporary transfer of personnel, all devils would immediately regain their freedom once the battle was over. It's not quite right to call this regaining their freedom, because they retain all memories of the Blood War and think it is something they should have done, but while they still hold regard for the higher-ups, the absolute obedience they had as subordinates before has disappeared. Leylin glanced at the succubus Hanalin next to him. Her eyes were now clear, and while she looked like she could not wait to sidle up to him, it was obvious that she was scheming even more inside. This went for the imps and Lemurace as well. However, before the devils all completely regained their order, there was something more important at hand, and that was settling all achievements and sins here. The devils sought the beings that were ahead of them all their lives, while those that were behind them caused fear. Their hierarchy was very strict, and there was a unique power system. Hence, their advancement was not like the demons, where they could evolve after getting enough soul energy in the Blood War. Instead, it was a very complicated process. Usually, a devil needed approval from their direct superiors to promote. However, in all situations, any devils with even higher rankings could revoke the promotion. In other words, if a lesser devil wanted to advance, it would need approval from its weakest superior, who would then perform a promotion ceremony for it. However, if a greater devil was unsatisfied with this, it could revert the recently promoted devil to what it had been before. The ones with greatest authority were the 8 archdevils that split up the world origin force of Badr. Not only did they manage the devils and the promotion of pit fiends, they could break convention with their might, promoting even lesser devils straight through several ranks. The combined authority of the Dark Eight was great, and they could even promote greater devils. While the original superiors of these devils had the power to revoke this, most would not dare go against them. And just like that, archdevils could demote a devil back to its original status. This would be a symbol of shame, and was something devils feared the most. Any demoted devil lost a part of their intelligence, and would be sent to perform the most humiliating and difficult of tasks. But before that, they would face a punishment. Pitiful cries resounded in the Bronze Citadel. There was something like a supreme court in the expansive square, where the devils took all the seats. The unlucky beings that influenced this battle negatively were put on the prisoners' row. There were Spinagon, Lemurace, and other lesser devils. There were also imps, Barbazu, and other lower devils as well, along with a few greater devils. Although their strengths were varied, what was common was the expression on their faces: terror. Their crimes had been determined, and they were awaiting the punishment of being demoted. Normally only their superiors had such rights, but the Dark Eight possessed a great amount of authority that allowed them to administer the punishment. Such were the rules of Badr. Unless an archdevil, someone with even more power than the Dark Eight, came over to overturn their ruling, these devils would not escape punishment. However, Why would such a thing happen? I declare you all guilty. You shall be demoted. Zappin, one of the Dark Eight, hammered the gavel. The crisp sound caused strange changes amongst the sinners. They howled in pain, their bodies tearing apart as an invisible force surrounded them to deliver the most severe punishment. Demotion was a horrifying torture that ripped a part of a devil's intelligence away. They would become savage and foolish once more, something that devils who flaunted their intelligence found the hardest to accept. The poor things continued to howl as the laws of Badr took effect. The devils' bodies were broken apart, and a large number of hell worms crawled out to form their new appearance. In general, most of the devils determined to have sinned had been demoted by one rank. A bearded would become a spinagon, and a spinagon would become a lemur. Their foreheads were branded with a symbol of shame. Be it here or with their old superiors, they would only take on the most lowly and menial jobs, the chances of being promoted again minimal. The more unlucky ones were turned into Nupperibo, Zerfilstics, and all other devils that had been demoted. Their power was also reduced greatly, and there was also a huge change to their personalities. Many normal devils watched this with fear on their faces. It would keep them working diligently, abiding by the rules. Next is the promotions. Balzephin declared after Zappin retreated. Unlike demotions, promotions were something to rejoice over. Few were lucky enough to have this. To the devils, every promotion was an opportunity. It normally needed a ceremony, held by their superiors who needed to approve it first. A tremendous amount of soul energy would be consumed. At this moment, the approving superiors would be the Dark Eight, and the soul energy would be that accumulated from the blood war. The order of devils was simple. There was the most basic petitioners, and then the lower devils. They were the lemures, spinagons, and then the lesser devils, which were the bearded devils, imps, steel devils, chitons, pain devils, amnesu, and then the greater devils that included the bone devils, orthons, barbazu, ice devils, horned devils, dogai, Hylian, and various other forms. The pit fiends were at the very top. Each devil's appearance was a rank higher than the ones behind them. Promotions and demotions all followed this order, normally by a single step. A steel devil would become a chiton, for instance, or a chiton would become a pain devil. A leap in promotions, such as a steel devil becoming a pain devil, was an advancement of 2 steps. There was also the advancement from a spinagon to a lesser devil, the bearded devil. While it was one rank, it needed a huge amount of soul energy. There were also the Arenes, succubi, and the special cases like the Nupperibo and Zerfilstics that only appeared during demotions. Leylin looked at the devils surrounding him. Most had smiles on their faces. While they would have to deal with their own superiors after they returned, they probably would not go against the authority of the Dark Eight and revoke the promotion. Hence, this was a great profit. Even without enough achievements to be promoted, the soul energy amassed was worth it. Leylin had killed a Merilith and Abelard, that alone was enough for him to be promoted. Even his subordinates had a shot. Honestly, from Leylin's point of view, this promotion ceremony was not much different from the demotion before. The original body was broken down, and a new one would be molded. It was just as bloody, and the weak-willed would easily descend into chaos or faint. The promotion may keep memories and intellect intact, but there was a drastic change in personality. Leylin didn't care about those lesser devils, but the only one worth mentioning was Hanalin. As most of the lower devils under Leylin had died during the attack of the Balur, her achievements were second only to Leylin. She had advanced into a powerful Arenes. This was a huge leap. Even Hanalin's previous superior should only be a succubus. Leylin could already imagine the ruckus that would be stirred up after Hanalin returned. After all, devils were often very strict with their subordinates. Hanalin would probably be filled with hatred towards her own. She would probably constantly be thinking of ways to pull her superior down, and with this strength her plans would be more feasible. The large-scale promotion got the Dark Eight the praise of all the devils. They were now called benevolent commanders, generous masters, and many other titles. The devils were certainly not stingy with their praise. The way this promotion is hosted is too magnanimous. The merits of many devils are still iffy, and they've passed everything. They aren't even considering the superiors of these devils, Leylin thought inside. He found something different about this. He could already predict the unrest after this wave of devils that had advanced returned to their superiors. With how scheming the devils were, this was inevitable. Leylin's temporary senior officer, Balzephin, arrived in front of him. Brave warrior, you killed a Balur on the verge of evolving. This achievement should be enough for you to become a pit fiend. Balzephin looked truly regretful, as if really feeling indignant for Leylin. Unfortunately, your superior, the greedy Aslak, is a crazy person filled with jealousy, so we can't allow your advancement unless he approves of it. After these words were said, the gazes of the devils landed on Leylin, ridiculing him. Incitement and recruitment. Leylin remained silent, but his eyes flashed. He'd acutely sensed Balzephin's conspiracy. So he's instigating me, huh? He couldn't meet his purpose, so now he's full of hatred and jealousy. Had he been a real devil indeed, he would have fallen for the ploy by now. After all, to stop someone from advancing would make a blood enemy out of them. Furthermore, his superior was a pit fiend as well. If Aslak did not agree, he could overthrow the decision of the Dark Eight and stop Leylin's advance. Given the nature of the devils, this was definitely going to happen. Pit fiend. The most efficient way to garner more hatred is to skip evolutions. An ordinary devil that had just evolved would be resented by 20 to 30 others. They would look everywhere for any mistakes they'd commit, trying to get it demoted. However, if a devil had jumped ranks, the hatred would be tenfold, maybe even 100 times worse. As for a greater devil evolving into a pit fiend, Badr had limited origin force. There could only be a certain number of pit fiends at any one time. If no other pit fiends died, Leylin's advancement would rob another potential candidate of their chance. This scenario was likely to play out in Leylin's case. That was why greater devils would have to have rotting brains to let their subordinates advance. Most devils who jumped forms did not meet a good end. The only ones that did were those who were extremely scheming themselves, proving their mettle with their brawn and brains. Come, although you can't evolve, please hold on to this, you deserve it. Balzephin handed Leylin a crystal that stored a Holy Spirit's energy. The energy stored inside this is enough for you to evolve into a pit fiend. Balzephin was not in his pit fiend form right now. He'd instead adopted a human shape, looking extremely conniving. His poorly constructed face put on a kind smile. Thank you, my lord. Although he felt extremely disgusted, Leylin still thanked him for the gift. All right, Leylin, I think you have great potential. We could have dinner one day, Balzephin invited. Leylin could do nothing but smile wryly and agree. Goodbye, Leylin. I'm returning to Malbolge. My superior is Madame Thatcher of the Copper Citadel. You can look for me there. I'll be excited to meet you again soon. Hanelin bid her bittersweet farewell to Leylin after the tense trial. She was currently in her evolved form, with black wings and an angelic face. She looked even more seductive and charming than before. However, Leylin had astutely discovered the change in her personality and character, obvious even from how she addressed him as an equal and even tried to lure him in. Now that she'd skipped multiple evolutions to reach her current state, her enemies were far stronger and more terrifying than before. They included her very own superior. Her enemies would definitely be more attentive than before, looking for any loopholes that would cause her to be demoted, turning once more into an ugly lower devil. Knowing this, she was already trying to garner as much support as she could. Got it. Leylin memorized her destination and the route, putting on a solemn expression. It's best to leave a back door. Who knows whether I might have to use it in the future. I recall that the lady of the sixth hell is the Hag Countess. Leylin had been focused on this recently, but he couldn't eliminate the possibility of traveling to other levels in the future. If Hanelin were still alive when he did, she would be a useful connection. Hanelin departed, satisfied with her gains. Leylin looked instead at the bronze citadel, with its flames reaching high in the sky. He scratched his nose as several half-dragons appeared abruptly, as well as the visages of several jackals. Has the transfer of authority already begun? Leylin thought as he directly arrived at the Dark Eight's garrison. His identity was verified, and he was immediately led to Balzephin in his vile human form. My lord Balzephin, I am immensely honored by your invitation. Leylin bowed in gratitude. He glanced at the dining hall's preparations. The carpet was a deep red as if it had been stained with blood, the floor-length curtains embroidered with glistening golden motifs of Badr, and chandeliers hung from the ceiling. There was even a demon's head hung on the wall, and it looked as if it was Balzephin's. The tableware was all made of the finest gold, inlaid with all kinds of diamonds and pearls. The maids were all beautiful Arenes and pleasure devils. Several petitioners, molded into twisted forms, pushed a cart into the dining hall, one that was entirely on fire. They bowed in respect before taking their leave, allowing the Arenes and pleasure devils clad in black and white maid uniforms to place the dishes in front of the two. Soup was first, a bubbling milky white broth. Haha, No need to hold yourself back, my friend. The taste of cold soul worms is not as palatable. Balzephan smiled widely, scooping out a translucent soul worm. The thing was still wriggling. Several struggling and miserable human visages could be seen on the worm, but Balzephan just directly swallowed it down. An intoxicated expression appeared on his face. Devils enjoyed enticing mortals to fall. Torturing the souls of petitioners and absorbing their immortal essence and soul force was their pleasure. After a petitioner had been sucked dry, they would be tossed into the Hellforge and suffer tortuous transformations. They would then become the lowest of the low, a lower devil. Only a select few souls were able to survive the treatment, becoming lower demons. They would be a bit stronger than others of their kind, and were more likely to be promoted. Devils used the absorbed soul force of petitioners to climb up the ranks and grow stronger. Naturally, there were those who directly swallowed them up, like Balzephan. Rumor had it that he was supposedly searching for the most beautiful texture and taste in souls. Although Leylin was not opposed to swallowing souls, his personal preferences were different from devils. He did not like this twisted torture. As a result, he glanced away and found another topic to change the subject to. Well, Lord Balzephan, may I ask if you are ready to move? Leylin gestured at the busy lower demons, imps and others of their kind. They were all toiling away, lifting several huge demon ribs with complex carvings upon them. It seemed as if it was a spoil of war that was used to commemorate some bloody battle. We'd signed an agreement to hand the bronze citadel back to Tiamat. Not even a devil would betray a binding oath to the Styx. Balzephan sniffed the dark red blood in the tall wine glass, elegantly swirling the liquid around in leisure. Please forgive me for being direct, but such a high price for the victory of a single battle, isn't that a bit much? Leylin had deliberated over his wording carefully. Haha, Leylin, you really are an interesting fellow. To be honest, many of our subordinates dare not say anything, but inwardly they must be ridiculing us. Fools. Balzephan's eyes seemed to see through everything, the corners of his lips curving into a humorous smile. Of course not. Even if half of the bronze citadel was exchanged for the destruction of the demon army, and especially the 4 flame ballers and a bunch of greater demons, it would be extremely worth it. Leylin naturally chose to continue Balzephan's discourse. You're right. What do those ignorant animals know? Leylin's words had evidently touched Balzephan's heart. He stood up suddenly, walking around the dining hall in excitement. What is the bronze citadel even worth to us? It's just a dead piece of land. The only useful thing is souls. Only with more souls can we forge more devils to improve our power and kill those chaotic bastards. 2 hellish streams of flame were shot out of Balzephan's nostril. He looked like he truly hated the crazy and chaotic demons. Are you willing to assist me, Leylin? Balzephan looked at Leylin, his eyes blazing with fervent emotion. It seemed as if this was the main reason he had invited Leylin here. If I don't agree, will he grow hostile immediately? Leylin seemed to go into shock, but in his heart he just laughed coldly. The solicitation of a devil was extremely unreliable. No matter how it looked, Balzephan most likely just wanted to use him as cannon fodder. I am most grateful to my lord for valuing me. However, Lord Aslak is my direct superior. Leylin's expression was rather hesitant. After all, a loyal devil would find it difficult to change factions. Aslak, HMPH, Balzephan smiled disdainfully, but did not bring up the matter any further. It was clear that he was waiting for Leylin to make a decision. Besides, he'd completely exposed his true motives, and it was not possible to reveal anything more. It looks as if my past in the second layer of hell has attracted his interest. So, the Supreme of Badr, that ruler only in name, has ambition towards this. An electric beat seemed to pulse in Leylin's heart. Pledging loyalty devils were usually excellent at persuasion. Their sharp tongues seemed to be coated with both honey and poison, even able to convince the purest of paladins. Balzephan was evidently even more brilliant than normal. Although he'd said nothing and merely snorted, it still told Leylin a great many things. Think about it. Aslak has been so greedy, envious and foolish to prevent all his underlings from advancing. In comparison, Lord Balzephan is benevolent, generous and kind. Isn't the answer obvious? Such were the thoughts Leylin was supposed to be tempted by. Even worse, devils already held a deep-rooted hatred for their superiors. It would be strange if Leylin was completely unaffected. Does my lord mean, you want me to start a rebellion? Leylin's voice was as hoarse as a wanderer about to die of thirst in the desert. Truth be told, he'd planned to side with the Dark Eight anyway and see what the Supreme of the 9 Hells was up to. Unexpectedly, Balzephin had come up to him on his own. No, no, this is only an uprising, a fight against injustice. Balzephin twirled his fingers. Believe me, once you join us, Lord Asmodeus will definitely give you a suitable position, or he could personally oversee your promotion. Becoming a pit fiend definitely won't be just a dream. While Asmodeus was only the supreme of the 9 hells in name, his title was still very useful. In addition, his power was still greater than that of the remaining 8 archdevils. Lord Asmodeus, Leylin's voice tremored, and his eyes lit up with fervor and a firm look. In that case, I offer my loyalty to you, Lord Balzephin. At the very moment that Leylin stated his allegiance, he suddenly felt the descent of Botter's origin force. It turned into a powerful binding, prepared to imprint a means of communication between the two. It was extremely difficult for a devil to back out of a contract. Of course, playing around with sly word games was a common tactic. Devils did not slander those who were successful at cheating others, instead mocking the losers for being stupid. Good, sign this contract, and I'll accept your loyalty. Balzephin was obviously prepared, and a contract that had been verified by the origin force appeared in front of Leylin. Green phosphorescence blazed on yellowed parchment paper, forming a large number of conditions. Still, this was concise for a devil. From this aspect, Balzephin seemed quite sincere and had not made any traps in the choice of words. A devil can only be loyal to one superior. Once 2 oaths of loyalty are sworn, the next promotion will grow chaotic. A choice will need to be made between the two, and one needs to be eliminated. Leylin snickered inside. If he was really Leylin, he would have no way to choose right now. While Balzephin made things sound pleasant, he could very well become hostile right away if Leylin had any thoughts of rejecting him. Unfortunately, the person Balzephin was facing now was Leylin. Leylin, who with his authority of an archdevil surpassed him greatly. Such a lax contract. Lord Balzephin, your leniency and benevolence is well known even on the prime material plane. The horned devil now seemed so emotional that he could not control himself, trembling as he extended his right hand. AI, Chip, begin interference. Leylin commanded in secret. Beep. Mission established. Host's authority far exceeds target, dulling target's origin force sense. Interference in progress. The AI, Chip intoned loyally. The moment Leylin's finger touched the parchment piece of paper, perhaps in a millionth of a second, an astounding change occurred. Another piece of parchment that looked exactly the same appeared, replacing the contents of the original contract. It was still a pledge of loyalty, but the punishment was much more severe. The master and servant had changed place, and Balzephin would now pledge his allegiance to Leylin. Given that Leylin far exceeded Balzephin in authority, the devil did not notice anything wrong with the contract. Balzephin could also sense a thread of loyalty from this, Leylin. An authority that surpassed Balzephin's own, as well as the powerful abilities of the AI. Chip allowed a substitute to replace the original in an instant, completing a magnificent feat in the 9 hells. What the AI, Chip had formed was instantly hidden in the original parchment, and all Balzephin saw was the horned devil signing his name with his right index finger. Good, you made the right choice. Balzephin nodded with satisfaction. After sensing the thread of loyalty made of origin force, he glanced at the parchment paper. There were no changes to the green phosphorescence of the letters, save for the signature at the lower right corner. Strange, why did I suddenly feel fearful? Balzephin shook his head, and tossed this thought out of his mind. After ascertaining that this was the contract he had created, he entered his name at the position of the superior. A blood-red true name formed on the paper, and it quickly burned up. A phosphorescent green imprint disappeared into each of Leylin's and Balzephin's chests. Beep. Fealty contract obtained. Target, Balzephin of the Dark 8. Note, target has signed a contract with another superior. If host's orders clash with Asmodeus, there is a 50% chance that Balzephin will grow confused. Good. Continue concealment. Leylin had now become Balzephin's superior, and as an archdevil, it was a breeze for him to cover a portion of his senses. Balzephin obtained a simulated thread of loyalty, and was extremely satisfied. Very good. Tell me, Leylin, why are you here in Avernus? Superiors were what devils feared the most. Balzephin now believed he had complete control over the devil in front of him. If not for this devil for still having his uses, he would have long since abandoned his false pretense and interrogated him properly. This sudden change caused Leylin to feel a sense of foreboding. I obtained an order from Lord Aslock to search for Leylin's voice showed his fear, and he cowered back. Search for what? Make yourself clear. Do you want me to demote you into the most lowly Nupperibo? Balzephin's breathing began to get rough, and Leylin could even sense the intense emotions in his mind. Leylin pretended to be unable to take Balzephin's gaze, gritting his teeth as he said, Aslak commanded that I come search for all traces of Dis's archdevil, Beelzebub, Beelzebub. Has he really gone missing? Balzephin grabbed at Leylin's arm, eyes glinting. Why yes, even Lord Aslak doesn't have any news about him. Leylin now seemed like he had been scared stupid. Ha ha, so the intel was right. An archdevil has gone missing. What a wonderful thing. Balzephin laughed maniacally, and finally calmed down. Good, tell me all you know and don't hold back, or else, a long while later, a horned devil walked out of the bronze tower, looking lost. I see, so Asmodeus finally can't hold on anymore, and he wants to act. Leylin was actually the one scheming here. He'd blurted out a large amount of fake information just now, and Balzephin had let his guard down against him to reveal some information as well. He plans for one of the Dark Eight to take over lordship and become an archdevil. Leylin stroked his chin. This doesn't seem like something Asmodeus would do, but this is so great a temptation that the Dark Eight don't consider the danger. Based on what Balzephin had revealed, Asmodeus finally decided to take care of this confusion and get one of the Dark Eight to take over Dis. But the position of the second Hell's Lord had been empty for a long while. That was an empty spot to be an archdevil of Badr, representing the peak of Badr's might. He seemed to depend on the Dark Eight's merits, including dealing blows to the demons, expanding awareness, and so on. That was why the Dark Eight had set a trap without hesitation, wiping out a demon army. The pit fiends, dazzled with the lordship as they were, would go around attacking everything to expand the territories of Avernus. When this happened, a mere strategic location, the Bronze Citadel, was not that important. In order to obtain Tiamat's approval and help, the Dark Eight had not hesitated to give up the place. After all, the Chromatic Dragon was still one of their allies, and there were many other places in the first hell that they could attack. The trap at the Bronze Citadel would be the last time the Dark Eight worked together. Next they would go at it alone, hoping to obtain enough merits to be acknowledged by Asmodeus. They all wished to become the Archdevil of Dis. Sadly, this is just a huge trap. Without the authority being transferred and now that they can't get a hold of Beelzebub, would Asmodeus appointing them to the post actually do anything? Dis when it came to Badr, there were less than 10 devils with as much knowledge as Leylin. He knew extremely well how far Asmodeus' influence extended. Although Asmodeus was the most powerful devil, his might was restricted to the 9th hell. The other 7 archdevils did not bother with him appointing a lord of Dis. That was just a huge joke. Even so, many of the Dark Eight were lured by him. At the very least, they wanted the reputation of having taken over the second hell. Although it would be a false reign, it would at least be supported by Asmodeus. In comparison, Balzephin is more pragmatic. Recalling the plan that he had revealed, a smile appeared on Leylin's face. Leylin looked around, and quickly saw a city of iron ablaze. Red-hot hellfire scorched the inner walls, and thick smoke rose to form great amounts of black fog that covered the entirety of Dis. The walls were red, and the slightest of contact with them would result in grave burns. Even the metallic pebbles that used to form the road were experiencing high temperatures. Without immunity to fire or special shoes, the pedestrians would soon be thrashing around on the ground in pain, before burning up. The drafts around the street corners often carried miserable cries that seemed to come from the depths of hell. This was the lament of the prisoners in the large underground prison, including slaves, petitioners from the Blood War, and even mortals that had been kidnapped from the prime material plane. Once the souls grew ripe with the torture and suffering, the better goods would be sent to the lofty residences around, to be enjoyed by nobility. Many noble devils liked holding banquets. They would gather together, discussing which portion of a prisoner was more delectable, and then come up with even more exquisite cooking techniques. Just standing on the street, Leylin could feel the breathing and thumping of hearts under Dis. Unlike Avernus, he felt like he could use all the power of this plane, as if he were its owner in the first place. The turbulent origin force of Badr moved to Leylin's will, with only the slightest bit of resistance. That was Beelzebub, still alive and possessing that last bit of laws and authority. Dis, if I completely devour Beelzebub, I'll be like a god in his divine realm. The authority archdevils had in hell could definitely compare to what true gods were like in their divine realms. Of course, this was limited to the territory they were lord of. Leylin sighed inside. This was the second layer of Badr. It was a huge city of iron, so huge there were no boundaries at all. The city made up an entire plain. What are you standing there in a daze for? Aren't you moving yet? A gray-robed person standing beside Leylin berated him. Yes, my lord. Leylin bowed humbly, while actually snickering inside. This person in disguise was naturally Balzephan. The pit fiend obviously had not followed Asmodeus' game, expanding the territories of Avernus. Instead, he had secretly arrived at the second hell. However, his goal was abundantly clear. The pit fiend, who was one of the Dark Eight, intended to take over lordship of this hell. He wanted to find the missing Beelzebub and take him prisoner. He would then extract Beelzebub's strength, becoming the true lord of Dis. Asmodeus' orders would be nothing to him then. The lords of the 9 hells were on the same level as the supreme. Evidently Balzephan had already betrayed Asmodeus in secret, but Leylin was not the least bit surprised. After all, betrayal and schemes were nothing new to the devils, especially when it came to their superiors. Honestly, Balzephan's going in the right direction, but there's something wrong with his plans. He's not the only person thinking of doing this, whether it's Asmodeus or other lords, they're all probably planning to lay their hands on Beelzebub. Leylin sighed inside. I'm preparing to sneak into the Iron Tower and investigate. Do you have any plans? Balzephan pointed at a conspicuous at the center of the city that towered into the clouds. This was the Iron Tower, Beelzebub's palace. He seldom left the place, but it had already been decades since there was news of him last. Once tens of attempts at communication failed, and there was no reaction even when they barged in, news of Beelzebub's mysterious disappearance began to spread. However, with how cunning the devils were, nobody knew if this was some scheme by the archdevil. Even Balzephan was not quite sure himself. Of course, Leylin had given him enough confidence that he was even entering the Iron Tower to take a risk and investigate it. He hoped to gather information regarding Beelzebub's disappearance. Leylin was egging him on to serve his own purposes. After all, finding Beelzebub and devouring him before the other archdevils did was his main purpose in coming to Badr. Lord Balzephan, there are some fairs and markets around Dis. We could find a way to sneak in from there, Leylin earnestly gave a suggestion. As his personal stronghold, Beelzebub's Iron Tower had a large amount of tricks and traps inside. There were golems and contracted beings guarding the tower, and within the Iron Tower itself Beelzebub was basically invincible. This was why he rarely left the area, nor did he allow any devils to enter. From Leylin's perspective, the reason he never left was out of caution and cowardice. It was also because he was using the Manderhawk plate to connect to the prime material plane, spreading faith and contaminating souls. Obviously he'd also tried to make contact with many other places, finally succeeding in escaping the crystal sphere. Had his timing been right, he could even have surpassed Asmodeus in strength, using an unending supply of souls to become a true supreme of the 9 hells. Unfortunately, he'd met with tragedy in the form of Leylin. From what I sense, there's no sign of Beelzebub in the second hell, Leylin thought as he followed Balzephan. With him covering me, there won't be much suspicion. The other archdevils should be furiously trying to find traces of Beelzebub, so I can temporarily use their powers. The Manderhawk plate is also an important target inside the Iron Tower. The Manderhawk plate was a mysterious item that could weaken the crystal sphere. Even a mere imitation of the patterns in his memories helped Leylin enter the world of gods, so in his view this plate's uses surpassed even most divine weapons. Market, are you trying to make a fool of me? A dangerous glint appeared in Balzephan's eyes, and the green flames of the contract appeared on his hands. You're part of the guard corps of the archdevil serving under Aslak, one of Beelzebub's lackeys. That pit fiend manages the safety of the Iron Tower. Do you not have any methods to enter it? Huh. The flames on Balzephan's hands flickered, causing a look of pain to appear on Leylin's expression. Of course, this was fake. Please wait, my lord. I'm supposed to be away right now, so it's impossible for me to get approval from Aslak. Leylin sounded like he felt wronged. That's your problem. I need to enter the Iron Tower within 3 hell hours. If you can't do that, you'll become a foolish and ugly Zerfilstix. Balzephan threatened, showing the natural temperament of devils. Devils like to treat their subordinates harshly, and even give them impossible tasks before punishing them. This was usually done to the subordinates closest to them physically, in order to ensure that nobody could pose a threat to them. Those subordinate devils could only complete every task in fear, and grasp every single opportunity to ascend. They would use all their power to climb up the social ladder, betraying their superior at the appropriate time and staging rebellion. They would want to reach the peak of power in order to rid themselves of this suffering. In Balzephin's eyes, however, the horned devil called Leylin still had his uses. This tactic was used unknowingly. Alright, I'll immediately come up with a way. Seeing Leylin darting away like his ass was on fire, Balzephin grinned in satisfaction. Only if he used a whip and viciously lashed at these devils would they obediently listen to him. It was also necessary that shackles were placed on them, which would prevent them from attacking their masters. Balzephin was actually abiding by all of a certain devil's maxims. 2 hell hours later, Leylin had returned. My lord, the horned devil now had a flattering look and a modest smile on his face. I've done my best to get Aslak to believe that I've found clues regarding the whereabouts of the archdevil, which is why I've returned to Dis. I've also made contact with some of my people and bribed them. I managed a chance to enter the Iron Tower for 1,000 jingles. Devils could obviously be bribed, but the price caused Balzephin to frown. What a greedy guy. Are you sure that his promise is true, and he won't sell you out to your superior? I can promise that. Jack even signed a contract, and swore an oath. Leylin looked resolute. Good, take this. Balzephin tossed a gem full of soul energy inside, and then saw the hesitant look on the horned devil's face. There's only 100 here, but he wants 1,000, bribe, pay the rest yourself. Didn't I reward you with a huge amount of wealth already? Balzephin placed his hands behind his back and left, seemingly interested in the unknown flesh being sold on the market. The smells of all sorts of spiced meat wafted through the market. Balzephin hummed nursery rhymes in contentment as he seemed to pass the time. Not giving subordinates wealth is akin to not giving them strength. Not giving them chances is akin to not letting them be promoted. If your subordinates have wealth and the chance to advance, then your head will become a decoration in their rooms. Seems like superiors controlling their subordinates is a huge trend here. Leylin glanced at the pitifully tiny soul gem in his hands and snickered. Unfortunately, all that he'd said had been a lie. While the devils that guarded the Iron Tower were Beelzebub's trusted aides, their loyalty wasn't spectacular, especially when their superior was weakened. Dis was like his own backyard, and the guard legions were basically like a sieve with numerous holes. Why? It was naturally because of the prime material plane. Leylin had already subdued Beelzebub's followers from the prime material plane, and he'd had some of them return to Badr in secret. Besides, with the authority he had in the law of devouring, no devil would suspect anything even if he pretended to be Beelzebub himself. Balzephin isn't the only one here. There's still many organizations around laying low, so I can't be too high profile. Leylin sighed inside, and arrived at a luxurious residence near the Iron Tower. A pit fiend appeared and bowed deeply to Leon. Master. There will be huge changes here soon. Take all the subordinates who are loyal to me and leave. Also, get Jack to do what we agreed on. Understood, Master of Devouring, Lord of Dis. The pit fiend pressed his right hand to his chest and bowed, eyes full of reverence and flattery. Lord of Dis, I quite like that name, Aslak. Leylin burst into laughter. Indeed, the pit fiend standing in front of Leylin was Beelzebub's trusted aide who was in charge of his armies. He was the greater devil in charge of the Iron Tower's guard, Aslak. When he'd seen Leylin's law of devouring and his control over Dis, Aslak had bent the knee instantly. He hadn't even hesitated a moment to betray Beelzebub. However, even Aslak had no clue of where Beelzebub had gone. The Lord of Gluttony hadn't even contacted this devil before he left. It was evident that Beelzebub had actually never truly trusted him. Or perhaps the word, trust, was too far-fetched to use amongst devils. Dark fumes filled the skies, causing the Iron City to be lit up purely by the fires of hell. Groups of petitioners and lemures were guided by imps to all parts of the city, modifying it to fit into the second hell and performing repairs. Rumor had it that the city would continue to expand under Beelzebub's wishes, with no end for all eternity. There was no such thing as sunrise or sunset here, and the devils of Dis used specific devices to record time. However, they had no need for rest. As long as there was an opportunity to obtain souls, many would charge over for it without fatigue. It's time, let's go. Balzephin glanced at a crimson pocket watch, and brought Leylin towards the Iron Tower. Numerous noble residences were built around the Iron Tower, all of them looking imposing and magnificent. However, most of them were now empty, the whereabouts of their owners unknown. Beelzebub's disappearance had been a huge blow to Dis, even if the lesser devils hadn't noticed it yet. The greater devils were filled with ambition for the lordship, or were afraid of the unrest and left. Only one legion was still performing its duties. An armored lower devil watched every person trying to get close to the Iron Tower, regardless of which plane they came from. Enter from the west. Jack's guarding that side today. Leylin brought Balzephin deeper into the city, looking like he was familiar with the route. They finally arrived at a steel sentry that had been scorched red with hellfire. Seeing the guarded looks of the many armored devils here, Leylin yelled a greeting towards the sentry. "Hey, Jack, look who's here. Prevent teleportation, detect stealth, and an anti-demon formation. There's also spells boosting the defense of the guards, giving them magic immunity." Balzephin's eyes showed awe and a trace of nervousness. These defenses, even as of the Dark Eight, would need to send out all our legions, spending a month or two fighting before we could get in. Leylin. A gruff voice sounded, as an enormous devil appeared in front of Leylin and Balzephin. He was huge and swollen, with disgusting tumors on his skin and scales. His bulging eyes made him look like a toad, and his matching mouth revealed densely packed sharp teeth. This was the peak form of a greater devil, the Pylyrian. Only pit fiends and the overlords of hell exceeded him in might. "Yep, you look just as strong as before. So, does our agreement from before still count?" Leylin handed over a large number of soul gems. "Of course, 1,000 jingles in exchange for a chance to enter the Iron Tower." "I'm always honest," the huge Pylyrian said, its roaring voice causing Balzephin to frown. Although he didn't mind the tiny loss, it would be terrible if the other devils discovered them. As if noticing his worries, the large Pylyrian laughed wildly. "No need to worry. Nobody here would dare to reveal anything, unless they want to be imprisoned in the dungeons and punished with eternal hunger." The dungeons were something all the devils of the second hell dreaded. Hunger, in particular, was used on those who made mistakes. With the influence of the law of gluttony, those punished thus would grow incomparably hungry, with nothing that could satiate them. They would grow so frantic they would eventually choose to gnaw at themselves. While Beelzebub had set the law that those who could endure 7 days of hunger would be forgiven regardless of their errors, none had been able to last that long. Most devils of Dis would rather be demoted into ugly Nupperibo than take on this punishment, such was the terror it caused. Hearing what their superior said, the other devils all but wished to sew up their mouths, perhaps burying their heads in the ground. "Good, I like your attitude." Balzephin nodded in satisfaction, preparing to enter with Leylin. Wait, however, an unexpected incident happened. After Leylin entered, Jack immediately blocked the way. 1,000 jingles for one chance. One has already entered, so the contract has been fulfilled. "What are you saying?" Balzephin's brows furrowed threateningly. "You need to pay an additional amount." Jack pointed at Balzephin. "So if he doesn't enter, I'll get the chance to enter." Balzephin frowned. He did not want to attack anyone here, especially when this would reveal his identity. "Kiki, my apologies, but no." Jack chuckled in a strange manner. The surrounding devils quickly picked up their weapons, aiming them at Balzephin. "You darned horned devil, I really should have turned you into a Nupperibo. How could you have even created a contract with so many loopholes that devils could make use of?" Balzephin was in a spitting rage as he glared at Leylin, who was almost scared stupid. "You pay up the 1,000 jingles." "Apologies, master, but I don't have any more." Leylin sounded on the verge of tears, causing the fury in Balzephin to blaze. "You piece of trash." He now looked extremely grim and took out a soul gem. "Take it, you greedy fiend." The huge Pylyrian hugged his hands to his chest and answered fearlessly, "Sorry, but there's now a change to the price. It will be 2,000 jingles. Also, your humiliation caused spiritual damage to me, so it will be 100 more on top." Damn it, damn it. If I get a hold of you, I'll definitely demote you to a Nupperibo and have you pick up manure in the rotting pit for 10,000 years. Balzephin's chest heaved, but unwilling he was, Jack still urged him into handing over the jingles. My apologies." Seeing Leylin right now, Balzephin couldn't even be bothered to get mad. After all, if he were to kill or demote him to a Nupperibo, then weren't all his previous efforts in vain? The other party was a greater devil after all, and he could be used as cannon fodder while exploring the tower. That was Balzephin's decision. After passing through the sentry, they finally arrived in front of the Iron Tower. Beelzebub's lair was so high that it reached the clouds, its body enveloped in a dull light that flowed around as it changed the quality and style of the tower. "The throne of Dis, here I come." Balzephin gazed at the pedestal within the Iron Tower, his eyes flickering with unconcealed ambition as he quickly brought Leylin in. Nessus, the audience is coming in. Balzephan had yet to notice the glint in the eyes of the horned devil cowering behind him. The Iron Tower was Beelzebub's lair, a place that was filled with danger even for Leylin. While he'd already obtained Aslak's loyalty, Aslak was merely a guardian of the outer regions of the Iron Tower, and he couldn't enter the place himself. If he wanted to completely scope out this lair, Leylin would need hundreds of greater devils or even many pit fiends. Leylin naturally didn't want to purge his own subordinates, and at the same time he wanted to lure everyone coveting the lordship out of hiding. This was why he'd kept his strength hidden, entering the tower alongside Balzephan. Balzephan's actions would result in a chain reaction, breaking the initial balance in the Nine Hells. With his actions, the Dark Eight and Asmodeus would be besieged from all sides. That way, Leylin could use the powers of other devils to scope out the tower. Ninth Hell of Badr, Nessus. Deep gorges and valleys filled the area, forming large expanses filled with lifeless rocks. It looked like the land had been formed by a huge explosion, or perhaps a battle between existences compared to gods. Nobody knew the real truth to the day. Inside a valley that was unimaginably deep and wide was a fort called Malshim, standing tall with a dark, grand, and hellish beauty. The citadel was extremely large, and numerous miles wide. Its dimensions were unimaginable for all devils. More than 1 million devils lived within this city, and conspiracy theorists said that they would one day start killing their way out, drowning out the entirety of Badr and Asmodeus' quest to take over all of hell. Ah, Malshim, she's so beautiful, I want to possess her and touch every bit of her skin lovingly. A voice full of greed suddenly rang in the air, and a devil appeared. His upper body was human, while the lower half was that of a huge poisonous snake. He held what looked like a harpoon, and his triangular eyes looked full of avarice. This was Mammon, the lord of the third hell. He possessed the laws of avarice, and was one of Badr's 8 archdevils that stood tall above the rest. Mammon, long time no see, old friend. It's been 500 years since we last met. No, I remember it was in Minoros. An illusory devil appeared at the peak of Malshim. He looked like an aged devil with black hair that was combed back perfectly. He had a black goatee, and his eyes shot flames. His courteous greeting was as if Mammon was a friend he hadn't seen in a long while. Your hypocrisy makes me want to hurl, Asmodeus. Another archdevil appeared next to Mammon, revealing Asmodeus' identity. This one had flames twirling around him, seemingly like fury incarnate that could burn everything in the world to nothingness. The old devil that had appeared atop Malshim was the legendary supreme of the 9 hells, Asmodeus. This was Badr's ruler in name. Oh, it's Samuel. You're just as angry as always. Asmodeus seemed to think nothing of the power Samuel exuded, and his grin widened. When will you abandon this form, and dare meet us with your true body? Pure white snowflakes fell one by one, instantly freezing a large portion of the valley. A devil that grasped extreme cold walked over, his eyes fearless as he met Asmodeus, gaze with an aura exuding arrogance. Oh, so Levistus is here too. Cough cough, forgive me, with the injuries to my body, it's already amazing that I can appear in this form. Asmodeus' pale face now had a slight flush, looking like an old man on the verge of death from illness. Rumor had it that the archdevil of the 9th hell had sustained grievous injuries. He'd now taken the form of a high-ranked projection, an avatar of sorts. Even so, Asmodeus' power was still the greatest amongst the archdevils, the sight of which would shock other devils into silence. Mammon, who controlled the 3rd layer, Samuel who controlled the 4th. Levistus, who controlled the 5th, and the original ruler of the 9 hells, Asmodeus. 4 of the archdevils had actually appeared here. Ever since the conspiracies of the ruthless blood wars, and the incident where the abyss broke off from the 9 hells, the archdevils rarely met. Their fights had even affected the prime material plane, and the gods' divine realms. With 4 of them meeting, people would believe that a conspiracy that would turn the world upside down was being hatched. It wasn't as if 4 lords of Badr meeting could result in good. Cough cough, may I know why you have gathered here? Asmodeus produced what looked like presbyopic glasses as he began to flip through a thick sheepskin book. The book had a black cover, with hellfire atop it. It made it seem extremely evil. Within the book, the paper recorded numerous vile contracts. Of course it's about Dis, and Beelzebub. Mammon was the first to speak. The rest of us 7 wouldn't be able to decide on the appointment of an archdevil even if we were to have a joint discussion. Is that so? A poisonous worm crawled out from Asmodeus' goatee, which he then picked up and swallowed. But, from the contract of our alliance, you don't seem to think that way. Asmodeus flipped to a certain contract and pointed at the clause. So, need me to read it and explain it to you? That's only when the archdevil of a lair is unable to fulfill one's task. You have the power to help them, but only temporarily. Samuel exclaimed in anger. But as the supreme of the 9 hells, fine, even if only in name. It's my responsibility to maintain the stability and order of Badr. Asmodeus spoke up for himself. Even so, you can't appoint someone to the 2nd hell when its archdevil is in danger. What's worse is that you're choosing from the Dark 8, who don't even have any authority. Levistus snickered. They might be mere pit fiends, but if they can ensure there is order in the 2nd hell, it would make sense to give them some rewards. Asmodeus still persisted. All I see is them plotting and causing destruction. The flames on Samuel's body leapt into the sky. The only one who can stabilize this right now is Beelzebub with his authority over the place. Which of you knows where he is? Mammon's eyes were filled with greed. It's said that after getting gravely injured, he's hidden in the prime material plane. One of my followers found traces of him on the surface, and there even seems to be some interesting guide. Asmodeus spoke nonchalantly, as if this was no secret. Such honesty and magnanimity had the 3 overlords puzzled. It took a length of time before Levistus spoke up. What are you planning? That's what I should be asking you. Asmodeus looked innocent. You barge into my house and rudely block my door. Why is that? It's obviously for the stability of Badr. You're not to interfere with this anymore. Samuel yelled. Although it was acknowledged that Asmodeus was the strongest and most mysterious of the 8 lords of hell, there wasn't much of a difference between them. Still, he was the strongest devil despite his injuries. Rumors were abound that a fully healed Asmodeus could even unify all of Badr itself. As the situation was now, Asmodeus would be able to defeat a single archdevil in combat. Even then, he wouldn't be able to kill his opponent. 2 archdevils working together could even suppress him. With 3 archdevils present here, he would definitely lose a battle. Give up. The Hag Countess won't help you. Belphegor will stay at Maladomini forever, and can't be bothered to leave and meddle in this. You might be able to rope Mephistopheles in, but you still won't have enough numbers. You won't win a vote amongst the lords of Badr without bribing us, and I'm quite interested in what you're willing to pay. Mammon sized Malashim up and down. Give Malashim to me, and I might consider it. I promise it on the honor of an archdevil of Badr. Looks like I really have no chance of winning. Asmodeus waved his arms around with no other choice. All right then, based on the contract, I'll stay in Nessus. However, this does need a substitute. How about we sign an agreement? Before the other archdevils could speak, Asmodeus continued on. Let's all stay here till everything dies down and order resumes. Let's not go anywhere. How about it? Isn't that your goal? Sudden entry, that's all you have to suggest. Nothing else. Samuel and the other archdevils looked at each other, disbelief in their eyes. Although Asmodeus had the Dark 8, the other lords weren't without their own subordinate pit fiends. Combined, the forces of the 3 could annihilate Asmodeus, underlings. Asmodeus grinned, tossing out great bait, nothing else. Until everything is done and dusted, we should all just stay here and let the developments play out for themselves. What do you think? Mammon looked at his 2 companions. He'd already been moved. After all, there was an entire level of Badr at stake here. You want to sow discord amongst us? Samuel laughed. You're going to be disappointed. Although he said that, nobody believed a word of it. Your physical form should remain here, including those of Mephistopheles and the rest, Levistus added. All right, I'll have them sign another contract. The other lords that aren't here shall need to stay in their territories as well, not acting until everything is settled. Asmodeus chuckled. So, order is everything. If we reject it, even if it's for the sake of Badr's world origin force, the 9 hells will be thrown into turmoil. The world will repudiate us. Levistus' analysis was calm, and he ended up answering, I agree to this contract. I concur. I as well. Mammon and Samuel agreed as well. After all, this outcome far exceeded their expectations. Very well. The Hag Countess, Belphegor and Mephistopheles have given me their reply as well. Let the river of Styx be our witness. Asmodeus now turned his book of contracts to a new, blank page. Once the other 3 ascertained that there was nothing wrong with the contract, they nodded their heads, making the most solemn of vows to the river of the underworld. Right now, Leylin had no inkling of this contract made between the archdevils of Badr. However, the ripples of this event would soon throw Badr into a flurry of events, culminating in the dawn of a new era. Beelzebub's Iron Tower. Balzephan looked at the heavy coat of darkness in front of him, his eyes filled with deceit and solemnity. Leylin, what do you know of this place? This was the castle of an archdevil. Balzephan was but a pit fury, and he didn't dare to make any assumptions about the place. Lord Balzephan, the Iron Tower has always been forbidden territory in Dis. Even my former superior, Lord Aslok the Chief Guard, has never stepped into this place. Leylin had spoken the truth. His earlier investigations and Aslok's own testimony told him Beelzebub was someone who did not entrust things to his subordinates. Very few devils were permitted to enter the Iron Tower, perhaps a shortcoming of their race. Legend said that the only way to enter the Iron Tower was to sign a contract with Beelzebub under witness of the Styx, foregoing everything to protect it for life. Even so, the contract restrained all these devils to the interior of the tower. Leylin wasn't gullible enough to say such things blindly. The reason he did was that Balzephan still had some value. Legend has it that the Iron Tower contains numerous curses, and is guarded by a huge army of golems. There are ancient, powerful devils here, contracted to protect it. We're currently in the outermost regions of the Iron Tower, the Plains of Gluttony. This place is guarded by an army of hungry spirits Beelzebub has trained, and only devils with permission are allowed to enter. Any others will have to perform a rite of autocannibalism. Hungry spirits. Balzephan nodded his head, and felt that this new subordinate he had recruited was rather useful. Autocannibalism is where you make an offering by eating a part of yourself. Balzephan's face was filled with worry. He wasn't reluctant to sacrifice a part of his body, but the most prevalent rule of the law of gluttony was that any powers sacrificed could never be regained. Evidently, this was Beelzebub's first line of defense. Without his permission, anyone who wanted to enter would first have to weaken themselves. Are there any ways to bypass this rule? Balzephan pondered, before shaking his head helplessly. How could there be a way for him to beat the cunning of an archdevil of Badr? The most important part of the ceremony is that it requires a part of one's core power. Any other energy is useless. Balzephan glanced at Leylin standing beside him, restraining himself from acting upon his impulse. I'm going to lose a part of my powers before even meeting the archdevil. This isn't a good start. Just as Balzephan was mulling over this, he felt an imminent crisis looming over him. He didn't think twice, immediately using an instant greater teleportation spell inscribed into his body. He disappeared from his original location in a flash, reappearing nearby. It seemed like the restrictions of the original realm of gluttony made it extremely difficult for him to use teleportation magic and escape this realm. Damn, this interference! Balzephan swore foully as he raged, but he soon looked to his right shoulder in astonishment. A large chunk of flesh was missing from that shoulder, and threads of evil energy still circulated around it. A fish-like illusory monster had suddenly appeared as he tried to teleport earlier, rending apart the fire resistance and other defenses that all devils were so proud of. A single bite had reduced him to this state. A creature with the teleportation feat. No, this is a top-level ability to traverse two planes and blur the distance between them. I even sense the unique aura of a creature from the astral plane. Leylin had managed to gather a lot of information immediately, using Balzephan as a big pathfinder stone. Although he'd devoured most of Beelzebub's memories, the devil had clearly hidden some of the most important secrets. Those scattered fragments had lacked many important details, which meant that Leylin lacked knowledge about the Iron Tower. Besides, even if I knew all about it, perhaps there is no better way. After all, the Iron Tower itself only recognizes Beelzebub's aura. Even Badr's authority and devil essence would be useless here. Leylin smiled wryly to himself. While Leylin was able to stabilize himself, Balzephan, on the other hand, was about to throw a fit. Damn, this creature is definitely not something from hell and has never appeared before on the prime material plane. Don't tell me it's some abomination born of a god. Balzephan's knowledge did not extend to things beyond the world of gods, let alone the astral plane. To him, an existence that possessed powers even a pit fiend couldn't comprehend was an abomination, the flawed offspring of a god. Only something with the power of a god could create such a bizarre and powerful creature. In a short span of time, Balzephan was attacked several times. The loss of some of his body was but a small matter, but he sensed his own origin being lost with the passage of time. It left him extremely horrified. Damn, what do I have to do to leave this place? Balzephan continued to try using teleportation spells. However, Those hungry spirits chased after him, biting his flesh apart and devouring his power. Forget demons and other races, a devil's greatest enemy was other devils. Beelzebub had specifically arranged his preparations to target his kin. Balzephon was unfortunate, being toppled so simply. How clever. Leylin cut a sorry figure as he stood at the side, but he was only pretending. The hungry spirits sensed the energy on his body, not daring to stick close to him. There were several berserk little fellows who dared make contact with him, but they were immediately dissolved by the dissolving power coming from Leylin's body. They ended up becoming a part of him. It seems like it's some sort of spiritual body. They are undoubtedly some sort of astral creature, the AI. Chip's light flashed, and displayed the results of its investigatory research before Leylin's eyes. It looks like Beelzebub relied on the Manderhawk plate to acquire several interesting things from the astral plane. Greed flashed across Leylin's eyes. Soon, he heard Balzephon's despairing roar, "There's nothing else for it, hurry up and begin the autocannibalism." Even as Balzephon struggled bitterly, something was happening within the burning iron city of Dis. An enormous teleportation portal opened up, and troops of armored devils marched out to take over the enormous city. Small-scale conflicts continued to occur, but the devils who had lost their leaders and the core of their operations were far weaker than these elites. They lost very quickly, and beat a hasty retreat. Due to Leylin's earlier arrangements, Aslak had evacuated with the devils who were still loyal to the winged serpent god, and luckily they had not been involved. The main army soon moved to the vicinity of the Iron Tower, headed by 7 pit fiends. That fool Balzephon, he actually dared to come by himself. Does he think that he is a match for an archdevil alone? Besides, he actually even dared to betray my lord. Zappin of the Dark Eight snickered as he looked at the tall glowing tower which broke through the clouds. Hurry and take over the defenses. We need to surround the tower, the main forces of the other archdevils will get here soon. Another member of the Dark Eight urged him on, his fiery eyes full of longing and ambition. Asmodeus, order had arrived, and the unanimous decision of the remaining archdevils let the Dark Eight, who stood unable to break free of their torment at the pinnacle of hell, see their only chance at lordship. Cerberus, even the most powerful pit fiends in Badr, lived under a shadow of anxiety and fear. Although they possessed formidable power, that was compared to ordinary devils. They were direct subordinates of archdevils instead, subject to more stringent requirements and treatment. Even the slightest thoughtlessness would engender punishment. The harsh treatment and death threats from their superiors was a curse no devil could escape unless of course it was someone at the peak of society, an archdevil. Consequently, when the 7 archdevils publicized their agreement to let their underlings battle for the second hell, many pit fiends went wild. The Dark Eight were only the first wave of entrants, and many more devils would end up participating. Even the dragons and gods of Avernus couldn't resist the opportunity. Be it the Dark Eight or their colleagues, everyone had become as frail as paper in front of the great temptation that was the lordship of Dis. As cunning as devils were, the backstabs and assassinations that followed were only expected. Now, even greater devils on par with the Dark Eight did not expose their backs to anyone else. Just as the Dark Eight were taking over the Iron Tower, a desolate bugle horn resounded as an army under a different banner appeared on the horizon of the City of Iron. It was formed entirely of chitons, devils covered in twisting iron chains, and looked like an elite troop. The chitons of the third hell, underlings of the Lord of Avarice. They came so quickly, a pit fiend of the Dark Eight lamented. Get ready, the army has completed their battle preparations. Additionally, shouldn't we send someone over to negotiate? Devils preferred small-scaled conflicts over larger battles, or even ingenious diplomacy as a method to solve their problems. I'm afraid it's too late for that. After all, the attraction of the lordship is something that can't easily be extinguished with words alone. We need to fight, to let them see our true power, another member of the Dark Eight proposed. No, I propose that we immediately send out emissaries. Yet another devil immediately suggested something else. Look, a few pit fiends looked towards the direction the others had pointed at, and soon they discovered that 2 more armies had drawn closer, harboring evil designs. The flames that burnt on their body, as well as the unique ice devils amongst them, revealed their identities. The armies of the 4th and 5th hells. Another pit fiend lamented, as expected. With the distance our reinforcements need to travel from the 8th and 9th hells, we're at a disadvantage here. It'll take a very long time, let's negotiate. The Dark Eight very quickly came to an accord. Negotiation did not damage the prestige of a devil, and in the first place they never really cared about something as useless as their reputation. Tens of pit fiends gathered together quickly. There were no blockheads among them, any such candidates long since wiped out by their subordinates' plots. Each one was shrewd and insightful. All the pit fiends of Badr had come to an agreement in a hurry, resolving the situation. Each of them would enter a limited portion of the tower. They would compete fairly with the Iron Tower at their center, aiming to win the unlikely prize of becoming an archdevil. Balzephin, the first to infiltrate the Iron Tower, had currently brought Leylin to a black door. The enormous door was made of cast iron, with terribly twisted sculptures protruding out of it. The most prominent one was a model of a three-headed Cerberus, filled with a sense of ruthlessness. This door seems to depict Beelzebub's rise in history. Leylin meticulously looked through the sculptures on the door. Looking at the characteristics of the devils and other beings there, it seemed to proclaim Beelzebub's feats in style, embellishing them with beauty and praise. Once they reached the door, Leylin immediately discovered that several of the images matched with Beelzebub's memories, explicitly confirming his position. Damn it, the auto-cannibalism ceremony consumed half of my energy. Unlike Leylin, who was calm and collected, Balzephin was flustered and utterly discomforted. His deliberate curses clearly demonstrated his coercive intentions. At the very least, Leylin felt that Beelzebub's earlier arrangements had taken out 3/4 of Balzephin's strength. However, he still had more than enough strength to suppress a mere horned devil. Don't tell me that he wants to pull something on me to intentionally expose the flaws in the door. Leylin's eyes flashed. Devils weren't chaotic like demons were, there was a particular reason for everything they did. This was especially true between superiors and their subordinates. Even the harshest of superiors required sufficient evidence to punish their underlings. For example, Leylin was currently masquerading as the horned devil Leylin. Although he posed a threat to Balzephin, the horned devil had always obediently followed his master's orders and completed his job. Even the pit fiend couldn't recklessly dispose of him. Naturally, if Leylin did not resist the coercion, and executed his own subversive plot now that Balzephin was weak, the pit fiend could crush him without second thought. I feel like we've reached the core of the Iron Tower, my lord. It was a great pity that Leylin's current persona didn't give Balzephin the slightest opportunity to do so. Instead, he acted like the most devoted of subordinates, standing protectively in front of his master. This is the Palace of Gluttony, the core of the Lord's power. Rumors say, Leylin happily played the role of a guide. What do the rumors say? A regretful look flashed across Balzephin's eyes. It was clear that he felt disappointed that Leylin had not taken the bait. However, keeping Leylin with him seemed to have been the right decision. After all, it was rare for a devil to have any understanding of the Iron Tower, even if it was just a few rumors. Perhaps it was a clue that would end up being of extreme importance. They say that this place is guarded by a contracted ancient devil. A coarse voice sounded, answering Balzephin's question. However, it was not Leylin who had replied. 57 years. It's already been a full 57 years, Beelzebub has not supplied me with enough souls and flesh, and seems to have completely disappeared. Roars of rage and dissatisfaction sounded, and a tremendous voice seemed to ring in Balzephin's heart. *BZZT. The enormous iron doors in front of him rumbled, and the statue of the Cerberus suddenly grew more lifelike, a bright glow surrounding it. This red eyes opened one after the other, emitting a radiance that was 1,000 times more dazzling than rubies. A trace of purple greed flashed within that red, demonstrating a thirst for blood and souls. This is a hellhound. Balzephin retreated further and further. Hell was not limited to the devils. There were also hellcats, hellhounds, nightmares and even humans who'd moved here from the prime material plane. These beings had strong experts amongst them, with strength on par with greater devils. One could build the most perfect of fortresses, and hire them to protect it through contract. This hellhound greatly surpassed others of its species, but had been confined by Beelzebub in this tower. I am the king of hellhounds, soul devourer Chekhov. A tremendous clang resounded, and the Cerberus leapt out of the iron door. Its body was wreathed in flames as it grew in stature, only the tip of its being still connected to the door. The king of hellhounds. Balzephin rather speechlessly looked at the enormous Cerberus in front of him, a crafty glint in his eye. Then why is someone who is powerful enough to lead an entire race here? Rumble. It was clear that Balzephin's words had touched a sore spot. Chekhov suddenly roared, and infernal flames spread all around them. It was Beelzebub, that greedy devil, the cruel glutton. He deceived me. Without waiting for Leylin and Balzephin's coursement, Cerberus began to hog the conversation. He trapped me with a fight, the loser having to serve the winner for 9,900 years. In this moment, even Balzephin looked at Cerberus with eyes of pity. Engaging in a game of chance with an archdevil never ended well. The pathetic hellhound was lucky it didn't get crushed to death. It being shackled here was natural, and with almost 10,000 years of a contract it definitely wouldn't end well. What did the competition entail? Leylin asked inquisitively. Souls. I competed with Beelzebub to see who could devour the most souls in a short span of time. Cerberus' 3 heads all drooped, hanging low with an air of dejection. Originally, my 3 heads could devour even a city of souls in an instant. However, Leylin was inwardly laughing to himself, and even Balzephin shook his head and sighed. Competing in an eating competition with the Lord of Gluttony. One had to wonder whether this king of hellhounds had a defective brain, or was actually a demon in disguise. What a sorrowful tale, Balzephin finally said, summing up the incident. Well then, none of you have the slightest trace of Beelzebub's aura on you. Are you intruders? Cerberus' gaze glinted with danger. Although I hate that fellow, I regret that I must follow the rules of the contract. I will devour the souls of all intruders. Cerberus grinned, revealing a mouthful of towering fangs and a barbed, scarlet-red tongue. Treasure Vault. The Cerberus continuously radiated a powerful aura. Its might could repel even the strongest of pit fiends, and it caused Balzephin to feel uneasy. Leylin, on the other hand, was only frightened on the surface. He was snickering in his mind. Such a silly dog, it can't even see through my disguise. No wonder a devil could manipulate it so easily. The fact was that Leylin's stealth was too powerful. Even the famed Cerberi of hell couldn't sniff anything off about his soul. Wait, negotiate. I think we can. Negotiate. Balzephin retreated several steps as he called loudly. He did not have much of a chance against this king of hellhounds. Moreover, he hadn't found a trace of Beelzebub's whereabouts. He wasn't dumb enough to waste his resources and even risk his life here. Devils considered diplomacy the path of experts anyway. The contract was sworn upon the sticks. If you can remove it for me, you'll have my gratitude. I'll open the gates to the Palace of Gluttony, and share every bit of information I have about Beelzebub. Chekhov spoke from his left head, but the other 2 heads still snapped at Balzephin without hesitation. Leylin, hold it back. In this time of crisis, Balzephin ordered his subordinate into danger. Yes, my lord. He saw this horned devil he'd contracted stand reluctantly in front of him. However, Leylin was smacked away by a swipe of Chekhov's paw. Even if Leylin was a greater devil, the difference between him and Chekhov was still too large. Damn it, do I have to use one of my trump cards now? Balzephin hastily pulled out a silver shield. The shield seemed to be forged exquisitely from the finest silver. Numerous runes were inscribed on it, and gems embedded as ornaments. The shield gave off an extremely holy aura, glowing with a gentle light. The moment the shield came into contact with him, Balzephin's hands corroded quickly into white smoke. The pain caused him to frown. This shield was made of white silver, a noble element with powerful corrosive effects against all devils. Of course, this effect depended on the target. Even buried in a pool of white silver would just leave a pit fiend itching. However, the shield in Balzephin's hands didn't seem to be any ordinary white silver item. It was imbued with great energy, and even had a hint of a god's aura. An item used against devils. Cerberus howled, and flames soon began to engulf the 2 figures as they engaged in a ferocious battle. Well done, keep it up. The horned devil who was smacked to the side by the Cerberus got up from his lying position. One must first face the gatekeeper to enter the Palace of Gluttony. But since it's engaged in battle now, there's a chance to sneak in. After reaching this area, Leylin immediately recalled Beelzebub's memories and grew familiar with the place. He discovered that there were several hidden tunnels, meant for Beelzebub's escape in times of need. And now, Leylin began to execute his plan like it was a matter of course. It seems to have been a correct decision to bring Balzephin along. Leylin stood in admiration of himself as he looked at the miserable figures of Balzephin and the Cerberus before disappearing into the darkness. I sense more pit fiends coming here, I have to hurry. With the help of Beelzebub's memories, Leylin soon skirted past the giant gate that the Cerberus was guarding, coming to a circular corridor. The ground was covered in crimson carpet, and oil lanterns flickered on the sides of the corridor. There were a large number of paintings on the walls, depicting scenarios of the underworld. Some works even showed the battles against gods in the prime material plane. The winding corridor of exhibitions. I'm finally here, Beelzebub's treasure vault. Leylin excitedly appreciated the oil paintings with both his hands behind his back. In Beelzebub's memories, this was an important treasure vault. It contained about a third of an archdevil's wealth, and had numerous treasures gained from dangerous expeditions. If only Beelzebub had stored the Manderhawk plate in here, but that's unlikely, Leylin pondered in front of a painting. The aesthetic views of devils were often grotesque and fear-inducing from a human perspective. There was a fundamental difference in their definition of beauty, but even then the intentions of the artists were the same. The painting in front of Leylin was rare, one of humans. A devil was lifting a kneeling human by the collar using one hand, the other holding a curved dagger up as if to pierce the human's heart. Set to a crimson backdrop, the human clutched onto a piece of parchment holding a contract of sorts, his face convulsing in fear. Is this to commemorate the temptation Beelzebub poses for humans? This person had to be a king for him to act personally. Leylin did not care anymore about the meaning behind the painting, and reached out with his right arm. To break the curse, I remember that I have to. Leylin spat a series of syllables in a language that only an archdevil would know. As he spoke those words, a brilliant light appeared on the oil painting and a defense mechanism that seemed to be a glass protector appeared. Activate. Leylin emitted his devil aura, causing the glass to melt like ice. He stretched his right hand into the oil painting, pulling out a curved dagger. Beep. Host has obtained a high-energy item, beginning scan, the AI. Chip's light flashed in Leylin's eyes, and very soon the scanning came to a conclusion. Epic Demonblood Dagger, +5. Weight. 666 grams. Ingredients. Pit Fiend Bones, Souls of Avarice, Crystallized Soul of Gluttony. Abilities. Offering. The owner of this dagger can extract the life and souls of their enemies, allowing them to absorb power effectively until they're a high-rank legendary. Rate of conversion depends on the compatibility and willpower of the wielder. Summon Devil. The dagger contains a devil contract, and allows the wielder to summon a greater devil up to once a day. Judgment. The wielder needs to strengthen their will in alignment towards evil every 3 days. If they fail, Beelzebub will appear from the depths of hell and devour their flesh and soul. Description. This legendary Demonblood dagger has evolved under Beelzebub's powers of extreme evil. No living creature can resist its temptation, an epic weapon. Leylin toyed with this dagger in his hands. It was evident that the dagger was an exquisite item made by Beelzebub himself, much stronger than the one that Leylin had crafted himself back on Fallen Island. Because of how common the materials he'd used were, the Demonblood dagger Leylin had made himself lost effect after his stats all reached 10. However, this epic dagger could enable the wielder to enter the legendary realm through devouring others. If adventurers in the prime material plane were to learn of this dagger, they would do all they could to obtain it, even if it meant losing their souls. One needs to slay an opposing church's pope even to be bestowed an ordinary Demonblood dagger. This one most likely requires one to kill someone with divinity. Leylin also found several heinous traps laid in the dagger. This was a personal touch of Beelzebub. Anyone who wielded it would immediately be put under his control. Although it's useless to me, it makes for a good item to bestow to my men. Leylin casually tossed the dagger into his spatial pouch. Since he'd comprehended the law of gluttony and even gained Beelzebub's powers and authority anyway, he could remove the traps with just a thought. Each and every one of these paintings is a treasure chest, and even other archdevils will lust after the items within. The next painting that Leylin walked up to depicted a bloody battle between Beelzebub and a fallen flame bearer. The demon did not have even the chance to self-destruct. In here, there should be, through the same process, Leylin obtained a fiery gem that seemed to be beating. Flame Bearer Heart. This is the quintessence of a flame bearer, and can be used to forge legendary or even demigod weapons. Any weapon it is used to forge will be aligned to chaos. If a demon swallows this, it will awaken the flame bearer bloodline, gaining the chance to evolve into one, the AI. Chip stated, "Not bad. Demons will go red with desire as they fight over this. After all, it isn't easy to find the carcass of a flame bearer." Leylin stowed the fiery gem away, looking into a different direction. "You let me pillage the items just like that? Are you really a protector of this place? Haha, I have no chances against an archdevil at all. After all, this was part of the contract I signed with Beelzebub." As the ancient voice sounded, a withered-looking figure stepped out from the darkness. This figure assumed a human form, seeming like an old man who was about to turn into a tree. There were wrinkles all over his face, and he seemed to pose no danger at all. However, how could someone that Beelzebub contracted to look after his treasures be easy to deal with? Leylin nodded. "You're much smarter than that dog," he said in praise. "Bork, it's my honor to be complimented by an archdevil." The old devil bowed humbly to Leylin, with all the formality of a noble. His eyes were filled with solemnness. "You were already here when I took the first item. Now, tell me, why are you here?" Leylin's eyes squinted, and the old devil shuddered as he formed cold sweat. "Freedom. Of course it's for freedom. Being confined in this dark, icy place and having to guard the treasures, I've already done more than enough." The old devil clenched his teeth and cursed vehemently. "I sense the terrifying powers of the law of gluttony on you, along with a part of Beelzebub's powers and aura. I can pledge my allegiance to you, letting you obtain everything in here, and also inform you of all of Beelzebub's secrets. I want a small favor in return: annul the contract on my body. If you want, I could even serve you for 100 years, these are great conditions." Leylin looked in interest at the cunning demon in front of him, perhaps the strongest guardian in the City of Iron. "How are you so sure that I can annul the contract for you?" Beelzebub had used his identity as the Lord of Dis to confine me. The devil blinked. "As long as Dis obtains a new owner, they'll have the authority to annul the contract. Devils really are extremely cunning. Beelzebub himself would never have set a rule like this." It was likely a condition that this old devil had fought for himself. Since he'd signed the contract reluctantly, this devil didn't have much loyalty to Beelzebub. On the other hand, Beelzebub had been extremely confident of sitting on his throne forever. Before his demise, that is. "All right, I accept your conditions." Leylin agreed because he wouldn't face any losses at all. However, he did not sign any contract. Once he officially became the Lord of Dis, the contract with this old devil would shift to him. At that time, he could do whatever he wanted with him. Leylin had no capacity for trust in devils, especially long-lived ones like this. That was another reason why he wouldn't sign a contract. "My lord." Evidently, the old devil understood his intentions, and could only smile wryly in return. "So then, tell me your name. Since you're the guardian of this place, do you know of the Manderhawk plate?" Leylin wasted no time, getting to the point directly. In front of his might, the old devil couldn't retaliate at all. "My name is Bork, my lord." A strange expression appeared on the devil's face. "Of course I know the Manderhawk plate, it was originally mine. But Beelzebub, that disgusting, conniving thief. He stole it away from me, yours." Leylin was somewhat taken aback. After all, Beelzebub's memories regarding the Manderhawk plate had been sealed strongly. Leylin himself didn't have much information regarding the item. Now that he had met the original owner, his interest was piqued. "Okay, Bork, tell me. How did you get your hands on the Manderhawk plate then?" Leylin had an extremely strong urge to research the background of that object. That clay disc could change one's destiny. Noticing the glint in Leylin's eyes, Bork sounded out a feeble protest. "My lord, that's mine, was. Past tense. It's currently in Beelzebub's hands, no. Also, do you want your freedom or not?" Leylin's eyes slanted. He had never held any trust for devils, so he would crush any plans they had, again and again. Bork was most likely being dishonest with him, already engaging in wordplay. However, no matter what sort of ploy he set up, he would have to give some amount of true information. It was many underworld years ago, so far into the past that I have even forgotten the history of that era. The City of Iron had not yet been built, and this was just a barren land, Bork muttered, his eyes seemingly lost in some distant memory. "As a devil, my lifespan is that of Badr. I'm effectively immortal, and before we harvested souls from the prime material plane, my hobby was to journey across the endless barren lands. The Manderhawk plate was something I chanced upon in a ravine during my travels. I used it to travel to various planes, and I advanced into the peak of devil kind, becoming an ancient devil. It was then that I met the Lord of Gluttony, and after that, regret welled in Bork's eyes." Leylin's eyes flashed. Looks like this devil only discovered the plate's ability to connect to other planes. He hasn't tried breaking through the crystal sphere of the world of gods. Traveling between planes was one thing, but it was completely different to break through the crystal sphere. However, regular devils would never consider such a thing. Leylin realized that Bork had a very vague understanding of the Manderhawk plate, and likely couldn't even use it as well as Beelzebub had. Naturally, he would not know anything about it having the ability to change destinies. "There's a chance he's trying to fool me as well, hoping to get it back another day," Numerous thoughts flashed past Leylin's mind as he continued to plunder the treasure vault relentlessly. After all, this was a portion of the treasures accumulated by an archdevil of Badr. Even demigods would be tempted. Ignore that for now. Do you know where he is? He's disappeared for some time. Last time he returned, he'd come back from another plane, gravely injured. Bork didn't withhold any information in this regard. He needed Leylin to free him from his current position anyway. I searched for his soul through our contract, and I know he's extremely weak right now. Even a mere pit fiend could defeat him. Bork exaggerated the extent of Beelzebub's injuries, for fear that Leylin might back down. However, he has hidden himself well. Even I myself am unable to find any traces of his whereabouts. The old devil laughed malevolently, regret and greed appearing on his face. It seemed like he wouldn't have hesitated to strike if he'd found Beelzebub himself. So even you don't know where he is? Is there not even a clue? Leylin's brows furrowed. Things had become more troublesome now. Apologies, my lord. Due to the restrictions of the contract, I can only move about within the circular corridor in its vicinity. Even if he's hidden in a part of the Iron Tower, I wouldn't be able to notice it. In any case, Beelzebub is the owner of this place. Bork's explanation was backed by logic, but somehow Leylin felt that he was holding back some information. Was it not a necessity given the crafty nature of devils? Rumble. At this moment, space rippled as an explosion rocked the tower, the reverberations of the sound causing the items within to vibrate. Both Leylin and Bork turned around, looking towards the Palace of Gluttony. This aura, pit fiends. There should be at least 10 of them to break Beelzebub's seal. Leylin had estimated their strength immediately. This degree of unity, it seems like there's something happening that I'm not aware of. However, Leylin looked at Bork, who resumed his calm after an initial shock, and smiled. He too adopted a calm disposition. Bork noticed that Leylin had not taken the bait, and felt regretful. However, he still fulfilled his duty and explained the situation. Beelzebub's defenses can't be broken that easily by a group of pit fiends. Moreover, there isn't any treasure there. There are certainly many guardians in the area, each no weaker than the Cerberus. Where are Beelzebub's experimental lab and resting area? Mark it down for me. Although Leylin wasn't influenced by the plans of these hot-headed devils, he would have to take action now. He did not wish for anything to land in their hands. It's just a pity that, these remaining treasures. Leylin's figure faded into the void, leaving behind Bork, who looked deep in thought as he watched Leylin disappear. Balzephon, I have never seen you in such a miserable state in such a long time. A few greater devils mocked Balzephon. Chekhov's carcass lay at a side, and teleportations or dimensional leaps would allow one to grasp it by the claws. Zappin and Lyle, you're all here. Balzephon's expression changed numerous times, finally changing into a gentle and agreeable smile. I was about to inform you guys that there is a great discovery here. Oh really? Zappin cared little for Balzephon, and the other members of the Dark Eight too watched on in mockery. Open the Palace of Gluttony. Zappin commanded, and many large Pylyrian and various other devils ran forward in a disorderly manner. They caught the carcass of the Cerberus, tossing it into the air and smearing its blood on the giant metal gates. The huge amount of blood was quickly absorbed by the gate, and it greedily sucked Chekhov dry. A crack appeared in the center of the gate, spreading to both sides. Advance, we're finally here. The Palace of Gluttony, the core of the Iron Tower, Zappin muttered, his eyes blazing as the gates opened. What are you doing? A loud shout sounded suddenly, and Zappin saw Balzephon's body turn into a blur as it zipped between the cracks of the gate. However, the other pit fiends watched on without the slightest inclination of stopping him. Rumble, a blinding flash radiated out, and thunder boomed as Balzephon's body was struck by golden lightning. It disintegrated into nothingness. The only thing he left behind was a barely audible cry of rage as he screamed, "No! TCH, how can the defense mechanism of an archdevil's core territory be breached so easily?" Another pit fiend shook his head in disdain and mocked the Dark Eight. Such a foolish devil can also become one of the Dark Eight. Ahaha, devils normally competed across the different hells. They had no qualms with bringing their counterparts down. Damn it, do you want to fight? Corin of the Dark Eight stood out, his eyes showing fury. All right, Corin. Two other pit fiends stopped him. We share goals right now. Any internal strife will stop us from entering the Palace of Gluttony, and gaining access to the Lord's lair. All right then. The other pit fiends heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Corin recollecting his cool. However, their eyes showed that they now harbored even more schemes. This general, his rage earlier was most likely just an act. Did he do it so he could get better terms? Someone with empathy. Although many of the devils present were second-guessing themselves, the pit fiends finally came to an agreement to break into the palace together. The void flickered right after they left, revealing Leylin's figure. Should I say it's as expected of devils? His gaze settled on something in the distance as he shook his head, giving off a mysterious smile. Gods were high and mighty, able to peer into the future. An army of devils appeared within Avernus, launching a frenzied attack at the two divine realms within. 5 dragon corpses were piled up in the bronze citadel, like small mountains as they surrounded the chromatic dragon, Tiamat. She roared furiously, "You despicable liars!" The armored devils were fearless, as if the rage of this dragon couldn't affect them. They poured forth like a torrential wave, eventually cutting off Tiamat's 5 heads. Once the last crimson head fell to the ground, Tiamat's body crashed down with an epic thud, causing a minor tremor inside the bronze citadel. Chromatic dragon Tiamat, who'd just received full authority over the bronze citadel, had perished. "Commander, Tiamat's death has been confirmed." This news was quickly sent to an unknown pit fiend. "Very well, occupy the whole city, and begin cleansing it of werewolves, wereleopards, and dragons. Any who resist are to be killed immediately. There will be no need for further updates." The commander of the army was a size smaller than his peers, but his eyes were cold as frost. A red scar streaked across his face, making him look malevolent. The bridge of his nose was extremely tall and sharp. The devil seemed complicated, possessing savagery and tyranny but at the same time tenacity and experience. Yes, the messenger had no intention of disobeying his commands. Very soon, the order had been spread throughout the bronze citadel. Wails and cries resounded as Tiamat's kith and kin, those half-beasts who had been attracted by her evil, were purged. The majority of them would definitely not live past the night, and those that did would become slaves to the devils, toiling somewhere with no day and night. A huge conspiracy began to engulf the 9 hells with Tiamat's death. Similar events were occurring in the 3rd through 5th hells, and a large undercurrent erupted into the limelight, as if planning to devour all prey at one go. "Dis, the city of iron. Arg," another assassin cried in anguish as he was swallowed by darkness. However, the expressions of the pit fiends were extremely calm, as if a common sight. "The Sentinel's Passage is the best guarded place after the Hall of Gluttony. Rumors say that we'll be able to reach Beelzebub's palace if we follow this road." Dagos of the Dark Eight had assumed human form, looking like a scholarly and well-mannered sage. However, his evil aura betrayed his disguise. "Our mission ends with this wave, the rest depends on you." Dagos spoke to the other pit fiends. "Of course, we will abide by the rules. You, get over there." A pit fiend walked forward and pointed at a Pylian subordinate. The pit fiends had all agreed that using their subordinates as cannon fodder was the most optimal way, and they would count the losses and each sacrifice some of their men. "My lord," the Pylian, which was extremely massive, looked on at the darkness, its face extremely solemn. "Cut the bullshit. Do you want to become a lower devil?" The pit fiend roared, revealing its aura. Devils had great control over their subordinates. They could promote or demote them, and using their auras with the threads of loyalty, the pit fiend could force this Pylian into danger regardless of circumstance. Ka-cha, ka-cha. Devils were extremely meticulous and cautious, and most traps would not faze them. However, that wasn't true for traps laid by an archdevil. This particular Pylian was extremely nimble and cautious as it ducked past several traps, even seeing the end of the passage. However, it was soon engulfed by a silvery liquid that fell from the sky. It screamed in anguish, its veins and bones visible as the liquid corroded its entire body, its devil solution. To think he used it here, Zappin had grown rather irritable. After all, most of the traps had been laid against devils themselves, causing great casualties. This also confirmed that devils themselves had only one type of opponent: other devils. The defenses of the Iron City had to be maintained, however, and they were limited in numbers. With the pit fiends sending out their subordinates one after the other to activate all the mechanisms, they would be able to overcome them sooner or later. "We're finally out." Everyone was relieved after exiting the passage, especially the greater devils that had survived the ordeal. However, the smiles on their faces very soon turned still. What was in front of them was a large field. Rows of metal and lava golems stood neatly in formation, making up an army. A black figure seemed to be sending out orders from the center. Fuck, the information was inaccurate. Didn't they say everything would be alright after we got past Sentinel's passage? A pit fiend hurled vulgarity as it berated its fellow devils. Devils found it instinctual to push blame, even harming others when met with difficulty. You trespassers shall soon feel the glorious wrath of Lord Beelzebub. This army of golems, a booming voice sounded from the golem army. It sounded rather young, but still carried a dignified tone. The golems raised their head once the voice sounded, as if possessing their own souls. They immediately launched an attack. The devils quickly suffered another wave of heavy casualties. We can't teleport in here, shit. These are arcane golems, and have some diamonds embedded within them. O Supreme of Badr, has the Lord of Gluttony obtained a flying city? There's no other choice, have the subordinates hold them back, we need to try and break through. Devils were expert leaders and diplomats, and many of them sought a straightforward attack. However, their current opponents were extremely effective against their kind, leaving them feeling helpless. However, the temptation of a lordship was currently dangling in front of them like a carrot, causing them to lose sight of the precarious situation. Pit fiends found it normal to send their subordinates out as sacrifices, using them to escape danger. Some of them had even brought a large group of greater devils along just for this purpose. They were running out of cannon fodder, however, and Beelzebub was yet to be seen. Die, fireball, summon hellfire, summon devil. With the urging of their superiors, the greater devils could only put all they had into a frontal collision with the golem army. Broken limbs and flaming pieces of metal flew in the air as brilliant flashes dazzled the battlefield.